When I was little, Grandpa sometimes looked at me in a strange way, not with hatred, but with a mix of contempt and pride. I could understand the contempt, but the pride? I never figured that out. Even as a child, I knew it wasn't a good thing. Once I understood his attitude, I knew I couldn't rely on him. I clung tightly to Grandma, tried to please her, and stuck close to her. When I was young, Grandma was truly good to me. She taught me the Huang family's medical skills and embroidery, saying that I'd need them when I grew up. But as I got older, Grandma started to have her own worries. She'd watch people's moods, and she didn't have the power to protect me anymore. During that time, the atmosphere in the Zhou family was terrible. I suspect Grandpa knew what Huang Zhaodi was up to. He was just waiting to watch the show. I was on edge all the time. I couldn't sleep soundly at night and always found excuses to take care of Grandma and stay with her. During the day, I avoided the side paths and kept an eye on Zhou Shui, afraid something would happen. Luckily, she was an idiot and left clues. When the Huang family came looking for trouble, I'd go find Xiaowu. With him around, no one dared touch me. But I didn't dare tell Xiaowu the truth, afraid he'd lose his temper and cause trouble. All I wanted was to leave as soon as possible, so I hinted to Xiaowu to push up the wedding. Grandpa always had a dark face. I understood and ignored him so long as we could get along. That was enough. If you don't have expectations, you won't be disappointed. Sure enough, when I got married, he reluctantly gave me Dad's compensation money and this wardrobe, saying he'd already given me the little courtyard. Did he really think I was stupid? If he hadn't worried about making my wedding look bad, he probably wouldn't have even given me the wardrobe. I didn't care as long as I could leave. Honestly, both Grandpa and I knew exactly what was going on. There was no need to pretend. In the end, Grandma secretly gave me a small wooden box and told me not to tell anyone. That family ate my food, drank my water, wore my clothes, ignored me, resented me, and bullied me. I remember it all. But the one I hate most is Grandpa. He silently supported them. As for how the main branch treated me, I didn't even bother to look at them. They meant nothing to me. If I hadn't still been living with the Zhou family and worried about my own future, I could have easily found a way to bring them down. But I couldn't. As long as I was unmarried and living with the Zhou family, if anything happened to them, my own future would be ruined. People would forget I was from the second branch and only remember I was raised by the Zhou family. I had no feelings for the main branch and could ignore them, but that Grandpa who took me from you, using your monthly support money, how could he treat me like that? Who told him to bring me back? Even Grandma let it slip. It was him who insisted on bringing me home. I really hate him. Lin Lishan gritted her teeth and said bitterly, I knew something must have happened. Otherwise, you wouldn't have married so early. I really want to tear them apart. How could they? How could they treat my daughter like that? How did you find out your father was still alive? Did you get back at them? You're too soft-hearted. You should have done something as soon as you married out. You let them live comfortably for another year. This time, don't go easy on them. Don't be soft. Zhou Jiao patted her mother's hand. So this is what it's like to have a mom, someone who stands with you, understands you, someone you can rely on and confide in. She really liked this mother of hers, so simple, without any scheming. Even the knot in her heart from not seeing her mother for 17 years had disappeared after this conversation. She hadn't believed much of what old Master Lin said earlier, but she believed her mother. Her mother was different from the rest of the Lin family. Even if she had put on an act, she'd written letters for 6 years, sent money and packages for 17 years, spent all those years searching for her father and waiting for him. Zhou Jiao believed her mother. She trusted her instincts. Her mother truly cared for her. The Lin family had their own motives, but Zhou Jiao wouldn't treat them with hostility. She'd treat them like ordinary relatives. You can't expect too much from people. Even if a stranger on the street gave her a big apple, she'd accept it with gratitude. Besides, the Lin family was just her mother's family. They'd given birth to her mother, but owed Zhou Jiao nothing. The Lin family never owed her, just as she could never fully trust them. Her mother was simple-minded, so Zhou Jiao didn't plan to tell her that the Lin family wasn't much better than the Zhou family. She'd let her mother live in her own world and take good care of her father. Zhou Jiao didn't expect much from her mother. Just the fact that she'd waited for her father for 17 years was enough to move her and earn her trust. With her mother's looks and family background, she could have had plenty of suitors, but she remained loyal. That was Zhou Jiao's real mother. No one would ever bully her again. Zhou Jiao held her mother's hand, reminiscing about the past. Dad passed away, I got married, and I never really planned to do much about him. I just thought I'd let you all know I was married, so I wouldn't have to send money or mail things anymore. Cutting off those ties would also let you know about their family situation. After marrying into this family, I became a daughter-in-law, not the little girl who used to drop by all the time. I didn't dare write to you right away. I wanted to test the waters and see what kind of people they were. I trust Zhao, but I couldn't trust his family. Some things can't be rushed, I kept telling myself. In the end, things turned out well. My parents-in-law weren't greedy, and they genuinely treated me well. After giving birth, I decided it was time to act. But your address kept changing, and I didn't have grandpa's or second uncle's addresses. I told Zhang Guoqing everything I'd been through over the years, and he was puzzled. He analyzed it all for me. The next day, as planned, he went to the Zhou family to share the good news and ask for addresses. You know, Grandpa never gave me those addresses, afraid I'd run back to Beijing if I had them. It's laughable, really. If someone wanted to find someone in a military compound, it wouldn't be that hard. Zhao used the excuse of wanting to send gifts to Grandpa, second uncle, and aunt to ask for the addresses, and also inquired about how to get the marriage certificate. Just as we expected, when Zhao came back, he found that Grandma had stuffed the envelopes into his pocket first, and Grandpa kept delaying. He even warned Zhao that someone at the post office knew our uncle, so they should send everything together, as he had things to mail too. But when we checked, those 5 envelopes were empty, no letters inside. Under his coaxing, Wang Zhaodi and Grandpa foolishly exposed themselves. Zhang Guoqing figured out a lot from this and explained it to me point by point, including how he talked to them and deliberately provoked them. That's when we realized Grandpa had been weaving a story for me all along, getting the whole Zhou family to make it seem like I'd been abandoned by my own mother and rejected by Grandpa's family, so I'd be stuck in that household with no way out. Zhang Guoqing also figured out why Grandpa and you never came to get me, or why you just went along with things. It was because I couldn't show up in Beijing, only the countryside was safe for me. That's why you kept sending things. And if you never came to the Northeast, it meant my father must have had something happen to him, maybe even died in the line of duty. Then, when we saw the 28 packages this year, we realized that sending so many things so openly meant you weren't afraid of people finding out, or maybe something surprising had happened, like Dad showing up again. Then we remembered Grandma telling people not to mention the wooden box to anyone else. When we opened it, we were shocked. It wasn't Grandma's stuff. Inside was a land deed from 1952 in Shanghai in my name. In 1952, I was 11, just about to turn 10, a birthday gift. But none of us had ever been to Shanghai that year, so who handled it? The answer was obvious: Dad. In the end, Zhang Guoqing took everything out and opened the box. When he tore off the paper lining at the bottom, he found 2 knife marks, an equals sign, telling me to wait for him. He's still alive. I wanted to rush to that house to look for clues, to see if he'd really been on a mission or if he'd been framed. But Zhang Guoqing stopped me. He said it must be a mission. Maybe Grandpa and you already knew, but the paperwork wasn't done yet, so you couldn't say anything. That's why you spent 8 months gathering things to send over. From that, I could tell you'd be coming before the baby was born. I was a few days early, so you'd definitely arrive before I gave birth, maybe even for the baby's 3rd-day celebration. Then we wondered, if you showed up, would Dad come back too? Would he still be involved with them? Would they drag him down? No, I'd never let that happen. If they really saw Dad as family, as a brother, would they treat his only child like this? Even when I never took anything from them and supported them, they still acted this way. So why should Dad have to carry the Zhou family's burdens? So I set a trap for Zhou Xiuezhu. I know her too well, arrogant and domineering. There's no way she wouldn't come looking for trouble. Tomorrow is the baby's 3rd-day celebration. I won't let them ruin it. And if you do show up for the celebration, how will things play out? How can I make people see I've reached my limit? Only if you don't show up and Dad hasn't come back can I use the golden baby as an excuse to expose everything in front of everyone, distancing Dad from it all and keeping him out of trouble. After that, I can handle things however I want. If you don't come, that's fine too. I'll go with the flow. I just didn't expect you to come so soon, but thankfully you haven't appeared yet. When I knelt to Grandpa in public, it was to put him on a pedestal and see what he'd say. Isn't he always boasting about his eldest son? Fine, I'll ruin it for him. Elevating him actually helps Dad too. From now on, when people talk about the Zhou family, they'll only think of the children of old revolutionaries, not those messy scholarly families. Now we just need to clarify Dad's political status so no one can use it against us and we can shake off those fools. You don't know how many people came that day, one after another, but no one told the Zhou family in advance. They're too arrogant, always using Grandpa's name to do things, acting like he's some big shot and they're untouchable. I wouldn't dare say that myself. And as for people from outside the county, they don't even know the difference between Zhou Jiao and Zhou Shui. Would I give her a chance to take credit? No, I'll ruin her. Doesn't Grandpa love Uncle, Aunt, and Zhou Shui the most? Then I'll ruin their reputations and their futures. Mom, don't be angry. I plan to help the eldest son of the main branch keep his job. He's selfish, and so is his wife. We can't destroy them completely. Let's see how their family fares. If they fall apart, people will start to pity them and criticize us. But if the eldest keeps his job and supports his family, plus Grandpa and Grandma's pensions, no one can say anything about us. After Grandpa and Grandma pass away in a few years, we'll grow even more distant. If the eldest keeps his job, people will think our family is kind. If Dad still clings to Grandpa and them, we'll figure something out. Either way, I won't give them a chance to latch onto us. All right, I understand. If your dad knew how they treated you, his heart would break. Other than your grandma, there's not a good one in that family. They deserve what they get. Such short-sighted people. But Jiao, there are some things you can't say in front of your dad, understand? That's the old Zhou family. After all these years away, your dad's tolerance for his parents has only grown. Don't mention any of these tricks. I'll talk to him when I go to get him. And don't think they've really gained anything. Is it that easy to take advantage? I've been preparing for you for a long time. Wait here, I'll go get something for you. Lin Lishan said smugly, then hurried off to open her luggage. Watching her mother leave, Zhou Jiao took the opportunity to take out the small wooden box she had hidden in the cabinet. She needed to show this to her mom. Lin Lishan was holding a cloth bag, and from it she also took out a box about the size of a shoebox and handed it to Zhou Jiao. Zhou Jiao noticed that everyone seemed to like putting things in boxes. She herself had quite a few. Mom, hold on, don't rush. Take a look at what Dad gave me first. There's quite a lot, but what's the use? Can these things make up for the hardships you've suffered? Our family doesn't lack these things. When you go to Beijing, I've already prepared plenty of dowry for you, all stored at your grandma's place. Oh, come on. Can't you at least pretend to be happy for me? This is Dad's love for me. By the way, do you know if that house in Shanghai is still there? It's been years since anyone's been there. Next time, ask him about it. It's a pity I'm in confinement now and can't go see it myself. I wonder what it's like. Maybe there are gifts or clothes for me in there. Mom, are you jealous that Dad's thinking about me and not you? Haha. Oh, right, Mom. Dad hasn't been seeing any other women these past few years, has he? Otherwise, I won't acknowledge him. I'll give all his things back. When you go back, take these things and ask him, are there any women, any illegitimate children? If there are, take it all back. Haha, I'll pass on your message. As for the stuff, just keep it. Even if there's some messy business, once it's given to you, it's yours. Besides, your uncle is with your dad, they get along well, so nothing like that would happen. I haven't found anyone else, how could he do that to me? Lin Lishan replied confidently. Zhou Jiao touched her head, speechless. Oh, Mom, you really have to be clear about these things. Who knows if someone will show up in the future? I'm his daughter, after all. People always value sons over daughters. Can you really trust what men say? Even Dad, you can't trust him completely. Sigh. When Dad comes back, you should hurry up and have a son, just in case something happens. Lin Lishan brushed away her silly daughter's hand. All right, stop overthinking. Don't you realize, if you got gifts, how could I not? I wasn't sure before, but now I can confirm they're from him. When I go back, I'll open the boxes just like you guys. Zhou Jiao stuck out her tongue in embarrassment. Wasn't she just worried? 17 years is a long time. Who can keep a promise that long? They'd only been married a little over 2 years. She didn't have much confidence in her dad's self-control. Luckily, her uncle was there as a safeguard. Lin Lishan could tell from her daughter's expression that she was embarrassed, but daughters really were the best. Only daughters would worry about her like this. She'd definitely have to talk to her husband about it later. Open the box and take a look. There's a lot inside. This is the marriage certificate your aunt helped arrange. You need to have this. Without a marriage certificate, there's no guarantee. That's just playing around. Zhou Jiao burst out laughing when she saw it. The marriage certificate looked more like an award. At the top were 5 stars and the national flag. Below was a big red double happiness character, surrounded by beautiful patterns of peonies, pomegranates, white doves, and rice stalks, symbolizing good luck and happiness. In the center were Zhou Jiao's and Zhang Guoqing's names, genders, and ages, along with a statement that they were marrying voluntarily and had passed the examination according to the marriage law of the People's Republic of China. There was a watermark with the words unity and friendship, but no photos or anything. This property deed should be for your grandmother's family's old house. Back then, your grandmother gave your dad an old deed, no idea if it can still be reclaimed. She said to give it to your dad and for us, as a couple, to try our luck. If we get it, it's ours, and whatever is left in the Zhou family will go to the eldest branch. It's a small 2-courtyard Sihiyuan. When you were born and registered, your dad changed the ownership to your name. Your grandfather and the others all know about this, but I made a receipt to prove how much was paid for the house at the time, so it counts as being bought again, just to avoid any disputes in the future. We're always being transferred, so your dad just moved your household registration here. The location is good. Starting from 1950, we rented it out to the Women's Federation. Your aunt works there. She saw the courtyard was empty and found someone to look after it, so we rented it out for 50 yuan a month. Both courtyards are rented to the Women's Federation. The agreement is that you'll take it back when you turn 18. It's all in the contract. Whether to renew the lease or take it back is up to you. When I turn 18, I'll talk to Aunt and see what she thinks. If it's difficult for her, we'll figure it out then. Zhou Jiao didn't care much, as long as the house was safe and hers. If it were privately occupied, who knows if it would have been confiscated during the campaigns against the Four Olds. All right, it's up to you. This 5-courtyard Sihiyuan was exchanged by your dad and me for the old Zhou family house. The original house became a ruin, the deed was confiscated, and a new courtyard was built. We found someone to prove it was Zhou family property and exchanged it for a 5-courtyard Sihiyuan of the same size, right at the foot of the imperial city. This one is under my name, so no one can trace it. It's not safe to put everything under your name, but you keep the deed. Right now, except for the last courtyard where your dowry is stored, the rest is empty. I have your grandma looking after it. Your dad handled the paperwork to put it under my name. Tell me, didn't I get the upper hand with all those things you mailed? Lin Lishan shot her a proud look. Zhou Jiao looked at the deed with concern. Mom, isn't a 5-courtyard Sihiyuan a bit too conspicuous? Does Grandpa know? What did he say? With just the 2 of us, mother and daughter, each having a house, won't people call us landlords or capitalists? Your grandpa knows. As long as it's not illegal, he won't be upset. That old house didn't even belong to your grandfather, it was the main family's, and they're all gone now. Otherwise, do you think your grandma could have handed over the deed? Would your grandpa have let it go? As for your worries, you can relax. You don't know that people like us all have aliases for our children, totally usable. Just look at the names. Right now, Lin Lishan is my public identity, so officially, I have nothing under my name. You can do that? You high-ranking officials are really something. Do the big shots all know about this? Zhou Jiao exclaimed in surprise. Lin Lishan tapped her on the head. What do you mean, you high-ranking officials? Aren't you the child of a high-ranking official too? Don't worry. Even if someone reports us in the future, it won't come back to us. Too much time has passed, and everyone involved is long gone. Your dad knows about this house. He's the one who handled it. He's even smarter than you kids. He told me to find someone to take care of it. Then I'm relieved. Since Grandpa and Dad both know it's safe. Zhou Jiao put the deed away. Don't worry. Your mom has everything covered. Your grandma and that lady are good friends. She knows a lot about these things. Zhou Jiao saw her mom point at the ceiling and was stunned. Did she see that right? Did she understand correctly? Surprised? Don't forget, your grandpa started out as an orderly, nothing to be shocked about. This time, your dad's assignment came directly from him. Otherwise, do you think your grandpa wouldn't know after 17 years? Your dad sees him often. Your grandma is amazing. Go visit her. Let her take you around and meet everyone. Families like ours have seen it all. Lin Lishan gave her a disdainful look, so inexperienced. Lin Lishan straightened her clothes and shot her daughter a look. This child. If someone overheard what she said, what would they think? Still, she was secretly pleased that her daughter cared about her. As she stepped out of the room, she saw Zhang Guoqing, Fang Fei, and Xiao Zhou at the gate, arms slung around each other's shoulders, laughing and joking as they came into the courtyard. Once again, she felt proud of her son-in-law. He really knew how to do things right. Fang Fei, sharp-eyed, spotted her first. Auntie Shan, how does it feel seeing your precious daughter and grandson? You must be over the moon. You're one impressive grandma, so young, you're the first in the whole compound. As he spoke, he gave her a big thumbs up. That's right, I am impressive. When you get home, tell your mom about my little Ping'an and see if she doesn't drag you off to meet girls. You're not getting any younger, you know. Look at Guoqing, he already has a kid. If you have someone in mind, just let Auntie Shan know. There are plenty of girls in my art troupe. And Xiao Zhou, don't laugh at Fang Fei. You'll have to look for a wife when you get home this time, too. Oh, please don't. If you tell my mom about Ping'an, I'll never hear the end of it. These days, she's desperate to bring home any girl she sees as a daughter-in-law. Fang Fei gave Zhang Guoqing a light kick. This guy was always raising the bar. Watching the three of them horsing around, Lin Lishan couldn't help but laugh. Where have you all been? Why are you only just getting back? Xiao Zhou grinned at the other two still goofing off. We took Xiao out to park the car. Turns out he's a quick learner. After watching us drive and trying a few times, he was already driving smoothly in less than half an hour. That's because he has good teachers like you too. Go on inside. I'll go see if I can help out in the kitchen. With that, she headed toward the kitchen. From a distance, the aroma of freshly cooked rice, spicy stir-fried pork, and mushroom chicken stew wafted out, making her even hungrier. A few children were obediently standing nearby, sniffing the air, but not making a fuss. When they saw her, they greeted her sweetly as Grandma, and she praised them with a smile, handing out candies from her pocket. The kitchen was bustling, everyone busy with something, steam rising everywhere. As she walked in, she saw that dinner was nearly ready. Inside were Zhang's mother, Zhao Jiao, two sisters-in-law, and two other women who must be Zhang Guoqing's aunts, all helping out. Big sister, you're all so busy, and everything looks so delicious. I'm in for a treat. Is there anything I can help with? These must be Xiaowu's aunts, right? Sorry to trouble you all. Your Zhang family really gets along well, Lin Lishan said as she walked over to Zhang's mother, who was plating food. Zhang's mother put down the plate and, seeing her in-law come in, grinned widely and gestured to the two women. Sister, why did you come in? It's messy in here. There's nothing left to help with, everything's cooked, and the tables are set in the main room. We'll just serve the food soon. These are Xiaowu's aunts. If I need anything, I just ask them. After all, we're all family, aren't we? Big sister-in-law, little sister-in-law, this is my in-law, Jiao's mother. The elder aunt was a straightforward woman, probably in her 50s or 60s, thin but energetic. Her patched clothes were spotlessly clean, her hair neatly combed, and even her fingers were clean. She always greeted people with a smile and was known as a lucky woman to invite to weddings in the area. She looked at Jiao's mother and smiled before speaking. We all remember you. When you got married, so many people came to see the new bride. You were so beautiful, and you haven't aged a bit. Now that you're back, spend some time with Zhao Jiao. She's such a sweet, sensible girl. Grew up right under our noses, and in the blink of an eye, she's all grown up. The younger aunt nodded in agreement, remembering how she'd gone to see the bride herself back then. Lin Lishan laughed heartily. We're all old now. I was only 18 then, still a flower, and now I'm a grandma. My Zhao Jiao always tells me how much you aunts care for her. Especially her mother-in-law. My big sister here is wonderful, treats her like her own daughter. I told her she must be filial. It's not easy for a woman to have a good mother-in-law, and her sisters-in-law treat her like a real sister, too. I used to worry before coming, but now I'm completely at ease and happy. The younger aunt agreed. Her second sister-in-law really was a good mother-in-law, never picking on her daughters-in-law. Our mother-in-law used to say, no matter how good things are, nothing beats a good mother-in-law, and no matter how good a son is, a good daughter-in-law is even better. My second sister-in-law is a good mother-in-law, has good sons and good daughters-in-law. She's truly blessed. Look at these two daughters-in-law, married in for years, never a fight or argument. The three brothers have always been close, and everyone in the village says my second sister-in-law knows how to run a household. Life is really comfortable. I'm so envious. Zhang's mother laughed at the praise. Which of your daughters-in-law ever argued with you? Don't tease me. I know my own temper, impatient as anything. But these kids are all good. My eldest daughter-in-law has been here 10 years, always helping me take care of the younger siblings, never a complaint. The second one I scold the most, but she never holds it against me, never keeps things bottled up. If she were like some of those village daughters-in-law, stomping their feet and making a fuss, we'd be fighting all the time. As for Zhao Jiao, she's been sensible since she was little, never made me angry. It's true, good daughters-in-law make good mothers-in-law. I'm perfectly content with them. Lin Lishan was genuinely envious. She'd rarely seen such a harmonious family, especially compared to her own troublesome father-in-law. Even with a good mother-in-law, it was no use, just like Zhao Jiao said, even she had to watch people's moods. That's right, you should be content. If you're not, the rest of us will have something to say. What should satisfy you most is that your old man always puts you first. Just don't let anger get to you. Haha, we'll be off now. If you need help, just call for Shizi or one of the others. Zhao Jiao's mother, stay a while longer and come chat at our place when you have time, the elder aunt joked, pulling the younger aunt out with her. Zhang's mother hurriedly grabbed their arms, not letting them go. Leaving right after we're done? What's that supposed to mean? Looking down on me? You're eating here tonight. I'll have the old man call your husbands over to drink with Zhao Jiao's grandpa. The younger aunt looked helplessly at her arm. Today's your in-laws meeting. If you don't let us come for the baby's third-day celebration tomorrow, we'll bring the kids over then. Let us go now or the kids will laugh at us. We've already made dinner at home and have a pile of chores to do. Well, you can't go home empty-handed. I know you're being polite, so I won't send you home with meat dishes, but at least take some buns for the kids to try. Zhang's mother saw they really didn't want to stay, so she gave up and went to pack some buns, but before she could, the two sisters-in-law hurried out. She told the eldest daughter-in-law, Huang Suilan, to pack up 20 meat buns to send over. In these times, meat buns were a real treat, and the ones they made at home were stuffed full. Lin Lishan watched all the pulling and tugging from the side, not quite knowing what to make of it. She'd never seen anything like this before. Zhang's mother watched as the eldest daughter-in-law left carrying a basket. She picked up a wooden tray herself, which held black-bone chicken soup and white rice specially made for Zhao Jiao. She turned to Lin Lishan and said, "Sister, let's go see Zhao Jiao together. She must be starving. We'll head to the main hall afterward. Chrysanthemum, you go set the table in the hall first. Once your sister-in-law comes back, we'll serve the food." In the bedroom of the West Wing, Zhang Guoqing sat by the king, listening as Zhou Jiao softly recounted what her mother had said and showed him the bankbook in her hand. He comforted her from time to time. When Zhou Jiao spoke of how touched she was, the two exchanged a smile. Things had turned out better than they'd imagined. After listening, Zhang Guoqing chuckled quietly. I actually really like this mother-in-law of mine. She's straightforward, says what's on her mind. None of that petty scheming you see in some women. It's great. Zhou Jiao opened the 3-day celebration gifts from Old Lady Lin for him to see. What should we do about this? We can keep the clothes, but look at all these other things. I've kept everything my mom gave me, but it's hard to accept Old Lady Lin's gifts. From what my mom said, this isn't just a simple gesture. These things aren't rare for us, but the way she gave so much makes me uncomfortable. If it were just one thing, it'd be fine, but 10? She has several grandkids. This is too much. Zhang Guoqing casually fiddled with the gold necklaces and other items inside, unconcerned. Just keep them. They're not anything special. Later, I'll find some ginseng and furs of similar value for your mom to take back as a return gift. That should be enough. It's really just for your dad to see anyway. I wish I could send her a whole sack of gold in return. Haha. Forget it. For the sake of our lovely mothers, let's just leave it at that. We'll deal with it after they leave. Zhou Jiao understood. All right. You sort out everything for the family and move it outside. Just looking at it gives me a headache. As Zhang Guoqing tidied up, he chatted with her about their son. Xiao Wu, stop tidying up, let Jiao Jiao eat first. Zhang's mother came in and saw her son grinning and chatting with his wife. The couple was all smiles, and she called out happily. Seeing the two women carrying baskets, Zhang Guoqing quickly set up the small Kong table. Mom, Mother, you two sit and rest. I'll handle this. Mom, these are from my mother-in-law for you and Dad, and for my eldest and second brother's families. I'll deliver them after dinner. Zhang's mother glanced at all the things and quickly declined. Sister, you really shouldn't have. These things are all so precious. Just leave some for Xiao Wu and Jiao Jiao and take the rest back. There's so much, it's overwhelming. You already brought so much food, our cellar is full. I shamelessly accepted all that. But these coats and fabrics, I really can't accept anymore. Take them back. In times like these, who knows how much we'd owe in favors for all this. Next time, don't bring so much, or I won't even dare let you in the door. Lin Lishan waved her hands, trying to reassure her. Sister, don't worry, you're not owing anyone favors. Jiao Jiao's grandma prepared all this. Ever since she found out Jiao Jiao was pregnant, she started gathering things. Our little Ping'an is the Lin family's first great-grandchild, so the old lady was overjoyed, busy every day preparing. You haven't even seen all the clothes we have for Ping'an, hats and shoes for every age up to 3 years old. Luckily, we listened to her grandma and didn't mail the packages, brought them in person instead. Her grandaunt and grandma made everything themselves. I just helped out when I wasn't at work. I've put everything in the wardrobe for Ping'an to wear as he grows. Those army coats were put together by Jiao Jiao's uncle-in-law and me, no outsiders involved, so no favors owed. There are just 4, 1 for each man in the family. The cotton clothes look bulky, but there aren't that many. The rest is just enough for a few kids to have a set each. Honestly, it's not that much. Come see Ping'an's clothes, he's got a whole wardrobe to himself. I actually thought about taking some out for the other kids, but then I got stingy. These were all made by elders, so I want Ping'an to wear them all himself. She opened the wardrobe. She'd been careful while packing. Expensive things like formula were locked in boxes, and the wardrobe only held clothes for the 3 of them. Zhang's mother was stunned at the sight. The wardrobe was packed with layers of cotton jackets and pants, sweaters of every color, spring, autumn, and summer clothes for boys and girls, all brand new, plus hats and a pile of little shoes. This wasn't just enough for age 3. He could wear them till 5 and still not finish. Anyone who didn't know better would think they were running a shop. So many. Goodness, it's too much. He could wear a new set every day. All right, leave them all for Ping'an. Don't give them to anyone else, these are rare. The other kids would just ruin them. Zhang Guoqing was also amazed. Mom, isn't this too much? Can he even wear them all? We won't need to buy clothes till he's 5. Lin Lishan shot him a smiling glare. This isn't much. Jiao Jiao's second grandaunt hasn't even sent her package yet. Your grandma told her to make bigger sizes. The smallest ones are from me, the rest are all from your grandma and grandaunt. It looks like a lot, but once he starts wearing them, it's not that many. I actually wished for a girl. I could have made her pretty dresses. Since we didn't know if it'd be a boy or girl, your grandma made everything in neutral colors. A lot of the sweaters were made by the girls from the art troupe. So many beautiful patterns. With those girls around, our child will never lack sweaters. Zhang Guoqing smiled helplessly. Mom, you're in charge of the art troupe. Of course they want to please you. Tell Grandma and the others to stop making so much. It's hard on their eyes. All right, but everyone's just so happy. Ping'an is our family's first grandchild. Once there are more kids, it won't be such a big deal. Your cousins aren't married yet, so it's rare to have a baby in the family. Your grandma's been over the moon. Don't worry, just accept what they give. With me here, you won't owe anyone favors. For years, Zhao Jiao was our only child, while every other family has several kids. I've always given enough gifts in return, so no matter how much they give, it's not too much. Just accept it. Lin Lishan reassured him, knowing he was worried about owing favors. Zhang Guoqing nodded. All right, I'll listen to you. We'll keep everything, and later I'll send them some local specialties. Lin Lishan nodded approvingly. Leave it to me. Once you're both working, you can handle it. I've already returned all the favors. We only accept a few packages from them, but their kids are always asking me for things, so don't worry about owing them. If anything, they owe us. Zhang's mother looked at the wardrobe, then at the boxes around the room, probably all packed full. This family really knew how to prepare. She glanced at the colorful wardrobe, then closed it. Sister, I'll accept them then, but next time, please don't bring so much, or I really won't dare let you in. For Ping'an, you're his grandma, of course you want to spoil him, so buy whatever you want. Let me catch my breath, you really scared me, sister. It's more than a department store. When you go back, thank all the elders for us. They really went to a lot of trouble. Xiao Wu, deliver these tonight. Let's go eat first. Zhao Jiao, when you're done, just leave your dishes, I'll come back and clean up later. Zhou Jiao was relieved to see her mother-in-law leave. She was really worried her mom would open more boxes and scare her even more. Her mother-in-law still hadn't calmed down. You all go. Xiao Wu, remember to take a few bottles of the special liquor Grandpa brought for Dad and the others to try. Mom, make sure Grandpa doesn't drink too much. Got it. Once you're done eating, just rest and focus on your recovery. With Mom here, you don't need to worry about anything. As Zhou Jiao listened to her mother speak, she gradually calmed down. Watching her mother fuss over who had prepared what could or couldn't be given away, and who she could share things with aside from Zhang Guoqing, no one else ever managed her affairs so meticulously. As if she were still a child who didn't understand anything. Mom, how did Dad get discharged from the army? Don't tell me he fainted from fright in battle. No, your dad was a top soldier, wasn't he? Everyone talked about his family. One time, someone just happened to say in front of your grandpa, he's nothing like his father. Even a coward can have a brave son. Your grandpa thought it was odd, because he really liked your dad. That person went on to say that your dad's discharge was actually because the higher-ups told him to leave voluntarily. Some soldiers suspected he was secretly hiding gold. In the end, the higher-ups couldn't find any evidence, so they advised him to resign himself, and he could still get a pension. Think about it, your grandma was a doctor at the hospital back then, with a pretty good job. So why did they come back? Your grandpa was worried it would affect your dad, so he warned that person, and later they checked the records and erased everything. Isn't that just being obsessed with money? Your grandpa never told anyone. He only mentioned it to me when I wanted to date and marry your dad, just to warn me in case family relations got tense in the future. He also told me never to bring it up in front of your dad. How's that for a secret? Interesting, right? Mom, that's exactly the kind of thing he'd do. You can see he doesn't have any of the backbone of a big, scholarly family. Xiao Wu says all he cares about now is the money and things right under his nose. Yesterday, Xiao Wu went to town at 4 a.m. to share the good news, brought back a bunch of stuff for the baby, and happened to pass by their place. Who would have thought Huang Zhaodi would show up halfway, making a scene, crying and yelling? But Grandpa just sat there and didn't stop her. Grandma was so angry she cursed her out, calling her an ingrate, saying they'd supported her whole family and even made her mother's side rich. Grandpa kept interrupting Grandma, and when Huang Zhaodi started crying that all those things you sent couldn't just be given to her, and that the baby was too young to enjoy any of it anyway, she really pissed off Guoqing. He told her to go ahead and try, that those things were prepared by his eldest sister, and she should see what happens when his sister comes to loosen her bones for her. That finally scared her off. Guoqing said Grandpa was really disappointed at the time. When he told me about it later, I laughed so hard. He said even the village shrews aren't as shameless as her, and even more shameless is Grandpa sitting there supporting her tantrum. Grandma was shaking with anger, but Grandpa just sat there pretending not to see, interrupting every time Grandma cursed. Huang Zhaodi kept yelling, and Grandpa just watched the show. He says if my dad were really outstanding, he definitely wouldn't be a Zhou family member. There's no way just my dad would be so different. Environment shapes people. You should ask my dad if he's really their biological son. Heh, whether your dad's their biological son or not, only your grandma knows. No one else will say. Your dad and your uncle are 15 years apart. He knows, but he won't talk. If he'd married earlier, your eldest cousin would be about the same age as your dad. He's old enough to be your grandpa, still so harsh on you. Who knows if he'll get his comeuppance before your grandpa does. That bunch only cares about benefits, never says a word otherwise. It's disgusting. Lin Lishan got angry just thinking about the days her daughter spent with the Zhou family. She couldn't curse her father-in-law, but as for Zhou Xiaozuan, who was he anyway? Otherwise, do you think I'd be so confrontational? I've just been disgusted too much. Just look at Zhou Shui and you'll know what kind of person Grandpa is. She's the one he doted on most since she was little. If you all didn't say I looked like Grandma, I'd be afraid Zhou Shui would have replaced me in Grandpa's family. No way. We all know about your birthmark, your blood type, everything. If people could just swap kids like that, there wouldn't be so many children fostered out to other families. If they got caught, they'd be shot. Lin Lishan saw it was getting late, so she quickly got up to sort out the valuable items for Zhou Jiao, putting away those not meant as gifts in the cabinet and boxes. The things to be given away were all put together at the end of Jiao Jiao's Kong bed, ready for Xiao Wu to deliver to her mother and two sisters-in-law later when there were fewer people around. Wah! Suddenly the baby started crying. Zhou Jiao hurriedly picked him up, unbuttoned her shirt to nurse him, and finally managed to calm him down. The child was getting more and more impatient. Mom, can you hand me that white diaper? As soon as he's done eating, I'll need to change him. Lin Lishan went to the outer room, brought all the washed diapers into the bedroom, and put them with the ones she'd brought earlier under the cabinet by the Kang, so Zhou Jiao could easily reach them when she was alone. The diapers I brought have all been washed. I'll leave them here together. Next time you need to change him, you can grab them easily. These diapers are good quality. If you have extra, buy more. Zhou Jiao made a face at her mother and winked. My mother-in-law prepared a pile of rags, collected since half a year ago. In the countryside, it's hard to even get enough cloth for a pair of underwear in a year, so it wasn't easy for her to gather them. As soon as the baby was born, Guoqing started using diapers and gave the rags to his second sister-in-law. My mother-in-law was heartbroken. When she saw the diapers, she kept saying they were whiter and better than the towels at home. Guoqing told her they'd prevent diaper rash, so she said if they're good, we should buy more. Yesterday afternoon, when he went to town, I had him buy towels to give her. If anyone heard about this, I'd be struck by lightning, haha. Haha, I've been to many places. In some places, a whole family uses one rag as a towel. The Northeast is already pretty well off. In the countryside, it's rare to see villages like yours with brick and tile houses. Once you leave this village, most places still have thatched huts. When I came, your grandpa and I agreed to build you a house directly. Whether you go to Beijing or not, you need a house back home. There's stone at the foot of the mountain, and the villagers can quarry it, so it doesn't cost much. My in-laws finished building the house before letting us move out. The whole courtyard cost less than 150 yuan. See how cheap that is? In the countryside, there are advantages. Wood from the mountain is free. The stone is free. You just buy tiles and pay for some help and food. Even so, There are still people in the village who can't afford to build and live in thatched huts. That's why everyone is desperate to move to the city. That's why I say the Zhou family is foolish. If they'd treated you well, I would have arranged a job for you without a second thought. Ping'an, I'm your grandma. Grandma's little Ping'an, aren't you going to sleep? Our Ping'an will grow up fast and Grandma will take you out to play. Lin Lishan poured hot water on a towel and happily wiped Ping'an's bottom and changed his diaper, cooing gently to her grandson. Mom, go see if dinner's ready. I haven't had any supplements or snacks, I'm probably starving. Go see if you can help in the kitchen. I'll just rest here with Ping'an. Oh, I'm not that hungry. Just go chat with them, but don't do any work. You've been traveling all day, you must be tired. Zhang Guoqing kept an eye on the old man, worried he might drink too much, while listening to Xiaofei and the others brag and joke around, discussing their plans to go hunting in the mountains the next day. By the end, they'd even decided how they were going to cook the wild boar meat. Xiao Wu, what do you think? We'll bring our gear, and you lead the way, someone suggested. Sounds good. Let's head out early tomorrow morning so we can get back sooner, Zhang Guoqing replied. Seizing a chance, Zhang Guoqing quietly tugged at Brother Zhou's sleeve. Brother Zhou, can I borrow the keys to that car from earlier? Don't worry, I'll be back in 30 minutes at most. Just keep it quiet. Want me to come with you? Brother Zhou trusted his driving skills, but it was getting dark and the roads were deserted. Zhang Guoqing shook his head, took the keys discreetly handed to him under the table, slipped them into his pocket, and left with his bowl in hand. No one paid him any attention, assuming he was just heading to the kitchen. Brother Zhou watched him go and almost laughed. This guy was quite the actor. Zhang Guoqing hurried to the west wing and found Zhou Jiao bored, counting her fingers. Honey, I got the car keys. Hurry up and bring the stuff out, or we'll get found out. Quick! Zhou Jiao quickly produced half a lamb and several plastic boxes. Stick to the plan, hubby. Here's everything you mentioned earlier. Need anything else? You can't eat much during your confinement, so grab 2 more black chickens. That's enough. The rest Mom already put in the cellar. We'll eat what we have first. As he spoke, he stuffed the lamb and bones into a prepared cloth sack, then used another old bag for the beef, pork, and other bits. Be careful, hubby. Don't drive into a ditch, haha, Zhou Jiao said, stashing the boxes away. Zhang Guoqing hefted the bags and, after a quick word from Zhou Jiao, slipped out. He checked that no one was around, dashed outside, loaded everything into the car and drove off, finally letting out a long sigh of relief. With nowhere else to go, he headed straight for the county town. He remembered a small alley in town with a used bookstore. Since coming here, aside from their textbooks, they had almost no books at home. Life was just too busy. In the past, he couldn't sleep at night without reading a few pages. Biking there would be exhausting, but driving took no time at all. He parked at the alley entrance. He strolled over. 2 used bookstores were still open. It was getting late, so he went into one. The owner was an old man he knew. He and Zhou Jiao used to come here to read for free. Old man, got anything new in recently? He asked. The old man glanced at him. Wait a sec, just got some in this afternoon. I'll bring them out for you. Watch the shop for me. With that, he disappeared inside, unconcerned about anyone stealing books. Zhang Guoqing squatted down and started sifting through the books. Many were old classics, valuable and worth savoring. He set aside the ones he liked, then found some on traditional Chinese medicine. These would be good for his wife, who now spoke 5 languages and was skilled in medicine, he thought with a chuckle. How about it? They're all in this bag. Pick what you want and we'll settle up, the old man said, pleased to see Zhang Guoqing so enthusiastic. Zhang Guoqing just nodded, digging through the bag. They were all old books. He didn't ask where they came from, probably cleared out from someone's home. Not many people bought used books these days. All right, old man, how much for these? Can you tie them up for me? The old man counted them and checked their condition. 32 books. I'll take 3 yuan. Zhang Guoqing didn't haggle, paid up, carried the books to his car, then went to the other shop, also run by an old man. He picked out another 30 books there, which only cost him 2 yuan. He paid and left. Looking at the 2 piles of books on the back seat, He realized he'd spent 5 yuan, compared to his older sister's monthly wage of 22 yuan. It wasn't exactly cheap. Not wanting to waste time, he hurried home, moved the bags and books into the small living room, and exchanged a few words with Zhou Jiao. He didn't mention the books, worried she'd want to read them during her confinement, which wasn't allowed. He washed his hands, grabbed some rice, and headed to the main room. Except for Brother Zhao, no one realized he'd even left. Everyone was happily chatting about all sorts of things. He winked at Brother Zhao and slipped the keys back into his pocket. Fang Fei saw him with his bowl of rice. "Xiao Wu, why aren't you drinking? You haven't toasted with us yet." "I just wanted a few bites first, then I'll join you guys for drinks." "Of course I'll drink, haven't toasted you all yet. If you're hungry, there's rice and buns in the kitchen. Eat a little to settle your stomach, then we can keep drinking." "I'm good, already full." Sister-in-law said to call her if we want more food. "You sit and eat a few bites too." "The old man was just telling us about his time on the battlefield. We're all listening," Xiaofei said, waving him off. After drinking, he really couldn't eat anymore. Grandpa Lin was at a crucial part of his story, and everyone, adults and kids, was listening intently. Eating, drinking, and listening to the old man's tales, Xiaofei leaned over to Zhang Guoqing and whispered, "Bro, how about that half a lamb and the beef? I put it all in the small living room. How should we cook it?" Fang Fei lowered his voice. "Was it hard to get? If it was, we should save it." "Man, I'm so full right now. Let me think. Barbecue and maybe a lamb bone soup. Stew the bones tonight, barbecue tomorrow after we come down from the mountain." "Sure, whatever you want. I was thinking of a bonfire party tonight, but tomorrow works too. Eat whenever you're hungry. It's not even dark yet, by 6, we'll be hungry again," Zhang Guoqing joked. Fang Fei nodded. "You're right, eat when we're hungry." Zhang Guoqing smacked his lips. This guy was unreliable. He'd wait until after dinner to decide. "Aren't you interested in what the old man's saying? Ask your brother Zhao. This dinner's like a memoir. My family does this every holiday. I'm sick of it." Fang Fei clinked bowls with him and Brother Zhao, who overheard their whispered conversation. Zhang Guoqing couldn't help but laugh. Brother Zhao pointed outside. Someone was knocking at the door. Fang Fei listened too. "Someone's really at your door. Go check, did you lock the gate?" Zhang Guoqing's eyes flashed. He knew who it was. Must be Grandpa coming to find us. He went out to greet the visitor. "This kid's smart. You know who's at the door just by the knock. You all should learn from your uncle, read more, and you'll know the world without leaving home. The more you read, the more you'll think," Grandpa Lin said. Shizi stood up solemnly. "Great-grandpa, I remember everything you say. Uncle says first you learn to read, then understand the meaning. Books teach us how to be good people and do things right. We have to think about how we want to live and act. I remember, I'm already learning to think." Good, good. You're a great kid. Study hard and get into Beijing University to visit your great-grandpa. You'll be a role model for your younger siblings. I'll remember your words and take care of my brothers and sisters. I'm going to find Annie for some candy. Anyone want to come?" With a red face, he led the other kids out, cheering. Zhang Guoqing stepped out of the main room and hurried toward the courtyard gate. He opened the door and saw 5 guests standing outside. "Uncle Li, why didn't you just come in? You're all rare visitors. Please come in. It's truly an honor to have you distinguished leaders visit my humble home today." The man in the lead was a middle-aged man with a square face and a calm, steady demeanor, clearly the leader of the group. He was Li Aigua, a high-ranking official from L County. Behind him were Zhao Dashan from the County Armed Forces, Zhuo Lin from the County Public Security Bureau, Zhang Jifeng the Township Secretary, and Li Dawei from the Township Police Station. When they saw Zhang Guoqing come out, they all smiled and nodded in greeting. Li Aigua pointed at him and said, "Rare visitors, huh? We're only here because of your business. You sure know how to stir things up, don't you? Aren't you going to invite us in? Is the old gentleman from the Lin family here? He's just started drinking, he's inside. Uncles, it's a rare treat to have you here today. You must at least have a drink with me. Come on, let's go inside. Uncle Li, do you have anyone else in your car? Invite them in for a drink too." Zhang Guoqing greeted the others with a smile and led them in. Li Aigua glanced around as he walked toward the main room. No one else, just the five of us. We came right at mealtime just to have a drink at your place. Usually, you're sneaking sips from our private stashes. Zhao Dashan laughed. First time visiting Xiao Wu's house, we've got to make him bleed a little. Of course. We've been so busy helping this young couple that we haven't even had a sip of water yet, Zhang Guoqing joked, nodding. Zuolin put on a stern face and glared at Zhang Guoqing. How come you never mentioned the Zhou family's trouble before? Are you stupid? Letting people make a scene at your door. Luckily nothing happened today, or what would you have done? Good thing your wife held things down, or it could have been a real mess. What's the use of that head on your shoulders? If something happens, just tell us. Why keep it from us? Zhao Dashan nodded in agreement. Xiao Wu, I see Zhou Jiao all the time, and she never mentioned anything. She's a martyr's orphan. If I'd known, I would have acted right away. Next time, speak up if something's wrong. Don't let things get out of hand. See, all of us came. That's how serious it was. Zhang Guoqing said helplessly, Don't you all know me by now? Who would have thought they'd be so bold as to make a scene at our door? Zhao Jiao isn't the type to complain, even if she's wronged. This time, she was really pushed to the limit, otherwise, she'd probably still keep it to herself. As they approached the main house, Li Aigua said, All right, let's talk about this after we greet General Lin. How long is he staying? Not sure. I heard he still has to go to the provincial capital for meetings. Once inside, they saw several soldiers at the table, with the famous General Lin Xinqing sitting at the head. Li Aigua quickly stepped forward, saluted, and said excitedly, General, I'm Li Aigua from the county. These are leaders from the county and township. It's an honor to finally meet you. Why didn't you let us know you were coming? We were so excited when we heard. The guest house is ready for you. Please stay a while this time. The others also introduced themselves enthusiastically. The young men at the table, Xiao Zhou, Xiao Fei, and the Zhang brothers, put down their chopsticks and stood up. General Lin looked at everyone standing and pulled at old Zhang, who was about to get up. Old Zhang, let me take the lead here. You young men, take your bowls and chopsticks to the other table. And you all, since you're here, sit down and have a drink with me and old Zhang. If you don't sit, they'll feel awkward drinking. Mother Zhang told Huang Suilan and the others to quickly tidy up and add more bowls and chopsticks, and to prepare a few more dishes. The young men moved to the side table. Li Aigua saw the table was quickly set and sat down with the others without standing on ceremony. General, we're in for a treat today. It's a dream come true to drink with you. Zhao Dashan from the armed forces beamed. Old Commander, I'm Zhao Dashan from the 19th Division, XX Regiment, your old subordinate. I've heard of your reputation for years, and now I finally get to meet you. My old comrades will be so jealous when I tell them. Good, let's drink first. Xiao Wu, you don't need to go to the other table. Help your grandpa pour drinks for our guests. Come, sit by me. Zhao Dashan, have all you veterans been taken care of by the organization? If any of the retired soldiers have difficulties, make sure to report it up the chain, General Lin said, waving them over, clearly pleased to see his old soldiers. Zhang Guoqing got up, poured drinks for the guests, and sat next to the old general, taking the bowl and chopsticks Xiao Fei handed him. Zhao Dashan stood up and saluted. Thank you, Commander, for always remembering us veterans. We're all doing fine, those of us who made it help each other, and the organization supports us. Good, as long as you're not suffering. I'm on assignment and have to leave tomorrow, or I'd love to get together with you all. Give my regards to the comrades, tell them we haven't forgotten. Every holiday, us old fellows get together and reminisce. Xiao Wu, introduce everyone for me. Besides Li Aigua and Zhao Dashan, I see you know them all. Zhang Guoqing smiled. Grandpa, let me introduce you. Besides Uncle Li, Uncle Zhao is from the county armed forces. His eldest daughter, Zhao Yuan, is Zhao Jiao's close friend. She was even our bridesmaid. You'll see her tomorrow. This is our township chief, Zhang Jifeng. His second son, Zhang Yuntao, is my best buddy. This is Uncle Li Dawei from the township police station. His kids are still young, or we'd be classmates. He chuckled. And Uncle Li Aigua's youngest, Li Qinglin, is also a friend of mine and Zhang Yuntao's. The county's not that big, everyone knows each other. As for Uncle Zhou Lin from the Public Security Bureau, I've had drinks with him several times. He can really hold his liquor. If you want a drink, he's your man. He's got good wine at home, but he's stingy, lets you drink, but won't let you take any home. He and my second brother-in-law's dad are close friends. They love to go fishing together, which is really just an excuse to drink. One time, they got so drunk they left their fishing rods behind and didn't even notice. As he spoke, Zhang Guoqing gave Zhou Lin a thumbs up. Everyone burst out laughing. Soon, the Zhang family's daughters-in-law brought out several hot dishes for both tables. Li Aigua and the others saw so many dishes coming and quickly stopped them. No more, the table's already full. These dishes taste as good as any restaurant chef's. Everyone agreed, the cooking was excellent. Even though the meal was put together in a hurry, it was just as good as any banquet. Zhang Guoqing stood up to refill drinks, telling everyone not to put down their chopsticks, to keep eating and drinking. Both tables were well taken care of, with no one left out. Old General Lin nodded in approval. This kid could handle things even without his help. Look at the network he's built already. No wonder everyone in the county praises him. The meal was full of laughter and banter, lasting more than 2 hours. After dinner, old Master Lin brought Father Zhang and several cadres over to sit by the king-heated brick bed. Meanwhile, the two sisters-in-law finished tidying up, and the two brothers, along with Zhao and the others, cleared away the big table and left with their group. Zhang Guoqing returned to the West Wing bedroom to tell Zhou Jiao about the visitors and his thoughts. After the couple discussed it, he took out his treasured tea leaves and went to the main room, where he brewed tea and placed it on the small Kong table in front of everyone. Li Aigua watched him finish bustling about, then called him over to sit down. Zhang glanced at old Master Lin, and seeing him nod, he sat down to listen to what they had to say. In the room sat old Master Lin, Father Zhang, Lin Lishan, Zhang Guoqing, and 5 members of the leadership team. Everyone knew it was time to discuss serious matters, so the Lin father and daughter spoke up, and everyone waited. Li Aigua and his colleagues exchanged uneasy glances, unsure whether old Master Lin would be angry once the whole story was told. Finally, Li Aigua cleared his throat, straightened his posture, and said, "General, Comrade Lin, I am here on behalf of the leadership team to apologize to you. We failed to properly manage the relevant staff and some village cadres, which resulted in harm to Comrade Zhou Jiao. After today's incident of gathering a crowd to cause trouble, Township Chief Zhang Jifeng immediately detained Zhou Shui and began investigating the incident. Comrade Li Dawei from the Township Police Station led a team to interview the villagers and gather evidence, and the results confirmed that the situation described by Comrade Zhou Jiao was indeed true. Before the age of 10, the recipient of Zhou Jiao's parcels was the elder Zhou Jiaren, so it's impossible to confirm whether the items were Zhou Jiao's personal property. After Zhou Jiao turned 12, that is, after 1949, the recipient's name was changed to Zhou Jiao, but all the signatures for receiving the parcels were made by her uncle Zhou Xiaozuan. From 1949 to the present, over the past 6 years, Zhou Jiao has received a total of 119 parcels from various places, 113 via military mail and 6 via civilian mail. The amount of money involved is difficult to estimate. If further investigation is needed, you'll have to provide solid evidence. However, the detainee Zhou Shui has already admitted that some items in the Zhou, Huang, and her 2 sisters-in-law's families, as well as some in the Wang family, all belonged to Comrade Zhou Jiao. In this case, Zhou Xiaoshan, the production team leader from Zhoujia village, and Zhou Xiaozuan's wife, Huang Zhaodi, colluded to deliberately conceal Zhou Jiao's property and have been found guilty of misappropriating others' assets. Team leader Zhou Xiaoshan received a large number of items and has been detained. Based on Huang Zhaodi's testimony, the evidence has been returned. Huang Zhaodi has also confessed and is being held. Her husband, Zhou Xiaozuan, claims in his statement that he didn't know the details. He just took the village-issued slips to collect the parcels and handed them over to his father Zhou Jiaren and his wife Huang Zhaodi, and claims he doesn't know what happened to them. However, since Zhou Xiaozuan concealed and claimed others' property without Zhou Jiao's consent, he has also been detained. Based on villagers' testimony and Zhou Shua's confession, most of the evidence from the Huang family has been returned. Huang Dama has also been detained. Zhou Shua's husband's family, the Wang family, had Wang Shifu removed from his position as production team leader for embezzling village funds, and the Wang family has voluntarily returned Zhou Shua's personal belongings. The postal bureau staff are being dealt with for lax management. Except for the Zhou family, most of the illegally obtained items have been confiscated based on villagers' reports and are now all stored in the township government compound. This is the current status of the case. Elder Zhou Jiao from the Zhou family has come to the township office several times, insisting that Comrade Zhou Jiao's opinion be sought before handling the case. We're here today to hear Comrade Zhou Jiao's requests and suggestions, and to see if she wants to retrieve her belongings from the township compound. Lin Xinxing sneered and said, "No need to investigate the amount of money involved any further. Over the years, besides the parcels, the monthly support payments we agreed on were also a significant sum. How much of that was actually spent on Zhou Jiao? We don't care about the money or the goods. There's a lot you don't know. That child, Zhao Jiao, always insisted that family scandals shouldn't be aired in public. But I want to ask Zhou Jiao, why does he keep forcing our Zhao Jiao to state her position? What right does he have to go to the township office and demand her opinion? He found every excuse to stop me from taking Zhao Jiao back, promising me she was the only child of the second wife and he couldn't bear to let her go. But how could he stand by and watch the main branch of the family abuse my Zhao Jiao? He claimed she got along well with her siblings, but she was bullied and insulted at home. He watched as his eldest daughter-in-law schemed to marry Zhao Jiao off to the Huang family. Why didn't he stop it? That old man even wrote to me last year, lying that after Zhao Jiao graduated from junior high this year, he'd ask her opinion and send her back to Beijing. But she already graduated last summer. No wonder the old bastard is hiding from me. Luckily, Zhao Jiao had Zhang Guoqing, who grew up with her, to rely on. Otherwise, if his daughter-in-law's scheme had succeeded, I'd have shot them myself. Seeing old Master Lin getting more and more agitated, Zhang Guoqing hurriedly handed him some tea to calm him down. After drinking, it wouldn't do to get worked up. "Xiao Wu, don't fuss, Grandpa's fine. As for you comrades, there's no need to discuss this with Zhou Jiao anymore. She hasn't even had a proper confinement after childbirth this month, and with her soft temperament, if Zhou Shue hadn't brought a crowd to the door to curse her out, she would have just endured it again. She always says her grandmother raised her and it wasn't easy. Besides me, she really has no one else. She has classmates and girlfriends, but all these years, she's never mentioned any of this." Zhao Dashan added, "I've never heard anything from my daughter Yuan either. If she knew, she would have said something long ago. Zhao Jiao just endured it for her grandmother's sake. Every time I saw her, she was quiet and steady, never talked much. As for this case, Xiao Wu, you tell the uncles what you think. As for old Zhou, just let him come to me. Tell him I said so. He can recall all those letters he wrote over the years before asking Zhao Jiao's opinion. Otherwise, I'll have someone deliver the letters to him and see if he still has the face to live in this world." Old Master Lin made the decision directly. Zhang Guoqing blinked at Old Master Lin and mouthed, "Dad." Old Master Lin understood he was considering his father-in-law's feelings and nodded slightly. After thinking for a moment, Zhang Guoqing smiled and scratched his head. "Uncles, you've all been dragged into this mess and troubled by it. As the younger generation, we'll absolutely follow your lead and handle things as you see fit. I just have a few small suggestions. First, deal with the village cadres as you see fit, but as for the post office, let's leave it. Those staff were just following procedures. Second, could you please handle the confiscated items in the township compound and donate them to the local elderly who have no family? We won't get involved, and Zhao Jiao and I won't be reclaiming those things. Finally, as for the main branch of the Zhou family, please keep her uncle and aunt detained for now. As for the property and money they received, please don't touch it yet. At the end of this month, Someone will accompany me to discuss with you how to handle the Zhou family's main branch. I can't say who this person is for now, but you'll find out soon enough. Li Aigua and the others all nodded. For now, this was the best they could do. Although they didn't know who that person was, it was fine to keep the detainees for now. After a month, things would have calmed down. After mulling it over, Zhao Dashan glanced up at Zhang Guoqing in surprise, then exchanged a look with Zhou Lin. Both instantly understood who was being referred to. But since Zhang Guoqing hadn't said it outright, the two simply glanced at the other three and kept quiet. Old Master Lin noticed the expressions on everyone's faces and didn't react. It didn't matter if they knew now, but he didn't want to say it out loud. He'd wait until Zhou Xiaozheng returned and see how he wanted to handle things. He understood what Xiao Wu meant. Since the issue had already blown up, the couple from the main branch would be detained, and when Zhou Xiaozheng came back, he'd have the final say in how to discuss things with old man Zhou. Sigh, these two kids really had it tough. Lin Xinxing raised his teacup, signaling everyone to drink, and said cheerfully, "Respect the elderly in your own family and extend that respect to others. Love your own children and extend that love to others' children." Our Xiao Wu did a great job. All those things will be donated to the elderly for the new year, so they'll have a bit more to eat. Village Party Secretary Zhang Jifeng patted Zhang Guoqing on the shoulder. On behalf of the elderly in the village, thank you, you young couple. Xiao Wu, this is a great idea, but as someone who's watched you grow up, I see you as my own child. My advice is, donate everything you can, but if there's anything your family really needs, take it back. You two still have to live your lives. Things don't come free, save where you can. Li Aigua smiled and shook his head firmly. Let's wait until the case is closed and the inventory is sorted. Zhou Jiao will have to sign off on it, so we'll talk then. Let's take things one step at a time. This kid's got a lot going for him, but he's just too carefree. You don't know, old Zhao saw how strong he is and wanted him to join the army to serve the country. But he said there are other ways to serve besides being a soldier. We all know he can't bear to leave his little wife. Now that they have a child, have you decided what you want to do? Zhou Lin asked old Master Lin. Last time, an old friend had mentioned wanting to reserve a spot for him. Old Master Lin chuckled and shook his head, wagging his finger at Zhang Guoqing. No rush, let's wait until after the new year. I'll be going to a military district meeting soon, and I'll take him along to meet some old friends. Let them see for themselves, my granddaughter's husband isn't just talk. If he still doesn't want to join the army or go to the capital, I won't interfere. I'll hand him over to Zhao Dashan instead, let him keep an eye on him. The Armed Forces Department is still connected to the military, after all. Zhao Dashan burst out laughing and nodded. Great. Let him join the Armed Forces Department. I'll keep an eye on him. You have no idea how much trouble he's given me. If I can watch him right under my nose, let's see what he does then. You all don't know, right before we left, his grandmother told me repeatedly not to drag the whole family into the army, to at least leave her with Zhou Jiao and her husband for company. Let them do whatever they want. What could I say? She's right, Jiao has been away from home for so many years, suffered so much. Bringing her back to the capital to keep her company is good too. But when I told their parents about bringing them back to the capital, the young couple refused. They said they could visit her grandmother in the capital, but if they moved back, we'd all be so busy we'd barely see each other. It's better to stay here for now, take good care of old Zhang and his wife, raise the child, gain some work experience, and maybe try for college before moving to the capital. Zhou Lin sighed. Good kids, all of them. Old Zhang, you're blessed. This works too. Spend some time in the capital when you can, then come back to look after the old folks. That way, both families don't have to worry. Li Aigua teased Zhang Guoqing with a laugh. Xiao Wu, it's not that you can't bear to leave your parents, it's that you can't stand to be separated from your partners in crime, right? Zhang Guoqing grinned. That's right, I can't bear to leave. Life here is great. If I went to the capital, I'd be out of my element, no hunting, no dropping by your homes for a drink or a meal. Aunt Cheng's braised fish is the best. And I still have to drink that bottle of 1950 vintage hidden at Uncle's place. Zhao Dashan clapped Zhou Lin on the shoulder and laughed. You're done for, your wine won't stay hidden much longer. You know why the chef at the county restaurant always says he's lucky Zhang Guoqing isn't around when he drinks? Because every time Xiaowu shows up, he wants a share. But the chef really likes this kid. If he doesn't see him for a few days, he starts to miss him. The other day, he went into the mountains and brought back a few jars of wine just to save for him. I bet the wine we're drinking today is one of those. Zhou Lin rolled his eyes. I knew he was eyeing it. Last time, he pitifully claimed his father never tasted 1950 vintage. My wife almost fell for it and was about to give him some, but his second sister asked a question and saved the day. Everyone burst out laughing. Zhang Guoqing hurriedly promised, "Uncles, let's not talk about this anymore. You're exposing all my secrets. Give me a break, my grandpa and mother-in-law are still here. How about this? I'll give each of you a bottle of my grandpa's good wine." That's too little. First, tell us how much you have. We'll split it half and half. Didn't you always say that's fair with a chef? Exactly. Everyone knows you're the slyest. One bottle each isn't enough, make it two. That's wine we never get to drink. You just want to keep it all for yourself. Come on, bring it all out. Everyone started talking at once, gesturing excitedly. Zhang Guoqing put on a regretful face and slapped his thigh. Oh man, I'm too honest for my own good. If I'd known, I wouldn't have said anything. Now you've cleaned me out. I really don't have much, just 10 bottles. We already opened 3, so there are only 7 left. How's that for generosity? Everyone nodded in satisfaction and gave him a thumbs up. Zhang Guoqing stood up and clapped his hands. Wait here and chat with my grandpa. I'll be right back. He left the main room, thinking over if there was anything he'd missed. Back in the bedroom, he told Zhou Jiao the general outcome of the incident. After discussing it, they agreed there were no issues, but the final decision would have to wait until Zhou Xiaozheng returned. Jiao, Grandpa brought 10 bottles of wine. I'll take 5 out for the 5 uncles. It's a respectable gift, no problem there. Grandpa Zhou kept going to the township office asking them to check with you, so they came. Isn't he funny? Why not just come here himself? Maybe he knew the Lin family was visiting and didn't dare? Haha, I think it's amusing. Zhou Jiao pounded the quilt in frustration. He's got some nerve. If everything Grandpa and Mom said is true, he'd have no face left. How could he still show up? I just feel bad for Grandma. I can't even visit her, I don't know how she's doing. Zhang Guoqing went over and picked her up, settling her on his lap. Don't be upset. Everything's going according to plan. I told them the Zhou couple would be detained for now, and the Zhou family's property and money will be dealt with at the end of the month. Someone will come with me to handle it. I didn't say who, but I bet Zhou Lin and Zhao Dashan have guessed. No one said anything. Here's what I think. Detaining that couple keeps things simple for us. They won't come bothering us, especially that woman. And it gives your dad leverage to negotiate with old man Zhou. Otherwise, it'd be endless trouble. Grandpa agrees. If you feel bad for your dad, I can handle it myself later without involving him. For now, let's just keep them locked up. They want to see what you'll say, but Grandpa says you're too soft-hearted, so there's no need to ask you. Someone will come back and handle it eventually. Don't be upset. If Grandma comes tomorrow, I'll figure something out. Be good, just focus on your recovery. All right, let me down. Go deliver the wine so they can head home early. I'm fine, don't worry. Zhang Guoqing took a small box, packed 5 bottles of wine, and brought it to the main room. After he set it down, Lin Aigua and the others saw that everything was settled and, as it was getting late, all got up to say their goodbyes. In the main hall, Father Zhang watched as Zhang Guoqing had already seen their guests out the door. Seeing his wife come in, he said, "Wife, tidy up the house a bit and let the old man get some rest. He's been busy all day and hasn't had a proper lie down. Also, make sure the other rooms are in order." Mother Zhang replied cheerfully, "Don't worry, everything's all set. Sister, these 2 rooms in the main hall are prepared for you and the old man. The quilts are all newly made from when Jiao got married. You and the old man can rest for a while, and when you're refreshed, you can chat with Jiao. Tonight, just have a good rest. Tomorrow, Xiaowu won't be home, so we'll keep Jiao company. You can help arrange things for the old man. I've also tidied up 2 rooms in the east wing for the young men. There's plenty of space for them." Hearing this, Lin Lishan stood up and followed Mother Zhang to the rooms. Elder sister, I'm really troubling you. Is the kitchen cleaned up? Do you need my help? Just let the old man have this room, I'll sleep in the inner one. As for those young lads, let them sort themselves out. No need, it's all taken care of. I didn't even have to help, they did it themselves. You've come such a long way and haven't had a break yet. Do you want to rest first? No need. Life in the army is much tougher than this, always moving with the unit. The conditions there can't compare. I'd rather chat with Zhao. My daughter is so sweet, just talking to her makes me happy. We're all family, so there's no need to stand on ceremony. You go ahead and do your thing. With that, Lin Lishan walked over to her father. Dad, do you want to lie down and rest for a bit? Elder sister has already tidied up the room for you, it's that one. No, I'll chat with old Zhang for a while longer. Later, I'll let Zhao come in, and you can go keep Zhao company. Lin Lishan nodded, greeted the others, and headed to the west wing. Inside, she found several children gathered around Zhao and her son, chatting animatedly. What are you all talking about? So lively. Little Ping'an isn't asleep yet. Zhou Jiao looked up happily. Mom, you're here. I thought you'd be chatting with Grandpa. I haven't had a good talk with him yet, and I can't go out. Has Grandpa been drinking? Did he drink a lot? Who's with him now? Lin Lishan laughed, slow down. Your grandpa is chatting with your father-in-law. I told him to rest, but he wanted to talk first and let me keep you company. He hasn't drunk much, Xiaowu's been watching him closely. My meow piped up excitedly, Grandma, my little uncle just took a big bag of lamb bones to the kitchen to make soup. There's so much meat. Grandma, you should stay here with us from now on. Then we'll always have white rice and meat to eat. Sure too grinned at her, sis, my little uncle said if we behave, we can have soup and meat. But what if I'm already full? Shizi chimed in, don't worry, after you go to the outhouse, you'll be hungry again. Besides, the soup will take a long time to cook. By the time Ping'an falls asleep, it'll be ready. Big brother, you're the smartest. Do you know if the barbecue uncle mentioned is tasty? Is it like when we roast sweet potatoes or corn? I don't like roasted sweet potatoes. If Uncle grills meat, that'd be the best. I love meat the most. Xiaozhu looked at Xiaoyu, then decided to ask his big brother. Shizi frowned, thinking, and then asked Zhou Jiao, Auntie, is barbecue just grilling food over a fire? Can you grill anything? Zhou Jiao and her mother burst out laughing. Zhou Jiao nodded, Shizi, you're so clever. Yes, barbecue is grilling food over a fire. You can grill anything, as long as you cut it into pieces and skewer it. But you kids can't do it yourselves, it's too dangerous. Maisui looked at everyone. Auntie, can Ping'an eat barbecue? Poor thing. I'll save some for him. Good idea. When Ping'an is a bit older, as big as you, he can have some. Maisui, you're such a good big sister. Sure too looked at Lin Lishan, then at Zhou Jiao, then at little Ping'an, full of envy. I like Ping'an the most. He has a beautiful grandma. My grandma isn't pretty at all, she's old like my other grandma. Ping'an also has good-looking parents and so much delicious food. Lin Lishan and her daughter laughed. Well, if you want something to eat, just ask Andy. She has things Ping'an can't eat yet. Sure too jumped up with joy. Yay! I get to eat something. I still have 5 candies in my pocket, but I don't want to eat them now. I'll take them home for my dad. Xiaoyu patted his pocket. I want to give my grandpa and grandma some. They gave me all their candy. Big brother, you give some to grandpa and grandma. Second brother, you give some to our parents. I won't eat mine, I'll give them to you. Lin Lishan watched the happy children, got up, opened a drawer, and grabbed a big handful of candy. There's more. You can have some, but only 2 pieces a day to protect your teeth. Open your pockets, Grandma will hand out candy. 10 pieces each, but you can't eat them before bed. Have them tomorrow morning, and when you finish, come to Grandma for more. If I run out, I'll buy more. My meal looked at big brother Shizi, and the other kids looked at him too. Shizi said, let's thank Grandma this time, but we can't ask for more next time. If you still have candy in your pockets, you can't ask for more, wait until you finish them. Don't waste them. Grandma says candy coupons are hard to get. When Uncle got married, he only got 2 jean of candy coupons, and it was a real headache. Big brother agreed. Thank you, Grandma. Next time, don't buy more. Grandma says candy coupons are really hard to get. Big brother, how much is 2 jean of candy? Is it a lot? Show us. I'll save mine for Grandma so she won't worry anymore. Yeah, I've decided. Every time I want to eat candy, I'll just take a tiny bite and save the rest. If I have too much, I'll give it to Grandma. Shizi thought for a moment. 1 jean of hard candy is about 80 pieces. Milk candy is heavier, so only 50 pieces per jean. The ones we're eating are hard candy. 1 jean is 80 pieces. Grandma gave us 10 each, and there are 6 of us, so that's 60 pieces. 80 minus 60 is 20, so if Grandma gives us 20 more, that's a whole jean of candy coupons. Wow, big brother, you're amazing. How do you know there are 80 pieces in a jean? Zhao looked at him with stars in his eyes. Shizi rolled his eyes. Big uncle said so last time, but you didn't remember. Grandma asked him why he bought more candy when we already had some at home. Big uncle said there wasn't much. 1 jean of hard candy is only 80 pieces. Milk candy is heavier and only 50 pieces. If everyone grabs a handful, it's gone. Isn't that right? Uncle said we should remember these things. Zhao thought for a moment and shook his head. I wasn't paying attention, I was playing with Xiaoyu. Big brother, you're as smart as big uncle. Shizi smiled at Zhao. That's not being smart. Big uncle isn't smart, he always forgets things. Grandma always calls him pig-headed. Big uncle works at the supply store and sells things every day, so he knows. The really smart one in our family is little uncle. He can buy meat without coupons, no one else can, but he can. If Grandma doesn't have coupons, she asks little uncle, and he goes to the city to find his classmates and brings meat back. You all need to be smart, too. If outsiders ask, don't tell them we have white rice, meat, or candy at home. If you do, that's just being foolish. We're not foolish. Grandma says I'm really smart. When Goden asks me for candy, I always say I don't have any. I don't take candy with me when I go out. I'm smart too. At New Year, when I went to Grandpa's house, he asked what we ate at home. I told him we had nothing left, just wild vegetable buns and veggie porridge. When Dad came home, he praised me for being clever. Grandpa always asks Mom for grain, but I know what's going on. Zhou Jiao and her mother listened to the children's chatter with great interest. Zhou Jiao shifted Ping'an further inside and moved herself as well, tugging at her mother's sleeve. Mom, take off your shoes and come up here. It's more comfortable if you lean back here. I can lean on you too. Lin Lishan took off her shoes and settled onto the kang. It is more comfortable. I'm just afraid I'll fall asleep. I wanted to wait until everyone's gone to talk to your grandpa. He wants to take advantage of the meeting to check out the military district. If your father goes there, we need to figure out the best arrangement. If things are chaotic, we'll need to come up with a plan. What do you think? If Dad is transferred to the Northeast, will you transfer too? Is it easy to arrange work for you? You've been at your old job for so many years and you're used to it. Have you thought about what it would be like here? Lin Lishan sighed. I don't know. I just want to be with your father and closer to you. I haven't really thought about work. If your father stays in Beijing, then there's no need for any transfers. But your grandpa says things are complicated in Beijing, and he's not sure if your dad can adapt. There are downsides to coming back to the Northeast too. It's too close to your grandparents. It's only 4 or 5 hours to the military district and just over 2 hours by car. I never thought about these issues before. I was just happy our family could finally be together. Now that things have calmed down, more problems have come up. I don't know how your dad will handle it. What do you think he'll do? Zhou Jiao thought for a moment. I've never met Dad, so I don't know him well. But if I were him, I'd use the fact that Uncle and his wife are in custody to push for splitting the family. I'd leave with nothing, just clean break. I'd give them a pension every month. They still have their salaries, so life wouldn't be a problem, but we wouldn't live together. If you guys move to the Northeast, I think Grandpa will definitely want to follow you. In Beijing, he wouldn't dare because he's afraid of Grandpa on Mom's side. That's the downside of being in the Northeast. If you two are coming here just for me, there's really no need. I'll probably only stay in the Northeast for 3 years at most. My goal is Beijing. Going to college is my dream, and with a good degree, it'll be easier to find work. Lin Lishan looked at Zhou Jiao and thought for a moment. Are you sure your grandpa would want to follow us? With the way things are, how would he live with us? Let me break it down for you. If uncle and his wife don't come back, then your parents don't have a son by their side. Dad hasn't taken care of them for over 10 years, so it's not unreasonable to bring them to live with you, right? If he comes to your place, would you mistreat them? Of course not, you're not that kind of person. In the new military district, he's Dad's father, so he'd have a lot of authority. He'd definitely find a way to come. Another scenario is if uncle is still in custody when Dad comes back and the family splits. Then grandpa and grandma would have to support them, and grandpa would still want to follow you. Even if you don't accept, he could say he's sick and needs care, and you'd have to take care of him. Oh, you're soldiers and don't have time? No problem, he'd get the military hospital to take care of him, bringing along his son and daughter-in-law. Isn't that the same thing? You just don't know him well. Unless Dad isn't his biological son, he's like sticky candy, you can't shake him off. Sigh, I really don't know what Dad will do or how he'll handle it. Lin Lishan laughed. Heh, Jiao, the way you put it, it really does sound like that. I thought just giving him money would be enough. If he needs to see a doctor, just give him money. I didn't realize it could be so complicated. Let your dad handle it, he'll know what to do. Mom, let me analyze Grandpa for you. As for that couple, there's no need, he's just like Grandpa, and she's shameless. If you threw her 1,000 yuan and told her to strip in the street, she'd do it. It's beneath me to even talk about her. As for Grandpa, he's not smart, but thinks he's the only wise person in the world. When there's something to gain, he's quicker than anyone, but he puts on a serious face and thinks no one knows what he's up to, when in fact, everyone just can't be bothered to call him out. He cares way too much about money. For example, the money you sent over is probably all in his hands. If Huang Zhaodi took anything, it's because he wouldn't give her a cent. The two of them know exactly what's going on. So when Huang Zhaodi made trouble for me, he didn't want to get involved. As long as his own interests were protected, he didn't care. He's also obsessed with saving face, always going on about being from a scholarly family and following rules. The funny thing is, the Zhou family is the least rule-abiding of all. He really likes uncle, thinks he can rely on him in his old age, but deep down he knows he can't. In the end, he only cares about himself, so he clings to money. Once the pretense is gone, he's just another Huang Zhaodi, an old scoundrel, and that's what's so annoying. So, to sum up, you should keep this in mind. He's selfish, self-important, self-deceiving, short-sighted, and has a dark heart. Don't listen to Dad sugarcoat him. Unless Dad's really clueless, he should know exactly what kind of person Grandpa is. I'm just worried about you. You've never lived in the countryside, so you don't know how people there will fight over a few cents. I've already thought it through. When Dad talks about splitting the family, Grandpa will definitely want to take Grandma's courtyard house back. Luckily, you're smart and have that bill of sale. When it's time to split the family, make sure you bring it. Mom, don't laugh. I'm just worried about you. If it were just me, I wouldn't be afraid of him at all. Lin Lishan laughed. It's fine, don't worry. Your dad already said when we got married that he wouldn't support his parents in old age, just give them money. Sai, let's talk about it when Dad gets here. I'll have a good talk with him. I just hope he doesn't get muddle-headed. By the way, Mom, do you have any definite news about when he'll be back? Xiaowu said it should be by the end of the month. I'm worried he'll be right for once. Can't Dad come back a little sooner? No news yet. Your aunt is waiting too. Half a year ago, they said it would be soon, but this time it really is. It's already October 15th, so the end of the month isn't far off. Let's trust Xiaowu. Lin Lishan comforted her, though she was anxious herself, but there was nothing she could do. Are you going back to Beijing to pick him up? Isn't it a hassle going back and forth? Why not just stay here with me and wait for him? It takes days just to travel. I want to see your dad as soon as possible, and I need to discuss work with him first. I can't wait until he comes back and then start sorting out work. I also need to see your uncle. Mom, how about I go with you to pick up Dad once I've finished my month of confinement? Look at the women in the countryside. They're back working in the fields right after giving birth. I'll wrap up warm. No way. If you get hurt, that's it. Besides, Ping'an will only be a month old. Are you comfortable letting him go out? Don't even think about it. As soon as your dad comes back, we'll rush over here. Zhou Jiao looked at her mother with mock resentment. All right, I get it. I just miss Dad so much. I'll stay home and be good. You two take care of things before coming back. Don't rush. Make sure everything's settled and come back safely. By the way, Mom, how long are you planning to stay here? Xiaowu said you brought enough food to feed my mother-in-law's family for a year. It's not that much, just 50 jin of rice, 50 jin of flour, and some other things. I'll stay until Xiaowu comes back from seeing your grandpa, then I'll go. That's 5 days. I'll leave on the 20th, just in time for the end of the month. I've told your aunt to send me a telegram as soon as she gets the notice. The telegram will be addressed to Zhang Guoqing in Zhangjia village. In these 5 days, I'll help you get whatever you're missing. No need to worry about clothes. I'll have someone make them and bring them next time. After mulling things over, Zhao Dashan looked up at Zhang Guoqing in surprise, then exchanged a glance with Zhou Lin. Both of them understood who was being referred to, but since it wasn't said outright, they just glanced at the other three and kept quiet. Old Master Lin observed everyone's expressions and saw there was no reaction. At this point, even if they knew, it didn't matter. He didn't want to say anything more for now. He'd wait until Zhou Xiaozheng came back and see how he wanted to handle things. He understood what Xiaowu meant. Now that the matter had blown up, the couple from the main branch would be detained, and when Zhou Xiaozheng returned, he'd have the power to negotiate with old Zhou however he liked. Sigh, these two kids really have it tough. Lin Xinxing picked up his teacup, gesturing for everyone to drink, and said cheerfully, respect the elderly in your own family and extend that respect to the elderly in others. Care for your own children and care for others' children as well. Our Xiaowu did a great job. All those things should be donated to the elderly for the new year so they can have a better meal. Village Party Secretary Zhang Jifeng patted Zhang Guoqing on the shoulder. On behalf of the elderly in the village, thank you both. Xiaowu, your idea is great, but as someone who's watched you grow up, I see you as my own child. My advice is, donate everything, but if there's anything your family really needs, keep it. You two still have to live your lives. Buying things costs money, so save where you can. Liagua smiled and shook his head firmly. Let's wait until the case is closed and the inventory is cleared. Zhou Jiao will need to sign off on it, so we'll talk then. Let's take things one step at a time. This kid is great in every way, except he's a bit too carefree. You don't know, old Zhou here saw how strong he is and wanted him to join the army to serve the country. But he said there are other ways to serve besides being a soldier. We all know he can't bear to leave his wife. Now that they have a child, have you decided what you want to do? Zhou Lin said to old Master Lin. Last time, an old friend had mentioned giving him a spot. Old Master Lin smiled and shook his head, gesturing at Zhang Guoqing. No rush, let's wait until after the new year. I'll be going to a military district meeting in a few days, so I'll take him along to meet some old friends, let them see for themselves. My son-in-law isn't just talk. If he still doesn't want to join the army or go to the capital, I won't interfere anymore. I'll hand him over to Zhao Dashan, let you keep an eye on him. The Armed Forces Department is still connected to the military, after all. Zhao Dashan laughed heartily and nodded. Great, let him join the Armed Forces Department. I'll keep an eye on him. You have no idea how helpless I feel with him. He's right under my nose, and I still can't do anything about him. You don't know, before I left, his grandma repeatedly told me not to drag the whole family into the army, to at least leave her Zhou Jiao and her husband for company, so they can do as they please. What could I say? She's right, Jiao's been away for so long, suffered so much, so bringing her back to the capital to keep her company makes sense. But when I told his mother we'd bring them back to the capital, the young couple refused to go. They said they could visit her grandma, but if they moved back, we'd all be so busy we'd barely see each other. It's better to stay here for now, take good care of old Zhang and his wife, raise the child, work and gain experience, and maybe try for university before heading to the capital. Zhou Lin sighed. Good kids, old Zhang, you're lucky. That works too. Spend some time in the capital when you can, then come back and look after the old folks. That way, both families don't have to worry. Liagua teased Zhang Guoqing, Xiao Wu. It's not that you can't bear to leave your parents. You just can't bear to split up your trio and lose your partners in mischief, right? Zhang Guoqing grinned. That's right, I can't bear to leave. Life here is great. I'm afraid I wouldn't get used to the capital, can't go hunting, can't drop by your houses for a drink or a meal. Aunt Chang's braised fish is the best. And I still have to drink that bottle of 1950 wine Uncle's was been hiding. Zhao Dashan clapped Suolin on the shoulder, laughing gleefully. You're done for, your wine won't stay hidden. You know why the chef at the county restaurant always says he's glad Zhang Guoqing didn't see the wine? Because if Xiao Wu sees it, he'll want to share. But the chef really likes this kid. If he doesn't see him for a few days, he misses him. The other day, he even brought back a few jars of wine from the mountains just to save for him. I bet the wine we're drinking today is one of those. Suolin said, exasperated. I knew he had his eye on it. Last time, he pitifully claimed his dad had never tasted a 1950 vintage. My wife almost believed him and was about to give him some, but his second sister asked a question and saved the day. Everyone burst out laughing. Zhang Guoqing quickly promised, Uncles, don't say any more. You're exposing all my secrets. My grandpa and mother-in-law are still here. How about this? Everyone gets a bottle of my grandpa's good wine. That's too little. First, tell us how much you have. We'll split it half and half, just like you always bargain with the chef. Exactly. Everyone knows you're the slyest. 1 bottle each isn't enough. 2 bottles each. That's wine we never get to drink. You want to keep it all for yourself? Bring it all out. Everyone started talking at once, gesturing enthusiastically. Zhang Guoqing pretended to regret it, slapping his thigh. Oh man, you see how honest I am? Would I lie to you? If I'd known, I wouldn't have said anything. Now I'm out of luck. Every time I see you uncles, I get so happy I end up giving away all my stash. There really isn't much, just 10 bottles. We've already opened 3, so there are only 7 left. Is that enough? Everyone nodded happily and gave him a thumbs up. Zhang Guoqing stood up, clapped his hands, and said, Wait here, keep my grandpa company. I'll be right back. He left the main room, thinking as he walked if there was anything he'd forgotten. Back in the bedroom, he told Zhou Jiao the general outcome of the incident. After discussing, they agreed there were no problems, but the final decision would have to wait for Zhou Xiaojing's return. Jiao, I'll bring out 5 bottles of Grandpa's wine to give to the 5 uncles. I think it's a decent gift. Grandpa Zhou has been pestering the township office to get your opinion, so now they've come to you. Isn't it funny? He'd rather go there than come here. Maybe he's afraid of the Lin family? I think it's hilarious. Zhou Jiao pounded the quilt in frustration. How shameless is he? If everything Grandpa and Mom said is true, he's lost all face. How could he dare show up? I just feel sorry for Grandma. I can't even visit her and I don't know how she's doing. Zhang Guoqing picked her up and sat her on his lap. Don't be upset. Everything is going as planned. I told them the Zhou couple would be detained for now, and the Zhou family's belongings and money will be handled at the end of the month when someone comes with me to deal with it. I didn't say who, but I think Suolin and Zhao Dashan have guessed. No one said anything. My thinking is, detaining the couple saves us a lot of trouble. They won't come bothering us, especially that woman. And it gives your dad leverage to negotiate with old Zhou. Otherwise, it'd be endless drama. Grandpa agrees. If you feel bad for your dad, I can handle it myself later without involving him. Let's just keep them locked up for now. They want to see what you'll say, but Grandpa says you're too soft-hearted, so there's no need to ask you. Someone will come back and take care of it. Don't be upset. Let's see if Grandma comes tomorrow. If she does, I'll figure something out. Don't worry, just focus on your recovery. All right, put me down and go deliver the wine so they can head home early. I'm fine, don't worry. Zhang Guoqing took a small box, packed 5 bottles of wine, and brought it to the main room. After he set it down, Lineage and the others, seeing that everything was settled and it was getting late, all got up to say their goodbyes. Zhang Guoqing rushed into the kitchen, where his 2 sisters-in-law were still busy. Big sis, second sis, This mutton soup has been simmering for 4 hours. It should be ready to drink, right? Wait a moment. I'll ladle some into a small pot and add some red dates to stew together. That's good for nourishing the blood. Remember to drink some of the red date mutton soup later. Big sis glanced at him tidying up. Why don't you leave it to me? This is for Zhao Jiao, isn't it? Just use the ladle directly. Good thing we haven't added the green onions and other seasonings to the big pot yet. No need, I'm strong, I'll be much faster. Sis, why don't you ask Mom if we should bring the mutton soup over for everyone to drink before bed? Shizi and the others are still awake. If they eat their fill, they'll sleep better. Big sis shook her head. No need, we can bring it up now. The two of us can carry the big tray and the buns. With that, the two sisters-in-law stood up, tidied things, and carried the food to the main room. Zhang Guoqing saw the red dates in the small pot hadn't softened yet, so he found 2 eggs, washed them, and put them in to boil as well. Glancing around to make sure no one was watching, he picked out some good pieces of meat from the big pot and put them into the small pot. Then he ladled himself a bowl from the big pot, grabbed 2 buns, and sat down to eat. As soon as Shizi and the others came in, they saw him eating. Uncle, we haven't eaten yet. Can you get some for us too? I want a bun. Uncle, can I talk to you about something? Zhang Guoqing had them all sit around the small kitchen table, served up 6 bowls and 6 buns. Be careful, it's hot. 1 bun each for now. When you finish, Uncle will get you more. Shizi, what's up? If it's too hard, don't make things difficult for your uncle. Go ahead, little man. Shizi grinned at him. It's hard for others, but not for you, Uncle. It's just a word from you. Zhang Guoqing ruffled his hair. You little rascal, up to no good, huh? Let me guess, it's not about food, and you don't want me to bring you anything. Is it because you saw your uncle can go to the provincial capital and you want to tag along? No way, absolutely not. Uncle has business to do. Next time, when we go shopping in the provincial capital, I'll take you. But not this time. Shizi rolled his eyes at him, then looked at the younger kids staring at them. Don't look at me like that. Uncle has business, so none of us can go. Besides, the provincial capital is too far. If you get lost, you won't find your way home. When you're 10, you can go. Now eat up and go to bed early. There'll be lots of guests tomorrow, it'll be lively. Zhang Guoqing chuckled, watching this kid use the wait till you're 10 trick. The younger ones were still too easy to fool. Even at 7, he himself had stopped falling for that at 5. Shizi watched his uncle's face and spoke slowly. Uncle, are you really okay with Grandma driving alone? I think Aunt is pretty worried. This won't do. My uncle always says, if you want your mother-in-law to feel at ease, you have to reassure her. Then your wife will be happy. Zhang Guoqing happened to be drinking soup and almost choked from surprise. You little rascal, you've got some lines, huh? What else has your uncle taught you? Shizi looked at his uncle, a bit worried. Are you okay, Uncle? You should be more careful. I just think your mother-in-law is so young, about the same age as my mom, and really pretty. When Grandma goes out, someone should protect her, not too old, not too young. Oh my, you little smooth talker, where did you learn that? Careful or your mom will give you a beating. Zhang Guoqing couldn't take it. He couldn't even drink his soup. All right, finish up and tomorrow morning go see your grandma and your very young grandma. See what they say. Xiaoyu, why are you staring at your brother? Eat up and go to bed early. After finally finishing his soup and bun, he hurried to check the small pot, took out the 2 eggs, and soaked them in cold water. Are you all done? Go to the main room and find your moms. Shizi, you lead the way. Got it, we're going now. Zhang Guoqing peeled the eggs, put them in a big bowl, poured in mutton soup and meat, covered it with a bowl, and left the rest for his 2 sisters-in-law. He hurried to the bedroom. Zhao Jiao, our son's asleep. Be careful, it's hot. Let me tell you something, Shizi said. Zhang Guoqing cleared his throat. Uncle, are you really okay with Grandma driving alone? I think Aunt is pretty worried. This won't do. My uncle always says, if you want your mother-in-law to feel at ease, you have to reassure her. Then your wife will be happy. I think your mother-in-law is so young, about the same age as my mom, and really pretty. When Grandma goes out, someone should protect her, not too old, not too young. I laughed so hard I choked. Zhou Jiao covered her mouth to keep from waking the baby, giggling. He just wants to go to the provincial capital with Mom. That kid's a real little rascal. I just don't know if Mom will agree. I think she'd be happy to take him. Go check the main room and bring the new towels we bought yesterday for Mom and the others. Also, check if there are chamber pots in the rooms after all that soup. It'll be a pain if someone needs the toilet at night. And see who's sleeping with Grandpa Lin and how everyone else is arranged. I'll eat this myself, you go check and get some rest. I'm exhausted. Zhang Guoqing looked at her. She really didn't look well. You're looking pale. Drink up and get some sleep. Don't wait for me. I'll come back after they're all settled. You must have overdone it when you went out at noon. Zhou Jiao suddenly remembered something. Oh, right, I almost forgot. The stuff in the small sitting room, like I said, wait till they're back in their rooms, then take it over. Don't bring it to the main room. If you wait too long, no one will get any sleep. Zhang Guoqing looked at his son, his little face rosy and sleeping soundly. I'll do as you say. When you're done, just put the dishes on the floor, I'll clean up. Don't blow out the oil lamp, the baby will need milk at night. I'll go take care of those things now. Get some rest. He grabbed the new towels and wash basin and headed out. The main room was empty, so he went straight to Grandpa Lin's room and checked that the chamber pots were all there. Grandpa, Mom, here are towels and a wash basin. Jiao was worried you didn't bring towels for washing up. Is Brother Zhou and Xiaofei sleeping here with you tonight? Won't 3 people be crowded? Little Zhou took the wash basin and put a towel in with hot water. No, this kong is big enough for 5. The other 2 rooms only have 3 people each. If it were crowded, I'd have gone there. We all brought towels, so you don't need to check. Xiaofei nodded. We brought our own toiletries. Tomorrow morning, get up early and come hunting with us. Go to bed early. Your mother-in-law doesn't need anything, just go rest. Grandpa Lin finished washing his face. Tell Jiao not to worry, I'm going to sleep. You should get some rest too, the baby will wake up in the night. Go on, don't worry. Tell Jiao, Grandpa's got me here, and your mom's all set. Zhang Guoqing checked the other rooms, each had a chamber pot, and Grandpa's kong was warm, so the other rooms should be too. He nodded in relief. All right, I'll go. You all get some rest. He peeked into the main room. His dad was already lying down and the lights were off, so he didn't go in. His mom was probably still in the kitchen. He'd seen a pile of trash there earlier. The 3 women in the family had been busy all night. Mom, are you and my sisters-in-law still cleaning up? Anything I can help with? The small pot is for you, with red dates added. His mother looked around. The cleaning was almost done. No need, it's all done. Tomorrow we just need to make some plain porridge, and there are still lots of buns left. The men drank more than they ate. Your sisters-in-law need to sleep too. The small pot is for them and Jiao in the morning. They're too full now. Go on, go to bed. Seeing they were heading to their rooms, Zhang Guoqing hurried to the small sitting room, grabbed the pile of things, and delivered them one by one. He didn't care about waiting, he just wanted to get it done and rest. He was exhausted. In the east wing, Zhang Guofu tucked the children into bed, covered them with quilts, and lay down himself. Huang Cuilan looked at the pile of things, sorted them as needed, and put them into a trunk. So many things, the kid's father. We won't need to buy any fabric for New Year's clothes this year. I saw little brother wearing one of those army coats. Looked so warm. I'd been wanting to ask him to bring one for you, and now you've got one. You won't be cold this winter. Look at all the stuff. Later, when you go to the village, see if anyone has mushrooms or other local specialties. Buy some as a return gift for Xiaowu's mother-in-law. Zhang Guofu nodded and urged her to get into bed. I know. Besides mushrooms, that dried wild pheasant and rabbit meat is rare in the city. I'll go check it out. This family seems honest. Her grandpa and our dad really hit it off. Go to sleep. We've been busy all day and have to get up early tomorrow. The good liquor and cigarettes Xiaowu gave us, give them all to your dad. If I want a drink, I'll ask him for it. Huang Cuilan got into bed and, hearing this, playfully hit him and laughed. You really are something. You already gave so much today. Xiaowu doesn't have much left either. 1 bottle for my dad is enough. You didn't see how much stuff there was. Us men had to move it twice to finish. Both cars were packed full. Everything was packed up tight in bags and boxes, didn't even open them. He really is a lucky kid. Good thing no one in the village saw. There were 2 cases of liquor, probably 40 bottles. You and Zhao Jiao should get along well. We owe them a huge favor with all this. I know. She's always been well-behaved and good to us since she was little. She's more likable than second brother's wife. I'm not greedy, we'll treat her as we should. In the second brother's room, Zhang Guoqing tried on the army coat. It really was warm. Stop looking at the stuff, just pack it away. Wash the kids up and get them to bed first. Lin Juhua packed everything into a trunk, then, still uneasy, locked it with a key. Why lock it? No one in our family is eyeing your things. If anyone comes, they'll be looking at Xiaowu's room, Zhang Guoqing said, amused by her fussing. Lin Juhua shook her head and looked at him with a face full of grievance. I'm not afraid of anyone except my mother. I bet now that she's heard Zhao Jiao's grandpa's here, she'll show up in a couple of days. If she sees the stuff, she'll take it for sure. Sure too barely has a few pieces of clothing. Do you think I did something wrong in my past life to not have any caring family? Zhang Guoqing poured some water to soak his feet. Who you're born to is up to the heavens. Don't worry. If my mom is here, your mom won't feel comfortable. See if there's anything you can give her. There's nothing I can give them. Everything here is rare, even if you have money, you can't buy it. That fabric and cotton need all sorts of ration coupons, and the liquor is precious too. It's for making connections, not for my mom. If you'd married a wife like my eldest sister-in-law or Zhao Jiao, our family wouldn't be the poorest. It's all my bad luck, my family doesn't help, and I can't support you either. The kids are already this big, why say that? I've never thought you were any worse than them. Don't worry, I know what's what. You'll have good days ahead. Zhang Guoqing finished, thinking of what Xiaowu had secretly told him today, and smiled to himself, keeping a low profile. Looking at the way those officials treated Xiaowu today, the kid had gathered all the younger generation of the county leaders. He'd only heard before that her grandpa's family was powerful, but didn't expect them to be so impressive. Seeing how those people acted today, no wonder every man wants to get ahead. That silly kid really is blessed in his own way. Tomorrow, he'd ask him if he'd known all along that marrying Zhao Jiao would lead to this day. I'm already living a good life now. No need to compare with them. I'm doing the best in the village. Zhang Guoqing laughed heartily, hugged Lin Juhua, and kissed her. That's what I like about you. You know how to be content. We don't compare with others, just live our own lives well. Zhang Guoqing went back to his room, quickly washed up, and got into bed. He gently tidied up, then climbed onto the king and hugged his wife, finally feeling comfortable. As he slept, Zhou Jiao, smelling his familiar scent, nuzzled her face into his chest. Zhang Guoqing looked at her lazy appearance and smiled, carefully tucking the quilt around her. He glanced at his son, curled up on the right, and closed his eyes to sleep peacefully. In the middle of the night, Zhang Guoqing was woken by little Ping'an's sudden wail. Instinctively, he picked him up, got off the king, grabbed the bottle, made some formula, and fed his son. Soon, seeing the baby full, he burped him and changed his diaper. The baby fell asleep contentedly. Zhang Guoqing suspected his son cried because his diaper was wet. He didn't cry for milk during the day. Now he had figured it out. His son needed to eat every 4 hours or so, or he'd start to fuss and look for food. If his diaper was wet, he'd cry, and if he delayed, he'd cry even louder. Truly his son, so clever. Zhang Guoqing gently put him back on the king and lay down next to him. He started worrying about what to do after he left tomorrow. His mother-in-law was no help. He'd have to talk to his own mother and make sure she stayed by Ping'an at night. He was really worried that if the 2 women slept too soundly, they wouldn't hear the baby cry. Even with all his getting up and down, Zhou Jiao didn't notice and just kept snuggling into his arms. Silly woman. Before dawn, the sky was still dark and foggy, with frost covering the ground and a biting wind that made people shiver. Someone was already up exercising in the yard. Zhang Guoqing heard the noise, got up, dressed, saw that Zhou Jiao and the baby were still sleeping soundly, grabbed his toiletries, and headed to the kitchen. As expected, many people were already up. He greeted a few quietly as they went out for a run, then went to the kitchen to get hot water and washed up by the well. After washing and putting his things away, he went to the backyard and finally saw his mother. "Mom, isn't it too early to be feeding the pigs?" Mother Zhang poked the pigs with a stick and poured in the feed. "We have guests today. If the pigs don't eat, they'll make a racket. Better to feed them so they're quiet and let Zhao Jiao's grandpa and the others sleep in." Zhang Guoqing picked up a big bucket and followed his mother. "Mom, I'm going out with the old man today. Tonight, don't just leave the two women chatting and forget to look after the baby. You must keep an eye on Ping'an for me. I'm afraid if they fall asleep, they won't hear him cry." Mother Zhang laughed quietly. "Silly boy, don't worry. They won't sleep so soundly they can't hear him." Zhang Guoqing got anxious. "Mom, Ping'an only wakes up once at night, around 2 or 3 in the morning. Usually, he eats every 3 hours or so. If you're not up, sleep on the kang in the outer room, it's warm there. With 3 of you, someone will hear him." "Got it. I'll sleep in your room tonight, don't worry." "You be careful outside and mind your temper," Mother Zhang reassured him. Zhang Guoqing nodded. "Eat whatever is at home, don't save it. We'll buy more at the end of the year. I've got plenty of ration coupons and money. I've packed up all the dried wild pheasant and rabbit. Take some with you first. I'll have your dad collect more, and when you get back, we'll send some to Zhao Jiao's uncles and aunts. Once your mother-in-law leaves, things will be easier, no more big bags to carry." "All right, you handle it. I'll give you the money, buy more, we need to eat too. Get some dried mushrooms and black fungus. I haven't had time to hunt lately." Mother Zhang washed her hands and walked out. "Doesn't take much money. If it's not enough, I'll ask you for more. I also want to see if anyone has good furs. Putting them on the bed in winter is warm. Her grandma isn't well. It'd make a good return gift." The two of them chatted quietly as they went back to the front yard. The sky was starting to lighten, the rooster was crowing, and there were sounds of villagers outside. Seeing nothing else needed doing, Zhang Guoqing returned to the west wing. Zhou Jiao was still half asleep, eyes closed, nursing the baby. When she saw him come in, she smiled at him sleepily. Today was the day of Ping'an's 3-day bath ceremony. After breakfast, as usual, Mother Zhang followed the midwife's instructions and prepared all the necessary items: a new comb, new soap, new towel, a navel pin, a hot water bottle, a new wooden tray, thick cloth, pastries, tea leaves, a copper tea tray, green onions, ginger slices, mugwort leaves, locust branches, a warming basket, both raw and cooked eggs, a wooden mallet, and so on. She also dyed slogans, lychees, raw peanuts, and chestnuts red with red paper, just in case. Many of these things she had already prepared before her grandson was born, so she was quite familiar with the process and handled it all with ease. Early that morning, Grandma Zhou arrived at the Zhang household alone, bringing 2 hens and some handmade baby clothes and shoes. After exchanging a few words with old Master Lin, her in-law, she went to the west wing to see Zhou Jiao. When Lin Lishan and her daughter saw the old lady, both were moved to tears. Grandma Zhou had worked so hard to raise Zhao Jiao, and Lin Lishan felt deep respect and guilt towards her mother-in-law. Grandma Zhou smiled at the mother and daughter, gently stroked little Ping'an, and said, "You shouldn't cry during your confinement. Today is a good day for our baby, so we should be smiling. Now that I see you two together, I finally feel at ease. Shan, you've suffered so much all these years, and our Zhou family owes you. Take good care of Zhao Jiao, she's a filial child. If she hadn't been forced, she never would have fallen out with them. She's always kept things to herself, just like her father, never telling outsiders. She's endured a lot over the years, all because that old man lost his way. From now on, you don't need to worry about Zhou family matters. Whoever comes to you, just ignore them. Live your own life well." Zhou Jiao pulled Grandma Zhou to sit down and said, "Grandma, I just feel sorry for you. You raised me, and I haven't even had the chance to repay you, yet I've caused you so much worry. If you ever have anything on your mind, just tell me, I'll do it for you. And about the box you sent over, I've told my mother about it. She should know I have a wonderful grandmother." Sitting on the heated brick bed, Grandma Zhou fell silent for a moment, sighed, and looked at the mother and daughter. After a bit of hesitation, she said, "There's nothing for you to feel sorry about. As long as Zhao Jiao is happy, that's all I want. It's good you told your mother, but that box isn't for me. When I met your grandfather, I had nothing, certainly not those nice things. You saw the deed inside, right? I couldn't possibly buy you a house so far away. That box was always meant for you. When you were little, I didn't dare give it to you, afraid something might happen. Someone secretly delivered it to me, specifically instructing me to give it to you. All these years, I've been anxious, not daring to tell anyone. Now that you're both here, I wanted to tell you, in case I don't have much time left and no one else knows. Think about it. Who would give you a house and valuable jewelry for no reason? I was afraid, so I never told anyone. You two should pretend this never happened and keep the box well hidden. I don't know what trouble befell them, but they never came to your grandfather for help. You mustn't tell anyone about this. Just thinking about it makes my heart ache. Zhao Jiao, your father would never do anything bad. He's my son, I know what kind of person he is. If you don't believe me, ask your mother. If he weren't a good man, would she have waited for him all these years? With tears in her eyes, Lin Lishan hugged the old lady and said softly, "Mom, don't worry. Everything's fine now. Her father isn't a bad man, he's a hero of this country. He went on a mission. He'll be back soon. Even my father didn't know he and my eldest brother were on a mission. Now they're coming back. Mom, he's really coming back." Grandma Zhou covered her eyes with her trembling hands. After a long while, she slowly lowered them, and tears streamed silently down her face, tears of both joy and sorrow, but not a sound escaped her lips. Good, good, good. My son is coming back. I've waited so many years, worried for so many years. As long as he's coming back, that's all that matters. Lin Lishan got up and wiped the old lady's tears with a towel. She understood exactly how she felt when she first got the news. She'd hidden in her room and cried and laughed for a whole day, worrying old Master Lin so much that he stayed with her the entire time. Mom, don't get too emotional. Hardly anyone knows about this yet, so you must keep it a secret. He should be back before the end of the year. When he returns, I'll go with him to see you. We all need to stay happy and wait for him. Yes, I know to keep it secret. I won't tell anyone. If others find out, it could put him in danger. Shan, you're a good child. You've finally made it through. You were only 18 when you married in, and, before you could enjoy a few good years, the family fell apart. Yet you still waited for him all this time. Now, I can rest easy. Even if I leave now, I have no regrets. Grandma Zhou hugged Lin Lishan and patted her back. Lin Lishan smiled and said, "Mom, don't say such things. You have to live a long life and watch little Ping'an grow up, get married, and have children. You don't know. The day news of Zhao Jiao's pregnancy reached the capital, we received word that her father and uncle were alive that very afternoon. The whole family says this child is a lucky star." Relatives and friends arrived one after another. Close family brought gifts for Zhou Jiao oil cakes, eggs, brown sugar, and clothes, shoes, and socks for Ping'an. By noon, the weather had warmed up and the 3-day bath ceremony began. All the relatives and friends gathered in the main hall, and Mother Zhang even lit a stove for warmth. The main tool for the ceremony was a large basin, and the midwife presided over the ritual. Today was a big day for her. Everything in the basin would be hers to take home. Hot water boiled with locust branches and mugwort was poured into the basin. Old Master Lin led the way by adding a ladle of clean water, and after placing paper money and notes in the tea tray, Lin Lishan added silver coins, copper coins, and more paper money. The other relatives and friends followed suit, adding paper money, notes, coins, peanuts, eggs, dates, longans, chestnuts, and so on to the basin. This was called adding to the basin. When you added clean water, the midwife would say, "May your life flow long and smooth. May you be clever and bright." When you added dates, longans, chestnuts, and other auspicious fruits, she'd say, "Dates for early sons. May you have sons year after year. Longans for success. May you win top honors 3 times in a row." The relatives and friends burst into laughter at her words. After adding to the basin, the midwife took the prepared mallet and stirred the basin, chanting, "Stir once, stir twice, stir 3 times, big brother leads little brother to run." 70s, 80s, tousled heads, mischievous ones, all come running. Only then did the bathing begin. As soon as Ping'an was undressed and felt the cold, he started crying loudly, which made Zhang Guoqing, standing nearby, terribly anxious. But everyone else thought it was a good omen, not a taboo at all. This was called the noisy basin. As she bathed the baby, the midwife quietly recited blessings under her breath no one else could hear, as some things were best left unsaid. After the bath, Ping'an was wrapped in a red quilt, and a large green onion was used to gently tap him 3 times, as the midwife said. 1 tap for cleverness, since zong clever sounds like zong onion, 2 taps for wit. Then she asked the baby's father, Zhang Guoqing, to throw the onion onto the roof. Before he left, he made sure someone took the baby back inside, since it was cold out. With the ceremony over, it was time for the 3-day noodles. The women from the Zhang family's main and 3rd branches had come at dawn to help knead the dough, waiting only for the ceremony to finish before serving everyone. By noon, the noodles were ready, each bowl served in a rich bone broth, topped with a few slices of pork belly and a sprinkle of scallions, fragrant and steaming. The bowls were carried to the main hall. Fortunately, Zhang Guoqing had brought back plenty of meat the day before, so everyone ate their fill, lips glistening with oil, all praising the Zhang family's generosity and the hearty portions in every bowl. When the children wanted seconds, the adults tried to stop them, but Mother Zhang wasn't stingy. She told them to cook all the noodles they'd prepared that day and let everyone eat their fill. In the main hall, the women chatted loudly as they ate, talking about village news, distant relatives, and their daily lives. The children counted the candies in their pockets, happily slurping up noodles fed to them by the adults. The older kids, having finished their noodles, grabbed their candies and ran outside to play. The Zhang family's 2 sisters, Zhang Meili and Zhang Meihao, had already finished attending the baby's 3-day celebration. They carried little Ping'an and followed Lin Lishan back to the West Wing to visit Zhou Jiao. The 2 sisters entered the inner room, both grinning. The outspoken elder sister, Zhang Meili, said to Zhou Jiao, Jiao, how does it feel? Isn't it a pity that you can't come out to join the fun during your confinement? Ping'an's cries were really loud today. That's a good sign. Zhou Jiao invited them to find a seat. Big sis, second sis, have you eaten yet? Why didn't you eat before coming in? You've met my mom, right? I just told her you'd be coming today. Where are the kids? Zhang Meili teased her with a smile. Just now, Zhao told me this was your mom. I was so surprised. Auntie looks so young and pretty. I almost called her Grandma, but I just couldn't, so I called her Auntie instead. Auntie, please don't mind us being a bit informal. This time we're planning to stay longer to keep Jiao company. Lin Lishan gently laid Ping'an on the Kong bed, turned around, and smiled. I'm already old. How can I still be called young? You 2 sisters are the pretty ones, you take after your mother. Zhou Jiao covered her mouth, trying not to laugh. Mom, did Shizi come looking for you today? He did. I told him, if his grandma agreed, he could come along, but he'd have to behave and not run around, or else if he got lost, we wouldn't be able to find him. Zhou Jiao burst out laughing and said to the Zhang sisters, last night, Shizi wanted to go to the provincial capital with my mom, so he went to find his uncle. He said a few things in the kitchen that left his uncle speechless. Let me imitate him for you. Uncle, are you really okay with Grandma driving alone? I'm worried about Aunt. You can't do this. My uncle always says you have to keep your mother-in-law happy, then your wife will be happy too. I think your mother-in-law is so young, about the same age as my mom, and really pretty. If Grandma goes out, someone needs to protect her. But not someone too old or too young. How about that? I almost laughed myself silly. Everyone burst out laughing. It was just too funny. Lin Lishan, while putting a diaper in a basin, said with a smile, just for those few words, I have to take him with me. That kid is clever. He was trying to get his uncle to agree. The Zhang sisters were also thoroughly amused. That kid really knows how to go in circles, but Auntie, it'll be a hassle to take him along. You don't have to listen to him. It's no trouble. I'm just driving over anyway, and having a little one along keeps me company. And don't think he doesn't have tricks up his sleeve, he's a smart one. Just then, a group of children burst in, all calling out to them, crowding around the king to look at Ping'an and chattering away. The 2 gene of candy bought the other day had already been handed out, so Zhou Jiao didn't have anything else to give. Have you all eaten noodles yet? Auntie, we've eaten already. They were so good, with meat in them. And I've eaten too. I had 3 big pieces of meat. My mom said I can't eat any more or my stomach will hurt. Zhang Guoqing quickly tried to quiet them down amid all the noise. Slow down, you lot. Didn't you just get some candy? Why are you back in here? And you little ones, don't jump on the Kang when you see the baby. And why didn't you greet Grandma when you came in? Zhang Ziwen glanced at his mom, a bit embarrassed. Mom, Grandma looks about the same age as you. I wasn't sure what to call her. Silly boy, it's about seniority. Your nephew is the same age as your dad, do you call him uncle? Hurry up and greet Grandma. The kids all shouted Grandma in unison, making Lin Lishan laugh heartily. She quickly pulled out a handful of small bills from her pocket. You're all good kids. You've already had candy, so Grandma will give you each a yuan to buy snacks. No, we already have candy. Thank you, Grandma, but we've already eaten. We can't take it. Grandma, I already got candy from you. I can't take more. Zhang Meili and Zhang Meihao quickly held Lin Lishan's hand. Auntie, don't do this. Wait until New Year's, you can give them lucky money then, and they'll accept it. Right now, they won't take it. See, they've all run off. Lin Lishan was helpless. She couldn't very well chase after each child to give them money, especially since so many village kids had come by today. She thought she'd look for something the kids might like when she went to the provincial capital. All right, you don't have to hold me back. They've all run off, so I won't go after them. The 3 women looked at the pile of clothes at the end of the Kang and helped tidy them up. Zhang Meili noticed a particularly pretty little sweater, knitted in a blue and white diamond pattern she hadn't seen before. Zhao Jiao, who gave this? It must have taken a lot of work. Zhou Jiao took a look and immediately knew. It's from my classmate Zhao Yuanyuan, the daughter of Zhao Dashan from the military office. She and 2 other boys are my close friends. They probably didn't take the afternoon off, just dropped this off and left in a hurry. Zhang Meihao picked up a few pairs of tiger head shoes and showed them. Look at these shoes, they're so well made. Must be from her family too. There's also a set of cotton clothes and pants. That's a very generous gift. Lin Lishan took a look and agreed. Yes, that's from Zhao Dashan's family, right? Zhao Jiao, remember to keep up the relationship with their family. Zhou Jiao looked at the sweater and clothes and nodded. I know, Mom. She gave us a generous gift when we got married, too. She was my bridesmaid. Zhou Jiao thought for a moment and asked Zhang Meili, big sis, and sent over a basket of eggs, clothes, and shoes. I heard from sister-in-law that it's more than she gave for the previous kids. Do you think you could mention it to Mom? She's probably already left, and their family isn't well off. Maybe we should prepare a return gift for her. Zhang Meili stood up. Good thing you remembered. I'll go now. And is just like that, she doesn't want to put Mom in a tough spot. Her family's been doing a bit better these past 2 years, so she gave more. Zhang Meihao saw the mother and daughter looking puzzled and explained, and doesn't like taking advantage of others. A few years ago, when her family was struggling, Xiao Wu once visited and brought back a big sack of coarse grain for her. After that, every holiday, Xiao Wu would bring wild chickens or rabbits over. She remembers Xiao Wu's kindness, otherwise, her eldest daughter-in-law would have come today instead. Zhou Jiao nodded and asked, I remember her family lives in the mountains. Why did Xiao Wu bring wild chickens and rabbits? Don't mountain folks have plenty of game? Zhang Meihao chuckled. You think mountain people never lack wild game? Not necessarily, it depends on the mountain and whether anyone in the family can hunt. Grandpa's family only had those 2 uncles left, and they weren't allowed to hunt because it was dangerous. Now, none of the kids can hunt. Our eldest and second brothers can't either, at most, they'll get lucky and find something left behind. Zhao was clever from a young age and learned to hunt from Grandpa and Dad. Grandpa was an old hunter and taught him everything. Dad used to hunt too, but now he doesn't dare go deep into the mountains. When they were little, their parents spoiled Zhao and wouldn't let him go, but if he disappeared for a while, he'd come back with a few wild chickens or rabbits. The most impressive was once he caught a sika deer. After that, Dad made him promise not to go deep into the mountains anymore. Didn't he ever tell you about this? Zhou Jiao thought for a moment and shook her head. No, he's never mentioned it. But when I was little, he used to bring me eggs and chicken drumsticks to eat. He wouldn't let me tell anyone either. He'd sneak me onto the middle of the bridge, stand there looking both ways, and if anyone came, he'd stuff the food back into his clothes. He'd even make me wipe my mouth clean and drink some water so no one would notice. I was only about 5 then, but I remember it so clearly. The first time he gave me a drumstick, I think he was craving it himself. He kept asking me if it tasted good. After that, we'd share the drumstick together. It wasn't even fully cooked, just kind of burnt and black. Lin Lishan laughed. So young and already knew to stand in the middle of the bridge, keeping watch both ways. Really clever. Zhang Guoqing burst out laughing and said to Lin Lishan, "That's nothing." He was always so well-behaved in front of elders, but with other kids, he was a little tyrant. When he was just 4, we'd play house, and he'd never let anyone else make Zhao Jiao their bride. If any kid from Zhou Jiao village tried to compete, he'd fight them. I couldn't even pull him away, and I'm 4 years older than him. He was so strong one punch would knock the other kid down, and then he'd kick them, saying, "Still want to take Zhao Jiao? She's mine." Later, my mom scolded him, but he just said, "There are so many girls in the village, let them have those. Zhao Jiao's mine." Our whole family found it hilarious. Zhou Jiao laughed. I remember that. Later, he even told me that kid was already 6 and still wet the bed, told me not to play with him, or he'd get me all smelly. I was so little I believed him, and every time I saw that kid, I thought he smelled like pee. Lin Lishan found it funny too. So he was clever from a young age. Only 4 and already had a sense of territory, knew how to keep you away from others. Our Ping'an will be just as smart as his dad. Zhang Guoqing nodded repeatedly. Definitely. With his dad teaching him, how could he not be smart? Look at Shizi, he's always been sharper than other kids just from following him around. Zhao was always clever. Out of my grandpa's dozen or so grandkids, he liked Zhao the best, except for my eldest cousin. Grandpa always said if it weren't for these chaotic times, Zhao would be a top scholar, maybe even a scholar in both civil and military fields. When he was 4, he watched Grandpa set traps, then dragged our big brother to dig pits at the foot of the mountain. When Grandpa saw the traps he'd set up, he was so happy he got drunk at our house. Zhou Jiao smiled at that. In both her lives, Zhang Guoqing had been precocious as a child, always quick-witted and sharp. Just then, Zhang Guoqing came in carrying 2 bowls of noodles. What are you all chatting about so happily? These 2 bowls are for Mom and Zhao Jiao. Eat while they're hot. Second sister, here's yours. Eldest sister will bring hers over in a minute. Lin Lishan stood up to take a bowl. We're talking about when you were little, wondering if our Ping'an will be as smart as you. Zhang Guoqing handed a bowl to Zhao Jiao, pulled out the small Kong table, and set it on the bed. Mom, my son will definitely be smarter than me, don't worry. Just look at how smart Zhao Jiao is. With both our brains combined, no matter how you average it, he'll be a genius. Lin Lishan laughed. Oh, so that's how it works? All right, if you say so. Grandpa just asked if you're leaving with us, early or late. I think it's best if you stay the night over there. We'll rest a bit after eating and then head out. If we leave late, we can drive ourselves and not worry about delays. If we go now and wait for you to come back, it'll be too late. And we're not comfortable with you driving alone. Lin Lishan checked her watch. It's already past 2. It'll be dark by 5. Let's rest a bit and then go. The sooner we get to the guest house, the sooner the old man can rest. He's got important things to do tomorrow and won't get much rest once he's busy. All right, I'll go ask Grandpa what he thinks. You stay here with Zhao Jiao. If you need anything, just call me. Second sister, I'll go hurry up eldest sister. She'll be here soon. Zhang Meihao stood up to leave with Zhang Guoqing. No need, I'll go eat outside. Auntie, I'll head out first. Take your time eating. The two of them walked toward the kitchen. When they saw their mother, Zhang Guoqing asked, Mom, do we have any steamed buns left? If we leave later, we can eat them on the road. His mother checked the stove. Not many left, just about 20 or so, not enough. How about I make some pancakes? We can eat before leaving. I'll start making dinner now and we can head out after eating. All the guests and relatives have left, just your two sisters' families are here. It's past 2, so I'll get some hot dishes ready and let everyone have some wine first. I'll make scallion pancakes as the main dish. How's that? We can't let guests leave hungry. Sounds good, Mom. You get things ready. Serve the hot dishes and wine first. I'll go tell Grandpa. He just asked if mother-in-law wants to leave early or late, so I'll just tell him we'll leave after eating. And Mom, don't make too much, everyone just had noodles. All right, go on. We'll get things ready here. Zhang Guoqing left the kitchen and saw the old man heading toward the west wing, so he hurried after him. Once they were both in the outer room of the west wing, Zhang Guoqing called out, Mom, Jiao Jiao, Grandpa's here. Old Master Lin looked around the room and then went inside. Jiao Jiao, just rest here, don't get up. Grandpa's leaving now. Later, let Xiaowu come back by himself. I'll go straight from the provincial capital to Beijing. Once the baby's a month old, see if you can take the train to Beijing for a while to keep your grandma company. But I doubt it, the baby's still too little. Maybe after 100 days. Zhou Jiao looked at the old man, feeling reluctant to part. She missed Grandpa Zhang, and old Master Lin's kindness always softened her heart. Grandpa, you just got here and we haven't even had a proper talk, and now you're leaving. When my mom goes back to Beijing, I'll ask the hospital how old the baby has to be to travel. When I get to Beijing, I'll cook for you myself. Old Master Lin smiled at her. Grandpa couldn't rest easy unless I came to see you. Now that I have, I still can't rest easy. If there's nothing urgent, just come back to Beijing. Even if you don't stay long term, come visit Grandpa often. We're not short of money, Grandpa will reimburse you. I'll come visit, Grandpa. I have money, don't worry. Please take care of yourself and give my regards to Grandma. Tell her to take care of her health. I wrote a couple of prescriptions. Could you show them to her doctor to see if they might help? My other grandma taught me, but I haven't had a chance to try them out. From what I've heard, Grandma's health problems probably come from not taking care of herself before. Zhou Jiao handed him the prescriptions she'd written earlier that day. I don't know about the prescriptions, but your handwriting is beautiful. I'll show them to your grandma and cheer her up. If you need anything at home, write to us and we'll send it. Zhou Jiao quickly shook her head. No need, I have everything I need. Don't bother sending anything, it's too much trouble. You and Grandma take care of yourselves. Once my uncle comes back, you can start to take it easy and spend more time with Grandma. Old Master Lin laughed. All right, I'll do as you say. Grandpa, I'm being serious here. Old Master Lin tried to hold back his laughter. All right, Grandpa knows. When your uncle comes back, I'll gradually step back and enjoy life at home with your grandma. Zhou Jiao pouted and said to Zhang Guoqing, Brother, go check if anyone's nearby. I want to have a few words with Grandpa. Zhang Guoqing nodded and stepped outside. Zhou Jiao, her face full of worry, said to old Master Lin, Grandpa, when you go back this time, you have to keep an eye on my mom. Make sure my dad is really safe, okay? And see if all the loose ends with my uncle have really been tied up. This is really important. We can't just take their word for it. Old Master Lin nodded. Zhou Jiao continued, and about my dad's job, I talked to my mom last night about transferring back to the Northeast, and honestly, I'm worried. I know my grandpa best, and I'm afraid of him. But if they stay in Beijing, will they get caught up in factional struggles? I don't want my dad to climb any higher. I just want him and my mom to live a peaceful, stable life. There's nothing more important than the family being together and safe. Can you help me analyze the situation? Old Master Lin nodded again. There are factions everywhere, even in the Northeast. It all depends on your skills, and your dad isn't lacking in that. Besides, after all these years, who knows what he's really thinking? I'll ask him when I see him. Zhou Jiao thought for a moment and nodded. I guess we can only wait until we see him in person. We'll talk then. Grandpa, can you pass on a message for me? Tell my dad he doesn't need to worry about me. He should do whatever he wants, as long as he and my mom are safe. He doesn't need to try and get me any kind of background or connections. I can work hard for myself. I understand. I'll make sure to tell him. Anything else? Yeah, just tell him not to always keep my whereabouts in mind when he's thinking about work arrangements. Xiao Wu and I won't stay in the Northeast forever. According to our plan, we'll be leaving soon anyway. As for where we'll go, tell him not to worry about it. I'll decide once I know where they end up. Old Master Lin chuckled. All right, is there anything else? Tell me everything so I can pass it all on when I see him. Zhou Jiao shook her head. The rest was personal, so she'd talk to her dad directly later. Nothing else for now. If I think of anything, I'll tell him myself. It's all small stuff anyway. Old Master Lin took a slip of paper from his pocket. Here's Grandpa's phone number, direct line. If there's an emergency, you can reach me right away. Zhou Jiao flashed him a sweet, ingratiating smile, looking at him hopefully. Grandpa, could you maybe talk to, you know who? She pointed upward. Old Master Lin raised an eyebrow. He doesn't bother with small matters. What is it? Tell me. Zhou Jiao tugged at her mother's hand coquettishly. Lin Lishan smiled and said to her father, she wants some of his calligraphy, and she hopes he can write a few words to leave behind as a family heirloom for Ping'an when he grows up. Oh? What do you want him to write? It can't be just anything, and there's no guarantee you'll get it. If you just want ordinary calligraphy or paintings, I have plenty, ancient calligraphers too, as many as you want. Zhou Jiao rolled her eyes at her grandpa. Not those. Can you grant me just one wish this time? Just one. My dad and uncle are coming back, and I love calligraphy the most. I want his calligraphy, Grandpa. Can you get me 2 pieces? No need for poems, just something like, Zhou Xiaozheng is a good comrade. If he could add something like, enduring humiliation for the greater good, or pillar of the nation, that'd be even better. I want to keep it for Ping'an as a family heirloom, so future generations know the hardships of their ancestors. So they know their grandpa was amazing, even the leader praised him. I bet you don't have anything like that, Grandpa. You should get one for Uncle too, with Comrade Lin Igua is a good comrade written on it. That way, in the future, the Lin family will have something in Beijing that was praised by the leader. Old Master Lin said gruffly, I have his calligraphy in my study, but not what you're asking for. I'll try, but it'll have to wait for the right opportunity. He's so busy, how am I supposed to ask? Grandpa, you're the best. Please get one for me so I can keep it. I don't care, you have to help me get one. When I'm back in Beijing, I'll come find you for it. Zhou Jiao pouted and pleaded pitifully. Old Master Lin, unable to resist her pestering, relented. All right, I get it. I'll find a way to get it before the new year, okay? Anything else? If not, let Xiao Wu come in. Zhang Guoqing was outside looking out the window. When he heard Old Master Lin call for him, he went in right away. He walked over to Old Master Lin, who motioned for him to find a stool and sit down. Old Master Lin asked, so, you've decided on the Armed Forces Department? Didn't Zhou Lin say he could arrange a job for you at the Public Security Bureau? Isn't that good? Zhang Guoqing replied, Grandpa, I'll be honest, I don't plan to stay there long term. I just want to spend some time at the Armed Forces Department to get to know some people. The Public Security Bureau is good, but it's not what I want. Old Master Lin looked at the two of them and asked, then why don't you tell me your future plans? Do you trust Grandpa? Zhang Guoqing and Zhou Jiao exchanged a glance, both understanding each other's meaning. Zhou Jiao nodded. Old Master Lin and Lin Lishan smiled at the two young people. Zhang Guoqing looked at them and said, for the next 2 years, we'll work while studying, learning about government administration. Zhao Jiao will stay home with the child and keep studying too. If we get the chance, we'll go to university. He glanced at Old Master Lin and his mother-in-law, then continued, if we graduate from university, I'll go into administration. As for what Jiao wants to do, she'll decide within 2 years, before she chooses her major. Our future path will depend on the situation. This place is too remote. We have to go out and see the world before we can decide. That's a good plan. You can always adjust it later. What do you think about your father-in-law's job? Do you want him to stay in Beijing? If you're both planning to be in Beijing, then there's no need for them to come back. Zhang Guoqing was silent for a moment, then shook his head firmly. My father-in-law should have his own plans. Besides him, the key is you. Grandpa, it depends on what you want. If he stays in Beijing alone, he'll be in danger. If he's tired after all these years, it might be safer to return to another military district. But if you want him to stay in Beijing, then uncle shouldn't transfer to another military district. With both of them in Beijing, no one would dare mess with them. If they're both in Beijing, you'll need to keep a low profile. Just hold on to military power, don't side with anyone. You came up as an orderly for the leader, just listen to him and ignore everyone else. Grandpa, if things get chaotic, you're the only one I dare say this to. Go on. Listen, go outside and make sure no one comes in. Old Master Lin motioned for Lin Lishan to leave and sat up straight, looking Zhang Guoqing in the eye. Zhang Guoqing continued, most of the people from CX have come back, and now it's all about redividing military power. Who's willing to give up what they have? One campaign after another. If we look back at the founding of the Song dynasty, or how Li Shimin built the Tang dynasty, history tells us how to avoid and go with the flow. Whether the East suppresses the West or vice versa, as long as you stick to being the leader's orderly, you can't control others and they can't control you. Don't you think so, Grandpa? I've read Capital, Records of the Grand Historian and Ziji Tongjian, and looking at today, I feel like history just keeps repeating itself. Old Master Lin patted him on the shoulder. Not bad, young and promising. So many people can't see what's right in front of them, but you already get it. Go out and see the world early, broaden your horizons, and your future will be limitless. But what we said here stays here, never repeat it elsewhere. Zhang Guoqing nodded solemnly. If he wasn't worried about the old man forming factions, taking sides too early, and dragging his father-in-law into the mess, affecting his own plans, he wouldn't have said any of this. People's hearts are unpredictable. Who can you really trust? Other than Jiao, he could never fully trust anyone. Be cautious, keep a low profile, prepare for the worst, and always be ready. That's what he always reminded himself. Old Master Lin looked at the young couple with satisfaction. At such a young age, they already saw things clearly and had planned out their futures, truly outstanding. Grandpa is just waiting for you two to come to the capital. I'll talk to your dad about his job as well and see what he decides. He's seen a lot over the years, gained plenty of experience, and he's always been very capable. There's no need to worry about him, you'll understand when you meet him. Zhou Jiao glanced at the two of them and smiled. Brother, you still have time to keep Grandpa company for a bit. You two can have a good chat in private. Let Mom come in now. Lin Lishan came in, smiling. I've been waiting outside this whole time. It's getting late, when are we leaving? Dad, check your watch. Zhang Guoqing quickly said, Grandpa, before you came in, my mom already said we should eat before leaving. Everything's ready. Let's go have something to eat, then we'll hit the road. He turned to Zhou Jiao. Jiao, is there anything else you want to say to Grandpa? With tears in her eyes, Zhou Jiao looked at the old man. Grandpa, you have to take good care of yourself. And please send my regards to Grandma. As for my dad, please make sure he doesn't give me any more little brothers or sisters. Old Master Lin was touched, but her last sentence made him burst out laughing. Lin Lishan rolled her eyes at her. Don't worry, your dad's a soldier, and your mom's there too. Dad, we're in a hurry, let's eat first. If she thinks of anything else, I'll tell you when I get to the capital. The three of them laughed as they walked out to the main hall, where everyone was waiting for them. Father Zhang quickly invited old Master Lin to the seat of honor, and the Zhang sisters helped Lin Lishan to her seat as well. Zhang Guoqing opened the wine and poured everyone a glass. Old Master Lin was already chatting with Father Zhang, so Zhang Guoqing sat down to join the conversation, listening to everyone joke and laugh. All the while, he was thinking if there was anything he'd forgotten to take care of. Halfway through the meal, He quietly slipped away to check on Zhao Jiao in the West Wing. He just couldn't help worrying about her. Seeing him, Zhou Jiao said happily, "Brother, I was just thinking about the things you need to pack. Go get your stuff together. I can't get out of bed. The clothes I've changed out of are for Mom to wash, but you should take 2 more sets with you. Take the new sweaters second sister-in-law made for you. They're in the wardrobe. Bring some money, and don't forget your military vouchers. They're good nationwide." Zhang Guoqing didn't answer. He just walked over and hugged her, listening to her nag. When she finished, he said, "Are you feeling uneasy? I'll be back in a few days. Make sure you and the baby are safe at night, and be careful with the lamps. I've already told Mom to sleep on the outer bed. If you fall asleep, don't accidentally bring things out of thin air. Take care of yourself and the baby. I'll go to the provincial capital and tell you all about it when I get back. If I suddenly conjured up some gold, do you think Mom would really believe I'm a golden child?" Haha, that would be hilarious. Zhang Guoqing helped her sit up on the Kong bed, then got up himself. "Jiao Jiao, do you have any bags? You can't just carry a ragged sack, can you?" Zhou Jiao burst out laughing. "A ragged sack is perfect. It fits your hardworking, frugal image. Brother, you should look in the mirror. You look so scruffy. Get a haircut this time. Make it short like the soldiers, or even shorter. Those fancy bags are too trendy. Only this black bag is for Dad's clothes. I don't even know how it got packed. I'm keeping the clothes for the memories and the bag too, so don't lose it. Bring it back to me. When my confinement is over, let's sneak out and burn some paper money." After saying this, she felt a pang of sadness. She wondered if, after their family left, anyone would help burn paper money for her ancestors. Thankfully, she had photos of her grandparents. Maybe one day she could go to XL and find them. Zhang Guoqing stroked her hair. "Are you missing your parents?" Zhou Jiao shook her head gloomily. "Not really. I just miss Grandpa. Who will pay respects to them during the holidays in the future? When can we go find them? Do people like that even exist in this world? Grandpa and old Master Lin look so alike. Maybe they're related." Zhang Guoqing shook his head regretfully. "No, I've tested it before. They're from different places, one from the south, one from the north, original locals. Forget it, let's not dwell on it. If we get the chance, we'll visit XL someday. It's just a tiny place, you'll know when you see it. But think about our ages, what would we even say if we found them?" Haha. Zhou Jiao thought about it and laughed. "If I said I was their granddaughter, they'd probably send me to a mental hospital." Haha, so funny. All right, better to keep it as a memory. If fate allows, we'll meet again. Go pack your things. Zhang Guoqing was helpless. Isn't it only pregnant women who get emotional like this? She must be bored. He went to the outer room and brought back 2 medical books and an ancient text. She'd fall asleep after reading just a bit, so he wasn't worried about her eyes during her confinement. "These are the books I bought yesterday. You can read them if you're bored, but take care of your eyes." He handed them to her and went a pack, since time was tight. Zhou Jiao flipped through the books. The 2 medical books were good. She'd look for more when she had the chance. She figured he must have bought 3 sleep-inducing books for her, worried about her eyes. "Young man, you'll have no friends if you keep hiding books from them. Does your wife know you do this? Does your son know? Hee, tell that girl I'm no longer tempted by her. To avoid making mistakes, I firmly resist all beauty. And ask her what's with the sideways glances and flirty eyes. Does her man know? Does her son know? Haha, that girl says you've passed the test. You can go out for a walk now, but remember the 3 obediences and 4 virtues, and the 8 honors and 8 shames. Make your mother-in-law feel at ease, and your wife happy. Always remember, your wife is right, your wife is right, your wife is always right." Court dismissed. "You may rise." "Yes, ma'am." Just then, Lin Lishan and Zhang Meili came in, laughing out loud. Zhang Meili teased, "You 2 are going to end up with no friends, just joking around by yourselves. Does your son know how silly you are?" Lin Lishan was laughing so hard she could barely stand up straight. "Xiao Wu, your wife is right, your wife is right, your wife is always right, that's brilliant. You henpecked husband, does your mom know? Does your dad know? Oh, I can't take you 2 anymore." Zhou Jiao waved at them. "All right, all my dear ministers, if you have something to report, speak up. If not, court is dismissed. Zhang Guoqing saw everyone outside with their things ready to go. Knowing it was time, he quickly replied, "Reporting to your majesty, your humble servant will escort the Emperor Emeritus back to the palace. Your majesty, remember to rest well and be careful with the lamps. I'll hurry back with good news." Zhou Jiao waved her handkerchief. Go on, go on. No matter how far you send someone off, you must part in the end. Take good care of the Emperor Emeritus on the road, General, and come back for your reward." Zhang Guoqing winked at her, then left with the still-laughing Lin Lishan and Zhang Meili. Even outside, everyone was still chuckling. Zhang Guoqing saw the cloth bag by Mother Zhang, picked it up, and headed out. He had to leave first before everyone laughed themselves silly. Father Zhang led the family to see old Master Lin and the others off at the gate, standing by the car and repeatedly inviting them to visit again when they had time. The others were still laughing so hard they couldn't speak, only nodding. Xiao and the others opened the car doors. Shizi quickly got in, and Zhang Guoqing didn't say anything, letting him come back with his mother-in-law would be convenient. As the car drove away, the large Zhang family group headed back into the courtyard. Zhang mother led the womenfolk into Zhou Jiao's room. The moment they entered and saw Zhou Jiao, another round of laughter broke out. Zhou Jiao glanced at everyone and asked Zhang mother, "Mom, have they all left?" Zhang mother sat down on the kang and nodded. "Yes, they've all gone. Your mother took Xiaoxi with her, and they'll be back tomorrow. Did Xiaowu bring his clothes and everything?" "It's all ready. If he forgot anything, I told him to buy it there. He's got all the tickets and documents. It should be convenient in the provincial capital, and with Grandpa there, he won't have to worry about food or a place to sleep." "Big sis, second sis, you're not going home tonight, are you?" Zhang Meili looked at her younger sister. "No, we'll leave early tomorrow. We brought all the kids over." Zhou Jiao looked at Zhang mother and smiled sweetly. "Mom, since it's rare for big sis and second sis to stay over, why don't we have lamb soup for dinner tonight? What do you think?" "Sure. I'll make you some lamb noodles. Your dad says eating lamb warms you up, and we still have plenty at home. There's lots of food in the house tonight, so we don't even need to cook extra dishes. Mom, we should at least stew a hen. Now that your son-in-law is visiting, you can't treat him too simply." She winked playfully at Zhang mother as she spoke. Zhang mother chuckled. "It just so happens the hen is stewed and ready, but we haven't touched it yet. Tonight, it's for my son-in-law." Zhou Jiao looked around. "All the aunts and cousins went over to help today. Should I prepare something to send over?" "Mom, you'll have to teach me, I don't know about these things." Everyone turned to look at Zhang mother, waiting for her answer. She thought for a moment. "It's fine if you don't send anything. Usually, whoever helps out gets to take home the leftovers. Today, I packed up all the untouched leftovers from the kitchen for them. If you feel bad, when Xiaowu comes back, buy some candy for their kids. Don't give too much, or next time when we help them, they'll feel awkward. Just invite your uncles over for a drink tonight, and that's enough." "Okay, I really don't know these things. Mom, if you see me do anything wrong, please remind me. Also, if you have time, could you move those eggs outside into the kitchen? Tomorrow, I want to send some home with my sisters for their kids." Zhang mother quickly shook her head. "No need, just leave them there. The weather's fine, and if they want eggs, there are plenty at home. You keep yours for yourself. You'll need a lot this month, and I'm worried there won't be enough. Your sisters can't take them, or people will gossip. Don't worry about these things, just focus on your recovery. Later, I'll bring over a jar to store some brown sugar for you so it won't spoil. I'll take care of everything for you. Next year, when you set up your own household, you'll have to handle these social obligations yourself. Do you know how much you'll need to give out every year? Save these things for when someone in the village has a baby or a wedding or funeral. You'll need to give gifts. Where will you get brown sugar then? When you got married, you only got 2 gene of sugar coupons. Brown sugar is even harder to buy. You need special coupons, and they're not available in the countryside. When your 2 sisters-in-law had babies, they couldn't even get brown sugar, even if they had the coupons. It's a necessity. 1 month, they only had a gene, and everyone envied them. Now, even in the city, each person only gets 4 liang a month. Tell me, where can you buy it in the countryside? Just keep it. In the past few years, except for grain and oil coupons, there were no other restrictions. But starting this fall, they added meat coupons, and in the city, there are now egg and sugar coupons too. Who knows what else they'll add in the future? So, whenever you get something, save it. You never know when you'll need a coupon again. Zhou Jiao secretly admired her mother-in-law. She really was wise with age. Mom, will there still be a market this new year? Zhang mother nodded. Yes, they say there will still be markets this fall and winter, but meat will be scarce. Once city folks buy, there won't be much left. If we slaughter a pig, we have to sell half or even all of it to the commune in exchange for meat coupons. But the coupons aren't worth it. They weigh the pig live, but the coupons are given by net weight. So we usually make cured meat. Now, people secretly raise pigs and sell meat on the sly. At the market, you can probably get everything except grain and meat. Last year, you could buy anything except grain. Once your confinement is over, you can go to the market. Lin Jihua looked at everyone and said to Zhang mother, Mom, are we slaughtering a pig this year? If so, we need to find a piglet soon, or else it'll have to wait until next spring. That's true. Let's not slaughter one this year. We'll wait until you set up your own households, then do it. We'll buy piglets in the spring, there's nothing to feed them now. This year, see who in the village is slaughtering pigs and arrange with them in advance. We'll pay them when they deliver the meat. Zhang mother thought it over and decided to wait until next spring, letting her daughters-in-law raise pigs if they wanted. Zhang Meihao sighed. You don't know how hard it is to buy things in the city now. Every month, you have to line up at 2 or 3 in the morning for your rations. Otherwise, you'll only get the worst stuff or nothing at all. It's not so bad in summer, but what about winter? My mother-in-law keeps saying that once Big Sis moves closer, we can help each other hold places in line. Huang Cuilan looked at Lin Jihua and Zhou Jiao. Big Sis, you bought a house? When did you buy it? We didn't even know. When are you moving? Let us know so we can help. Have you picked an auspicious day for warming the new house? We need to prepare. Zhang Meili smiled. We just paid the deposit. Tomorrow we'll pay the rest and get the deed. No rush, there's not much to move. The seller is only taking their clothes and food, leaving all the furniture. We'll warm the house when Xiaowu comes back. I'll let you know, but you don't need to prepare anything, just come and have fun. See if your father-in-law is free tomorrow and invite him too. Even though you've split households, you still need to show respect. Let him know so he'll be happy. When you have time, invite the old folks to stay with you. Zhang mother reminded her, then said to her daughters-in-law, you don't need to prepare much. I'll take care of it. If anything's missing, I'll let you know. Huang Cuilan nodded at the other 2 sisters-in-law. Let's listen to Mom. Just follow city customs, don't do it the village way, or Big Sis's neighbors will laugh at her. Zhang Meili glared at them, her face serious. Don't you 3 make a fuss about city or village customs. We'll do it the village way, don't make my move so grand that people get jealous. If the neighbors are petty, we'll just keep our distance. Mom, don't listen to them. The family isn't well off. We rely on work points from the fields. Save what you can and leave more for my brothers. A married daughter is like water poured out. You can't waste the family's resources for appearances. Otherwise, I won't accept it. Everyone laughed and nodded, agreeing to listen to her, but they still wanted to ask around about how things were done these days. Zhang mother knew what to do. She wouldn't make things too fancy, but she wouldn't let her daughter suffer either. Her eldest daughter had it the hardest back then. They had no money for a dowry, so she only got a gold ring. This time, she discussed things carefully with her husband. Everything at home needed money, and they had to stretch every penny. Lin Jihua asked her, Big Sister, did your husband's family give you the money for your mother-in-law's hospital stay? Last time I heard your eldest sister-in-law say that when they get their rations and work points at the end of the year, they'll pay you back, but after paying, there's no money left at home. She's got several sons, and except for the eldest who's married, there are still a few who'll need a lot of money soon. She's always crying poor, just like before. I didn't buy it when I heard that. I told her, there's nothing to be done. Everyone gets by like this, year after year. You can always earn enough to get things done. My eldest sister has 3 sons too, and she worries as well. Your eldest sister-in-law really isn't easy to deal with, not that I'm trying to stir things up, but you split up the family early, and your parents-in-law worked so many years to earn work points for them. How could she not have money on hand? Not paying for your mother-in-law's hospital stay is just heartless, and saying she'll pay you back at the end of the year, who would believe that? Zhang merely nodded. I know she doesn't want to pay me back. That's why she made a point of saying all that in front of you. We went into debt to buy this house, but my father-in-law knows exactly what's going on. She doesn't get to call the shots in that house, my father-in-law does. After the family split, my mother-in-law stopped managing the household. I think she was hurt after getting sick last time, so now the old couple keep everything in their own hands. We don't bother with them, let them say what they want. My husband said forget about the money, just take rations instead, and we'll collect them at the end of the year. Grain is expensive in the city, and the ration coupons don't go far. With 3 sons, it's not enough to eat, so getting rations is good too. Huang Zuilan nodded as well. I've heard those kinds of comments a few times too, but I can't be bothered to deal with her. Just do what you have to do, but don't make things hard for the old folks. Honestly, if they really don't give anything this time, maybe it's for the best. Then when they have problems in the future, they can't come asking you for help. Except for the second sister-in-law, none of your sisters-in-law are easy to get along with. They're all too calculating. When your father-in-law retires from being the village accountant, you should bring the old couple to live with you in the city. Life in the big house won't be easy for them. We can scrimp and save to help out. After all, the elderly and the kids need to be taken care of. That's what I was thinking too. Zhang merely agreed with her eldest sister-in-law. My husband and I have already talked it over. We bought a bigger house this time, so if the old folks can't stay in the big house anymore, we'll bring them over. I don't bother calculating things with them. There are only 2 old people, and I'm happy to take care of them, just like my husband and his younger brother are the only sons. If it weren't for the tradition that the elders in the village have to live with the eldest son, she would have brought them over already. Lin Juhua turned to their mother and said, Mom, even if you and Dad end up living with big brother and sister-in-law, you can always come stay at our place. During the holidays, we'll go to big sister-in-law's house too. You and Dad can switch between our places whenever you want, wherever you feel comfortable. I've already talked it over with my husband and Xiao Wu. We'll keep the main room and the east wing ready for you. Come and go as you please. Stay whenever you want. Their mother laughed. Wouldn't that be like squatting on the toilet and not doing your business? No need, it's just a few steps away. Who wants to keep going back and forth? It's not like we're playing house. Don't worry about me and your big sister-in-law. She listens to me. Ask her yourself, would she dare not listen? Your big sister-in-law is very filial. I'm not worried at all about growing old and ending up like some of the other old folks in the village. Not to brag, but you won't find 3 daughters-in-law as good as mine even in the whole county. You're all so filial, your dad, and I have nothing to worry about. Lin Juhua laughed. Mom, you really are blessed. My sisters-in-law are all so filial. When my son looks for a wife, I'll find someone with the same temperament as them. Their mother shook her head. It's not that easy. It's not just about temperament, they also have to get along with each other. Living under the same roof, there's always going to be some friction. Our family is lucky because your big sister-in-law is so good. She's a much better eldest sister-in-law than your uncle's wife. Your grandpa always said, as long as your big sister-in-law is here, this family will never fall apart. After all these years, I think he's right. Not to brag, but ever since she married into the Zhang family, she's helped me take care of your brothers and sisters, and she's never treated anyone unfairly. Back then, we were so poor. She and her husband would get up before dawn to work the fields and keep the family going. Even when she was pregnant with Shizi, she worked until she was about to give birth. When things finally got a little easier, she helped us find a wife for your second brother. Your second brother's wife is slow and never in a hurry to do anything. I have a quick temper and would get angry, but your big sister-in-law always spoke up for her, afraid I'd scold her. She'd jump in to help with everything and always said the new sister-in-law just needed time to settle in, and she'd get the hang of things soon enough. A few times, I saw your second brother's wife just standing around, not even offering a hand, and I'd get mad and scold her. But your big sister-in-law would say, "Mom, look, your new daughter-in-law does all sorts of things around the house." I ask her, and she's always happy to help. Don't worry, she'll get better with time. Second brother likes her, so she must have her good points. Look, she cooks well, learns things quickly, and her knitting is great. Everyone has strengths and weaknesses. Compared to the other young wives in the village, I think our second sister-in-law is better. She doesn't hold grudges and has a straightforward personality. We never really argued. She always listened to me as her elder sister-in-law. She kept persuading me, and I realized she was right. Second brother's wife is easygoing and doesn't hold grudges. She does what she's told, and she's much better than those other young wives in the village. Then when Zhao married in, I have to admit, I really liked her and was partial to her. She and Zhao were close since they were little, and I always thought of her as my own daughter-in-law, even my own daughter. I couldn't bear to let her work in the fields, and when she got pregnant, I didn't want her to do heavy work. I was afraid her two sisters-in-law would mind after a while, and besides, her household registration wasn't here, so she didn't get any rations. I told the other two, and your big sister-in-law said, Xiaowu's work points are enough to support her. She's only 16, just a bit older than Shizi. We'll look after her. Your second sister-in-law just laughed and said, with Jiao's tiny appetite, how much can she eat? I could eat in one meal what she eats in 10 days. I went home and told your dad, and he said all the kids are good kids. We never treated our own children badly. We were going to split up the family anyway, so we'd wait until the baby was born in the spring, and Xiaowu would have to learn to support his wife and child. So, when it comes to finding a wife, it's not just about temperament, you have to see how she gets along with others. Just because someone has a good temper doesn't mean she won't hold grudges. Don't rush it, when fate comes, it comes. Even if you like someone, maybe they won't like you back, what can you do? All 3 of my sons picked their own wives. I never planned to choose for them. If they like their wife, their own little family will feel like home. If they don't like her, they'll never be happy working themselves to death. Look at our village, those who didn't pick their own wives, they beat their wives like they're beating a dog, worse even. Lin Juhua looked gratefully at her eldest sister-in-law. Big sister-in-law, we're all family, no need for formalities. If you ever need anything, just tell me, I'll never say no. Alright, I'll still need your help making clothes for Shizi and the others for New Year, her eldest sister-in-law laughed. I'm not as great as Mom says, I just think our men are all real brothers. I watched them grow up, they're not outsiders. I don't have a sister, so I treat you all as my own. Besides, you and Zhao get along so well, I know that. If you were like Guoshu's wife in the village, I'd stay far away, I couldn't handle that. When everyone heard the phrase Guoshu's wife, they all found it funny and turned to look at Zhang Meili. Zhang Meili rolled her eyes at them. What are you all looking at me for? That was ages ago, I've already forgotten about it. That woman only bullies the weak and fears the strong. It's just that her husband is such a pushover. If it were me, I'd grab her and give her a beating every day until she was scared to act up. People like her are just spoiled. Huang Zuilan chuckled and shook her head. Her husband isn't a pushover. If he really was, he'd be the only one in the family wearing clothes without patches. Everyone looked at each other, realizing they hadn't noticed that before. Zhang Meihao quickly urged her sister-in-law to continue. I hadn't paid attention at first. Your big brother asked me to see what was going on when she made a scene about splitting up the family, what they had at home, what Guoshu and his brothers got. Every time his wife made a fuss at home or with others, he never stepped in. Everyone said he was honest and let things slide because of him. Whenever Guoshu's wife argued with someone, he'd just squat there silently with his head down. But if someone came to apologize, he'd accept it himself, never letting his wife take it. If the other person didn't apologize, thinking they weren't in the wrong, he'd just squat there and watch his wife argue, never standing up, just keeping his head down and not going home. That's his way of backing her up. He's honest, but he's not stupid. If he's not there, everyone knows no one in the village wants to deal with his wife. When she starts making a scene, everyone disappears. Later, I thought about it and realized it was true. Once, when we were working in the fields, his wife latched onto someone over a single comment, lay down on the ground, and shouted that she didn't want to live anymore. Guoqiu, who was quite far away, ran over not to pull her up, but just squatted down next to her, holding his head and repeating, "It's all my fault, it's all my fault." I was dumbfounded. Normally, wouldn't you pull your wife up and take her home, or just quietly get on with your own work? But when he shows up, things only get worse. Just a single sentence, and it's like their marriage is falling apart in front of everyone. After that, whenever I saw the two of them, I'd steer clear. They're just too much. A few times when I was washing clothes by the river and his wife came over, I'd wash as fast as I could, just in case she tried to start something. Not that I'm afraid of her, I just hate the trouble. Zhou Jiao asked curiously, doesn't that make her even more arrogant? If no one can handle her, she must feel invincible. Mother Zhang smiled at her but didn't say anything. Lin Juhua glanced over and said, there's someone who can deal with her, your Xiao Wu. She's afraid of Xiao Wu. She used to be scared of your eldest sister, but not anymore. She'd even lie down at the village entrance and shout that the cadre's family was bullying her, that there was no justice. Your eldest sister just ignores her, no point ruining her own reputation. As for why she's afraid of Xiao Wu, once, when Xiao Wu came back from hunting and ran into her, she tried to stop him, pestering and demanding meat. Xiao Wu just dragged her away and tossed her far off. When Guoqiu arrived, Xiao Wu said, if she keeps making a scene and demanding my meat, you'd better keep your wife in check, you useless good-for-nothing, making your own wife fight for food. If she shouted again, he said he'd hit Guoqiu every time she yelled. His wife didn't believe him and shouted loudly, so Xiao Wu really did punch him. After that, Guoqiu's wife didn't dare shout anymore. Xiao Wu told Guoqiu, if you keep letting your wife make trouble and annoy the whole village, don't blame me for kicking your whole family out. Then he just left. We only found out about this later. Otherwise, you see, every family in the village is afraid of her. Guoqiu's wife barges into people's homes without caring if they want her there. But our courtyard gate is never closed, and she never comes by. Why? Because she's afraid of Xiao Wu. She's really scared he'll beat her husband. If you ever run into her, just ignore her. Everyone knows she's not above stealing. Zhou Jiao couldn't help but snicker. She thought Huang Zhaodi was already outrageous, but this was something else. Some people are just shameless. Those two never think about leaving a way out for their own kids. Who would want to be friends with their children or marry into their family in the future? Mother Zhang replied, kids in the village already don't play with their son. Like they say, dragons give birth to dragons, phoenixes to phoenixes, and rats' children know how to dig holes. Their kids are just like their mother. If they can't snatch someone else's wild fruit, they'll roll on the ground and throw a tantrum. Marrying a wife like that ruins at least 3 generations. As Zhou Jiao listened to their conversation, she was thinking about how she needed to hurry and stock up on supplies after the baby's 1-month celebration. Luckily, aside from grain and meat, which were strictly controlled, other things were still relatively easy to get in the countryside. While there were still markets, she had to prepare well. If next year everything required ration tickets, it would be even harder. Grain was hard to get, but she could stock up on taro, potatoes, vermicelli, and eggs. Her son's monthly ration wouldn't be enough. When spring came and there was no more pig feed, she'd have to raise more chicks for eggs. After the baby's first month, she could go up the mountain to see what could still be gathered in the winter. When the village sent parcels, she could collect and stash away things like mushrooms, wood ear fungus, pine nuts, and sunflower seeds. These were all valuable. Once ration tickets were strictly enforced, it would be even harder to buy them. No rush, she'd make a note of it later. Mom, can we order chicks for next spring now, or should we do it before the new year? Zhou Jiao asked, not afraid to admit what she didn't know. There are people in the village who hatch chicks. If you only want a few, you can just buy them, no need to order. If you want a lot, you can find someone at the big market before the new year and place an order for spring delivery. When it's time to buy things for the new year, everyone goes to the market, there's everything there. And then, Mom, if you've already harvested the fields, what kind of work do you still have to do? Now it's mostly weeding, plowing, and clearing out roots. If we don't, we can't plant in the spring. As soon as you clear one side, the weeds grow back on the other. There's plenty of work. Once it snows, we stop working in the fields and leave the rest for others. Our family has earned enough work points this year. After a year of hard labor, we've just about earned enough grain to eat. This year's rain was good, so there's a good harvest, and everyone gets a share. Do people still work when it snows? What do they do? Wouldn't everyone freeze? Isn't the ground frozen solid? In heavy snow, we still have to collect manure for spring, and we still have to plow. That's the hardest work, but it earns the most work points. Families with many mouths to feed and not enough labor can't afford to rest, or they won't have enough grain to eat next year. Our family has plenty of labor, so when it snows, we just do lighter work for fewer work points. At the pig farm, there are no holidays all year, but you earn more points. When there's less field work, we make rope, which never stops all year. The team needs rope, and so do we at home. You can never have too much rope, it's always useful. In a few days, our family will be making rope too. Farm work never really stops, which is why everyone wants to move to the city. Our basic grain ration is only 300 jin per person per year. If you want more, it depends on whether the production team has surplus grain. Otherwise, you can't even buy it with money. We have to trade our fine grain for coarse grain just to have enough to eat. In the city, each person gets 40 jin a month, and even children get 22 jin, plus wages and ration tickets. Us country folk have to exchange work points for cloth coupons at the end of the year, so you see, hardly any village kids have clothes without patches. All year long, the only time we eat white rice or dumplings is at New Year. Mother Zhang spoke with deep envy of city life. It's really not easy. I've never seen you all stop working, you're always busy. In April, May, September, and October, you work so hard you practically shed a layer of skin, and everyone gets so thin they never recover. The whole village is dark-skinned from the sun, only our family doesn't mind getting tanned. Otherwise, if you went out at night without a kerosene lamp, you wouldn't be able to find anyone. Zhou Jiao sighed. Zhang merely burst out laughing. Go to the market during New Year and see the crowds, that's really something. There are people from the city and the countryside, and in the sea of people, you see patches of white among all the dark faces. It's hilarious. The car sped all the way toward the provincial capital. In the lead car, Xiao was driving with Old Master Lin Lishan, Zhang Guoqing, and Shizi as passengers. At this moment, Shizi was sitting stiffly, putting on a serious face and pretending to be calm. Except for his curious, darting eyes, his whole little body was tense. Zhang Guoqing glanced at him with amusement, but didn't say anything. He figured that after a while, Shizi would relax. The fact that the child was paying attention to his own demeanor meant he was really growing up. Pointing it out in front of others would only hurt his self-esteem. Xiao glanced at the rearview mirror and advised, "Sir, why don't you rest for a bit? It'll take a little over 2 hours to reach the provincial capital without passing through the county. Just focus on driving safely. We're not in a hurry." The two cars didn't stop along the way, heading straight to the provincial military district guest house. As soon as they got out and headed inside, even before Xiao could check them in, several soldiers came over from a distance, having already received word to welcome Old Master Lin. They led the group straight upstairs to their rooms. Once inside, Lin Lishan quickly grew impatient with the small talk. Noting that it was still early, she quietly told Old Master Lin she wanted to take the child out for a walk. With his approval, she hurriedly took Shizi and left ahead of the others. Exiting the guest house lobby, Lin Lishan took Shizi's hand, got in the car, and drove toward the city center. Along the way, she asked a couple of pedestrians for directions and easily found the friendship store. The provincial friendship store had just opened at the end of last year. It only served overseas Chinese or those with foreign exchange coupons. Rumor had it that the store was filled with dazzling goods, and the 3-story building was a prominent landmark in the city. No wonder anyone she asked could point her straight there. Lin Lishan parked the car and led Shizi to the entrance. Two security guards stood at the wide doorway. Seeing them approach, they quietly reminded her that only overseas Chinese or those with foreign exchange coupons could enter. Lin Lishan was used to shopping at friendship stores in Beijing and knew the rules. She casually showed them her coupons and was allowed in. The goods inside were indeed much more refined and varied than those at the supply and marketing cooperatives, and the service was noticeably better too. Lin Lishan quietly asked Shizi, "Shall we start browsing from the first floor? Take a look at what you like. Grandma will buy it for you. You can also help pick something for your little brother and sister." Shizi's eyes widened as he curiously took in the array of goods. He shook his head. "Grandma, you buy what you want. I'm just here to see and learn, not to buy anything. You go ahead and shop. I'll stick with you and won't wander off." Lin Lishan patted his head, took his hand, and, knowing the Zhang family raised their children well, didn't press him further. She planned to look through all 3 floors before making any decisions. The spacious first floor was dedicated to groceries and some fine grains. The counters were arranged in a rectangle, making it easy to browse everything in one loop. In the grocery section, rows of glass counters displayed all kinds of hard and soft candies in various colors and shapes, beautifully arranged in glass jars. There were also regular and fancy packaged pastries and gift boxes wrapped in red paper, all neatly lined up with price tags. The 2 innermost rows of counters along the wall were stocked with bagged and canned milk powder, both domestic and imported, as well as some canned malted milk and brown sugar. Not far from the stairs to the second floor, directly opposite, was a long counter for imported goods. There were various foreign baguettes and black breads displayed in bamboo baskets, and shelves on the right side of the counter were stacked with chocolates in different flavors. The selection was impressive. In Lin Lishan's view, the layout was modeled after foreign stores. After making a round, Lin Lishan had a general idea. Friendship stores in every province were similar, prioritizing overseas Chinese to earn foreign exchange. This setup was quite advanced for the time. She thought of the grand hotels in Shanghai, where a single dish could cost half a month's wages for an ordinary worker, and realized the disparity here was no surprise. The gap between rich and poor had always existed. Since the purges, only the most notorious capitalists and landlords had been targeted, but there were still countless hidden wealthy families. Take overseas Chinese, for example. They had vast assets abroad, but their domestic spending was minimal. Each was a hidden millionaire. Now, if a family had a relative overseas, they never lacked money or goods, living far better than those relying on ration coupons. Most of these overseas Chinese had fled with their assets when the country was in trouble, and now that things were stable, they returned and received special treatment. Lin Lishan couldn't help but feel a surge of contempt. Little did she know that not long after, those with overseas connections would face a catastrophe few would escape unscathed. Years later, Lin Lishan would often sigh at the unpredictability of life. After finishing the first floor, Lin Lishan took Shizi upstairs. The second floor was all daily necessities and household goods. Several rows of counters were clearly labeled in red characters, making everything easy to find at a glance. Toiletries like soap, toothpaste, and toothbrushes were neatly arranged. Next came rows of textiles, towels, handkerchiefs, pillowcases, all sorted by type. There was a section for raw materials like fabric and yarn, and counters for finished goods like thermal underwear, shoes, boots, coats, and pants. At the back were women's products, bras, sanitary belts, and toilet paper, all together with detailed labels and prices. On the right side of the second floor were kitchen supplies like iron pots, cleavers, spatulas, bowls, and chopsticks, including a few imported items. She even found stoves, electric, coal, and alcohol stoves, as well as stylish hot water bottles and copper hand warmers. Lin Lishan asked the sales assistant to get her a coal stove and an alcohol stove, then quickly picked out 5 hot water bottles and 2 hand warmers. These were especially for Zhou Jiao to use when taking the kids out. She then picked out several bars of soap, a few toothbrushes, and some toothpaste, leaving them at the counter and telling the sales assistant she'd settle up after visiting the third floor. Happily, she took Shizi up to the third floor, which was filled with home appliances, bicycles, sewing machines, and other big-ticket items. The prices were even lower than at the supply and marketing cooperatives. In the end, she gave up on the bicycle and bought a radio instead. She would have liked to buy a bike, but Zhao Jiao would surely say it was a waste. Back on the second floor, she grabbed 2 more pots for making tonic soups, a set of pretty celadone plates and bowls, and a purple clay teapot. She really couldn't stand drinking tea or wine from coarse bowls, it ruined the appetite. Thinking of little Ping'an, she bought a few baby spoons and plastic bowls, and picked out some other children's items. Worried she wouldn't have time off when she returned to work in Beijing, she decided to buy everything in one go. Looking at the pile of goods on the floor, she paid for everything on the second floor and asked the sales assistant to pack it up and move it downstairs. She didn't bother having Shizi guard the pile, no one would dare steal it, and you couldn't get out the door with it anyway. All the other customers were leaving their things around just as casually. Afraid she'd missed something, Lin Lishan took Shizi from counter to counter, buying as she went. Shizi kept signaling her with his eyes, making her laugh. He kept insisting he didn't want anything. Don't worry, Grandma's got coupons and money. If you like something, just say so. When we get back, remind me to ask someone at the military district for a military backpack for you. I see lots of kids carrying those to school. They're big enough for a lunchbox. You should have one too, it'll look great. Look at these pencils, aren't they pretty? You can share them with your little brothers and sisters, and everyone gets a pencil case. Grandma, Zhou and Shirt too are still little, and the 2 girls are even younger. They don't need them. Ma'am, could you please take off the pencil cases? Shizi was anxious. His grandma loved to buy things. He really worried about her. Lin Lishan grabbed a tin box and a handful of pencils. Fine, then let's get hair clips and elastic bands. Little girls love those. Don't worry, the patterns here are much prettier than at the supply and marketing co-op. She picked out a few more. These elastic bands were useful for anyone. Next, they went to the textile counter. She wasn't interested in yarn. Knitting sweaters was exhausting, and if she bought it, Zhao Jiao would just end up knitting nonstop. The thought of all that yarn in Zhao Jiao's wardrobe made her heart ache. If she finished it all, her hands would be ruined, and the colors might not even suit her. But when she saw the bright red and soft yellow yarn, she nodded. These were worth buying. Only her daughter was young enough to pull off those colors. She'd look lovely in them. Looking at the fabric nearby, Lin Lishan got excited. The woolen cloth was nice, gray and black looked good, and paired with a red or yellow sweater, Zhao Jiao would love it. She secretly planned to make Zhao Jiao a linen suit and a coat for Xiao Wu, so she bought 2 bolts to use over time. She picked out a few more pieces of fabric and bought a big bag of cotton before reluctantly leaving. She couldn't help it, Zhao Jiao barely had any clothes, and what she did have was faded or patched. Thinking of her niece's wardrobe stuffed with clothes, yet always complaining they had nothing to wear, she wanted to buy up all the fabric here so Zhao Jiao could have a new outfit every day. Back on the first floor, she decided to stock up on snacks for her daughter, so she'd have something to nibble on or serve to guests. She could also treat her nieces and nephews. Shizi, your aunt's things are almost done. Now, let's buy some snacks. Pick out anything you like. That baguette isn't very tasty, so let's just get a little to try. At the snack counter, she bought whatever Shizi's eyes lingered on, a pound of each. After picking out the pastries, she bought 3 pounds each of milk candy and hard candy, packed separately. The candies looked fancy. Remembering that Zhao Jiao had never tried chocolate, she bought 2 packs. It was heavy, so a pound wasn't much, and got some baguettes too. After paying for everything, she'd only spent 300 of the 600 yuan in foreign exchange coupons she'd brought. She had enough money, but not enough coupons, and began wondering where she could get more as she led Shizi back to the car, grateful that the staff helped carry everything, otherwise she'd have been exhausted. Shizi, are you hungry? If you are, let's eat before heading back. Grandma will take you somewhere nice. Grandma, let's just go back. I'm afraid you'll run back in and buy more. You've already bought half the store. Let's go, I'm really not hungry. Lin Lishan laughed and patted his head. All right, We'll do as you say and go back first. Tonight, we'll see if there's anything else we need, and tomorrow we'll check out the supply and marketing co-op here. The provincial capital is bigger than the county. There's bound to be more stuff. Shizi frowned. We already have plenty. Let's wait and see if my aunt needs anything before buying more. This is expensive. Tomorrow we'll just look, not buy. My eldest uncle has access to internal goods anyway, and they're much cheaper. Lin Lishan burst out laughing and replied as she drove, "All right, tomorrow we'll just look. Tonight, I'll take you to play with some kids and see if anyone has an extra military backpack. You'll look great using that as a school bag." After returning to the guest house, Lin Lishan carried her things back to her room. Seeing that the neighboring rooms were empty, she didn't bother looking for the old man and the others. Most likely they were at the canteen having dinner with others. She took out some milk candies and chocolates, stuffed them into Shizi's pocket, and let him have a snack first. The two of them washed up and tidied themselves before heading to the guest house canteen. It was right at mealtime, and the place was bustling. Lin Lishan glanced around, but didn't spot her grandfather and the others. They'd probably gone to the military district canteen. She specially ordered Shizi's favorites: braised pork, steamed egg, pork rib soup, and steamed buns. After eating their fill and resting a bit, Lin Lishan took Shizi back to their room for a short nap. As dusk fell, she grabbed the 2 bags of pastries she'd just bought and took Shizi to visit her old friend from the compound. Her friend, Fong Jianmei, was also in the art troupe. 2 years ago, she'd transferred to the northern military district with her husband and child. Normally, the two weren't especially close, but now, in this unfamiliar city where tickets were scarce, it was the perfect time to catch up. It was late, but Lin Lishan went straight to the gate and asked the guard for Fong Jianmei's address. With her officer's ID, a young soldier quickly escorted her to the military family building. Lin Lishan thanked him repeatedly before heading upstairs with Shizi. Fong Jianmei lived on the 2nd floor in a 2-bedroom apartment. Both she and her husband were military officers, and they had 2 sons. The youngest, 12, was a sturdy, dark-skinned boy who wasn't shy at all, quite mischievous, in fact. Both women were delighted to see each other, surprised to run into Lin Lishan here. Fong Jianmei happily made tea, pulled Lin Lishan to sit down, and handed a fruit plate to her son, telling him to take Shizi to play in his room. Seeing the 2 boys go off hand in hand without any trouble, Lin Lishan breathed a sigh of relief. She'd been worried the mischievous boy might bully Shizi. Fong Jianmei grinned. "It's been 2 years since I last saw you. I just heard your father-in-law brought your son-in-law to the military district for a meeting, and I was wondering why you weren't here." "I heard your daughter had a baby. Congratulations." Lin Lishan took a sip of tea and smiled. "I came to see the baby this time. Didn't expect her to give birth so soon. I'd planned to stay with her for her confinement." "Your news is quick. We've only been here a few hours." Fong Jianmei winked, lowering her voice. "You don't know, these military wives love to gossip. Any little thing, and everyone knows. Especially with your father-in-law here." Several big shots came out to greet him. "And your son-in-law was the only one in plain clothes, so it wasn't hard to figure out." Lin Lishan glanced around at the furnishings. "How are you settling in here?" "Getting used to it. What can I do? Even if I'm not used to it, I have to stay. It's all right, except the winters are freezing. You can't even go out. You're lucky you came now. In another month, you can forget about going out. And the local fashions are terrible. Most military wives wear patched-up clothes. It's nothing like Beijing. But what can I do? The kids are older now. I can't keep avoiding a transfer. The art troupe work here is easy, though. Lots of free time. I'm getting lazy." Lin Lishan rolled her eyes. "What's wrong with free time? You still get paid, and you can go shopping." Fong Jianmei looked aggrieved. "Shopping? There's nothing good except the friendship store, and you can't get in without foreign exchange certificates. That's my only hobby. It's not easy to go into the city. If you buy too much, people gossip. Everyone's watching. I hardly go out anymore." Lin Lishan burst out laughing. "Serves you right for showing off. I just went to the friendship store, lots of stuff, but hardly any tickets. Do you have any way to get some? I want to leave some for Zhao Jiao so she can buy things too. The supply and marketing co-op can't compare in quality or price." No need to ask anyone else for foreign exchange certificates. I have 200 yuan worth of foreign exchange coupons left, not much more. Do you need other tickets? You're not leaving tomorrow, are you? Let's go shopping together in the city. Lin Lishan nodded happily. Now her Zhao Jiao wouldn't be short of tickets. Great. That's generous of you. I have time in the morning, but in the afternoon I need to get back to Zhao Jiao. I'll drive, so let's go early. Bring any other tickets you have. I haven't been to the co-op yet. Maybe there'll be something good. If not, I'll mail things to you later. If you need anything you can't get here, write to me and I'll send it. Feng Jianmei thought for a moment. No need to trouble you with mail. If I really need something, I'll ask my eldest sister. She works at the Beijing department store, remember? I'll give you all my tickets. If you don't use them, my husband can give them to his comrades. My sister often sends packages, so I'm too lazy to go into the city. Lin Lishan didn't refuse. Art troupe girls rarely lacked tickets, except maybe for cloth coupons. Help me see if the troupe has any new military satchels. Give me a few. I want to give them as gifts. They're rare, and people love them. You don't know, my Zhao Jiao won't let me buy anything, says I need to keep a low profile. She says I already look like a nouveau riche. The foreign exchange coupons I sent her, she just hides away. I want to give some satchels to her nephews. If I buy new school bags, she'll feel bad. Feng Jianmei laughed, teasing. It's true, every pot has its lid. How did a big spender like you have such a thrifty daughter? I really envy you for having a girl, so sweet and thoughtful. My eldest is 15 and only cares about using nice things. His dad even said he should go to the army for some discipline. There should be satchels. I'll check at the troop tomorrow morning and come find you. Lin Lishan nodded, agreeing to meet at the guest house the next day. Feng Jianmei remembered something her elder sister had asked and whispered. Last time, the old troop leader said he was retiring and you'd be promoted. Is it confirmed? Lin Lishan nodded. She was able to stay a few extra days this time because the transfer documents had come through. Otherwise, without a deputy, everything would fall on her shoulders. Now, with a deputy promoted, she could finally relax a bit. Feng Jianmei brought up her elder sister's daughter. The plan had been for her to work at the department store this year, but her sister thought it wouldn't look good to have her under her own supervision. The girl was sensible but a bit slow-witted. Her sister didn't feel comfortable letting her work elsewhere, so she'd managed to get her a spot in the art troupe next year and wanted Lin Lishan to look after her. Lin Lishan agreed without hesitation. No big deal for her. Just keep an eye on the girl and give her some guidance. Feng Jianmei valued Lin Lishan's position. No one would dare bully the girl with her around. To others, being a troop leader was a big deal, but Lin Lishan's own daughter had no interest in it. She wasn't worried about her daughter or son-in-law. If they couldn't get into university, it wouldn't be hard for her to find them jobs in Beijing. Money wasn't an issue. Zhao Jiao could live however she wanted. They'd discuss it when her husband returned. Curious, Lin Lishan asked, by the way, have you seen Xiaofei? He came with my dad. Feng Jianmei was surprised. I didn't know he was here. I just heard your father-in-law brought your son-in-law. Maybe he's busy now, if not tonight. I'll see him tomorrow. We can buy him something to take back. My mother-in-law is still anxious to find him a match. You should help keep an eye out. Xiaofei's already 24, it's time. If he doesn't marry, his younger brothers can't marry early either. Feng Jianmei laughed. My mom's just fussing. I think Xiaofei already has someone in mind, but he's not confident enough to say anything. Think about it, over the years, besides your girls, has he ever talked to any other girls? Lin Lishan was shocked. Who do you think he likes? I hardly ever see him. He's never home. I only know he's close with Xingli. Our family doesn't know anything about this. Zhao Jiao's married, and my mom keeps asking why the others aren't settled yet. Feng Jianmei shook her head. Everyone's busy. Who has time to pay attention? I just noticed he never talks to any other girls except yours. If I ask, he'll just play dumb. Who knows what he's thinking? My mom's just making a fuss. Even his own mother isn't worried. Feelings are best left for them to sort out. If you try to play matchmaker and get it wrong, it'll just be awkward for both. I'll just play dumb and see what happens when we're back in Beijing. Alright, if you find out, write and tell me. If that rascal falls into my hands, I'll give him a hard time, Feng Jianmei said, rubbing her hands and laughing. Okay, I'll let you know if I find out. It's getting late. Tomorrow I'll wait for you at the guest house. Once you're done at the troupe, we'll head out. Lin Lishan stood up and stretched. Feng Jianmei quickly stopped her. Wait, you haven't taken the tickets yet. Don't rush, have something to eat first. Lin Lishan shook her head. No need, I already ate. If I eat more, I'll have indigestion. We can talk about the tickets tomorrow. I'm exhausted these days, better get some sleep. With that, Lin Lishan called out to Shizi. She saw Shizi and Feng Jianmei's younger son whispering together, heads close, clearly getting along well. Feng Jianmei's son kept trying to stuff something into Shizi's hands, while Shizi kept refusing. Looking closer, she realized it was a toy bullet train. She knew Shizi liked those. She didn't say anything, just watched to see what Shizi would do. Shizi looked at Lin Lishan with pleading eyes. Grandma, Big Brother wants to give me this, but he keeps insisting even though I said no. What should I do? Lin Lishan smiled and patted both boys on the head. It's fine, take it. He's your Uncle Xiaofei's cousin. What a tangled family tree. Zaya, remember to bring your son out with us tomorrow so the boys have company. Of course, we'll both take the morning off to go with you. I'll see you out and tell Xiaofei that we won't be home tomorrow morning. Say hi to your father-in-law for me. After saying goodbye and leaving the family compound, Lin Lishan took a flashlight and led Shizi back to the guest house. At this hour, there was only one attendant in the lobby, sitting at the front desk knitting. When she saw Lin Lishan come in with Shizi, she immediately stood up and relayed the old master's instructions. They were to go straight to his room. Lin Lishan thanked her and took Shizi upstairs to the old master's room. The old master's room was reserved for distinguished guests. Besides the bedroom, there was also a reception area outside. In the reception room, only the old master and Zhang Guoqing were present, deep in conversation. The old master was quietly analyzing the military ranks and backgrounds of the leaders who had accompanied them today, recounting their rise to power, their personalities, methods, preferences, and weaknesses. After he finished, he listened to Zhang Guoqing's questions, his eyes occasionally flashing with appreciation. After the grandfather and grandson had discussed and commented, the old master, smiling broadly, carefully instructed Zhang Guoqing on how to handle relationships in the provincial capital over the next few days, who to pay special attention to, and the backgrounds of various families' children. Zhang Guoqing listened intently as the old master laid out the schedule for the coming days and the banquets he would attend, forming a general picture in his mind. Once the old master finished explaining the situation in the provincial capital, he moved on to discuss the current major power factions, analyzing the difficulties Zhou Xiaozheng would face upon returning to his unit. He gave a general account of Zhou Xiaozheng's experiences from the northeast military district to the capital, reminding Zhang Guoqing to pay attention to these matters in his interactions. When it came to Zhou Xiaozheng, his son-in-law, the old master felt both fondness and frustration. When Lin Lishan entered with Shizi, the two men stopped their conversation. The old master laughed heartily and asked Lin Lishan, "What took you so long?" "I was about to send someone to look for you. I saw there were things in your room, so I figured you'd come back and not found us. Later, Xiaofei guessed you'd probably gone to his aunt's. And seeing Shizi with that toy car, looks like he was right. So, how are they doing here?" Lin Lishan sat down with Shizi, frowned slightly, glanced at the inner room, saw the door was closed and no one was outside, then spoke softly. "Xiao Meiwa asked me to send her regards. She's probably too shy to visit you herself, with so many people around." She paused, then continued, "As for how they're doing, well, it's definitely not as good as in the compound. The couple and their two sons are squeezed into 2 rooms. It's pretty cramped. She doesn't seem to be used to it, but she said the kids are too old not to follow their father. I hadn't planned to visit her, since we're just colleagues and not that close. But for Xiaofei's sake, I thought I should at least stop by. Plus, I was almost out of remittance coupons, so I wanted to see if she had any tickets I could get for Zhao Jiao. Turns out she didn't have many coupons left, and not many regular tickets either." Feng Jianmei has been here for 2 years, but I don't think she and her husband are coping well. Dad, what position does Xiaofei's uncle hold? The old master pointed at Zhang Guoqing, who smiled and quietly told his mother-in-law, 2nd Battalion Commander. He wasn't in the welcoming crowd earlier. Xiaofei went out to accompany his uncle and hasn't come back yet. Lin Lishan nodded thoughtfully. Feng Jianmei mentioned our 3 girls tonight, hinting at something. I brushed it off, saying matters of the heart should be left to the young people. If you try to play matchmaker and get it wrong, it'll just be awkward for everyone. That's what I don't like about her. She also asked me to look after her niece, said she's already arranged for the girl to join the art troupe next year. See how clever she is? Without my agreement, it's not a done deal. Now, with just a word from her, she thinks it's settled. Dad, do you remember the Feng family's eldest daughter? The one who works at the department store, always looking down her nose at people? That's her daughter. The old master nodded. I'll talk to your mother about your niece and Xiaofei. You don't need to get involved. As for her niece, since she's brought it up and you've agreed, just wait for the official notice. You're all going out together tomorrow, right? I have some tickets here. Do you need them? Zhang Guoqing went back to his room and brought out a small box, smiling. Jiao asked me to bring money and tickets in case you needed them, Mom. We left in a hurry and didn't have time to talk. Here, take them all. I won't need them since I'm not going out these days. Lin Lishan shook her head and pushed the box back. You two keep your savings for yourselves. I only went to Feng Jianmei to see if I could save some tickets for you. Besides, we've already bought everything we need. I'll go into town again tomorrow, then head back to keep Jiao company. No point in giving them to me. Put them away, and while you're at it, check your mother's room to see if there's anything she still needs. Zhang Guoqing didn't argue, taking the box and bringing Shizi along to check what had already been bought. Shizi, smiling and hugging his toy car, was still wide awake even though it was his usual bedtime. So, was there a lot to see at the mall? Did you spot anything you wanted but were too shy to ask for? Tell your uncle and I'll bring it for you next time. Or write it down if you think of something. Shizi quickly pulled him aside. Uncle, you should save your money for your mother-in-law. I don't need anything. I really learned a lot today. Never knew shopping could be like this. Every time I looked at something, she bought it. I didn't even dare look anymore. Well, think about it tonight. Why is she so confident? Why can she buy so much without a care? If you want to be able to do that one day, what do you need to work on? Do you want to live like your grandma, or like the generations in the village, farming, hunting, drinking a little, marrying a local girl, and having a bunch of kids? Or do you want something else? Tomorrow, watch how people around you talk and act, and compare it to people in the village. The more you see, the more you'll understand. Besides studying hard, what else should you learn? Zhang Guoqing took the opportunity to guide him, encouraging him to think for himself. At 10 years old, Shizi already had his own ideas and should have goals. Zhang Guoqing himself had known what he wanted since he was 5 in the orphanage, and how to get it. After speaking, he left Shizi there to ponder, nodding in satisfaction. Looking at the pile of things on the floor and table, he sighed. His mother-in-law had good taste, but wasn't great at managing household affairs. Zhang Guoqing carefully wrapped up several pieces of fabric, bundled the remaining cloth and yarn into a big package, and packed up the rest of the obvious purchases. They'd spent quite a bit today, and everything they picked was high quality. With this kind of taste, it was no wonder his wife was so outstanding. Her father must be even more remarkable. Back in the old master's room, he saw his daughter looking at him expectantly and couldn't help but chuckle. Seeing she was getting impatient, he finally nodded. Seeing her face light up with joy, he smiled and said, "Very good, better than our own Ding Xing. Some people are just born with advantages. Xiao Wu is an outstanding young man, capable, charismatic, generous, gentle, and polite, with excellent judgment. What's rare is that he can pick up on the smallest details in conversation and daily life. 18 years old, so young. Zhou Xiaozheng was just like that back then. Don't worry, you've got a good son-in-law. As for old Zhou, let's wait and see. With Zhou Jiao and her husband looking out for you, you'll be fine even without Zhou Xiaozheng." Lin Lishan nodded happily, finally feeling at ease. She didn't care what her daughter and son-in-law might achieve in the future, as long as they loved each other and Zhang Guoqing could protect Zhao Jiao, that was enough. She kept telling the old master she was content. That's all it takes to satisfy you. Your good days are still ahead. The old master laughed heartily. Even if his granddaughter's husband was better than his own grandson, he was pleased, secretly delighted at the thought of his old friend's envy. When Zhang Guoqing came back with the child, Lin Lishan reminded her father once again not to drink too much. She also told him to remember to use the prescription Zhao Jiao had given, as per the doctor's instructions, for her mother. The old master nodded with a smile. All right, go to bed early. I need to rest too. Xiao Wu, you've seen everything, right? Then off to bed. You and Shizi share a room. Xiao Fei will come back on his own, don't worry about him. You all get some rest. With that, he waited for Xiao Zhou to come in, then waved everyone out. It was a little after 3 in the afternoon. A car slowly made its way to the entrance of the Zhang family home at the foot of North Mountain and came to a stop. At this time, Shizi had just woken up from a nap. Seeing his home, he was so excited that he quickly greeted Lin Lishan, then rushed into the yard, calling out for his grandmother. He knew the rest of the family was out working, so he called for his grandma to come out and help carry things. Lin Lishan looked around and, seeing no one else nearby, went straight to help carry things. She brought them into Zhou Jiao's room in the west wing. There was no time to say much to Zhou Jiao before she went out again to help Zhang mother, who had come over after hearing the commotion, move the rest of the things from the car. Zhou Jiao watched her mother come in and out, guessing there must be quite a lot of stuff. When she saw them come in, she quickly told them to take a break and leave the things on the car. No one would dare steal them anyway. After Lin Lishan took a sip of warm water, she waved her hand dismissively. It's not that much, just some small things that aren't too noticeable. I brought everything in. The only big item is the radio. This is for you to listen to during your confinement so you won't get bored. The things at Friendship Store really are cheaper than outside. As for the rest, you don't need to get up and look. Just rest. I'll sort everything out later, and you'll see. I bought all the necessities. With that, she started unpacking each bundle, putting the contents into the wardrobe and boxes one by one. When everything was stuffed full, she was stunned to see there were still packages piled on the floor. She patted her head in exasperation. Zhang mother had been watching with her mouth open since Lin Lishan started unpacking, wanting to say something but holding back. Now, seeing Lin Lishan's reaction, she burst out laughing and pointed to the top of the wardrobe. The two of them worked together to lift several bolts of fabric onto the top, then placed the radio there. Zhang mother shook her head repeatedly, muttering that her in-law shouldn't buy so much next time. At first, Zhou Jiao watched with interest, but gradually fell silent, shooting her mother meaningful looks. Thankfully, Lin Lishan caught on and stopped opening the rest of the packages, instead stuffing them into the outer room's cupboards and boxes until they were full. The only things left that couldn't fit were some snacks and pastries. Zhou Jiao glanced at the corner and spotted 2 more packages. Mom, where did those 2 packages in the corner come from? Why is one of them so big? Lin Lishan immediately realized they were from Feng Jianmei. She'd forgotten about them. She dragged the 2 packages to the center, making Zhou Jiao's eye twitch. Opening them, they found 2 military coats, 2 pairs of military boots, and 3 military bags. The smaller package contained 2 cans of malted milk, a piece of fabric, about a kilo of yarn, and a piece of red paper placed carefully on top. Zhou Jiao looked at her mother in confusion. The red paper meant this was a gift that required reciprocation. Lin Lishan smiled. These are from Xiao Fei's aunt, Feng Jianmei. Her niece is planning to join a performing arts troupe in Beijing, so just accept it. Normally, we're not that close, but now that I've made the decision, she's reaching out. Xiao Wu will explain more when he gets back. With that, seeing Zhou Jiao understood, she didn't explain further. Zhou Jiao watched her mother take out a piece of wrapping cloth and start packing up candies and pastries. She also stuffed books and pencils into a military bag for Shizi to carry. Lin Lishan checked the gifts for the children and said to Shizi, "Take the military bag to your own room first." Once you've put it away, come back to Grandma's. You're in charge of your younger siblings' gifts. Grandma has given them all to you." With that, she pushed him out the door. Shizi adored his beautiful grandma. She even thought of letting him hide the military bag first. The little guy secretly stashed it away, then went out to call his younger siblings back and brought them to Zhou Jiao's room. Seeing them all noisy and excited, he put on a stern face and warned, "Anyone who isn't good won't get a present. And you all have to thank Grandma first." Seeing them behave, he nodded like a little adult. Meanwhile, Lin Lishan wasn't in a hurry to tidy up. She was thinking about where to install the coal stove in the outer room. After discussing with Zhang Mother, she found out that when the new house was renovated, Zhang Guoqing had already thought of this and had installed a vent and even the pipes. She breathed a sigh of relief. "Jiao, I still have 300 overseas remittance coupons, plus the 300 from Fong GMA, all saved for you. After your confinement, you can go see for yourself. The stuff there is really good. I bought 2 stoves, one for coal and one for alcohol. The alcohol one can be used in the room. I'll try it out later. The coal stove needs to go in the outer room. When Xiaowu comes back, he can install it. In winter, you can stew things or boil water, and with the doors open, both rooms will be warm. We also have a 300 gene coal ration, so you won't have to worry about running out this winter. Just keep the stove going and the room will stay warm." Lin Lishan unpacked the coal stove. This model was more finely made than most, and the damper was designed so even someone with little strength could open it easily. Zhang Mother quickly said, "No need to wait for Xiaowu to come back. Let his brother help install the stove early. That way, we can stew something and not worry about Jiao getting hungry at night. You can have her father borrow an ox cart to go to town for coal." Lin Lishan nodded happily. When Shizi finally came in, she handed him all the gifts for the children to distribute to his siblings. Zhang Mother tried to stop her, worried about spoiling the kids, but Zhou Jiao and her mother persuaded her otherwise. Shizi handed out the gifts, excitedly sharing stories from the provincial capital, making the children buzz with excitement. After some chatting, it was time to prepare dinner. Zhang Mother took Shizi and the others out, leaving Zhou Jiao and her mother in the room. Zhou Jiao watched her mother finish tidying up and couldn't help but ask, "Mom, you bought so much and drove all the way here. Aren't you tired? Take a break. Is Xiaowu doing well over there?" Lin Lishan sat down and smiled. "He's doing great. He told me today not to worry. He'll be back in a few days. Your grandpa took him to meet people at the military district last night and even praised him. He's adapting well and doing a good job." Zhou Jiao was relieved to hear this. Watching her mother pack up 2 small bundles, she couldn't help but twitch. Was she planning to give gifts to her 2 sisters-in-law as well? "Mom, you're not giving those to Xiaowu's 2 sisters, are you? Don't give away the military coats and bags. Keep them for me." Lin Lishan laughed and gave her daughter a look. "Don't be so stingy. You and Xiaowu already have military coats, so let's give these to them. I didn't prepare gifts for them, but seeing them yesterday reminded me. This way, everyone gets one and it's fair. Don't worry about 2 coats. When yours wears out, I'll get you new ones. Tomorrow, ask your father-in-law to take them over, along with some fabric and candy. I bought a lot of fabric today. Pick out any you don't like and give those away." Lin Lishan took out all the loose fabric. Zhou Jiao looked them over and frowned. "Forget it. All this fabric is good. Let's save it for later. I still have yarn, right? How about giving each family a kilo of yarn? They both work at the textile factory, so they're not short on fabric coupons. Pick out some nice yarn for me, okay?" Lin Lishan looked at her, speechless. She'd met Zhang Meili and her sister and their kids yesterday. How did Zhou Jiao know they weren't short on fabric? Seeing her daughter's ingratiating smile, she decided to let it go and do as she wished. After all, the gifts were for her sake. Otherwise, why would she bother? Zhou Jiao saw her wavering and glanced outside before lowering her voice. "It's fine if you gave gifts to the family at home, but smart people don't show off their wealth. If you let little Five's 2 brothers-in-law wear those out and people say it's from us, it'll leave a bad impression. These military coats are very valuable. Not only are they rare, but wearing them will make people talk. Even if they don't say anything, What about their parents? A military coat plus wool yarn, that's already a heavy gift. Just look at the gifts for the baby's third-day celebration. If we go by county standards, even a jean of wool yarn is a big gift. In the village, wool yarn is as precious as gold. You've already given little Five's family quite a bit. The situation is different. Otherwise, I wouldn't have made it so obvious. Zhou Jiao remembered the factory director's wife wearing a military coat and her youngest daughter showing off at school, saying they had someone in the army. It gave her a headache. If these 5 military coats were worn out, it would just give people more to gossip about. If her mother-in-law hadn't seen the coats, she would never have given them away. All right, I'll listen to you. The leftover fabric can be used to make you some clothes. I saw the material was good this time, so I bought several bolts of woolen fabric. You can make yourself a linen suit, make little Five a coat, and save the rest for later. Also, use some of this fabric to make a few pairs of work pants. The material is sturdy and looks high-end. That's how people dress in the big cities now. You should dress up nicely. I say throw out all those patched-up clothes. Next time, I'll bring you 2 cashmere coats. Just black and brown, none of those bright colors. They don't suit your temperament. Zhou Jiao nodded happily. We really are mother and daughter. Our tastes are the same. Black and brown are easy to match. You must be out of money now, so remember to take your Beijing bankbook back with you. Seeing her mother so enthusiastic, Zhou Jiao went along with her. Besides, she really wasn't used to wearing patched-up, shabby clothes. Maybe in the future, if circumstances forced her, she'd adapt. But right now, she wanted to look her best. Every time she saw herself in the mirror, she couldn't bear her own sorry state. Don't worry, let your dad buy it. Keep your bankbook. Mom has money, and your grandma has my bankbook too. Take good care of the things I give you, don't take them out. A woman should have money in her hands, keep it for yourself, and spend it slowly. If you want to buy something, just go buy it. Think about it. Even if you don't work, it's fine. Renting out the courtyard only brings in 50 yuan a month, which isn't much, but it's better than most people's salaries. What are you worried about? My salary is over 100, almost 200 a month, plus your dad's. Our family really isn't short of money. You're our only child, so you don't need to scrimp and save. If I really cared about money, would I have given your aunt such a favor for free? If I was as calculating as you, pinching every penny, I would have rented it to someone else for at least 100 yuan. Look at yourself in the mirror. Your face is sallow and thin. You're malnourished. This month, you must take good care of yourself. Only if you're well-nourished will your milk be good for Peng An's health. And even if you act a little high-profile and cause trouble, your mom can handle it. What are you afraid of? Zhou Jiao looked at her, seeing her mother's "I'm a rich lady" attitude, and couldn't help but laugh. Mom, I get it. Once we split from the family, things will be better. Right now, if I wear new clothes every day while their family is still patching theirs, it wouldn't feel right. Once we're in the county, I'll spend as I please. If I can't make money, at least I know how to spend it. As for Aunt, don't keep mentioning the favor you did for her. If you bring it up too much, it'll hurt the relationship, and even the previous kindness will be wasted. Renting to the government brings in less money, but at least they won't trash the courtyard. They just go to work there, everyone's clean, and there's no mess. Private tenants pay more, but collecting rent is a hassle, and I don't like having tenants moving in and out, making a mess. Your grandma said the same thing to me. I know what your aunt is like. As long as she doesn't cheat me or pocket the rent, it's fine if it's a little less. Some things, like getting a marriage certificate, she's the one who can get it done. I won't mention it again. I just feel sorry for you, afraid you'll be too cautious when buying things. Your second uncle's daughter, Shuizhen, is the same age as you, but she's still like a child. Whenever she sees something nice, she finds a way to get it, always asking me for gifts and spending money freely. She's been scolded by your second uncle several times, but that's what a 17-year-old girl should be like. But you had to take care of yourself early on, learning to read people's faces and protect yourself at such a young age. That's my fault. Otherwise, you'd be like the other girls in the compound, thinking about where to have fun, what's good to eat, which clothes are pretty, pestering your mom for money. But now, you're so careful with everything I give you. Either afraid I don't have enough money or that you're spending too much. It's only after suffering that you become so sensible. Why haven't I gone to see your grandfather? Because I'm angry that he could ask me for money but still be so harsh with you. You're not motherless. I've sent you so many clothes, but your wardrobe is full of patched, faded things. Every time Shuezhen asks me for clothes, I buy 2 sets, just in case you don't have anything nice. Girls are sensitive and can get self-conscious, so I keep sending things every season. But looking at your wardrobe, I really don't want to see him. I don't care what your dad thinks. When he comes back, I'll ask him why. I always thought that even if I wasn't by your side, you'd be a bright, cheerful girl, smiling like the sun. In the countryside, you have a high-ranking grandfather, money, pretty clothes, things even city girls don't have. You should be carefree, someone everyone admires and envies, someone no one dares to offend. But what did I end up seeing? My daughter was scolded at our door by some uncultured person, left with nothing but skin and bones, growing up like a weed. And you even had to humble yourself and kowtow to that old man. What right does he have to treat you like this? Didn't we say more than once that we'd bring you back to Beijing? But what did he do? Is this what he calls taking good care of my daughter? I don't dare see him, because I'm afraid I'll slap him. He can spend my money, use my things, I don't care. But how can someone go back on their word? Every time I send things, knowing he has another granddaughter, I worry you'll be bullied if you dress too nicely, so I always include extra. But even then, it's not enough. Look at how thin you are his eyes blind? The more Lin Lishan spoke, the more agitated she became, and in the end, she couldn't hold back her sorrow. She knew she was partly to blame, but Lin Lishan, who had always been so assertive in Beijing, never imagined her daughter would suffer so much in the Zhou family. If her daughter were in Beijing, who would dare touch her? Who would dare give her attitude? It was only because of Zhou Xiaozhang that she had to swallow her anger. When had she ever suffered such grievances? Zhou Jiao looked at her tearful mother, reached out to hold her hand, and spoke to her earnestly. Mom, it's not that I don't want to accept your kindness, and I don't blame you either. I can put myself in your shoes. If I were you, and Xiaowu went missing under suspicious circumstances, I would also leave Ping'an with my mother-in-law for safety and go searching myself. I understand your feelings for Dad. Maybe others don't get it, but I do. If something happened to Xiaowu, my only reason to keep going, just like you, would be the belief that he's still alive, waiting for me to find him. Little Ping'an would be safe and well cared for, and once I found his father, our family would be whole again. That's why, as I grew up, I came to understand how hard things were for you, and I never blamed you. Besides, everyone has their own personality. Ever since I was a child, I never liked showing off. Even if I'd grown up by your side, I wouldn't have been flashy. If I were like those kids in the compound, just eating and playing all day with no goals, wasting time, do you think a girl like that would be your daughter? Would she be like you or Dad? You and Dad aren't the kind of people without goals, just eating and drinking your lives away, right? So there's no need to compare me to other girls. There are wild ones in the compound, and there are well-behaved ones too. You're my mother, so of course I accept everything from you. Otherwise, do you think someone like me would accept expensive gifts, like large sums of money, property deeds, or bank books? Have you seen me accept them cautiously? I haven't. The things from you and Dad, I take as a matter of course. I'm your only child now. If I don't accept them, are you going to give them to someone else? As for me being careful with money and worrying you'll run out, that's true. Look at you. As soon as you saw me, you showered me with money and handed over 2 property deeds. I'm really afraid you'll give me everything you have and leave nothing for yourself, relying only on your salary and thinking Dad will take care of you. If that happens, I'll have to be thrifty and save the money for you, so that if you ever need it, I'll have some set aside. The future is unpredictable. You always need a sense of crisis. Dad has given me all the valuable jewelry and houses too. What if, in the future, you and Dad have a few more children? When they grow up, get married, and start their own families, how much money will that take? By then, you and Dad will be retired. I can't let you carry such a heavy burden, and I certainly can't let you suffer. I'm the eldest daughter, so it's my duty to be filial and take care of you. I have to look after my younger siblings and make sure they grow up happily, get married, and have children of their own. Now, if you and Dad put all your money with me and I spend it all, what will they do in the future? So I can't be wasteful. Besides, I don't like spending money recklessly. As long as we have enough, that's all that matters. Anything extra is just a number. I know you're not stingy, but I still want to help ease your worries. That's just how I am, helping you keep these things safe. As for you, just do whatever you want. Don't let money control your life. Just be happy with Dad. Lin Lishan wiped her tears, listening in a daze. She knew her daughter was thoughtful and tended to overthink, but she hadn't expected her to worry about their retirement. Now her daughter was the one fretting over them. Thinking about it, she found it funny. She really was born to worry. You don't need to worry. What I've given you is yours. What responsibility do your dad and I want you to take? You really are a worrier. Even if we have another child, we'd be so old by then, and it'd only be one at most. Your dad's the one who wants it, not me. Besides what I've given you, your grandma has also saved some for me. The money you have now is only known to the two of us. Those bank books in Beijing are just the rent from your house, so it's not like I've given you cash yet, you know? I've also saved quite a bit from my job, plus the savings from the 2 years after I married your dad. All that money is with your grandma. She's just like you, afraid I'll spend it all, so she kept it for me. She said she'd hand it over to your dad when he comes back this time. So if you add it all up, with your grandma's savings and your dad's remittances, plus our salaries, we have plenty. So just spend what you need. Others only know that you have the rent from that house and 2 property deeds. That's it. I was planning to give you cash when your dad comes back, but not now. You don't need much here anyway. Zhou Jiao looked at her speechlessly. She really trusts people. Well, she is her mother after all. But Zhou Jiao didn't trust so easily. With so much money in the old lady's hands, and all those years when her dad was gone, the savings he left behind should have been handed over to her when she got married and started her own family. They should have let her and her mother handle the inheritance themselves. Now, even with Grandpa Lin and her mom coming all the way to the northeast, they didn't bring the money. Are they really waiting for Dad to come back to hand it over? Do they think she's stupid? Calculating every step. But for the sake of this silly woman who gave birth to and raised her, she couldn't be bothered to argue. No need to give me any more. With what I have and Xiaowu's private savings, we have over 2,000 yuan in cash, more than enough for us. We don't even need the bank books in Beijing. See, it's not like I don't have money. I can't just flaunt it and let people know we have more money than this whole family combined, right? After we get married and have kids, we'll plan things out. After we split from the family, my father-in-law will build us a house here, so we won't have to spend money on that. Then we'll look for opportunities to go to school or find jobs. Buying a courtyard house in the county only costs about 1,000 yuan, and we'll still have over 1,000 left to save. See? We're not short of money. So you and Dad should keep your money for yourselves. If I ever need any, I'll come to you. Lin Lishan glared at her. Save 1,000 yuan, and you two will keep living like skeletons, with Ping and pitifully wearing patched-up clothes. Is that your plan? Now that Mom's here, I won't let you live like that. Take care of your health, take care of Ping and buy whatever you want, we have money. You know, that last time at the friendship store, your 1,000 yuan was gone in one trip. Even spending those 600 yuan in foreign exchange certificates didn't feel good. I had to compare prices for ages before buying anything. Zhou Jiao grinned and nodded. That's why, when you said you wanted to buy me a cashmere coat, I agreed, because I know my mom isn't short of money. The 50 yuan monthly rent is higher than a worker's salary, so I'm not short of money either. Let's spend it. Since you said all the cash is with Grandma, I'm relieved. If I see something I want, I'll buy it. Lin Lishan nodded approvingly. That's the right attitude. When your dad comes back and gives you money, don't be silly and say you already have enough. Don't tell your dad about the money abroad, that doesn't exist. The rent and bank books in Beijing can't be withdrawn here, so that's as good as not having money. So right now, all you have is a little private savings with Xiaowu and the house you bought, so you're not rich. Take whatever you're given, and if you don't spend it, just save it. If my daughter, Lin Lishan's daughter, ever lacks money, that would be a joke. Rich mom, I'm so poor, really poor, so poor that all I have left is money. Zhou Jiao teased her with a smile. But in her heart, she sighed. Isn't it obvious? Why hasn't she thought it through? Her own mother had 2 sons and 2 daughters. Oh well, she'd just have to look out for her more in the future. Maybe she was just being overly cautious. The mother and daughter chatted idly for a while, discussing how to make work pants, gesturing as they talked. They kept at it until Ping'an woke up. After Zhou Jiao finished feeding her son, she glanced at her watch and saw it was almost mealtime. She looked at her mother with concern. Mom, are you hungry? Didn't we buy some snacks? You should eat something first. Or, do you want to eat meals together with me from now on? There are too many people in the main room and you're not used to it. I can talk to my mother-in-law about it later. Lin Lishan shook her head. It's just a few days, let's leave it as it is. See what your mother-in-law arranges. I think she'll probably have me eat with you in the room. If you bring it up, it might cause misunderstandings. Not long after she finished speaking, Zhou's mother came in with her eldest daughter-in-law, Huang Suilan, carrying dishes. Seeing Lin Lishan, she looked a bit embarrassed and said, Sister, I won't stand on ceremony with you. I'll just have you keep Jiao company and eat in the room. Keep an eye on her. She eats too little. Try to get her to eat more. Starting tomorrow, we'll be building the house and I'll be busy preparing food. The villagers helping out will all eat here. With people coming and going, it'll be quieter for you to eat here. Otherwise, someone will come in and start chatting and you won't even get to eat. Plus, I won't have time to look after Jiao, so I'll feel better if you're with her. Lin Lishan nodded repeatedly and took the food. Big sister, this is best. The 2 of us can eat and chat together. Tomorrow I'll help out in the kitchen. Just call me if you need anything. Zhou's mother saw Lin Lishan take the bowls and quickly set the Kong table on the bed, took the basket from Huang Suilan, laid out 3 dishes, and set out soup and 2 big bowls of rice. No need, there'll be enough people in the kitchen tomorrow, me, the 3 of us, and my 2 sisters-in-law. If I really get too busy, I'll call you, I won't stand on ceremony. Jiao, let your mother take care of you for the next few days. I'm afraid I'll be too busy and get flustered. Zhou Jiao nodded and apologized to Huang Suilan. Big sister-in-law, sorry to trouble you. You and big brother are working so hard to build this house for us, and neither Xiaowu nor I have helped at all. I feel really bad about it. What's there to be embarrassed about? You 2 have helped us plenty before. We're all family, so don't fuss over it. Just focus on recovering so your mom can go home at ease. Lin Lishan looked at the food. Big sister, if you really treat me as family, don't make so much next time. It's too much for just the 2 of us and it's a waste. From now on, I'll eat whatever you all eat, no need to make anything special. Just keep Jiao's postpartum meals separate, so you don't have to cook 3 times. Yo's mother laughed. Only Jiao's food is separate. For you, it's the same as ours, nothing special. If I'm busy tomorrow, I'll just cook less. Eat as much as you want, and help yourself after. With that, she waved her hand and left with the eldest daughter-in-law. Zhou Jiao looked at the food and knew it was made especially for her mother. She didn't say anything. If her mother had to eat those coarse corn buns, she'd cry too. She really didn't want to see those buns ever again. While eating, Lin Lishan kept urging her to eat more, telling her to try even if she was full. Jiao, what does your mother-in-law's family usually eat? There's meat and chicken here. Surely they don't eat like this normally. I bet all the meat is in these 2 bowls. Zhou Jiao sipped her soup, quickly put it down, leaned close to the window to listen for movement outside, then scooted closer to her mother and whispered, Hee, Mom, you can tell just by looking at my complexion. The villages around here are considered pretty well off. Now everyone gets fine grain, but they trade it in town for coarse grain. Even so, most families only eat 2 meals a day, and one of those is just vegetable porridge. My in-laws eat 3 meals a day, which already makes them pretty well off around here. Breakfast is corn buns and cornmeal porridge, lunch is still corn buns and vegetable porridge, and dinner is sweet potato rice with a few dishes. There's not a drop of oil in their food, and it's corn buns all year round. Corn buns are just coarse flour, water, and wild vegetables kneaded together. Even so, a lot of people are jealous that the Zhang family can eat their fill. Xiaowu says their corn buns come in all sorts of shapes, but they're still just corn buns. Eating them scratches your throat. You have to stretch your neck to swallow, or you'll choke. What can you do when everyone eats like this? At the Zhou's, I didn't eat much, but at least there were no corn buns. I ate wild vegetable porridge and sweet potato rice with grandma, all soft food. Most of the time, Xiao Wu and I ate at the school cafeteria, and he'd even take me to restaurants sometimes. It wasn't until I married and that I realized there were corn buns in this world that could actually choke you. There's just no grain to eat. I couldn't stomach them, but I was too embarrassed to say anything, so I just ate less. Anyway, Xiao Wu and my mother-in-law would secretly make extra food for me. She's really nice. She'd secretly boil a couple of eggs and hide them in our room, or stash some corn buns for us when everyone else went out to work. That's why they always say I eat like a cat. Zhou Jiao took another bite and continued, Xiao Wu and I couldn't take it anymore, so we bought rice. We had his mother make red date rice porridge for me when I was pregnant, and let the whole family have some too. We just hoped we wouldn't have to eat corn buns every day. If you choke on one, and then try to wash it down with cornmeal porridge, you'll really choke to death. But you can't say this out loud, because this is just how their family eats, and they all enjoy it. We couldn't say anything. Luckily you came and brought rice and flour, otherwise, I really don't know what I'd do. The day after Ping'an was born, at 5 in the morning, Xiao Wu ran to the county to buy 2 pig trotters and 2 black chickens, and had his mother stew them for me. But my mother-in-law said to save them and eat slowly. 1 pig trotter should last a day. As for the black chickens, Xiao Wu wanted her to cook one for the kids, but she refused, saying kids shouldn't eat that. It's all for postpartum recovery. The family can eat their fill, so there's no need to cook more. Even if I had money, I wouldn't dare buy more, it's too expensive. If I bought less, there'd be nowhere to cook it. Thank goodness you came. Otherwise, we were ready to buy a stove and secretly cook wild game with a handful of rice every day. Xiao Wu said he's cried from eating like this, but he doesn't dare say anything. The whole family eats this way, even Shizi and the others. He was away at school, eating at the cafeteria with his own grain. If he complained, they'd say he was ungrateful and his parents would be hurt. Lin Lishan chuckled as she listened and ate. Zhou Jiao went on, do you know why Xiao Wu gets along so well with the head chef at the county restaurant? It's because whenever he caught wild chickens or rabbits, he'd take them to the chef to cook and bring some back for me. If we didn't have meat coupons, we'd order dishes at the restaurant instead. Once we got familiar, they'd make extra for us. You say I'm skinny now, but you didn't see me before. I was even thinner. In winter, when the snow and wind blew, I didn't even dare go outside. Really, the wind would push me along. I didn't need to walk. So unless it was important, I never went out in winter. Before I got married, I had no money. Everyone called me Golden Baby, but I really had nothing. I just relied on Xiao Wu to get me some nourishing food. After I got married, I finally had money, but then those damned ration coupons became a problem. Without grain or meat coupons, money was useless, especially without grain coupons. You couldn't even eat at restaurants. At least we had wild game, so I got stronger. This time, you brought so many things. Grain is the most precious. Even if you have money, you can't buy it. If you haven't been to the countryside, you have no idea how scarce grain is. It's the same in the county. The supply only lets you eat about 80% full, and you have to plan for the whole family to have white porridge in the morning and only feel 80% full at night. Where did you get the grain? Isn't there a shortage in Beijing? Lin Lishan drank her soup, sighed, and shook her head. There's a shortage, but not for us. How could soldiers go without grain? If I'd known, I would have brought more. Zhou Jiao smiled. No need to bring grain next time. We'll be able to buy some soon. The New Year's coming, and there'll be markets. Some villagers with fine grain will sell it. We'll buy it secretly, buy more, and store it up. If it's expensive, so be it. Mom, you really haven't seen how poor some families are. For example, in winter, 1/3 of the people in Zhang village don't have cotton padded jackets. What do? The girls just wear thin clothes, shivering as they do chores. The men take turns wearing the padded jackets when they go out. Some families still use straw as quilts. That's why so many people die in winter. The poverty is heartbreaking. So, we're actually doing pretty well. We should feel happy and grateful. Lin Lishan nodded. Yes, we should feel blessed. I've seen places where people only have porridge and only get a proper meal on New Year's Eve. Mom, go get your food. I'm already doing great with this bowl. Lin Lishan shook her head. I can't eat any more. I usually only eat this much. I'll tidy up after you're done. By the way, is there enough for your grandparents? They don't go out to work. Zhou Jiao rolled her eyes at her mother. Did you forget that Grandpa and Grandma get a salary and subsidies every month? They have plenty to eat. Even with a big family, everyone's full. Before ration coupons, you could just buy food with money. After coupons, they added wild vegetables, but they still ate as well as people in the county. But their table manners are terrible. They eat like they're robbing the place, shouting and spraying saliva everywhere. Just thinking about it puts me off my food. When I went back to the Vos, there wasn't much to eat. But after I left, they'd make extra, and everyone got big and strong. That Huang Zhaodi is twice as fat as you now. No one would believe they don't have enough to eat. Haha, really that fat? She wasn't before. She used to be pretty. Time really does change people. Are you done eating? I'll clean up and take it out. You just rest, don't lie down yet. With that, she tidied up, put everything in the basket, and took it out. After a while, Lin Lishan came back. Zhou Jiao stared at her, checking to make sure no one followed, then winked and nodded toward the door. Lin Lishan rolled her eyes at her daughter, then covered her mouth and laughed at her antics. There was only your sister-in-law in the kitchen. The others were eating in the main room. I didn't go in. There was a smell of sweet potatoes in the kitchen. They're probably having sweet potato rice for dinner. All the white rice was given to us. The kids are well behaved, too, no fussing. Zhou Jiao nodded. Their kids are really well-mannered. When they come to my room, they never touch anything. If I give them candy, they know to take it home for their siblings. Even the little ones know to save some for their older brothers. Lin Lishan went to the kitchen to fetch hot water, brought it to the room, and the two of them washed up, turned on the radio, and lay on the kang chatting. The county's coal and briquette supply station was crowded, with a long line stretching all the way to the street corner. People squeezed together, chatting about what their households lacked or what the supply station had run out of lately. Old Zhang sat upright on the horse-drawn cart, listening to the city folks talk. He realized that his own family's life wasn't much different from theirs and felt secretly pleased. He glanced at his new clothes, then at the long line. There were barely a handful of people not wearing patched-up garments. Zhang's eldest son-in-law, Zhang Chunming, was waiting in line. After finally collecting over 300 jean of briquettes, the two of them rode the horse cart straight to their newly purchased courtyard. They'd just completed the paperwork yesterday, and the previous owner had already moved out. At the moment, Zhang Meili was tidying up inside. When she saw her father arrive, she quickly brought hot water for the two men. Dad, this army coat is really thick. It's perfect for your son-in-law to wear on night shifts. You must have one too, right? Xiao Wu must have prepared one for you. Chuming and the others all have one. Let me guess, that's not just 5 coats, is it? Wow, Jiao Jiao's mother-in-law is really generous. You can't even buy these if you wanted to. Now your youngest son doesn't have to worry about anything. I heard from old Chin that our Xiao Wu might be coming to work in the county. Is that true? Should I start looking for a house? After finishing his water, old Zhang set down the cup and considered his daughter's suggestion. He replied, no rush. Let's see what he says when he comes back this time. If there's no change, he'll be moving to the county. For now, keep it quiet and look around discreetly. There's no hurry. If they really do move, it won't be until the weather warms up, at the earliest, February or March. You can start looking, but pick somewhere close by with a newer courtyard. If it's too run down, they won't like it. It should also be quiet, with neighbors who mind their own business. Price isn't an issue, they have money. I reckon his mother-in-law gave him quite a bit again this time. Besides, Jiao Jiao's courtyard in Beijing is rented to a government office for 50 yuan a month. Think about how much that adds up to over the years. So just take your time and find something that feels right. Zhang Meili's jaw dropped. After a moment, she exclaimed, "Oh my goodness, he's a golden boy." Xiao Wu is really set now. No wonder Uncle Chen said even the county might not be able to keep him. I was wondering what he meant by those random comments. Old Zhang shot her a look of disdain. Golden boy? He stopped being a golden boy a long time ago. Don't go shouting nonsense, it sounds awful. Keep a low profile. There are things I haven't told you, but you'll understand in time. Out of my 5 kids, you're the silliest. Just look at where Xiao Wu is now and who he's with. He ignored his foolish daughter and turned to his eldest son-in-law with a smile. Chumming, I'm heading back. Do you have any message for your parents? And get the house warmed up and move in soon. This was a good buy, big and in a great location. Once you set a date, just let us know. Zhang Chunming nodded repeatedly. Dad, why don't you eat before you go? Meili, go make some noodles for Dad before he heads back. It's cold on the cart. No need. We're building the courtyard at home today and I have to host the workers. I'll go first. Zhang Chunming wanted to say that since his brother-in-law was planning to move to the county, there was no need to keep building in the village. But he remembered his own father's words about his father-in-law being low-key but secretly well off. In just a few years after marrying off 2 daughters-in-law, he'd given 800 yuan in bride price for the youngest son's marriage. Thinking about that 800 yuan and comparing it to his own monthly salary, he decided not to say anything. He watched his father-in-law drive away in the horse cart, then went back inside and looked around the spacious courtyard, feeling delighted. Now he had a real family foundation. With a bit more effort to pay off his debts, life would be smooth from here on out. Watching his wife grinning foolishly, he shook his head to himself. His father-in-law was right. She really was a silly girl. Even now, she was still giggling. He'd always known his brother-in-law was capable. Even without Zhao Jiao's family, he would have made something of himself. Didn't the old man from his brother-in-law's in-laws often take him to visit officials' homes? Old Zhang drove the cart back to the village. By the time he arrived, the stove had already been installed in the small living room of the West Wing. He changed into old clothes and went outside to find that the briquettes had already been unloaded and stacked under the eaves. He checked the eaves, then went to the storeroom for some tools and made sure everything was protected from rain and snow, so the coal wouldn't freeze in the winter. Only then did he relax. He thought to himself, once the 2nd and 5th sons move out, should he let Shizi have the West Wing to himself? Maybe his eldest grandson would be as successful as his youngest uncle in the future. Once the stove was lit, he put on the newly bought kettle. Zhou Jiao could almost see steaming, fragrant braised pork, chicken stew with mushrooms, spicy wild rabbit, and pickled fish. She couldn't help but swallow her saliva. Lin Lishan saw her daughter's greedy look and felt both amused and a bit sad. She secretly decided to drive around and look for good food to nourish her daughter. After all, a successful postpartum period was like a woman being reborn. After a long chat last night, Lin Lishan felt she finally understood her daughter. From the little things, it was clear she belonged in the city. She was cold by nature, with an unshakable pride. She didn't fit in with rural life, unaccustomed to rural hygiene, to women's gossip, to opening up to strangers, or to plain and simple food. She liked to brew tea in her spare time, filling the house with its fragrance, savoring it from delicate cups. She liked to read quietly in a room full of books. She liked to serve delicious pastries on fine plates and enjoy them with a few close friends, chatting happily. She was a scholar at heart. Her daughter had inherited her love for a refined life and even her obsession with cleanliness. Lin Lishan patted her daughter's head. Once you've put Ping'an to sleep, I'll drive out and find something good for you to eat. Tell me what you like. Zhou Jiao thought for a moment, then shook her head. Forget it. You're new here and don't know your way around. There's nothing good on the streets these days anyway. When Xiao Wu comes back, he'll have a way. For now, we still have the things you brought from home. Knowing them, they won't touch it. Let's just eat that for now. I'll still go out and look. In the countryside, you don't need ration tickets, just pay more, and you can buy a few hens to make soup for you. While it's cold, I'll get more eggs too. Whenever you want, just toss a few eggs in the pot and eat them when you feel like it. I just got some donkey-hide gelatin today. I'll stew it for you. The things your grandma prepared are finally coming in handy. Lin Lishan bustled about, happily bringing out gelatin, red dates, walnuts, brown sugar, and other ingredients to make a nourishing dessert for her daughter. Zhou Jiao nursed Ping'an, thinking she'd wait for Zhang Guoqing to come home before taking out the goodies from her secret stash. Just thinking about all the delicious food made her secretly happy finally. She could say goodbye to those plain steamed buns. After changing the baby's diaper, she looked at her son, then at her busy mother, and started humming a little tune. Over the next few days, Lin Lishan drove all over the place, collecting and mailing out local specialties and busying herself with making sure Zhou Jiao ate 5 meals a day. As the day of parting drew near, Lin Lishan became even busier, running around nonstop. Taking advantage of having a car, every afternoon after Zhou Jiao fell asleep, she would head out to ask around for the best nourishing foods for new mothers, searching for the best things to bring back. Finally, the day of Zhang Guoqing's return arrived. After lunch, Zhou Jiao couldn't even bother with her usual nap. She and her mother idly chatted in the house, both keeping an ear out for any sounds from the courtyard. At the provincial capital's train station, Zhang Guoqing, after seeing off old Master Lin with the military district's old commander, politely declined everyone's invitations to stay and hurried home as fast as he could. After getting off the bus from the provincial capital to the county, Zhang Guoqing didn't rush straight back to the village. He took a detour, picking up a few more parcels, and hurried home. Finally, as he set foot on the soil of Zhangjiao village, the thought of soon being back in that familiar home, seeing his parents, wife, and son, filled him with excitement. These past few days, following the old master around, he'd met and befriended many people and gained a lot. He wanted to have a good talk with Zhou Jiao and share his feelings. He hadn't even entered the gate when he saw, not far away at the construction site, a group of people working busily. His father was working with his own hands, and his 2 older brothers had taken off their winter coats, working in just their shirts. His mother and sisters-in-law were helping by carrying water. Seeing Zhang Guoqing, Mother Zhang shouted with joy and ran over. Startled, Zhang Guoqing rushed to support her, afraid she might fall. From a distance, it looked like a mother and son running excitedly toward each other and embracing. The men working nearby watched the scene and burst out laughing at the pair's affectionate reunion. Zhang Guoqing, still holding his mother, scolded gently, "Mom, don't run like that. What if you fall? I can't fly, you know. Just wait for me here next time." Mother Zhang looked him up and down, worried he might have lost weight during his days away. Hearing the concern in his voice, her heart was full of joy. Her youngest son really cared about her. "I'm fine, I was careful. Have you eaten yet? I'll make you some noodles. Your mother-in-law just happens to be stewing an old hen for soup. Come inside with me." Without waiting for Father Zhang, she grabbed his hand and led him home. As Zhang Guoqing followed his mother, he greeted everyone along the way. Seeing his uncles helping out, he quickly pulled out a carton of cigarettes from one of his parcels and handed it over. Spotting his father approaching, he said, "Mom, wait, Dad's coming. Let's see what he has to say." "Dad, I'm back. I'll come find you after I eat. Don't worry, everything went smoothly. I came straight back after seeing off Grandpa at noon." He handed his father the cigarettes with a smile. Father Zhang looked at the carton. "Did Qianmen brand? Oh, this wasteful kid. Just handing out a whole carton like that." He shot his son a glare when no one was looking. After the glare, he broke into laughter. "Go eat and rest first, no rush. We're all here." Zhang Guoqing and his mother went inside. He handed her one of the parcels, then took the rest to the west wing, not wanting to shout in case Zhou Jiao and the baby were sleeping. But before he reached the sitting room, his mother-in-law, Lin Lishan, came out. "Zhao Jiao, it really is Xiao Wu who's back. Xiao Wu, come in quickly. Zhao Jiao was just counting the days last night, saying you'd be back today. She's been waiting for you all day." With that, Lin Lishan left to give the couple some privacy, heading to the kitchen with Mother Zhang to see what food they could prepare to fill him up. Zhang Guoqing grinned foolishly as he watched her go. Without even washing up, he hurried into the inner room, set down his parcels, and went to the Kang bed. Seeing Zhou Jiao staring at him eagerly, he felt like he hadn't seen her in ages. Since their wedding, they'd never been apart for long except for work. He'd been missing her every night these past few days, and now, finally, he could see her again. Jiao Jiao, did you miss me? As soon as I saw Grandpa off, I rushed back. I couldn't stay in the provincial capital a minute longer. Next time, let's go together, it'll be more fun. Was it hard getting used to things these days? Has our son been good? Let me change first, I'm all dusty and dirty, I don't even dare hug you yet. Wait for me, I'll be right back. He blew her a kiss, grabbed clean clothes and a towel, and dashed out. Before Zhou Jiao could say a word, he was gone in a flash. Seeing that he looked energetic and normal, she relaxed. Glancing at her son, who was staring at her with big, bright eyes, Zhou Jiao smiled and kissed him. Baby, Daddy's home. When he comes in, let's ask him if he missed us. Zhang Guoqing went to the well, took off his coat, drew a basin of water, and started washing up. He could hear his mother-in-law and mother chatting and laughing in the kitchen. It seemed his mother-in-law had settled in well during his absence. Back in the inner room, after changing pants, Zhang Guoqing finally felt refreshed. He hurried to hug Zhou Jiao, kissed her several times, and reluctantly let her go. Sitting on the Kang, he picked up his son, who was wide awake and staring at him with big, curious eyes, making him laugh out loud. Ping'an, you see Daddy, right? Do you still remember me? Daddy missed you so much. When you're older, Daddy will take you out to play, show you cannons, tanks, and real guns. So you have to grow up strong and fast, okay? He played with his son, then looked at Zhou Jiao's complexion. You look much better these days. Looks like you've been eating well. Now that I'm back, you won't have to worry about food. I see the stove in the living room is set up too. What have you been eating these days? Anything you want to eat? How's your sleep? Has Ping'an been giving you trouble at night? Zhou Jiao smiled. Don't rush, one thing at a time. My mom's been feeding me 5 meals a day, old hen soup, rice, all the good stuff. The stove was installed the day after we bought it, and there are 300 gene of coal outside. Ping'an is very good, just wakes up once at night to feed, same as before. Don't worry, everyone's taking good care of your son. My mom sleeps with me at night, your mom sleeps outside. How is it for you out there? Zhang Guoqing kissed his son's forehead and smiled at his little face. 5 meals a day is just right. Otherwise, you won't recover. We have money, no need to skimp. At noon, I saw Grandpa off with the officers. He had a soft sleeper, top standard. Grandpa said we should visit Beijing when we have time, take Ping'an to see Grandma. If you need anything, just write to him, he'll mail it over. Don't let yourself go without, there's nothing we lack at home. He winked at Zhou Jiao. Zhou Jiao laughed and nudged him with her shoulder. Now I know where my mom got her "we're rich, we lack nothing" attitude. It's genetic. The couple chatted in low voices, Zhang Guoqing sharing stories from his trip, making Zhou Jiao laugh again and again. Mother Zhang and Lin Lishan came in to find the two of them laughing together. Mother Zhang set a bowl of noodles on the Kang. Sister, now that Xiao Wu is back, the house feels lively again. Xiao Wu, eat some noodles first. We'll have dinner soon, but fill your stomach a bit. Zhang Guoqing gently laid Ping'an on the Kang, covered him with a blanket, and quickly got up to take the bowl and chopsticks. He ate hungrily. He'd only had a couple of buns at noon, and after seeing Grandpa off, he hadn't had time to eat at a restaurant, just came straight home. Mother Zhang looked at her son. Xiao Wu, why did you bring back so much stuff again? Did you get anything for the old master? I heard the food on the train is terrible and expensive. 3 days on the train is really long. Sister, will today's train get to Beijing the day after tomorrow? Lin Lishan nodded. If there are no delays, it'll arrive at 5 p.m. the day after tomorrow. The train from the provincial capital to Beijing takes 55 hours, about 2.5 days. When I came from Beijing, there was a delay. It was supposed to arrive at 8 a.m., but didn't get in until after 9. The old master will definitely be home the night after tomorrow. Zhang Guoqing quickly finished his noodles and set the bowl aside. There's not much fruit to buy in winter, so I just got some soft pastries. Grandpa and them had soft sleeper tickets. Even better than the regular ones, probably reserved for high officials. Right, Mom? He looked at Lin Lishan, who nodded. Seeing his mother didn't know what a soft sleeper was, he stood up and gestured. The soft sleeper is really nice. From the door to here, it's about this big, with just 2 small beds inside and a little table in the middle. There's someone to bring hot water and meals. The station master and train chief came to greet Grandpa personally. Everything was well taken care of. The only thing is the trip is long, but it's comfortable. Mother Zhang asked all sorts of questions about the train, how long it was, how fast, how many people it could carry, and whether it was faster than a car. She'd never even seen a train before and was full of curiosity. Zhang Guoqing patiently explained everything in simple terms. Mom, I'll take you to the provincial capital to see a train someday. When we go to Beijing to visit my mother-in-law, we'll take the train. But you should know, we can't get sleeper tickets, just seats. Can you handle 3 days sitting up? Mother Zhang nodded eagerly. That's the capital. I wouldn't mind 30 days, let alone 3. When I was 10, the clan head in our village said he'd die with regrets if he never saw Beijing. He never made it, but always talked about how wonderful it was. I just want to see what makes Beijing so unforgettable. Zhang Guoqing laughed. I'll definitely take you and Dad to Beijing. But the clan head wasn't really obsessed with Beijing itself. He wanted official rank. After Jiren comes Jinsher, and if you pass that, you can be an official. He had the ticket, but the road was too long. Who knows when he passed the exam? Maybe the Qing dynasty fell before he could go, so he never made it. Mother Zhang laughed. Silly boy, you think your mother doesn't know? Of course, he wanted to be an official. He passed the exam during the Qing, was quite the big shot. But after he passed, his parents died, so he had to observe mourning and couldn't go to the capital. By the time he finished, something else happened, and then the dynasty fell. He used to tell us kids all about Beijing, what was good, where people went. I just want to see those places. Lin Lishan and Zhou Jiao laughed too. What bad luck. Finally ready to go, his parents died, then the world changed, and it was all for nothing. Lin Lishan quickly said, Sister, you're worried you won't get a chance to go to Beijing? We're all there. Just send a telegram when you want to come, I'll pick you up. If I'm not there, my mother is. I'm heading back to Beijing for a few days tomorrow, then coming back here. Why don't you come with me? We can come back together. Mother Zhang shook her head with a smile. Not this time. You go handle your business and bring the kids' father back to see Jiao soon. We're still building the house and it's busy. Next time, we'll go with Jiao and the family and visit you and have a look around Beijing. All right, you'll have plenty of chances to come to Beijing. I won't drag you along tomorrow, Jiao still needs you here. Zhang Guoqing asked, Mom, you're really leaving? Why not just stay here? The train ride is tiring. Today's the 20th. Even if you leave tomorrow, you'll get to Beijing on the 23rd, and then you'll have to come back again. That's a lot of travel. Grandpa said you could just wait here, he'd talk to Dad. Why not just go back together? Zhou Jiao also tried to persuade her mother not to travel so much. Don't worry, I'm fine. Besides, I have a sleeper ticket, I can just lie down. I told you, I want to see your father's work arrangements. If he comes back and makes a decision, we need to discuss it. If you all get into university in 2 or 3 years, there's no point in us staying in the Northeast. I also want to see where your uncle is working. Xiaowu made a good point last time. I need to talk to your father directly, not just rely on your grandfather to pass messages. And I need to arrange my own work before I can take more leave. Also, didn't you say you wanted that calligraphy? Zhang Guoqing and Zhou Jiao exchanged a look. She really did need to go back. All right then, I'll see you off tomorrow. Do you need to book your ticket in advance? Lin Lishan shook her head. No need. I can get a sleeper ticket with my credentials. The train's at 10 a.m., just need to get there early. Xiaowu, you don't have to see me off tomorrow. I'll drive back to the provincial military district, leave the car there, then go to the train station. No need for you to make another trip. Zhang Guoqing shook his head and looked at his mother, then said to his mother-in-law, I have to see you off, otherwise I won't feel at ease. How about this, Mom? You come to the provincial capital with us tomorrow. We'll see her off together. Since we have a car, you can look around the city. I have a bunch of tickets for the provincial capital this time. You can see what's available, Mom. Big cities have cheaper goods. Since we have a car, let's take this chance to see the city, the train, the department stores, see how they're different from here. That's settled then. You and your old friend can chat on the way, it'll be great. Zhou Jiao smiled at his persuasion and nodded, and Lin Lishan chimed in as well. Mother Zhang finally agreed. She wanted to see her in-law off anyway, and shopping wasn't urgent. The county had everything she needed. Knowing her in-law was leaving the next day, Mother Zhang quickly pulled Zhang Guoqing out to pack up the mountain goods and wild game, leaving Zhou Jiao and her mother to chat. In the main house's east wing, Mother Zhang opened the small storeroom. It was packed full. There was a bit of everything. The moment Zhang Guoqing saw it, he knew his mother had spent the past few days preparing a whole lot more. Mother Zhang instructed him, Xiao Wu, pack up all these mountain goods together. I've already sorted them, so just squeeze them into 2 big bundles. As for the wild game and cured meat, pack them tightly together too. Don't worry about crushing them. Just make it into 1 bundle. Tomorrow, we'll take these 3 parcels to the train. Send a telegram to your grandfather so they can pick them up. Zhang Guoqing looked at the pile, feeling a headache coming on. Mom, if you give all this away, what will we eat? Just pick a few things and make a small, easy-to-carry bundle. The day after tomorrow, I'll go to another village and buy some things to mail over. Let's keep these for ourselves, or else we'll be left eating pickles with cornbread. Mother Zhang covered her mouth, unable to hold back her laughter. She peeked outside, then whispered, You're still thinking of buying from other villages? All the villages at the foot of Dakingshan to the north have already been cleaned out by your mother-in-law. We've cleaned out our own village. Where else can you buy? Whatever's left, people are keeping for themselves. You won't be able to buy any. So listen to me and pack up quickly. Send these back to Beijing with her. Otherwise, by the time her earlier parcels arrive in Beijing and you send more, these things won't be special anymore. Zhang Guoqing was speechless. How much did you guys buy? Didn't this cause a stir in the whole area? And how did my mother-in-law know where to find things? Some of those villages are so remote you can't even drive in. Mother Zhang put her hands on her hips, looking smug. No, it was all done quietly. Your mother-in-law took Shizi and specifically sought out families who hunt. One family introduced her to another, and for 4 days straight, she filled a whole car each day. She sent 2 parcels to Zhao Jiao's second uncle in the northwest, saying you can't buy these things there even if you want to. They can eat them themselves or give them as gifts. These things aren't worth much here, but in big cities they're expensive and hard to find. In the following days, she sent parcels to Zhao Jiao's grandfather, eldest uncle, and aunt. Shizi said there was so much stuff that she mailed 2 batches from the county, then drove to several nearby townships to mail the rest separately. She was very careful otherwise. What if the whole county found out? Mother Zhang watched him pack, occasionally offering advice. Don't worry, most of what she's taking is wild game and cured meat. Every village has mountain goods, so we're not afraid of running out. Besides, there are plenty of markets at the end of the year. We can always buy more. There's still some in the kitchen cellar for us to eat. Zhang Guoqing pressed down hard on the wild game and cured meat, packing them into neat, square bundles. He hefted them. They must weigh 70 or 80 jin. Clearly, his mother had bought quite a lot. He'd have to slip her some money later. Mom, I get it. We only have about 10 jin at home. Who did you buy all this from? No one in the village really hunts. I see mostly pheasants, and this cured meat is from this year too. Whose is it? Mother Zhang went to lift the bundles herself, satisfied, and moved them to the corner. I got your uncle's and your little uncle's families to help me gather it. The village will go hunting again before the new year, so they're not worried about running out. The cured meat is from your little aunt's mother's family. They secretly raised a pig for less than a year, just slaughtered it and made cured meat, planning to sell it quietly. I bought it all. I didn't buy cured meat from the village, too many eyes and ears. As for the mountain goods, I bought them from your eldest brother's trustworthy friends, plus some of our own. Don't worry, your father already gave instructions. Hearing that, Zhang Guoqing relaxed. Mom, is there anyone else slaughtering pigs and selling meat? No matter how much, buy it all for me. If anyone slaughters sheep, buy that too. The more the better. Mother Zhang looked at him curiously. What's going on? Why do you want so much? Zhang Guoqing checked the weight, then set the 2 bundles of mountain goods in the corner. Now that he looked at it, 3 bundles weren't that big. Tomorrow, they could be put straight on the train, and someone in Beijing could help unload them. As long as he sent a telegram in advance, there shouldn't be any problems. He thought for a moment, then decided to share a bit. He'd heard some rumors in the provincial capital. Others might not believe them, but he did. It was probably time to start preparing. I've heard a bit of news. Starting next year, everything will require ration tickets, even matches and needles. Just like grain coupons in previous years, everything will need a ticket. Private sales at markets will be banned, only bartering will be allowed. Only state-run stores and collectives like supply and marketing cooperatives or village brigades can buy and sell. Some say the markets will be closed altogether. So in the future, even if you have money without tickets, you can't buy anything. After my mother-in-law leaves tomorrow, let's drive around and buy whatever essentials we still need, especially things that don't require tickets yet. If it really turns out like this, think about it, in the countryside, aside from grain, everything has to be bought. Where will we get the tickets? When it comes time for year-end settlements, they'll only give out a few. How will we get by? Think about cloth coupons before. You just needed money to buy cloth. Now, without a coupon, you can't buy any no matter how much money you have. We don't need to panic over these rumors, but it's good to be prepared. I want to buy meat to use as gifts. There are a few families in the county who lack nothing except meat. I want to see if I can get second brother into the County Public Security Bureau, so I'll try sending some meat to the heads there and see if I can make some connections. I also need to give some to others. Mom, what do you think about arrangements for Big Brother? Give me some advice. Big Brother and Second Brother can only be placed in the county and township, not all at once, or it'll attract too much attention and gossip. Mother Zhang looked at her son in surprise, wondering if she'd heard right. So many people dreamed of moving to the city, but was it really that easy? Yet now he was saying it was possible, just not to make a big show of it. Wife, where are you? Father Zhang's voice called from outside. Mother Zhang quickly pulled him inside. This was a big family matter. She didn't dare decide on her own and needed to hear what her husband thought. Father Zhang glanced at Mother Zhang, then at the bundles on the floor, and said to Zhang Guoqing, "Are you done here? Come with me to my room and tell me how your trip went. Who did you meet?" Zhang Guoqing pulled his mother along and followed his father into the next bedroom. Father Zhang lit his long pipe, took a puff, and waited for them to speak. Mother Zhang told him everything Zhao Wu had just said about everything possibly requiring ration tickets next year. Father Zhang listened without a word, looking at Zhang Guoqing, who nodded in confirmation. Father Zhang narrowed his eyes, took another puff, and reassured his wife, if everything switches to a ticket system, then money won't matter much, especially in the countryside. Grain coupons, cloth coupons, and now maybe meat coupons. It wouldn't be surprising if everything needed a ticket next year. Wife, just listen to Zhao Wu and go check things out in the provincial capital. No need to worry. With Zhao Wu here, we won't have to worry about tickets or buying what we need. After thinking it over, Mother Zhang said, "Husband, Zhao Wu wants to get second brother into the County Public Security Bureau. What about our eldest?" Father Zhang shook his head. "No rush for the eldest, don't send him to the city yet. We can't move all 3 at once, it wouldn't look good and might cause trouble. Let second brother go first, his kids are young, less of a burden, and his wife can earn some grain at home by growing vegetables and raising pigs and chickens. Once Zhao Wu moves to the city, we can arrange for second brother's family to follow, step by step so it doesn't attract attention. As for the eldest and his family, once the guests leave tomorrow, I'll ask what they think." "Zhao Wu, how did your trip go?" Zhang Guoqing thought about how to answer. If he said too much, they'd worry. After a moment, he told them about who he'd met in the provincial capital, which important elders and friends he'd made, and how the old man had looked after him and what instructions he'd given over the past 5 days. When he finished and saw his father had no further questions, he realized his father was waiting for his own thoughts. Old Master Lin is 70% sincere, 30% calculating. My mother-in-law is still here, so I haven't had time to talk to Zhao Jiao about it. I haven't met the rest of the Lin family yet, so I'll just take things as they come. Some things are hard to explain. When my father-in-law comes back, it'll become clear. The main thing is that my mother-in-law is the only real connection to the Lin family. If people are good, I'll get closer. If not, I'll keep my distance. There's something I want to discuss with you. Should we register Ping An's household in Beijing or directly in the village? Old Zhang thought for a moment and shook his head. As for the household registration, Huku, even I can't make that decision. Wait until your father-in-law says something. For now, discuss it with Zhao Jiao and see what she thinks. Don't register Ping An's Huku in the village yet. If his registration is in the city, he'll get monthly rations and tickets. I don't know if there are any real benefits to having Ping An's Huku in Beijing. If you're worried, go ask your mother-in-law about the difference between having it in Beijing versus the county. All right, that's all. Go find your wife. In Zhang Guoqing's mind, it didn't really matter where the Huku was registered. Once he got into university, he could move it anyway. He nodded, told his mother, and left. When he entered the West Wing, the smell of chicken soup filled the air. The mother and daughter were still chatting away. Zhang Guoqing greeted them and sat down, pretending to listen, but his mind was already spinning rapidly. On Zhou Jiao's side, she was responding to her mother, but she noticed Zhang Guoqing deep in thought, sometimes even looking confused. She was curious, what could possibly trouble him like this? Since she'd known him, she'd never seen him like this. She gave her mother a look, and the two of them stopped talking. Zhang Guoqing didn't even notice. He was really preoccupied this time. Lin Lishan asked worriedly, Xiao Wu, is something bothering you? Tell your mom and Jiao Jiao. Don't be afraid. If there's a problem, I'll help you solve it. Seeing both mother and daughter looking at him with concern, Zhang Guoqing couldn't help but laugh. It's nothing, just some things I haven't figured out yet. Nothing serious. Mom, when you work in Beijing, do you live on base or can you go home? Do you usually get any days off each week? Lin Lishan saw he wasn't saying much, so she didn't press. Let me tell you first, where do we live in Beijing? It's just west of Chang'an Avenue. That area is full of military compounds for all different branches. I joined the children's corps at 8, joined the party early, and this was the earliest ministry's art troupe. After liberation, we were assigned 2 rooms on the 3rd floor as regiment-level cadres. Our family is with the army, in the same compound as your grandpa. He's a general, so he got a small Sihiyuan courtyard house, in the back, pretty far from us. When your dad and I got married, we set up our place just like it was back then. So I usually stay in the barracks. If I want to go home, there's housing in the compound, so I can go back every day. Now that I've been promoted to regiment commander and have a deputy, I get 1 day off a week. Don't worry about not having enough space. When your dad comes back, the housing will probably be reassigned. Zhang Guoqing nodded, glanced at Zhou Jiao, and stayed quiet. Mom, where did you and Dad live when you first got married? What's the story with these 2 Sihiyuan houses? Tell me in detail. I'm a bit confused, Zhou Jiao asked, remembering she was born in 1940 and didn't know much about those days. Back then, your dad was stationed outside Beijing. When we got married, we lived in a single room on base. The wedding was simple, just a few tables in the canteen. Your grandparents sent us a letter when they heard we were getting married, with the deed to the house inside. They said it was too far to give a dowry, so they gave us the house instead. Later, your dad went out in disguise for several days to handle things, and even took me out once. After it was all settled, he didn't tell anyone. After liberation, your dad was gone, so I had someone help me fix the deed. You were born in the meantime, and your dad was over the moon. He secretly changed the property certificate. I never interfered with his affairs. He was smarter than me. Don't worry, I'm just explaining it to you. Zhou Jiao looked at her mother, exasperated. What a silly mom. Zhang Guoqing covered his mouth and tried not to laugh. He understood what Zhou Jiao meant. These two just didn't have good chemistry. He was also curious. Back then, the Japanese hadn't even been driven out yet. How did his resourceful father-in-law manage all this? And what kind of mission could have kept him away from 1940 until now, 17 years? Zhang Guoqing cleared his throat. So Mom, after we move to Beijing, can we see you often? Now that you've been promoted, do you have more free time? If you live in the compound, we'll all be together. Everything you need is there. You don't even have to go out. I can go out, but I can't see you every day. Xiao Wu, are you asking if I can live with you outside? According to the rules, active duty soldiers can't just leave the base. Besides the family housing and barracks, you need approval to go out. Have you seen Xiao Fei's aunt? She's a deputy in the Northern Military Region's art troupe. Even she can't go to Beijing without permission. That day she went out with me, she had to report to the regiment commander and get approval. Soldiers just don't have much freedom. But if you want to move out, you could probably apply. If it's approved, you can live outside. I've never seen anyone move out of the compound, though why would anyone do that? Unless something big happened and they were punished. You can't even get in without a pass. The conditions are so good, if you move out, people will laugh at you. Your aunt would love to live in the compound, but she and your uncle can only stay in the suburban family housing, so they had to buy a small house. Zhang Guoqing nodded as he listened. He generally understood, but not in such detail. He worried the times might have changed and the rules might be different. So, are relationships inside the compound not that great? If all the high-ranking people live together, wouldn't there be a lot of guessing and suspicion? Cliques? Backdoor dealings? I bet everyone just keeps things to themselves and the atmosphere is tense. Lin Lishan thought for a moment. I never really noticed. Over the years, I haven't spent much time in the compound. But you might be right. Except for the men, the women are just acquaintances. Look at me and Fang Jianmei. We're both in the compound and the same unit, but she's only polite to me. But Xiao Fei and Xingli are best friends. Your aunt has spent the most time in the compound, but I've never seen her get close to anyone. Just mind your own business and live your own life. Zhang Guoqing nodded. That was something he didn't need to worry about yet. He was just making conversation. Mom, now that we have our marriage certificate, where should we register Ping'an's hukou? Jiao's hukou is in Beijing, but we don't plan to go back for 2 years. Should we move the registration or not? Lin Lishan rubbed her head, troubled. Your eldest aunt said when you got your marriage certificate, maybe you should move your hukou to Beijing with Jiao and the child. The house contract expires when Jiao turns 18. If you move out, the house will be empty, and there won't be any hukou registered there. Who knows what the policy will be in the future? Or you could move Jiao's hukou to the northeast with you, along with Ping'an's. But what if you can't move your hukou to the capital in the future? I didn't think too much about it at the time, just focused on getting the marriage certificate. Now that Ping'an is born, we need to register him. If you want to register him in Beijing, you need to handle it soon. You two need to discuss whether you want to rent out the house next year. If not, that's fine. If you do, how long do you plan to rent it out? Tell me while your eldest aunt still has some authority. If your uncle gets transferred, she'll go too, and it's not as easy to ask for help. Or, just don't rent it out next year, leave it empty. The rent is so low anyway, and you can always visit Beijing. Or keep renting it to the Women's Federation, and don't live there anymore. On holidays, we'll stay in the big house in the compound. If it's too conspicuous, I'll buy a smaller courtyard for you and put it in Xiaowu's name so no one will know. How about that? Zhang Guoqing and Zhou Jiao both burst out laughing. Zhou Jiao quickly comforted her, Mom, don't worry. The house isn't important, just relax. I'll definitely go back to Beijing before June next year, and we'll discuss the rental issue then. Right now, the question is whether I should move my hukou. For example, first, if both Ping'an and I have our hukou in Beijing, all our rations and supplies are there, and Xiaowu gets his rations here at work. Second, if Xiaowu and Ping'an both move their hukou to Beijing, then all our rations are there, and Xiaowu can't get rations at work here. So it affects his job. Brother, what do you think? Zhang Guoqing scratched his head. You asked what I was thinking about. I was just pondering this. Is it really necessary to stay here for 2 years? It affects a lot of things. I need to think it over. We'll wait until Dad comes back to register Ping'an's hukou. Zhou Jiao asked curiously, then tell me what you've been thinking, I'll help you figure it out. Zhang Guoqing nodded. My plan was for us to get into university within 3 years, no backup plan, just go all out. But after going to the provincial capital, I feel unsettled, impatient, especially seeing how well you and Mom get along. I want to speed things up. I thought about quitting work and both of us studying hard for a year, then taking the exam next year. If all goes well, we'll move to Beijing in the second half of next year, get into university early, and you can reunite with Mom sooner. Originally, I thought it didn't matter if Mom and Dad went back to the northern military region. We could stay for 3 years. But after seeing the northern military region, I doubt Dad will come back. Plus, with your grandpa there, coming back might not be a good idea. There's nothing holding us here except my parents. I keep going back and forth, leave early or late. Rationally, the child is still young. We're only 18. In 2 years, we'll be 20 and Ping'an will be 2. We can go to university with peace of mind, so there's no rush. That's what I've been thinking these days. Jiao, maybe I'm being too impatient. I feel a bit lost and unsettled. I need your advice. Linlishan smiled at the couple. They really were a good match, always encouraging and supporting each other. Zhou Jiao thought for a moment, then said seriously, first, you need to be clear about your own role. Grandpa introduced you to all those high-ranking people these days. What's the rush? If you're feeling unsettled, it means you're wavering from your original plan. Think rationally. If we leave Grandpa and our parents, what should we do? Take away all those external factors. What's best for us right now? How can you make yourself better so you can stand on your own 2 feet, even without anyone supporting you? That's your real confidence. As for the hukou, what's there to think about? Move everything to the village or the county. Only by moving it here will you have the motivation to work hard and get into university.
We're diving deep today, and remember, on this channel, we never leave a story halfway, we always finish the novel. If you appreciate the full journey, please like the video, subscribe for the complete series, and share it with your fellow book lovers. Also, if you want to support the channel even further, we now have YouTube memberships available. If you're interested in signing up for exclusive perks and helping us keep these stories going, just click the join button below the video for all the details.
Then our whole family can move to Beijing together. Don't leave any back doors open by keeping the hukou in Beijing. Cut off all escape routes. For Ping'an's sake, give it your all. I'm definitely going to get in. Zhang Guoqing laughed. Jiao, I knew I should talk to you. I feel much more settled now. Mom, give us 2 years. I promise I'll bring Jiao and Ping'an to Beijing to see you, so you two can be together every day and go shopping whenever you want. Linlishan nodded, touched. She realized that when Xiaowu came in and saw them chatting, he was deep in thought because he didn't want Jiao to be wronged and wanted the family to be together in Beijing as soon as possible. He was really thoughtful. Looking at her daughter, she felt proud. Her daughter was decisive, just like her father, with a determination to burn her bridges. She believed they'd be reunited in 2 years. As for the hukou, she'd discuss it with her sister-in-law, and if that didn't work, with the children's father. If she couldn't handle this, what was the point? Zhang Guoqing said seriously to Zhou Jiao, tomorrow I'll go to the provincial capital and talk to the principal about our college entrance exams, see if we can just take the exams at the end of each term without attending classes. Then we'll focus on studying. Once the house is built and we move in next spring, I'll sort out my job. Before the new year, I'll talk to Zhao Dashan about joining the Armed Forces Department. Once that's settled, we'll move to the county. Zhou Jiao glanced at him with a smile. All right, I'll listen to you. Take your time. Joining the Armed Forces Department is just for the connections and management experience. Zhang Guoqing saw it was only a little after 4 and figured there was nothing else to do. Since Jiao didn't plan to go to Beijing early, they'd stick to the original plan. His mother-in-law was leaving in the morning, so he decided to go up the mountain and see if he could hunt a wild boar. You chat with Mom. I'm heading out for a bit. If Mom asks, tell her not to wait for me for dinner. With that, Zhang Guoqing left. Zhang Guoqing equipped himself with his hunting rifle, bow and arrows, and other gear, slung a bamboo basket over his back, and quietly slipped out through the back door. He avoided people along the way and hurried toward Dakingshan. He didn't know exactly how long Dakingshan was. Its peaks stretched on and on, some with villages nestled between them. Since he was 5, He'd followed his grandfather up the mountain, from the southern end at Leohugu, where you could see distant peaks to the south, all the way north to the neighboring county, where small mountains dotted the landscape. Dakingshan didn't belong to their county. Even the neighboring county only bordered its northernmost edge. Live by the mountain, eat from the mountain. Live by the water, eat from the water. Every household living by the mountain had relied on Dakingshan for generations. Zhang Guoqing headed north. In his memory, there was a small peak in the direction of the neighboring county, with a large mountain hollow. The hollow was covered in dense forest, and not far away, a sizable stream flowed. He'd passed by several times and noticed a group of wild boars foraging in a grove of fir trees there. The old sow often brought her piglets to play by the stream. At the slightest sound, they'd dash into the dense woods. A group of wild boars was easier to deal with than a lone boar. If he ran into a solitary one, he'd have to think twice about whether it was worth the risk. As the saying goes, first the boar, then the bear, third the tiger. The solitary boar is the most dangerous. Just thinking about those solitary boars, weighing 800 or 900 jin, with their long tusks and aggressive nature, charging at anything that moved, made Zhang Guoqing shiver a little. This time, he was after the group, since they were easier to handle. Knowing the boars liked to come out at dusk, he couldn't help but feel pleased. He walked lightly, always alert to his surroundings. The closer he got to his destination, the denser the forest became. There had been fewer hunters in recent years, and the old trails had gradually disappeared, now overgrown with weeds and thorns. Zhang Guoqing used his machete to clear the way. Along the path, he saw plenty of common medicinal herbs, wild mushrooms and wood-ear fungus in damp, shady spots, and all sorts of wild vegetables growing on the ground. Thinking about the material shortages in the future, Zhang Guoqing regretted not bringing Zhao along. If she were here with her space, they could collect as much as they wanted and store it away, without worrying about carrying too much home. He thought about how, once the mountain was sealed off by snow until spring, they'd be eating nothing but radishes and cabbage, with no fresh greens, and only frozen meat and dried wild game. Just the thought made him lose his appetite. He slowed his pace, taking note of landmarks, planning to bring Zhou Jiao next time. Besides mushrooms and wild greens, there were chestnut trees with thick layers of nuts on the ground, and not far away, wild pear trees hung heavy with ripe fruit. As he neared his destination, Zhang Guoqing stretched his limbs and checked his gear before quietly heading toward the stream. Maybe because this area was close to the neighboring county and on a small peak, few people came here, so the animals were less wary. Before he even reached the stream, he'd already bagged a few wild hens and some fat rabbits. He'd seen plenty more, but since he was pressed for time and his main target was wild boar, he let most of the small animals go. He found that walking in the forest felt especially easy, his hearing sharper, and he seemed to have an instinct for sensing danger, as if he was born to be a hunter. Since crossing over, he hadn't gone hunting himself, but now he understood why being in the forest made him so happy. He'd gotten used to his own strength by now. He'd learned to control it, no longer smashing the heads of wild chickens and rabbits to pieces like before, leaving them bloody and unrecognizable. Now, a single stone would shatter the skull without breaking the skin or causing blood to flow. The bow and arrows he'd brought along seemed almost unnecessary. In autumn, hunt rabbits. In winter, ducks. In spring, pheasants. Mountain folk took these things seriously. Autumn rabbits were the fattest, winter ducks the juiciest, and spring pheasants the most tender. Lately, Zhou Jiao was in confinement after giving birth, and wild pheasant would be perfect to nourish her. Zhang Guoqing didn't care about the seasonal rules anymore. Anything nutritious was good enough. Taste could wait. He used small stones to take down a few wild pheasants, let most of the rabbits go, and even shamelessly stole nest after nest of wild pheasant eggs, stopping only when he worried he'd break too many. From the distant grass came the sounds of animals. Zhang Guoqing's ears pricked up. The heavy breathing and shuffling noises could only mean one thing: wild boars. He held his breath and crept forward. On the grassy field by the stream, 2 large wild boars were foraging and drinking with their piglets, playing together. Zhang Guoqing found a spot upwind and picked his position. He aimed his arrow at the largest boar, then thought better of it and placed his axe by his right hand. With a gentle pull, he let the arrow fly. His aim was true, and the largest boar's skull shattered as it crashed to the ground. The other 3 boars panicked and charged blindly toward the nearby woods. Zhang Guoqing immediately hurled his axe, bringing down another. The 2 piglets escaped into the forest, but he didn't bother chasing them. He'd already achieved his goal. The 2 boars he'd brought down weighed at least 600 jin in total. The biggest was 300 or 400 jin. If he paraded them through the village, someone was bound to notice. He couldn't be bothered with gossip. Seeing it was getting late, Zhang Guoqing quickly dragged the boars to the stream. He took off his basket and, with his butcher's knife, swiftly got to work. He split the boars in half, bones and all, leaving the heads intact and discarding all but the edible offal. He washed them roughly in the stream, tied them up with hemp rope, and, to avoid suspicion, wrapped the boars in dry branches and thatch before bundling them together. With everything packed up and daylight still left, he hoisted the boars onto his back, grabbed his basket, and hurried out. Once he left the outer woods and night fell, with few people on the road, he avoided everyone and got home safely. After staying tense all the way, carrying over 500 jin of wild boar, even with his strength, Zhang Guoqing felt a bit tired once he relaxed. In the Zhang family kitchen, everyone gathered to watch and help. Lin Lishan hurried over when she heard the news from Shizi. She'd heard Zhang Guoqing was strong, but hadn't expected him to bring back 2 wild boars after being gone just a few hours. In the army, it usually took 3 or 4 men to bring down a single wild boar without guns. Even though he was tired, Zhang Guoqing still had Zhang's mother and his sister-in-law put the iron pots on the stove and boil 2 pots of water. Quickly and carefully, they poured the boiling water over the 4 halves of the wild boars, scraping the black bristles clean while the skin was still hot. After boiling who knows how many pots of water, all 4 halves were dehaired. He first cut out the spines and ribs, then separated the heads, tails, trotters, and hocks, followed by the leg bones, leaving only the meat. Wild boar meat was mostly lean, but there was still some fat, just what the family needed, since they were out of oil. Zhang Guoqing had his mother fetch a clean clay basin and put half the fat into it, white and tempting. The fat from these 2 boars would render enough oil for his mother to use for a whole year, since their meals rarely saw any oil. He set aside the 4 racks of ribs, 8 hocks, and the heads, then divided the rest into chunks and filled 4 bamboo baskets. When his mother saw he was finally done and looked at all the meat, her heart pounded. She quickly asked, "Xiao Wu, when did you go out? How did you get so much meat?" "That's 2 wild boars." Lin Lishan chimed in, "You didn't go out just for me because I'm heading back to the capital tomorrow, did you? It's already dark, so dangerous. That's the deep forest. Aren't you afraid for your life? You're too bold, child." Seeing everyone both excited and worried, Zhang Guoqing hurried to reassure them, "Don't worry, I checked it out before. There's no danger. I just hadn't had time to go up the mountain until now. Since my mother-in-law is leaving tomorrow, and wild boars only come out at dusk, I figured it was safe. I didn't hunt anything else, just went straight for them. There were 4, but 2 little ones got away. We'll let them grow and hunt them later. Think of it as raising them ourselves. I would have been back sooner, but I waited until it was dark and no one was around before coming back. Really, it's nothing. I've hunted wild boars plenty of times." Everyone relaxed after hearing this. He wasn't the type to act recklessly. Since he'd checked for danger and returned so quickly, he must have planned it well. Zhang's mother had the eldest daughter-in-law clean the offal, the second daughter-in-law braised the heads, tails, trotters, and 2 hocks, and then took 2 slabs of meat and some bones to share with Uncle Zhang and little Uncle Zhang's families. Zhang Guoqing returned to the well with a bamboo basket full of wild pheasants and rabbits. He used hot water to pluck their feathers and clean out the innards, set aside 4 pheasants, and quickly strung up the rest with rope, hanging them under the eaves of the west wing. The wild pheasant eggs he placed in the small sitting room. He planned to cook 1 pheasant a day for Zhou Jiao, simmering them right on the stove. The wild rabbits were just for variety, something different for Zhao Jiao to eat. He took the 4 pheasants outside and came back with 4 large lumps of clay, which he casually placed in the 2 stove holes. It just so happened that tonight the family needed 2 pots to braise pig's head, tail, trotters, and hock. By the time the pig's head was done, the beggar's chicken would be ready too. Luckily, Zhang's mother wasn't around, or she'd scold him for being wasteful again. Shizi had been following him, watching his uncle roast the chickens in the fire, waiting in the kitchen. After grabbing some clothes and taking a bath, Zhang Guoqing returned to his bedroom. Seeing Zhou Jiao and his mother-in-law, he smiled and said, "Mom, tonight I'll sleep with my son in the outer room. You stay here with your daughter and have a good chat." Zhou Jiao laughed, "Sure. Mom can keep me company. And at midnight when Ping'an needs his formula, you can sneak a peek at your precious son. Jiao Jiao, once your confinement is over, I'll take you to the forest. There are so many medicinal herbs there that I don't even recognize, and you can still find lots of mushrooms. You wouldn't believe how easy it is to get wild pheasants and rabbits, just a toss of a stone and you hit one. There are also lots of wild pheasant eggs. I brought some back for you to build up your strength, but I didn't bring too many in case they broke. The deeper you go, the more rabbits there are, and even some silly mushrooms. By the creek, you can see deer tracks. And that's not even deep in the mountains yet." Zhang Guoqing enthusiastically recounted his adventures in the mountains, including tales of hunting wild boar. The mother and daughter listened with great interest, occasionally exclaiming in wonder, their faces full of longing. Zhou Jiao said regretfully, "If only I weren't still in confinement, I'd go with you." After sighing, she remembered the packages he'd brought back. "Brother, where did you get the packages and bags you brought home? They're all such good furs and fine wine." Zhang Guoqing slapped his forehead, chuckling as he found the largest bundle, opened it, and took out the items one by one. "I forgot all about it when I saw you. On the way back from the county, I took a detour to find someone for these things. It took a lot of talking. These 2 wolf pelts are especially for Grandpa and Grandma. Grandpa always rubs his knees, and in winter, sleeping on wolf pelts keeps the cold away. I went out of my way to get them. In all the nearby villages, only Grandpa Wang has pelts this big. I practically wrestled them from him. I've had my eye on them ever since he killed the Wolf King. When I was little, I'd go to his house with Grandpa and knew he was skilled and kept a lot of things hidden away. This time I went to his door, told him my son was born, and he gave me 2 wolf teeth for good luck. Then I shamelessly pestered him until he finally, reluctantly, let me have the 2 biggest wolf pelts. The wine is tiger bone wine, and he put it in this jug so it wouldn't break. Mom, he also has a tiger skin at home, but he wouldn't give it up no matter what. I think he's saving it as a family heirloom. What a pity." As he finished, Zhang Guoqing looked regretful. He really liked that tiger skin. If Jiao Jiao saw it, she'd probably cry and beg for it. "The rest I bought from others. These few pelts are for Mom. I also found the biggest 2 ginseng roots. Mom, you and Jiao Jiao can split them as you see fit. We kept one for ourselves as a backup." Before the new year, the village had a big hunt and went deep into the mountains. If we're lucky next time, we might find more. Seeing his mother-in-law about to refuse, Zhang Guoqing hurried to persuade her. Lin Lishan looked at the 2 ginseng roots, each at least 100 years old, and knew they must have cost a fortune. "Since you have some, I'll accept these. But Xiao Wu, if it's dangerous in the mountains, don't go. A wise man doesn't stand under a crumbling wall. You have a son now, and our family isn't short on money. There's no need to risk your life. Understand? I'll take your nod as a promise." "But, Xiao Wu, how much did these 2 cost? They must have been expensive. Century-old ginseng is hard to find on the market." Zhang Guoqing grinned and held up 2 fingers. 600 yuan for both. One family asked 300, and I just gave the other family 300 too. In the city, you'd pay at least 500 for one. Cheap, right? I wouldn't have bought them if they were more expensive. We hunters know each other and sometimes hunt together. They couldn't ask for more. Lin Lishan nodded. Without connections, you'd never get that price. You must not have much money left, right? Since I'm leaving tomorrow, I'll give you all the receipts and remaining money. Use it as you need. When I come back, I'll bring more money and we can buy a courtyard house in the county. We'll go look at houses together then. Use what you have for now. We're not short on money, so don't worry. She took out her loose bills, remittance coupons, and change from her bag, over 300 yuan in total. She put 300 yuan, the remittance coupons, and the bills in the drawer, keeping only a little change for herself. Zhang Guoqing quickly took the money and coupons out. Mom, we still have money. No need to rush. Why keep pushing it back and forth? You only have me and Zhao. We're not going to be polite with you. Listen, keep the coupons with you. They're good for the train and in Beijing. You can't just show up at home and ask Grandma for money. Take them back with you. Leave the provincial coupons for me. As for cash, we really don't need it. He looked to Zhou Jiao for help. Zhou Jiao couldn't help but laugh. Mom, take the money. Didn't you say you'd buy me a cashmere coat? I have enough for now, and when you come back, you can buy us the county house. Lin Lishan thought for a moment, then nodded, separating out enough coupons for her train expenses and putting the rest in the drawer. With only one daughter and son-in-law, there was no need to stand on ceremony. These coupons are enough for 3 days. Once I'm back, they're useless anyway. I'll be eating at the cafeteria or at home. You keep them. Use what you have for now. When your dad comes back, there'll be more. I know, don't worry. If I really run out, I won't ask you for money. You'll be back in a few days anyway, and if you can't get leave, I'll come to Beijing to find you. I have the address and phone number, so don't do anything rash. If you can't get leave, just follow Dad to Beijing. Zhou Jiao was helpless in the face of her mother's concern. Lin Lishan patted her head, smiling happily. I'll definitely get leave. Even if I go abroad, I can find an excuse. Your aunt can write me a sick note. Besides, your maternity leave is officially approved. If I weren't worried about Grandpa bragging in the compound when he gets back to Beijing, I could have said you hadn't given birth yet and stayed longer. Seeing he wasn't needed, Zhang Guoqing left the women to their chat, taking the bundle of pelts to find his mother. These pelts were valuable. He still needed them to wrap up wild boar meat. After delivering the pork, Zhang's mother had just returned to the main room to discuss with her husband how to divvy up the wild boar meat, aside from the dried goods they'd already packed for tomorrow. When she saw her son come in, she pulled him down to sit beside her. Xiao Wu, what's your plan for all this meat? Who are you giving it to? Tell me. If there's too much left, I'll make some cured pork. Zhang Guoqing glanced at his father, who didn't object. Mom, I specifically cut off 2 big pork legs, half a side of pork, and some ribs. I've already hung them under the eaves to drain overnight. Tomorrow morning, I'll pack them up. The wrapping cloths are ready. You can keep half a side for us to eat fresh at home, and share some with eldest sister, second sister, and both sisters-in-law's families. There won't be much left after that. The rest, we won't sell. Let's keep it for ourselves to build up our strength. If there are extra ribs, we'll stew them for the family. With so many people, we should eat well. As for the cooked pork head meat, keep it for Dad to have with his wine. Dad, how about inviting Uncle and Little Uncle over for a drink tonight? Let's skip tonight. We'll eat and drink by ourselves first and invite your uncle and little uncle over tomorrow night. Tomorrow, have your eldest brother take some meat to your sister in town, so your nephews can have a taste too. Simmer the pork head meat slowly. The wild boar is tough, but it gets delicious if you cook it long enough. A little wine and meat before bed, life couldn't be better, even for a god. With that, Zhang's father smacked his lips, not even wanting his pipe anymore. Great, I just buried a wild pheasant in the stove earlier. It'll be ready soon, Zhang Guoqing replied, glancing at his mother, who, as expected, rolled her eyes at him. Father Zhang watched the two of them bicker and chuckled. You went hunting before the new year. The team leader asked yesterday when you'd be back, figured it'd be around now. This year, let's hunt a bit more and make some cured meat and dried wild game for your mom. We've got to fill up her little treasure trove, so she can wake up smiling even in her dreams. I was planning to go up the mountain a few more times before the heavy snow seals it off. I saw a lot of deer tracks this time, especially halfway up the mountain near the dense woods by the county border. There's a little stream there and tracks all around. Not many people hunt here anymore, so there are plenty of hares and pheasants. I heard there's not much big game left in the neighboring county. Old Wang's sons even invited me to go deep into the mountains, but I turned them down, too many wolves, and it'd take several days. His parents nodded in agreement. He didn't need the money, so there was no need to risk it. Father Zhang sniffed the air, catching a whiff of something delicious, and sent Mother Zhang to the kitchen to see if the food was ready. Mother Zhang walked from the main room to the kitchen and saw Shizi tending the fire. She praised him generously, though everyone knew he was just waiting for his little uncle's beggar's chicken. She sorted out the fattiest cuts, filled a bamboo basket to the brim, and had someone carry it outside to drain. Then she packed 2 pork legs and some ribs into another basket for tomorrow's parcels. In the capital, aside from her in-laws, there were 3 other families to send meat to. Even if each got 20 jin, it wasn't that much. She liked her in-law, straightforward and warm-hearted, and since this was Xiao Wu's way of showing filial piety, she didn't mind at all. Back in the kitchen, only the eldest daughter-in-law was there. The second must have snuck off again. Pointing to 2 baskets of meat and ribs, she told Huang Suilan, "This is for us to eat." Xiao Wu said not to sell it. "Tomorrow, have your husband take some meat to your mother's family and bring some ribs too. Also send some to your 2 sisters-in-law. When Chrysanthemum comes, let her take some home as well." Huang Suilan suppressed her excitement and shook her head. "No need to send any to my family, it's all Xiao Wu's. Going into the woods is dangerous. Let's do as you say for the sisters." "It's fine." Xiao Wu said to send some to both sisters-in-law's families. Besides, Shizi and the others have eaten so much from their maternal grandpa, what's a couple of cuts of meat? After speaking, Mother Zhang went to the storeroom for more bamboo baskets. Her husband had made plenty of them in his spare time, in all sizes. Bamboo baskets were sturdier than wrapping cloths. She brought back 4 small baskets, sorted the meat and ribs, and put them outside. The kitchen was too hot for storing meat, but outside, in the cold, it would stay fresh till morning. The rest, she and Huang Suilan moved to the cellar. Seeing how much was left, she decided to turn it all into cured meat except for the ribs and offal. With the year-end approaching, gifts and returns wouldn't go to waste. Just the 2 pork heads and 2 hocks would last ages, and the ribs with potatoes would last till year's end. Looking at the 4 hocks left, she gritted her teeth and put 3 in a big basket outside, just enough for Zhao Jiao's maternal grandpa, eldest uncle, and aunt. As for the second uncle, well, he was far away in the northwest. Mother Zhang couldn't bear to look anymore. There was a lot, but if she followed Xiao Wu's plan, there'd be no meat left for curing. With spring plowing coming and meat in short supply, it was best to prepare now. Once the cured meat was ready, it could go in the little storeroom. Shizi called for Zhang Guoqing, who saw it was about time and hurried to the kitchen. Using tongs, he pulled out a lump of clay from the stove it had cracked open. He grinned at Shizi. "The little ones are ready. Here's your mission. Right now, go serve wine to your grandpa, your dad, and your second uncle. Then come right back." Shizi saluted with a grin. "Yes, sir. I'll be right back." He grabbed 3 bowls and ran to the main room to set them out. Father Zhang saw him dash in. "What's the rush? Don't trip." "Grandpa, little uncle gave me a mission to serve the wine. I'll go call dad and second uncle." Shizi made a round and returned to the kitchen. Zhang Guoqing had already cracked open the clay, revealing the chicken wrapped in lotus leaves. The aroma was mouth-watering. The wild pheasant was stuffed with mushrooms and cured pork. 4 whole birds sat there uncut. He quickly sliced one, handed it to his eldest sister-in-law, and had her take it, along with the pigtails, to the main room. "Shizi, this plate is for you and the other kids. Take it to the main room, call them over, and I'll slice up the rest. I'll make some malted milk for you to drink with the chicken. How's that for a treat?" Shizi gave a big thumbs up. "Awesome, really awesome." Zhang Guoqing watched him dash off and called after him, "Tell Grandma and your mom to come over, too." Mother Zhang heard him from afar and came back to the kitchen with Huang Suilan. Seeing his mother and sisters-in-law return, Zhang Guoqing picked up 2 plates of chicken. "Mom, Eldest sister-in-law, second sister-in-law, all of you go to the little parlor in my west wing and have a drink with my mother-in-law. Go on, and don't forget to bring bowls and chopsticks." Mother Zhang and the sisters-in-law burst out laughing. "All right, you go ahead, we'll bring some more meat over." Zhang Guoqing hurried to the room with the chicken, set it on the table, uncorked a bottle of red wine Zhao Jiao had fetched earlier, and placed a bottle of white liquor beside it. Turning to his curious wife and mother-in-law, he said, "We're celebrating today. The men are drinking in the main room, and you ladies can drink here. Zhao Jiao, I'll make you a cup of malted milk to go with the chicken. This is beggar's chicken, I'll cut it up for you." He took out an open tin of malted milk from the cupboard, noticed there were several more, and laughed. "Life's good. Since Mom came, our supplies have only grown richer." He made a steaming cup of malted milk and said, "I'll go make some for the kids, too, so they can have it with the chicken. Mom and the sisters-in-law are here." Seeing them come in, all smiles, carrying plates and bowls, he said, "Come on in, the table's set in the inner room. Have fun, I'll leave you to it." He glanced at Zhao Jiao, who was eyeing the meat hungrily. "Zhao Jiao, have your malted milk with the chicken." With that, he hurried out. He didn't want to give in, not because he didn't want her to eat, but because the meat was too salty. Carrying the malted milk and grabbing bowls and chopsticks from the kitchen, he headed to the main room. The kids cheered when they saw their uncle really brought malted milk. Their excitement made him happy too. "All right, kids, wait a bit, almost ready. How about some malted milk with your chicken?" Father Zhang and the others watched him play with the kids, all grinning. "All done, 1 cup each, no more. Otherwise, you'll wet the bed and be laughed at. Shizi, you're in charge of this tin. Anyone who wants more can ask you. 1 cup a day. And remember, always ask an adult to help with the hot water. That's your mission." Zhang Guoqing reminded Shizi, just to be sure. Shizi stood up and saluted. "Yes, sir. Mission accepted." Zhang Guoqing solemnly handed him the tin, and the two of them played their parts to perfection, making Father Zhang and the others laugh heartily. When the fun died down and Zhang Guoqing sat down, Father Zhang took a sip of wine and grinned. "Are the women drinking too? You didn't give them white liquor, did you? If they get drunk, that'll be a sight." Zhang Guoqing clinked bowls with his brothers. "I left both red and white wine in the room. Let them choose. Honestly, if they mix the two, they'll definitely get drunk." "You rascal. What's this red wine?" "I thought you meant fruit wine," eldest brother Zhang Guofu asked curiously. He didn't ask where the wine came from, he figured it was from his sister-in-law's family. Zhang Guoqing replied, "Red wine's just a fancy name. It's what foreign women drink. They sell it at the friendship store in the provincial capital. It's not as good as fruit wine. If they don't like it, they'll come for the fruit wine." Zhang Guofu nodded. "Last time, Shizi brought back some candy. What was it called, Kelly? Tasted fine, but foreigners make it bitter and weird. Their stuff is just all over the place." Second brother Zhang Guoqiang shook his head, laughing. "You forgot, it's called chocolate. And that bread long and skinny. I tried it, but it's not as good as our steamed buns. Shizi said it's called a baguette, foreigners eat it. Why make bread so long anyway?" After the meal and drinks, it was past 8. Everyone parted happily and went to their rooms to rest. In the early hours before dawn, Pingyan woke up right on schedule. Zhang Guoqing prepared the formula, expertly cradled his son, and fed him. After the baby finished drinking, he changed him into the diaper he'd readied the night before. Under the dim light, he glanced at his son, eyes closed, drinking his milk and falling back asleep as soon as his diaper was changed. Amused, Zhang Guoqing kissed the top of his son's head. He listened for any sounds from the inner room, nothing. His wife must still be exhausted from the past few days, and the red wine had helped her sleep. Zhang Guoqing gently laid his son back on the king bed, then carefully tucked himself in beside him, pulling the quilt snugly around them both. Before dawn, the rooster crowed. Zhang Guoqing woke with a start and checked on his son. It was almost 5 o'clock, soon his parents would be up, and today his mother-in-law needed to catch the train. He quietly slipped out from beside his son, pulled the small blanket down to his neck so it wouldn't cover his face, then used his own big quilt to block any drafts from the outside. After getting dressed and gathering his towel and toiletries, he carefully opened the door and slipped out, closing it quickly behind him. As the new year approached, the weather was getting colder, not much different from the winters in the south. He wondered if they'd have to hunker down for the winter like in previous years. His breath came out in clouds in the freezing morning air, and a chill ran through him as the wind bit at his face. Moving quickly in the dark, Zhang Guoqing made his way to the kitchen, lit the kerosene lamp he'd brought from the provincial capital, and fetched a bucket of water from the well. This well stayed cool in summer and warm in winter, one of his favorite things about the house. He washed up quickly. The east wing of the main house was already lit. He walked over and called out softly through the window, then hurried to the outer room of the west wing. Once he'd warmed up, he dared to check on his son again. The coal stove wasn't burning too hot, but the room was warm enough for the baby. He went outside, took down 2 wild rabbits hanging from the eaves, and brought them back to the kitchen. He took the iron pot off the stove, set up a rack, and started roasting the rabbits. He had no choice. Roasting outside wasn't convenient. He had to keep turning the rack, running back and forth to check on his son. Luckily, they used firewood at home, so he didn't have to watch the stove constantly. After half an hour, the aroma of roasting meat began to overpower the scent of the braised pork. He added another log to the stove and, as the delicious smell filled the air, made a few careful cuts with a small knife before checking on his son again. He felt incredibly busy. If he could, he'd buy an oven no matter the cost. It was exhausting. After an hour of work, the rabbits were finally done. He plated the meat, put the iron pot back on the stove, added water, and carried the plate back to the room. The rich aroma of roast meat filled the air. Zhou Jiao, half asleep, was dreaming of biting into a chicken leg when the smell of roast meat drifted in, pulling her from her dream. She stared at her mother for a while before remembering where she was. She saw the outer door half open and Zhang Guoqing tending the coal stove, trying not to wake her mother. She quickly waved her hand to get his attention. Feeling someone watching him, Zhang Guoqing turned around and laughed when he saw her waving and making faces, silently mouthing words at him. He picked up his son, blanket and all, and brought him over to Zhou Jiao, signaling for her to scoot over. He gently laid the baby down on the outside, then quietly went to the outer room and built a barrier with his own quilt to keep the baby safe. Finally, he breathed a sigh of relief, and the two of them shared a quiet smile. Worried that she was hungry, Zhang Guoqing pointed to his stomach and mouth, then mimed drinking soup. Seeing Zhou Jiao shake her head, he gestured for her to keep resting, then pointed to their son, reminding her to be careful. Once she nodded, he indicated he was heading out. Zhou Jiao wanted to ask what smelled so good, but decided to let it go. Watching his pantomime, she couldn't help but laugh, waving him out. Zhang Guoqing breathed a sigh of relief. What a busy morning. He headed to the kitchen, but didn't see his mother. It was almost 6, and usually she'd be up by now. He checked the east wing and saw the light on, then hurried inside, worried. Dad, Mom, are you feeling okay? Zhang Guoqing looked at his father, then his mother, concerned. His mother laughed. What are you thinking? There's no work today, and there's meat stewing in the pot, so no rush for breakfast. I told your dad to rest, but he can't stay in bed. We were just about to get up. You're usually up by 5. When I saw the light, I thought something was wrong. Dad, I'll go check the backyard for any chores. With that, he headed out. There wasn't much left in the backyard garden. He hadn't been home for a few days, and it looked like the potatoes and sweet potatoes had all been dug up, even the cabbages harvested. He thought back to what they usually did this time of year, then headed to the woodshed, grabbed a hoe, and started turning the soil. His body was made for farm work, strong, skilled at farming and hunting, able to do the work of 3 men. Luckily, he'd come to this world with his memories, or he wouldn't have known how to farm or hunt. Relying on his memory and good eyesight, Zhang Guoqing started hoeing the sweet potato patch. By the time his father arrived, he'd already finished turning the whole plot. The sky was brightening, but he didn't stop to chat. He figured the more work he did, the less his family would have to do, especially with the house construction keeping everyone busy. Once it snowed and the ground froze, it would be too late to work the soil. He moved on to the cabbage patch, working more carefully since his mother wanted to keep the cabbage roots. He slowed down, leaving the roots untouched. His second sister-in-law would come help after feeding the pigs. When his father joined in with another hoe, Zhang Guoqing quickly moved on to the potato patch. The two of them worked quietly, only exchanging a few words. By the time his second sister-in-law came out after feeding the pigs, the father and son had finished turning all the soil in the backyard. They left the cabbage roots for later, as Zhang Guoqing had always refused to help with fertilizing. "Dad, we're done here. You'll have to handle the fertilizing tonight. I'll stay out of it. Is there anything else that needs doing? If not, I'll go up the mountain to gather firewood. We're definitely short this year. Go ahead, just be back before breakfast. Don't go too far. Your brother and I will work the private plot. 3 of us is enough. We've already done half." His father looked at the freshly turned earth, then at his youngest son with envy. Such strength, one man doing the work of 3. Yesterday, 3 of them had only managed half the private plot before work, but this morning, Zhang Guoqing had finished the huge backyard by himself without even breaking a sweat. Zhang Guoqing put away the hoe, grabbed his machete, rope, and carrying pole, and headed out the back door. Many women from the village liked to gather firewood on North Mountain, so there was little deadwood left on the outskirts. He followed the mountain path, found a good spot, and set down his pole and rope. He didn't even need the machete. He snapped the thinner dead branches by hand, broke the thicker ones with his foot, and soon had a pile. After a while, he checked his watch, almost time for breakfast, and he still needed to check on Zhao Jiao's postpartum meals. He bundled the firewood into 5 large bundles, hung 4 on the ends of his carrying pole, and carried the 5th in his hand, heading home with ease. His mother was waiting at the back door and called out as he approached. After he stacked the firewood in the woodshed, it was nearly full. "Xiao Wu, you finished turning the backyard and still went to gather firewood? Don't you need a break? Come to the main room and have some water. Breakfast is ready. You really shouldn't work so hard. Look at you carrying so much at once. Don't tire yourself out. Next time, leave some for your brothers." His mother scolded him, but her tone was full of affection. Zhang Guoqing just smiled, knowing she was worried about him, and forgot how strong he was. After breakfast, he checked the wild boar meat outside the kitchen. It had drained and was ready to be packed. He wrapped it up, making 4 bundles in total, each nearly 100 jin, about 50 kilograms. He felt sorry for his mother-in-law, who would have to take them home. He'd have to send a telegram in the afternoon to arrange for a train attendant to help carry the bundles off the train. The more valuable items, wolf pelts, ginseng, he'd pack with their clothes and carry himself. Worried that there would be too many people around once the house construction started, he locked all 4 bundles in the car and added 2 wild rabbits. It was 6:30. He changed clothes and told his mother to get ready. They'd need to leave soon, buy tickets in the provincial capital, eat, and catch the train. The timing would be tight. Zhang Guoqing went to the West Wing and saw his mother-in-law packing. She was efficient, a true military woman. He cut up the roast rabbit, removed the heads, wrapped the legs and meat in oiled paper, added some pastries from the provincial capital, and a few apples from Zhou Jiao, making a small food bundle for the trip. "Mom, here's some food for the road. We'll need to leave around 7 o'clock. Linlishan took it, not noticing the bundles in the car. She and Zhou Jiao were saying their tearful goodbyes. When Zhang's mother came to get her, the two finally separated. Zhou Jiao couldn't hold back her tears as her mother left. Outside the West Wing, Linlishan wiped her eyes, looked back, listened for a moment, then steeled herself and left. Zhang Guoqing carried her luggage and bundles, comforting her as they walked. "Mom, you'll be back to visit in a few days. When Ping'an is a bit older, you can come to the capital to see him. It won't be long before you're together again. In a few years, when you're less busy at work, Zhao Jiao and Ping'an can move to the capital, and you can see them every day." Zhang's mother wiped her tears as she comforted her as well. Zhang Guoqing started the car, and once everyone was in, they waved goodbye. Linlishan thanked everyone again, asking the sisters-in-law to take good care of Zhou Jiao. Everyone reluctantly said their farewells, and only after the car disappeared did they go back to their work. Huang Zuelan and Lin Jihua, the two sisters-in-law, went to the West Wing to comfort Zhou Jiao. After leaving the train station, Zhang Guoqing pulled his mother straight to the passenger seat. Seeing the few strands of white hair on her head, he felt a pang of sadness. His mother had really had a hard life. From before dawn until late at night, she worked in the fields, did housework, and took care of the family. She'd toiled her way to old age without ever enjoying a single good day. She'd spent most of her life in the village. This was even her first time in the provincial capital. As he drove, Zhang Guoqing thought to himself that he should first take his mother out for a good meal. Driving down the restaurant street, he'd noticed that both the Friendship Mall and the department store were lively and bustling. He planned to spend the day with her, strolling around and showing her the big city. There was still gas in the car, so he'd return it to the military district tomorrow and head home empty-handed, which would make it easier to take care of some things. "Mom, my mother-in-law finally left. Let's go eat first. After we're full, I'll take you to see the best mall in the provincial capital. Jiao gave me quite a few remittance coupons and told me to take you shopping and pick out whatever you like." Zhang's mother looked around the car, touching the window with her hand. She hadn't dared to look closely earlier with her in-laws present. "Let's send a telegram to your grandma's place first, or we might forget when we get busy later. We can just have a simple lunch. Things are expensive in the city." "Mom, just listen to your son today. We'll go to the post office to send the telegram first, then I'll take you to eat something good. I'm not returning the car today. I'll drive it back myself tomorrow. Today is all about showing you the big city." Zhang Guoqing parked, asked a passerby for directions to the post office, and drove over. At the post office, Zhang Guoqing sent the telegram, making sure to specify, arriving in Beijing at 5 p.m. on the 23rd, Lin Danren bringing 500 jin of luggage. Need someone to meet at the station. He didn't even skip the comma, just in case there was any misunderstanding. After all, his father-in-law had only just left yesterday, and with train delays, he wasn't sure who would arrive first. Someone had to be there to meet her. "Mom, the telegram is on its way to Beijing. At the latest, they'll get it by tomorrow night. Now let's go eat. Just wait for your son to show you around. Your son's pockets are full." Sitting in the passenger seat, Zhang's mother curiously watched the crowds of people getting off work. There were so many people riding bicycles, and hardly anyone wore patched clothes. She couldn't help but sigh at how nice the city was, so many people, so many cars. Back in their village, just having 2 bicycles made them the envy of others, but here there were hundreds, even thousands. No need to work in the fields for work points, and during busy farming seasons, people in the village would be worn out. City folks didn't have tan skin, looked energetic and confident, all smiling. The children were clean, carrying school bags, running and jumping around. She kept saying how wonderful the city was. It was rush hour, so there were crowds of people and cars, mostly workers from nearby factories. This was the bustling city center, where life was clearly better and children's education was valued. Of course, Zhang's mother hadn't seen the poorer parts of the city, where people's clothes, food, and living conditions were worse than in the village. At least in the village, the yards were big, unlike the city where a dozen families squeezed into one courtyard, several generations sharing a single kong. If a city family had many children and relied on wages, even getting enough to eat was a problem. But Zhang Guoqing didn't explain, just let her enjoy the excitement and be happy. At the restaurant, he found them a seat and went to order several dishes. Whatever they couldn't finish, he'd pack up for his father. Zhang's mother was happy as she accepted the plates of meat, but quietly grumbled. She knew not to embarrass her son in public. Her Zhao Wu was someone important. The way people treated him today was different from ordinary folks. Besides, the food was already paid for, so she couldn't return it. She'd just eat less and take the rest home for the family to try. After a hearty lunch, they took the leftovers and drove to the nearby Friendship Mall. Zhang Guoqing showed the remittance coupons, and after checking them, the staff let them in. Faced with such a different environment, Zhang's mother was a bit nervous. She glanced around at the glass windows and display cases, then at her own clothes. Relieved, she carefully looked around and whispered, "Xiao Wu, I guess you can't even get in here without those coupons." Zhang Guoqing patted her hand reassuringly. "That's right. This place is mostly for overseas Chinese and officials. Without remittance coupons, they won't let you in. It's probably for security." "Mom, let's start from the first floor. There are 3 floors in total, and they have everything. The prices and quality are better than outside. Shizi said we can pick out everything we want and pay all at once, not like the supply and marketing co-op where you have to pay first and then go back to get your stuff." Zhang's mother was dazzled from the moment she walked in, just nodding as Zhang Guoqing explained. She looked at everything. Things were indeed nice, but the prices were something else too. They browsed from the first to the 3rd floor, picking out a few things that were cheaper than at the co-op, then she hurried him to leave. She just wasn't used to this place. Once outside, Zhang's mother let out a sigh of relief. "Xiao Wu, where to next?" Zhang Guoqing drove a short distance and stopped. "Mom, this is the biggest department store in the provincial capital. Like the co-op, some things require coupons, but I have plenty. Just buy whatever you like, don't worry about money." The department store was just a 2-story red brick building at an intersection, with propaganda slogans painted all over the walls. "Down with American imperialism, realize communism. Worker-peasant alliance, urban-rural cooperation. Hard work and thrift to build the nation. Take the road of collectivization, achieve common prosperity." The big red characters were eye-catching, and the entrance was bustling. No one left empty-handed, everyone carried big bags. As they entered, the loudspeaker was broadcasting, "Today, discounted liberation shoes, 1 pair per person. 2nd floor textile section has defective items, no coupons needed. 1st floor has surplus stock, also no coupons needed." Hearing this, Zhang's mother quickly dragged Zhang Guoqing to the 1st floor surplus counter, not bothering to ask anyone. She spotted the biggest crowd and squeezed in. Zhang Guoqing barely managed to shield her as they pushed through. Watching her excitedly pick things out, he queued up to pay and get the coupons for the sales clerk. After squeezing out of the crowd, Zhang Guoqing followed closely behind his mother, who was now in full shopping mode, and excitedly hurried up to the 2nd floor, following the broadcast to the defective goods section. Zhang Guoqing looked at the packed crowd with a headache. It was all women shouting for the sales clerks to hand them things. The counter was swamped, everyone talking at once, so chaotic you couldn't tell who was saying what. He had no choice but to wait outside for his mother. After she picked out the towels and fabrics with the fewest defects, and the clerk wrote up the bill, more than half an hour had passed. He rushed downstairs to pay, got the stamped invoice, and ran back upstairs. Finally, he breathed a sigh of relief. At least the rush for the discounted goods was over. Now they could take their time. That earlier scene was like a brawl, everyone afraid they'd miss out, and all women. He was too embarrassed to squeeze in. "Mom, we have coupons for everything else. I've got it all ready, so take your time." His mother grinned at the things he was carrying. "You don't get it. If we'd come here first, maybe we'd have gotten even better stuff. It's so cheap." She was clearly used to the co-op's way of shopping and dragged Zhang Guoqing to the left side counter on the 1st floor to browse. The two of them spent a long time there, and finally, his mother was satisfied and ready to go home. Zhang Guoqing looked at the things they'd bought. Actually, not that much. Most of the time, his mother was just looking, not buying. He didn't get what was so fun about window shopping. He realized that shopping with Jiao was better. She was decisive and quick. He used to hear friends complain about never wanting to go shopping with their mothers again, and he'd thought it was strange. Wasn't it great to spend time with your mother, carry her bags, and see her happy and excited? He'd even felt sorry he didn't have a mom to do that with. Now he understood. If he saw that friend again, he'd give him a sympathetic hug. They'd really be kindred spirits. Especially with a mom like his, who just looked and didn't buy. He got anxious for her. In the end, when she found something she liked but couldn't bear to spend money on, Zhang Guoqing just paid for it. He also realized more than ever that his Zhao Jiao wasn't spoiled at all. Her temperament and habits matched his perfectly. Even after they'd gone from ordinary to rich, she hadn't really changed. Whether shopping or living, she was always serious and never wasted time on useless things. If she had to wander around like this, she'd probably get mad. After getting in the car with his mother, Zhang Guoqing thought for a moment, then went back in to buy some face cream, cod liver oil, and soap. No woman dislikes these things, and his mother was only 46, not old at all, just unpampered from living in the countryside. Besides, since they'd come to the big city, he should bring back some gifts for his sisters-in-law and sisters. Mom, these are for the sisters-in-law and the older sisters. You can divide them up. Whatever's left, you keep for yourself. It's getting cold, put some on so your hands don't crack, and take care of your face too. I see all the women like these things. Oh, my good son. I was wondering what you were buying. These are expensive and rare, you should save them for Zhao Jiao. Why'd you buy so much? Zhang's mother was both happy and distressed as she looked at the items. Truth be told, she really liked them, the scent was lovely. Zhang Guoqing laughed at her. He could tell she was reluctant to put them down. Even with his modest salary, when he bought Zhao Jiao imported cosmetics, she was both pained and delighted. He remembered reading somewhere, "There's no woman who doesn't love cosmetics. Every woman wants to be young and beautiful. No matter how old she is, after 18 she doesn't like to be asked her age more than being asked about her private savings." Mom, Zhao Jiao's mother gave these to us. Just use them, don't worry. Your son knows what he's doing. I'm not pretending to be rich. I really have money. Let me tell you a secret, don't tell anyone. Zhao Jiao's mother gave us a lot of money. She paid 6 years' rent for the Beijing house, 50 yuan a month. You do the math. From now on, as long as that house is rented out, we get 50 yuan a month. My mother-in-law said we can spend as much as we want and still not run out. My brother-in-law only makes 36 yuan a month. So, just between us, we're really not short of money. Keep your own money, if you want anything, just tell me. Zhang's mother was stunned, counting on her fingers, her heart pounding so hard she couldn't even do the math. She stammered, I'd better not count. Xiao Wu, don't tell anyone about this, not even your father. Remember, not a word. My goodness, no wonder your mother-in-law buys things by the carload without batting an eye. Zhang Guoqing laughed. He figured his father already suspected he wasn't short on money, knew about Zhao Jiao's big house, and understood his mother-in-law's personality. Still, he and his wife had tacitly kept quiet about it. He only told his mother because she was so reluctant to spend. As for the rest, he didn't plan to tell anyone, not even his mother. Now you can relax. So, is there anything else you want but can't bear to buy? We can go look again. His mother was tempted, but then shook her head. Forget it. Even if we have money, we can't waste it. Save it for Ping'an and your future kids. Life is long. Zhang Guoqing took out all the coupons that were about to expire. I'll pick out all the ones close to expiring, and we'll buy according to that. Otherwise, it'd be a waste. He locked the car and took his mother back into the department store. This time, she was much more relaxed and bought whatever she needed. Together, they used up all the coupons that were about to expire. After shopping, Zhang Guoqing drove his mother to the park for a look around. Then he tried to take her to the cinema, but she absolutely refused, saying it would be dark by the time the movie ended and the family would worry. So Zhang Guoqing asked around on the street for where to buy used books and cassette tapes. After winding through the streets, he finally found the place. He first bought some revolutionary song tapes, then, after asking his mother, bought some opera and storytelling tapes. Zhang Guoqing knew these would be hard to find in the future, so he bought a big stack regardless of the price, carefully explaining to his mother what each tape was about. Otherwise, she'd worry, these were expensive after all. His eldest sister only made so much a month, and the most expensive tape was 1.5 yuan, while even the cheapest was 0.5 yuan. He spent nearly 50 yuan on tapes alone. Afterward, he took his mother to a nearby area full of used book stalls. This was the provincial capital, after all, 2 whole alleys of bookstalls. He quickly picked out books, which were cheaper than in the county. It took him 2 trips to the car to carry them all. All right, it's almost dark. Let's go home. Your dad must be worried sick, and who knows what Zhao's eating tonight. Let's go. I've had enough of the big city for one day. His mother was a bit scared of him now. She'd never seen anyone spend money like water. People were staring at them. If it weren't for the car parked outside, someone might have tried to rob them. The car made its way back from the provincial capital to Zhang Guoqing village, and by the time they arrived, night had already fallen. A few scattered lights still glimmered in the village. Zhang Guoqing and his mother got out of the car. Zhang Guoqing carried their things inside with his mother. His father, who had been anxiously pacing back and forth, actually came out to greet them, a rare occurrence. Aside from books and tapes, everything else was moved into the east wing of the main house, into their own room, and they were left to unpack themselves. Zhang Guoqing barely had time to say a few words to his parents. He quickly carried several piles of old books and tapes into the small living room, then dashed back out to fetch more things. After parking the car, he waited for his father to bring in the last bag, then hurriedly grabbed the remaining books and ran back to his room. He didn't bother organizing the books, just piled them up in the small living room. Carrying the bag of tapes, he entered the bedroom. As soon as he walked in, he saw Zhou Jiao leaning there, waiting for him. The moment she saw his face, she broke into a bright smile. Jiao, what did you have for dinner? Did you wait long for me? Brother, have you eaten? Did my mom get a sleeper ticket? Has she gone back to Beijing? They both spoke at the same time, then burst out laughing. Zhang Guoqing noticed his son was still awake. Why isn't Ping'an asleep yet? Baby, Daddy's home. Honey, I bought a ton of tapes, so you won't be bored anymore. There are songs, storytelling, operas, all in this bag. I'll just set it aside for now, you can look through them later. Son, Daddy will play some music for you. He put the tapes away, turned the volume down, gave Zhou Jiao a kiss, and pulled her into his arms. What did you eat tonight? Did anyone get impatient with you? Did anyone say anything snarky? You didn't get upset, did you? Zhou Jiao snuggled comfortably against him. No, your sister-in-law brought the food over. We had noodles for lunch, with chicken soup and drumsticks from the stove. Dinner was rice, again brought by your sister-in-law, still with chicken soup and drumsticks. Smell me, do I reek of chicken soup? Zhang Guoqing pressed his chin to her head and took a deep sniff. You don't smell bad at all, you smell great. The whole house is filled with the aroma of chicken soup, just the smell of meat everywhere. Jiao, I'm craving meat. He said this with a double meaning, smacking his lips. Zhou Jiao burst out laughing, shaking in his arms, which made Zhang Guoqing laugh too. He started tickling her on purpose, making her laugh even harder. When he finally stopped, Zhou Jiao caught her breath and said, "There's plenty of meat at home these days. Eat as much as you want." Go eat dinner first and come back early to chat with me. All right, I'll be right back after I eat. Not even 9 horses could drag me away. I'll make you some snow fungus and red date soup for a late-night snack. You've had chicken soup every day, you must be sick of it. Tomorrow, I'll change things up for you. Now that we have a stove, we don't have to avoid anyone. At most, we'll just leave a bowl for them. Zhang Guoqing let her go and rummaged through the trunk for snow fungus, red dates, and sugar. He washed them, put them in a small pot, set it on the coal stove, closed the vent, and let it simmer. How's the donkey hide gelatin going? If you can still take it, keep eating it. Your mom's way of making it isn't great. I think we should have a doctor make it into a paste, like before, with walnuts, red dates, and honey. That way, you can keep eating it for nutrition even after your confinement. No need to trouble anyone. I learned how to make it from Grandma, and mine is better than anyone else's. Just get me some black sesame seeds. Look at my hair. It's all dry and yellow, so ugly. I have all the other ingredients. Zhang Guoqing looked at her skeptically. Zhou Jiao rolled her eyes at him. What's with that look? I really do know medicine, descended from imperial physicians, specializing in gynecology and pediatrics. Have some faith in me. I'll make a small batch for you to see. I don't doubt your looks. To me, you're the prettiest, especially when you smile. Honey, really? Look into my eyes, see how sincere I am? Or should we have Dr. Zhou make a couple bottles for you first, and you can make more after your confinement? Zhou Jiao shook her head, chin raised, eyes slanted, and said proudly, no need for all that trouble. It's been 7 or 8 days, I can get out of bed now. I'll make it myself, and I know how much sugar to add, too sweet, and it's not tasty. Zhang Guoqing adored her like this. He hugged her and gave her a playful bite. All right, whatever you say. I'll get some black sesame and you can boss me around. Go eat dinner first. Everything's tidied up here. With that, Zhou Jiao waved him off, not wanting to keep chatting, otherwise his mother would start calling for him. When Zhang Guoqing entered the main hall, his mother had just finished setting the table. Dinner really was sweet potato rice, leftover braised hairtail, and spicy chicken from lunch, plus some head cheese and cabbage soup. Seeing his father sitting nearby, Zhang Guoqing said, wow, so many meat dishes. Dad, join us for dinner. If you're not hungry, have a little wine. As soon as he finished speaking, his father nodded right away. Sure, I'll have a drink with your mother. Good food makes me want to drink. Mother Zhang handed him an empty seat and told Shizi, who was in the hall, to fetch a pair of chopsticks for Grandpa. She shot Father Zhang a look. This old guy just wanted an excuse to drink, thinking she didn't notice him waiting for Xiao Wu to invite him. Otherwise, he'd have already gone back to the Kang to smoke his pipe. Father Zhang asked, why are you two back so late? Wasn't it a 10 o'clock train? It was already dark when you got home. I thought you two got lost and was about to go look for you. He laughed as he finished. Mother Zhang swallowed her food, put down her chopsticks, and said, us get lost? What a joke. I really got to see the big city today. Xiao Wu took me to the friendship store the foreigners shop at, to the department store, and to the park. We were supposed to come back even later. Xiao Wu wanted to take me to the movies, but oh my, the place was packed with young men and women. I had to drag Xiao Wu out of there, or I'd have died of embarrassment. What old lady goes to the movies? After that, Xiao Wu helped me ask for directions and bought a bunch of those tapes. Xiao Wu, is that what they're called? See, I'm smart, I remembered. Your dad, those tapes can play opera, storytelling, and songs. Xiao Wu said you just put them in the radio in his room, and it sounds just like a real person singing. I'll let you listen later. Pretty neat, huh? You should have come, it was even livelier than the market. It sure was lively. Otherwise, why would you two come back so late? The others wanted to wait for you to eat, but I told them to go ahead. For all I knew, you'd already eaten in the city. Father Zhang nodded with a smile. Mother Zhang hurriedly ate a few more bites, then said, Xiao Wu insisted we eat before coming home, but I wouldn't let him. Lunch was at a big restaurant. See, this leftover food is from there. He ordered too much, so we brought the rest back. I didn't want to eat out again for dinner, just wanted to get home. No matter how nice the city is, it's not as comfortable as home. Father Zhang agreed. A golden house or a silver house is no match for your own thatched cottage. Not to mention, the courtyards of his 3 sons were rebuilt with great effort. People in the provincial capital might not even be as comfortable as they are. Did you two see your in-laws off at the train? Did you get all their luggage sorted? Did you notify the Lin family to pick her up at the station? If not, your mother-in-law won't be able to carry 5 big bags by herself. And did you see the train? What did you think? Just a bunch of cars hooked together, nothing special, right? Mother Zhang burst out laughing, quickly covered her mouth, swallowed her food, and said, a bunch of cars hooked together? That's a train. It's not like a big truck, there's everything inside. I saw lots of people with no seats, sitting on the floor. Your dad, being an official is great, you don't have to queue, you can buy a sleeper ticket right away. I saw it myself. There were empty bunks in the sleeper car, but people in the back couldn't go in, so they had to sit on the floor. What's up with that? She finished with a sigh and went back to eating. Being an official is good everywhere, no wonder everyone wants to be one. Even your scholar cousin was obsessed with it until he died. But you haven't told me, did you see her in-law off and notify them to pick her up? Zhang Guoqing quickly replied, I sent a telegram, explained that she's traveling alone with 500 jin of luggage, and told them to pick her up at 5 p.m. the day after tomorrow. I spoke to the station master, who arranged for the train chief to help her board early. I also asked the chief to take care of my mother-in-law and gave him 2 wild rabbits for the journey. Everything's sorted, don't worry. Good, as long as it's all arranged. After dinner, help your mother tidy up the pile of stuff in the house. I want to get some rest tonight. The foundation for the new house is dug. Xiaowu, are you busy tomorrow? If not, go help out early. Otherwise, it'll look bad if your uncles and cousins are all helping and you're nowhere to be seen. Zhang Guoqing nodded to his father. I'll get up early and work for half a day. After lunch, I'll drive the car back to the provincial capital, then stop by the county school to see the principal. I'll be back a bit late. After that, I won't be going anywhere, nothing else to do. Father Zhang finished his drink and put down his chopsticks. Do what you need to do. If you can't help out, at least drop by and chat with everyone. When Jiao's confinement is over, have your mother take her to visit your aunt and the other women. By the way, your eldest sister is warming her new house the day after tomorrow. Your mother will handle it, no need to go overboard. There'll be lots of people from the village, and too many mouths mean too much gossip. Dad, I know. I'll make sure to keep in touch with everyone. Mom, if you need anything for big sister's housewarming, just let me know. No need, I bought plenty today. Everything's ready. Don't help me tidy up, been up since 4 this morning, didn't nap at noon, and tomorrow will be busy again. Go back to your room and get some sleep. With that, Mother Zhang hurriedly took the dishes to the kitchen, not even calling for her daughter-in-law to help. Father Zhang waved him off too, telling him to get some rest. They'd butchered 2 wild boars yesterday and worked until midnight, then cleaned up the backyard and gathered firewood in the mountains this morning. Only the young could keep up with this pace, anyone else would have collapsed by now. Outside the west wing, Zhang Guoqing glanced at the silver ear fungus, soaking on the stove. It had already softened. He opened the small damper on the coal stove, letting it burn. This time, since he was inside, he wasn't worried about it boiling over. The second-hand books he'd bought were stacked in the cabinet in the outer living room, organized together with the books he'd bought before. He was a bit concerned, though, so many books out in the open in the outer living room, where people came and went, were bound to attract attention. He looked at the pile of eggs in the small sitting room, then at the cabinet stuffed with brown sugar and red dates. The outer living room was packed with things, some cured meat and air-dried chicken his mother-in-law had bought for them, all sorts of smells mingling together. Anyone who came in would be shocked. In the cellar, the rice and flour his mother-in-law had brought were barely touched, still piled up. He didn't plan to move these to the cellar either. It was more convenient to keep them in their own room, so they could cook whenever they wanted and avoid any complaints from his sisters-in-law. Back in the inner room, Zhou Jiao was listening to music and chatting with their son. When she saw Zhang Guoqing come in, she immediately waved him over. What's up? Something wrong? Zhang Guoqing took off his coat and lounged on the king bed. Zhou Jiao shook her head with a smile and scooted over to lean against him. But Zhang Guoqing did have something on his mind. Jiao, there's too much stuff in the living room. Now that Mom's gone, people from the village are bound to drop by. With all this coming and going, it's too conspicuous. Just the eggs alone, there must be at least 500. When you have time, put the eggs, red dates, brown sugar, cured meat, and all that into the space. Once our son starts eating solid food at 8 months, we won't have to worry about having too many eggs. Just leave 30 eggs in a small bamboo basket in the house. Whenever I get a chance to buy more, you can store them away. As for this room, except for the clothes our son is currently wearing, put all his other things into the space too. Otherwise, someone who doesn't know any better might mess with them. Basically, anything we're not using right now, just store it away. Over time, you never know, even our sisters-in-law might want something if their kids go without. For now, let's slowly build up our supplies in the space. Use what we can buy outside. Starting tomorrow, the rationing system will be fully enforced. Even in the city, you'll need a coupon just to buy a single green onion. Zhou Jiao immediately stood up. Let's do it now, while everyone's asleep and no one's around. It'll be easier to cover our tracks. The two exchanged a glance and decided to act quickly. Zhang Guoqing checked on their son, tucking his little hands under the quilt, Then he and Zhou Jiao went out to the living room, locked the door, and started packing. Zhang Guoqing organized and packed, while Zhou Jiao stored everything away in the space, including all the books. They'd sort them later when they had time. Once they'd finished with the outer room, Zhang Guoqing had her sit and check if they'd missed anything. He put the small bamboo basket with 30 eggs in the innermost corner, topped it with 2 pheasants and some cured meat. In the cabinet, he left 2 jin each of brown sugar and red dates, plus some silver ear fungus for easy access. Honey, this space is really handy. We don't even have to move things around. But what should I say if Mom and the others ask about it tomorrow? Just say I tidied everything up because the stuff in the living room was starting to smell. If they ask anything else, just play dumb. If you don't know, you don't know. Zhang Guoqing grinned. They checked the outer room again. Everything was in order, and they had enough food prepped for the next few days. They could make soup anytime. Back in the inner room, which Lin Lishan had already tidied, it was even easier to organize. Zhou Jiao took out the 2 boxes she'd kept in the space. One was empty, so she arranged inside it the jewelry Grandpa Zhang and Grandma Zhang had given her, as well as the pieces left by Zhang Guoqing's father. At the bottom, she placed the small wooden box her grandmother had given her father, her mother's bankbook and property deed, and the box her maternal grandmother had given Ping'an. Then she added some valuable jewelry and their own cash, 1,000 yuan. Brother, this box is for valuables only. Help me remember, so we don't mix things up later. I want to leave half of it empty for when we go back to Beijing to fill it with my dowry. My mom said she's prepared some valuable jewelry and gold for me. Who knows when I'll be able to fill this box to the brim. Zhou Jiao sighed. Zhang Guoqing covered his mouth, his shoulders shaking as he tried not to laugh. After a while, he finally said, "You already have so much, and you still want more? You can't even wear it all. What's the point? Wouldn't a piece of meat be more practical?" Zhou Jiao shot him a glare, annoyed at his lack of romance. "I just like looking at it when I'm in a bad mood. What's wrong with secretly wearing it at home and admiring myself?" Zhang Guoqing laughed at her reaction and tried to comfort her. "Don't worry, your husband will help you fill up the rest of the box. When we're old and times are better, you can wear a different set every day, and I'll take you out for a stroll every day. Imagine what a sight will be, an old lady showing off her bling." Haha, Zhou Jiao burst out laughing, pointing at him. "A different set every day? With your old bones, if someone tried to rob us, you wouldn't even be able to give chase. Are you trying to make us targets? Afraid people won't know we're rich? When we're old, let's just travel around the country. I've never really seen the world. When I was a student, I was always broke, just thinking about making money, wishing I could be buried in cash. After we got married, all I wanted was to get rid of my burdens and live a good life with you. When I finally wasn't short on money, it just became a number. After our son was born, all I wanted was for our family to go out and see the world together. But I never thought we'd end up so far away. Life is like a dream, and dreams are like life." Zhang Guoqing saw her growing more and more downcast, her voice getting softer. He hugged her, gently stroking her hair, and whispered in her ear, "Whether life is a dream or a dream is life, as long as you're by my side, as long as I can hold your hand, it doesn't matter if we look back or look ahead. With you, nothing is wasted." Zhou Jiao smiled at him. "May we be of one heart and grow old together without parting." She always remembered the day she received his proposal letter. When she opened it, there was just that one line on the red paper, her name at the top, his at the bottom, tying them together across 2 lifetimes. Zhang Guoqing chuckled. "Back then, I racked my brains and still couldn't figure out how to propose. My friends suggested all sorts of things: roses, getting down on one knee in public, hiding a ring in a meal at a restaurant, but I knew you wouldn't like any of that. It just didn't suit you. You're not the type to like shallow displays of affection or showing off. You have to understand, for a science guy like me, it's not easy." Then one day, I remembered the old tradition of the 3 letters and 6 rites, all written on red paper for the bride. I thought about writing a poem on red paper and stayed up all night, but in the end, nothing fit better than "May we be of one heart and grow old together without parting." So I wrote that and sent it to you. I was so nervous, my heart was pounding. I hoped you'd understand me, but I was afraid you'd think I wasn't sincere. When you smiled and nodded, I felt like you really understood me, and I understood you. My heart ached with happiness, and I had to hold back tears so I wouldn't cry out loud. Finally, I had someone in this world who truly understood me. I was no longer just Zhang Guoqing the orphan. I had a wife to share my heart with, a future with adorable children, and at last, a real home. I didn't have to envy others who could proudly shout, "I'm going home," anymore. Zhang Guoqing sped along the road, driving toward the county seat. When he arrived at the entrance of the county-run restaurant, he got out of the car, carrying 2 bottles of liquor, and walked straight inside. It was already past mealtime, so there were no customers dining. The waitress, Sister Wang, had already snuck off home, leaving only the head chef resting in the back, just in case any customers showed up unexpectedly. "Chef, are you here?" "It's me, Xiaowu. I came to see you." Coming, I'm in the back," the chef replied as he hurried out. Seeing Zhang Guoqing holding a bottle of liquor, he chuckled, "This is for me, right? At least you haven't forgotten about me." "How could I forget you? I've been thinking about you. See, the first thing I did when I got to the county was come here." Zhang Guoqing handed him the liquor, stopping him as he spoke. "Chef, I've got something to do today, so I'll be off. Next time, I'll come and chat with you." Chef Huang had already heard that this kid's in-laws had come to visit. The general and his mother-in-law had come together for the baby's 3-day celebration. He didn't know how things had gone and had been thinking about it. Now, seeing Zhang Guoqing, he felt relieved. "All right, go ahead. Take care of your business. If you need anything, just call me." After saying goodbye, Zhang Guoqing checked the time. It was already afternoon, probably time for the principal to be at school. He drove to the county high school, got out at the gate, and, before he could enter, the security guard at the entrance called out loudly, "Hey, aren't you Zhang Guoqing? What are you doing driving a car here? Where's your wife? Come in and chat with your uncle for a bit." Zhang Guoqing sighed inwardly. He'd planned to sneak upstairs without alerting anyone and go straight to the principal. Now, with the old man's booming voice, his friends would definitely skip class to come out. "Uncle, you look great, full of energy. Is the principal in today?" The security guard grinned and pointed. "He's inside. Hasn't gone out all day." "So, you're not in school. Where are you working now?" "Driving a car already. Tell me about it." Faced with the old man's curiosity, Zhang Guoqing kept it brief. "I'm still at home. The car's borrowed. I'll return it soon. We'll chat another time when you're free, uncle. I need to find the principal first." With that, Zhang Guoqing slipped away. The old man was too talkative. If he got caught, he'd spend the whole afternoon there and get nothing done. He avoided the classrooms, walked along the edge, and went upstairs to knock on the principal's office. When he heard "come in" from inside, he pushed open the door and saw the old principal waiting for him with a big smile. "What brings you here?" "I thought you and your wife were so busy with the baby that you'd forgotten where the school gate is." "Sit down. What are you standing there for? Don't just grin at me." Zhang Guoqing sat down respectfully and said, "Principal, no matter what, I could never forget my alma mater. My teachers and friends are all here." The principal glanced at him, noticing how he sat half-turned, a smile in his eyes. "All right, you wouldn't be here for nothing. Out with it. If you wait too long, I'll be in a bad mood and won't bother answering." "Principal, I wanted to ask you, if Zhou Jiao and I want to take the college entrance exam again, apart from not attending regular classes, are there any other restrictions?" The principal immediately stood up and said loudly, "You've made up your minds? Really want to go to university? That's great, truly great. I always said you two were made for studying, especially Zhou Jiao. It was such a pity for her to give up her studies." "Good, you've come to your senses and are thinking about college. Hold on, let me think about your situation." Zhang Guoqing watched as he paced back and forth, then after a while, the principal sat back down and started rummaging through his drawer. The principal recalled the university registration process over the past few years and how even young adults from society could sign up. He let out a long sigh of relief. Thankfully, he hadn't remembered wrong. "Zhang Guoqing, you and your wife have a child now, so regular classes aren't practical. Even if you lived on campus, you'd miss your child. Let me explain the general admissions situation, then give you two options to choose from. Since 1952, university students have been exempt from tuition and accommodation fees and are provided free meals at set times and amounts. In other words, apart from not having a salary or social expenses, students can complete their studies without any personal financial burden. After graduation, university graduates get higher salary grades than others, and even during internships, there's a salary. Those in real hardship can apply for financial aid, but you too don't need that, and it's best not to apply, as it could affect your file for job assignments after graduation. Every year, there are college entrance exam registration points in all major cities nationwide. Our county students go to the provincial capital to register. Zhou Jiao's household registration is in Beijing, but she can register in the provincial capital too. There's no restriction that you have to register in your place of household registration. As long as you have a high school diploma or a certificate of equivalent education from your work unit, plus your household registration certificate, you can register in any major city. Now, let's talk about how you can get your high school diplomas. First, your junior high school exam records are still at the school. I remember you two were first and second in the county. I can process the paperwork, add a note explaining you reported to the high school, but then took a year off. That way, you'll be considered as having enrolled normally. This semester isn't over yet, so you can still take a year off. You two can study at home, then come back for the final exams. When you come to complete the paperwork, just write a leave statement saying you're self-studying at home. At the start of each semester, come pay your fees, then take extended leave. At the end of each semester, you'll need to come back for exams. This is the simplest way. Second, you can self-study at home, and when it's time for the college entrance exam, get a certificate from your work unit stating you have the equivalent of a high school or technical secondary school education. This is different from ordinary workers, and the salary grade is higher. You two shouldn't have any problem getting that, especially if you have connections. That's the situation. Go home and think it over. After listening, Zhang Guoqing made up his mind immediately. Principal, there's no need to think it over. I'd rather get my diploma from the school. It'll just trouble you a bit. Is there still time to handle it today, or should we pick another time? The old principal laughed heartily, opened a drawer, and took out an envelope. Take a look. I guessed long ago you'd want to continue your studies. If you hadn't come, I was going to deliver this to you myself. In all my years as an educator, I've rarely seen students as outstanding as you two, especially Zhou Jiao. She's a born scholar. Now that you have a child, it's time to plan for the future. With all that's happened, and you two not planning to leave with them, I've already prepared the paperwork. All that's left is for you to sign and pay the tuition and book fees, 3 yuan and 20 cents each. Zhang Guoqing took the envelope, feeling its weight not just in his hands, but in his heart. Inside was the deep care and high hopes this old man had for him and his wife. He bowed respectfully to the principal. Thank you, Principal. We won't let you down. Give us 2 years. When we succeed, we'll come back and share the good news with you in person. The principal glared at him. That's not up to you. If you don't get in after 2 years, just wait and see how I deal with you. And don't let your wife beat you to it and leave you stuck here in the county. Seeing Zhang Guoqing's cheeky grin return, the principal laughed and scolded. Well, what are you waiting for? Go next door and pay your fees. Bring the receipt back here, and don't forget to write 2 leave notes. Copy Zhou Jiao's handwriting for hers. I'll go get your new textbooks ready. After completing the paperwork to return to school, Zhang Guoqing carried 2 stacks of new textbooks to his car. He hadn't even closed the car door when 2 people suddenly darted inside and quickly slammed the door shut. Zhang Guoqing was startled. In broad daylight, who could it be? He glanced inside, and when he saw who it was, he quickly checked the school gate to make sure no one had noticed, then hurriedly got in and drove away. Only after he'd turned a corner and the school was out of sight did Zhang Guoqing finally breathe a sigh of relief. He pulled over to the side of the road, turned to his 2 close friends, Li Qinglin and Zhang Yuntao, and asked, "How did you 2 sneak out? If you missed me, couldn't you just come to my house? Aren't you supposed to be in class?" If you're not going back, I'm just going to drive off. Zhang Yuntao glanced at the new books beside him and sighed. Xiao Wu, why are you still buying books? I've already given up on mine and left them at home. What a waste, a huge loss. Li Qinglin smacked him on the head. The point isn't the books. Xiao Wu is making a comeback, you idiot. He then turned to Zhang Guoqing. Xiao Wu, have you really decided to take the college entrance exam? Is everything settled at home? What about your baby? Have you thought it all through? It's all been considered. Today I finished the paperwork to return. Other than the final exams each semester, I'll be studying at home on extended leave. I'm a year behind you guys, but if all goes well, we'll skip a grade and catch up. After the new year, I'll be working and reviewing at the same time. Have you two decided whether to keep studying for college or just start working? How about the three of us all take the college entrance exam together? Let's go to the big city and see the world. Li Qinglin leaned back in his seat with his eyes closed and pointed at Zhang Yuntao. Zhang Yuntao looked at the two of them. I was just about to discuss this with you. Now that both of you want to take the exam, what am I supposed to do? Well, desperate times call for desperate measures. I'll give it a shot. Anyway, enough about that. Xiao Wu, where did you get the car you're driving today? Zhang Guoqing pointed at the books in the back. Let's drop the books off at the county hotel first. I'm helping my mother-in-law return the car to the provincial capital. This car belongs to the provincial military district. It should have been returned yesterday, but I put it off until today. If it weren't almost out of gas, I'd be reluctant to give it back. Help me cover those books with cloth bags and tie them up tight. Li Qinglin looked at him suspiciously but didn't ask. He knew the cover would ask. Sure enough, Yuno started complaining, putting brand new books in old sacks. Are you crazy? Zhang Guoqing rolled his eyes. People are coming and going at the hotel. In less than an afternoon, the whole town would know what my wife and I are up to. If we use cloth bags, who'll know what's inside? After he finished, Li Qinglin grinned and winked at Zhang Yuntao, gloating. See, I told you you're dumb. Want to go to the provincial capital with Xiao Wu later? We could go for a stroll. Zhang Yuntao rolled his eyes. We're already in the car, obviously we're coming along. How do you not get that? And you call me dumb? Hey, Yuntao, you're quick with the comebacks today. With that, the two started bickering. After dropping off the books, Zhang Guoqing drove straight to the provincial military district, a trip that took over 2 hours. When he arrived, he returned the car keys and paperwork, politely declined their invitation to stay, pointed to his two friends waiting outside, and managed to slip away. Li Qinglin saw him come out, grabbed Zhang Yuntao and walked away from the building. Once they were a safe distance away, he turned to Zhang Guoqing. Xiao Wu, why are those people so polite to you? Do you think you'll be able to borrow a car again? Seeing their hopeful expressions, Zhang Guoqing couldn't bear to disappoint them. You need an officer's ID to borrow a car. If anyone could borrow one, how would the military district get anything done? Walk everywhere? Don't be discouraged. If we want to ride in nice cars in the future, we'd better work hard now. Yeah, let's work hard. You guys study, I'll hitch a ride. Li Qinglin kicked him and scolded with a laugh. Yuntao, I see right through you. You just talk big. When we get back, I'll talk to your dad about how to force you into becoming a success. No amount of force will work. Neither riches nor poverty can sway me, nor can power bend me. Heh, a stick and a whip, and if you still don't listen, a few drops of candle wax. Let's see if you still remember those words. It's just that your dad spoils the youngest. If it were up to me, I'd make sure you lived in misery. Zhang Guoqing smiled as he watched them banter. So, where do you guys want to go in the provincial capital? You decide today. I don't have a penny on me. Wherever you go, I'll just tag along. Are you dumb? Did you spend all your money on gifts for some girl? Yuntao, listen to me. Those girls aren't worth it. If your dad finds out, he'll kill you. Take your brother's advice. Find someone like Xiao Wu, someone you've known since you were in split pants. That chubby girl next door isn't bad. She smiles like a flower, and you won't have to worry about starving if you marry her. Your mom likes her, and most importantly, every time she sees you, her eyes light up like she's looking at braised pork. Li Qinglin teased. Zhang Yuntao ran to Zhang Guoqing for help, pleading pitifully, Xiao Wu, Please get this lunatic away from me. He's trying to kill me for the sake of brotherhood. That girl weighs over 200 pounds. If she sits on me, I'm done for. Zhang Guoqing shot him a sidelong glance and joked, then you figure out a way to pin her down. If you're on top, you win. Haha, Li Qinglin burst out laughing. Exactly, if you're outmatched in strength, use your wits. It'll be fun every day. That matchstick girl at school won't do. Her skin's too dark and rough. At night with the lights off, are you sure you could even find her? Zhang Yuntao glared at him and jabbed his finger angrily. She's not called matchstick girl, she's got a unique charm. Besides, I already turned her down. I have to think about my future kids. But honestly, these girls are so persistent. Why do they stick to me like green-headed flies? Li Qinglin snorted. Ignore her, don't go soft. She's not a good one, always bringing you 2 buns while her siblings at home go hungry. You ignore her, and she puts on a pitiful act, but with that face, she can't pull it off. I'm sick of her. If you keep being soft-hearted, she'll never let go. She's after your status as the party secretary's son, you fool. Then why doesn't she go after you? She's always scared of you. Zhang Yuntao looked at him in confusion. Li Qinglin, exasperated, jabbed his own head and turned to Zhang Guoqing, shrugging and rolling his eyes to the sky. Finally, he sighed helplessly. Xiao Wu, talk some sense into him. Otherwise, this idiot's going to fall for it. You and Zhao Jiao aren't at school, so you don't know, this matchstick girl won't give up because he's soft-hearted. If any other girls talk to him, she looks at them with teary eyes, like someone's stealing her man. I've glared at her a few times, and she avoids me. Girls like that are nothing but trouble. She's no beauty, but she acts all delicate, makes me sick. Zhao Yuanyuan always argues with her, but she still can't beat the matchstick girl. Zhang Guoqing shook his head, annoyed, and stepped forward to give Zhang Yuntao a kick. Are you stupid? Just tell her you already have a girlfriend, or that you're interested in someone else. Let her know to back off so she doesn't interfere with you too. If she keeps bringing you steamed buns every day, tell her your mom's about to visit her house and ask just how rich her family is. Do they have so many buns they can't finish them? Say that, and let's see if she still dares to come around. Just show her a little attitude. Don't think Lindsay is being overly cautious. There are too many weirdos out there these days. What if she finds an excuse to ask you out and you're not on guard, and suddenly she hugs you and kisses you in public on purpose so people see? How are you going to explain that? Say you were the one being harassed? And what if she starts spreading rumors, saying that even though you turned her down and claim you don't like her, you actually do? Other people see her bringing you buns all the time, and they start to believe it. Then her parents start telling everyone you two are a couple. How are you going to clear that up? Don't you care about your reputation? Zhang Yuntao stared at him, mouth agape, dumbfounded. You mean, that could actually happen? Girls can be that shameless? No way, right? Why not? Li Qinglin glared at him, exasperated. Haven't you heard those stories? Like how Momo got drunk and ended up having to marry the guy. Or someone rescued a girl from drowning and then had to marry her because her reputation was ruined. Or how Momo was harassed by some punks, got so upset she tried to kill herself, and ended up marrying the guy. Zhang Yuntao scratched his head, looking helplessly at the two of them. Then maybe I just shouldn't get married at all. Damn, who knows what's going on in those girls' heads. Zhang Guoqing burst out laughing, seeing how scared he was, and quickly reassured him, don't think like that. When you're looking for a partner, first look at her character, then her looks, and see if you both want the same things. That's about it. Then let your parents weigh in, and if it works out, get married. It's not that complicated. The main thing is to figure out if she likes you for you, or for your family background. Li Qinglin chimed in casually, didn't your mom introduce you to a bunch of girls? Take a look. If none of them work out, I think Zhao Yuanyuan is pretty good. Her family's well off, she's easygoing, friendly, doesn't look down on poor people, and she's got a sturdy build. Your mom loves girls with big hips, says they're good for having kids. I think she's the best match for you, unless you go off to college and meet someone better outside the county. Zhang Yuntao actually started thinking about it, then sighed. No way, she wouldn't go for me. We argue all the time. If we got together, we'd just fight every day. I think she's more suited for you, Lindsay. Really, she listens to you. Of the three of us, she always rolls her eyes at Xiao Wu, mocks me, but you, she actually listens to you. Zhang Guoqing shook his head speechlessly, watching the two of them debate who was a better match, and had to cut in. Stop overthinking it. It's all about fate. Girls' feelings are hard to read, so don't just blurt things out or you might not even be friends anymore. She's actually a good person, so if you're interested, try testing the waters first. But you two need to be careful. If you both fall for her, it'll just turn into a messy love triangle and someone will get hurt. Honestly, I think she acts a bit differently around Lindsay, but with her personality, she probably doesn't even realize it herself. But Lindsay's path is different from hers. Uncle Lee wants you to go to college, and you need to think carefully. Once you get emotionally involved, it's hard to pull back. Li Qinglin nodded, jokingly looking at him. So, how did you end up falling for someone? Zhang Guoqing sighed. Me? The first time I saw Zhao Jiao, I just knew she was the one. It was a strange feeling, like it was only natural that she belonged to me. As I got older, I felt like my life would only be complete if I had her. I love the idea of her having my children, love being with her and seeing her happy, love protecting her and not letting anyone else get close. Before I knew it, I was all in. We're different from you guys, even from other couples. To me, Zhao Jiao is closer than my parents, the person I trust most, who understands me best. And it's the same for her, she trusts and understands me the most. Our tastes and habits are similar, and we don't need to say much, a single look and we know what the other is thinking. Li Qinglin was silent for a while, then said with longing, I've always envied you. Xiao Wu, what I envy most is that you found Zhou Jiao. Whenever I see Zhou Jiao, I think of bamboo. No matter how the wind blows, bamboo stands tall and straight. It doesn't need anyone's support or special care, it just stands there quietly all year round, swaying with the wind, but its roots are always strong. I used to think I liked her, but later I realized it was just admiration. She's too hard to understand, too hard to read. Living with a girl like that would be exhausting, mentally exhausting. Girls like that are tough, they only care about what matters to them. She looks as clear as crystal, but inside she's all ice, with layers of defenses. That's why I really envy you. Someone like Zhou Jiao actually cares about you. You're so lucky. As for me, I just want to find a girl who's like bamboo, not necessarily beautiful, just not cold inside, someone I can understand and love. If I find someone like that, I'd give up everything to pursue her. Zhang Yunhao shook his head and gave him a thumbs down. I think Zhao Jiao's great, not complicated at all. She's not like those other girls who are always chattering, and she's not a tomboy either. She's just a bit too soft, too gentle. I never dare raise my voice around her, afraid I'll scare her. Whenever I see her, I feel like I'm her big brother and have to look out for her. If I ever have a daughter, I want her to be like Zhao Jiao. Too bad you guys had a big, healthy boy this time. If you'd had a little Zhao Jiao, haha, Xiao Wu would be doomed. Two softies in the house. He'd be worried sick every day. Zhang Guoqing and Li Qinglin exchanged a helpless smile. This guy. Seeing that they were almost at the downtown area of the provincial capital, Zhang Guoqing suggested, where do you guys want to go? If you don't have a plan, let's check out the flea market. There are lots of books, tapes, all kinds of odds and ends. I didn't finish looking around last time, and I've got money on me. The stuff there isn't expensive. Interested? Zhang Yuntao nodded excitedly. Sure. I'll check out the tapes, you guys can look at books. But will it be too late when we head back? Li Qinglin grabbed their hands and started pulling them forward. I'll take you through the alleys. As soon as Xiao Wu mentioned it, I knew where he meant. There are a few snack stalls there too. You wouldn't find them on your own, but there's one place with the best lamb offal soup. Most of the old goods in the city end up there. My grandpa used to go there all the time to look for stuff. We need to hurry though, if we're late, we won't see everything before the night market starts. There's a night market too? Do they sell the same stuff as during the day? Zhang Guoqing asked curiously. Li Qinglin thought for a moment. I've only been to the night market once. They don't just sell secondhand stuff, factory seconds from the city's factories are sold there under the table too. It was the middle of winter and there were still lots of women shopping. I didn't look too closely, but my grandpa bought 2 wool blankets and was over the moon. I remember it clearly. Li Qinglin took Zhang Guoqing and Zhang Yuntao to have lamb offal soup, which they both raved about. In the end, Zhang Guoqing bought up all the cooked lamb tripe the shop had left. All right, now that we've eaten, let's keep exploring the market. First, we'll check out the tapes, then the book stalls. They're not far apart, so we won't get separated. Zhang Guoqing nodded. He was just following along, scoping out the place so he could bring Zhao Jiao next time. The setting sun cast its glow as the alleyway gradually grew lively, with more and more pedestrians appearing on the street. Zhang Guoqing rubbed his numb legs. He'd been squatting and reading, so engrossed that he subconsciously looked up at the sky and hurriedly searched for his friends. A quick glance told him that aside from Li Qinglin, who was nearby, Zhang Yuntao was across the street, chatting enthusiastically with a young female vendor. Judging by his look, he was just short of bringing her home. Zhang Guoqing and Li Qinglin exchanged a laugh. This guy was a lost cause. In Zhang Guoqing's opinion, Zhang Yuntao should have graduated high school and joined the army. Whether it was military school or enlisting, both were solid paths. He was in great shape, often winning track and field awards, and his personality suited the military well. Unfortunately, his father had already mapped out his future. "Taozi, let's go," Zhang Guoqing called, waving him over. Didn't he see that even passers-by were glancing at him, chatting up the girl like that? Leaving the market, Zhang Guoqing noticed Zhang Yuntao rubbing his stomach and couldn't help but chuckle to himself. "How about we go for another round of lamb offal soup? We can eat before heading back and still catch the last bus." "Hey, good brother. Now that's a plan," Zhang Yuntao exclaimed, hugging him and shouting with joy. Li Qinglin led them down a shortcut. Before they even reached the shop, they saw 2 long lines of people waiting outside. Seeing the crowd, Zhang Yuntao sighed and was about to suggest trying another place. Li Qinglin just grinned mysteriously and led them around to the back door. "Lindsay, you really know your way around." "No choice, this place is always packed. We just go in and say we're regulars." "Xiao Wu, show them that bag and no one will mind. Who'd think we'd come back after buying and leaving?" Inside, Zhang Yuntao's sharp eyes spotted an empty seat nearby. He quickly pulled them over and flashed a smile at the waitress, who was about to let in more customers. The waitress remembered the 3 of them. How could she not, after they'd eaten so much at lunch and finished off all the lamb tripe? Seeing them again, she nodded and smiled. After they finished eating, they rushed to catch the last bus. By the time they got back from the provincial capital to the county town, it was completely dark. Getting off the bus, Li Qinglin and Zhang Yuntao decided to accompany Xiao Wu to the restaurant to pick up his books and maybe grab another bite. After all, lamb offal soup wasn't exactly a meal, and those few meat pies weren't enough to fill the gap between their teeth. If they sneaked back to school and waited until the cafeteria opened in the morning, they'd starve. When they entered the restaurant, Sister Wang was shocked to see them. She stared in disbelief. "How come you 3 are together? And where did all those bags come from? You look like a mess. Don't tell me you went somewhere far." Zhang Yuntao pulled a long face when he saw her. "Sis, see if there's anything to eat. Bring it out quick, we're starving. Let's eat first, then talk. We really went far, walked so much our legs are about to break." "Oh, you 3 idiots. Didn't you know you could take a bus? Did you spend all your money?" Without waiting for an answer, she shouted, "Chef. The 3 brothers are here. Bring out big bowls of noodles, extra meat, lots of it." A few customers drinking nearby burst out laughing. "Miss, these are your brothers, right? Don't worry, after starving once, they'll think twice before wandering off again." A middle-aged man who knew a bit about their history chuckled and pointed at them. "These 3 are the tripod of the county high school. You know what that means? Every year, they win awards for both academics and sports at the provincial competitions. And since they're always together, the other students gave them the nickname. Don't believe they really walked that far, it's a lie. Just look at their shoes." At that, everyone glanced at their shoes and burst out laughing. Sister Wang couldn't help but laugh and cry at the same time. "Taozi, are you trying to make your sister worry?" Zhang Yunao saw her glare and hurriedly explained, "Sis, you've got it wrong. We really did walk a lot, but it was just around the market. The second-hand market in the provincial capital is huge. We spent half the day there before coming back." I'll let you off. Now tell me, what did you buy? See for yourself, it's all here. Just some old books and tapes, not your kind of thing. Then, glancing at the drinkers next door, he lowered his voice and asked, "When are you transferring back? Aren't you getting married soon? Why are you still here? Are you crazy? Why not have Fingzi transfer to the county? If his family could get him into the township, they can get him into the county too." Sister Wang slumped her shoulders and replied quietly, "No use, we've tried. They say he's only been at the job for less than a year. Moving now would look bad to the leaders. After 3 years, I can apply for a transfer on the grounds of long-term separation. I haven't decided whether to go to the township yet. I'll just work until the end of the year and see. Work is work, no matter where." Zhang Yuntao gave her a sympathetic look, then glanced at Zhang Guoqing and Li Qinglin, who were chatting and hadn't noticed his conversation with Sister Wang. He blinked, thought for a moment, and let it go. The two brothers probably didn't want to get involved in official matters. It wasn't about not having connections, but about making choices. Sister Wang noticed Zhang Yuntao glancing at the other two and found it amusing. Of the three, he had the softest heart. But she didn't want to ask them for favors. Save your best cards for when it matters. Small things like this aren't worth using up goodwill. She knew that if either of them spoke up, the problem would be solved, especially Xiao Wu. Despite having the most ordinary background among the three, his words carried weight, and he had powerful connections in the county. Marrying Zhou Jiao only made things easier for him. As for Chengfeng's job, others might not know the details, but she did. Besides his uncle pulling strings a few times, the key was that Zhang Guoqing took a stand and brought him to the station chief's house. He started work the very next day. Chengfeng had repeatedly asked her to keep it secret and to maintain a good relationship with Zhang Guoqing and his wife, especially Zhou Jiao, who was Zhang Guoqing's dearest. He told her all about the couple's personalities and repeatedly reminded her not to trouble Zhang Guoqing unless it was absolutely necessary. For things like this transfer, Zhang Guoqing wouldn't get involved unless it was critical. As his close friend, Chengfeng knew him well. From the kitchen, the chef shouted, "Xiao Wu, come get your noodles. And you too, do I have to feed you myself? Eat up and get home early so your families don't worry." Zhang Guoqing winked at the other two and dashed over. "Chef, you're the best. This bowl of noodles brings tears to my eyes, so touched. Chef, if you ever leave the restaurant, what will us three brothers do? Chef, don't listen to their flattery. I'm the most grateful, just add more meat, and I'll thank you every time." The chef laughed and scolded them, "Get out of here, you rascals. 3 little punks with no conscience. Who needs your thanks? Eat up and get home, don't make your families worry." Zhang Guoqing carried his big bowl to a corner table, grinning. The other two followed, exchanging knowing looks. They all understood the chef had hidden extra meat at the bottom. Zhang Guoqing poked around with his chopsticks. Sure enough, there was a big chunk of meat. The chef always did this for them, and they never said anything. Some things were best left unspoken. Zhang Guoqing pedaled his bicycle into the village, where everything was already quiet and still in the deep of night. At the gate of his house, the silhouette of his mother appeared. Spotting someone riding a bike from afar, she called out loudly, "Is that Xiao Wu?" Her clear, ringing voice sounded especially sharp in the silent night, setting off a chorus of barking from the nearby dogs. But to Zhang Guoqing, his mother's voice was the sweetest music in the world. He hurriedly pedaled a few more times, seeing his mother rushing out to greet him. He quickly shouted, "Io, Mom, be careful. Don't run, just stay there and don't move." In a blink, he was at her side. "Mom, it's so cold, why did you come out? Next time, don't wait for me. What if you fall in the dark?" His mother didn't say anything, just laughed happily. Warmth filled his heart, and even the cold night wind couldn't chill him. He pushed his bike and followed her into the courtyard. Glancing at the extinguished kerosene lamp on the ground, he smiled helplessly. His father must have asked for it to be lit, but his mother was so frugal, She wouldn't waste a bit. Mom, were you worried because I wasn't back yet? I went to the school today for some business, then Zhang Yuntao and Li Qinglin came with me to the provincial capital to return the bike. They wanted to go shopping, so we got delayed. We had big bowls of noodles for dinner in the county, and after we finished, the chef basically kicked us out, or he'd have had to take us back to the school. Next time, if I'm not back on time, please don't wait outside. If you fall in the dark and no one sees, what would we do? His mother nodded with a smile, glancing at the stack of books in his hand. I know. You bought so many books again? Can you finish them all? I went to see the county high school principal today to ask about getting a high school diploma. You need it and a household registration certificate to apply for college. The principal's a good man. He remembered that Zhou Jiao and I were first and second in the county back then, so he helped us with the paperwork for a leave of absence. It's still not too late to make up for it, so our hard work back then wasn't wasted. I got the paperwork sorted for both of us. Tuition and book fees are 3.2 yuan per semester, and the new books are issued by the school. There aren't many used books. His mother was surprised. So you two have to go back to school? No, we don't need to attend classes. We just pay tuition each semester, submit a leave request, and then go back for exams each term. So technically, I'm enrolled this semester. Mom, where's Dad? That principal really is a good man. He's come by several times before, trying to persuade your dad to get you two back in school. I don't really understand these things, but you're right to listen to him. Your dad's inside. Go check on Zhao Jiao first. She must be anxious. Zhang's mother followed him into the small sitting room, where Zhou Jiao was standing by the door, listening intently. Smiling, she said, "Now our family has 2 high school students. But don't rush to start studying, wait until you've finished your confinement." Zhou Jiao nodded happily, her eyes fixed on the books. She was really curious about their contents, having heard the college admission rate was low and not knowing what the exams would be like. After putting his things away, Zhang Guoqing pulled his mother to sit down and took out some sheep tripe to show her. I bought this in the provincial capital. We didn't even finish exploring the market last time. I heard there's a night market where they sell factory seconds from the city's factories, all under the table. There are also a few snack shops in the alleys. The sheep offal soup at one place was so popular, the line was out the door. Li Qinglin's been there with his grandpa before, so he took us in through the back. He grabbed a pair of chopsticks, split half a bowl, and stood up. Mom, do you want to stay here or come with me? I'm going to find Dad so he can try some. Jiao, don't eat yet. I brought soup back. I'll heat it up for you later. I'll go with you. Let's see if your dad's over the moon. Zhang Guoqing signaled to Zhou Jiao to wait for him. Seeing her nod, he watched her head into the bedroom. Then he and his mother chatted as they walked to the main room. Inside, his father was sitting on the king, holding his pipe, craning his neck to look outside every so often. He'd already guessed Zhang Guoqing would come see him first, so he waited in the main room. Since he was little, Xiaowu had always had the habit of greeting his parents first whenever he came home. Seeing Zhang Guoqing come in with a plate, his father frowned. Next time, keep the good stuff for yourself. Don't always bring everything for your old man. You're busy running around every day, you need to take care of yourself. Don't think just because you're young you can take it for granted. Zhang Guoqing grinned and nodded. Whether he listened or not was his own business, but he accepted his father's concern. He picked up some sheep tripe with his chopsticks and put it into his parents' mouths, watching them expectantly for their verdict. He really thought the tripe was tender and tasty, not too salty or bland. His mother chewed carefully and said, "This is really good. We can't make it like this at home. Those shopkeepers are real craftsmen. They have their own secret recipes." His father shot his wife a sideways glance. This woman, she should just say it's average, or Xiaowu will keep bringing it back from the city. Looking at his youngest son's eager face, he knew he was dying to know if they liked it. If they did, he'd probably bring more tomorrow. This spendthrift son. He was both proud and worried about him. Luckily, he'd married the right wife, or else he'd never earn enough to keep up with his spending. It's good, but you can't eat this kind of thing too often. Just a taste is enough. Your mother's cooking is the best. I've eaten it for years and never gotten tired of it. Zhang Guoqing laughed. Right, I think Mom's food is the best. Look how tall and strong we all are, and my sisters are all so pretty. Dad, do you need anything from me? If not, I'll go rest. I have to get up early tomorrow. His father waved him off. No, nothing. If we need you, we'll call. Go rest. No need to get up at the crack of dawn tomorrow. There's no work to do. As Zhang Guoqing left the main room, his mother sighed. His father looked at her curiously. What could she be sighing about? Their son was filial, and their daughter-in-law was obedient. What's wrong? Something on your mind? She sighed softly and said, I just feel like, if Zhao gets into college, won't he have to leave? We won't see him anymore. His father chuckled, coughing as he pointed at her. You're worrying for nothing, just like Zhao says. You're getting anxious over something that hasn't even happened yet. Besides, even if they get in, don't you think they'll insist we go with them? Haven't you noticed? Zhao still acts like a kid. He always checks in with us first, coming and going. He's never planned to leave us behind. I bet if they move to the county, they'll find some excuse to have us come help out. I can already guess what they're thinking. After we split the family, we'll officially stay with the eldest so he doesn't feel bad, but secretly, they'll have us live with them. With Zhao and Jiao's personalities, do you think they'd eat white rice themselves and let us eat cornbread at the eldest's? And if they get into college, we can go stay in Beijing whenever we want. Zhao's family has a big courtyard, so we won't lack a place to stay. If we don't like it, we can come back and visit the older kids. What's there to worry about? They'll buy the train tickets and the train goes straight home. She laughed. You're right, there's really nothing to worry about. If we miss any of the kids, we can just stay with them for a few days and see the grandkids. I really was being silly. Her husband smiled and comforted her. Don't worry. Our youngest has everything planned out for the whole family. He'll never let us worry. Just keep it in mind and don't talk about it to others. He's more thorough than anyone. What do we have to worry about? Other people have trouble with their daughters-in-law, but our Jiao is so filial. Since Zhao has spoken up, you think Jiao doesn't know? She's on board too. That means she's a truly good daughter-in-law. While others were discussing their little married couple, inside the bedroom, Zhang Guoqing and Zhou Jiao were sitting with their son, talking about what had happened today. Zhou Jiao would chime in every now and then, sharing her thoughts. When it came to Zhao Yuan, whom the three of them had mentioned, Zhou Jiao kept her opinions to herself. After all, who could really make sense of matters of the heart? Back then, she never imagined she'd get married. She always saw herself as a lifelong single. She'd seen too many couples, deeply in love at first, end up tearing each other apart in court. Who's good, who's bad, who's right for whom? They were friends, not family, so it was better to say less. Everyone has both good and bad inside them. She'd rather just keep her guard up in her heart. Why say it out loud? In other people's eyes, was Zhou Jiao really a good person? Not necessarily. Seeing Zhou Jiao remain silent when Zhao Yuan was mentioned, Zhang Guoqing smiled knowingly and said softly, Today, Li Qinglin said that you used to be like a bamboo stalk. At first, he thought he liked you, but later realized it was just admiration. He said he couldn't understand you or guess what you were thinking. If he had to spend his whole life with a girl like that, he'd be exhausted, especially emotionally. He said you looked as clear and bright as crystal, but inside, it was all ice, with layers of defenses. People like that are tough inside. They only care about those they truly care for. Everyone else doesn't matter. He said he envied me most of all, that I was so lucky to have you put me in your heart. That made me think of how I chased after you for over a year, and you were still unmoved. My old dorm mate dragged me up to the rooftop to drink and told me, she's smart, sees through everything, so she's cold by nature. Looks gentle and harmless on the outside, but deep down, she's got thorns, she'll prick others, and herself too. People like that are hard to read, hard to get close to. He spent the whole night analyzing you and concluded you were born emotionally indifferent, even cold-blooded. A natural-born singleton, who'd rather be alone than let anyone into her heart. He told me to give up, that it'd be nearly impossible for you to fall in love with anyone. Wanting to be with you is a pipe dream. But I was happy, really happy. I felt like we were the same kind. I understood you, and only I could truly understand you. On our wedding day, that guy patted his own head and laughed, saying how lucky I was to finally become your person in your eyes. Zhao Jiao, I really am so lucky. I'm grateful to be in your heart and your eyes. Zhou Jiao stroked his face, her gaze a little distant, and murmured, I'm lucky to have you too. They weren't wrong. The more I've seen of human nature, the more disappointed I've become, whether in the past or now. I just can't trust others. Not even my own mother. In my previous life, she treated me like I was invisible when I was a child, and when I grew up, I was just an ATM. Is my mother better now? Yes, but only to a point. She gives money and things. But I don't lack money or things. She loves herself most, then my dad. When my dad came back, she met with me. If he disappeared again, who knows what would happen? If you don't expect anything, you won't be disappointed. So, it's best to keep some distance from everyone. Don't hope, don't beg, and you won't get hurt. I'm really afraid of giving and not getting anything in return, really afraid of getting hurt. If I hadn't met you, if you hadn't quietly stayed by my side until I got used to you being there, I really wouldn't have gotten married. I'm indifferent about feelings, even to the point of being cold-blooded. In my past life, aside from you, there wasn't a single person in my family I could trust. Even my eldest sister, she seems nice to me now, right? But as a child, her jealousy and hostility toward me, I never forgot. My grandfather-in-law passed away too early. He was a good man, loved you, so I respected and loved him too. He was the only elder who ever showed me real kindness. When I was at my lowest, friends and relatives never reached out a helping hand. In fact, some even kicked me when I was down. When I became successful, they all came smiling, asking for favors. If I refused, they'd curse me out. Even my high school homeroom teacher, who showed me some kindness, only did it for the 10,000 yuan bonus he'd get. He insisted I choose my school and major according to his wishes, just for that money. In college, I met all kinds of people. Most would do anything for their own interests, even stab me in the back. Out in society, a few small things showed me that yesterday's friends could become today's strangers. And after coming here, the Zhou family is even worse. Scheming and manipulation everywhere. The only one who cared about me, Grandma, was just trying to keep the family peace by asking me to give in. You say she didn't know what was happening, but was she really clueless? Of course not. She knew where all the big and small things in the house came from. She tried to make it up to me with apologies. Even the people in Zhou Jiao village saw my situation, but pretended not to. No one's really stupid. Everyone just looks out for themselves. Other than you, the only one close to me is Zhao Yuan. Is she stupid? No. She can tell I'm afraid of the cold, knows what I like. How could she not notice my difficulties? Why are people at school polite to me? Besides having you by my side, it's also because the Lin family is there as a shield. People all have good and evil inside them. That's human nature. I can calmly watch people put on an act, or calmly play along myself. I've seen too much, so I'm used to it. Don't laugh at me, G. I really am afraid of getting hurt. If I lose money, I can earn it back. If things are unfair, I can scheme to get even. But with feelings, you might give and never get anything in return. All I've ever gained is you. Now I have a son, though who knows how he'll turn out. And then there's my dad, Zhou Xiaozheng. He's the only one in the world who truly cares about me, and the only one I don't have to worry about scheming against me. Listening to her, Zhang Guoqing felt a pang in his heart and hugged her tightly. He'd known her for so many years and thought he understood her well. But he never knew the details of her life before college, only that her childhood was stifling, and she'd relied on herself ever since. He hadn't realized there was so much pain behind it all, maybe even more than what he'd suffered as an orphan. He'd met people with bad intentions, but far more who genuinely wanted to help him. No wonder she was so reserved, always wary of others' kindness. Growing up without a sense of security, she'd learned to keep people at arm's length, afraid they'd take advantage of her, use her. She'd been hurt, so she learned to protect herself. He swore to himself that he'd always protect her, raise their child well, and never let her believe the world was only ugly. No matter what happened outside, their family would always stick together and support each other. He thought he'd already understood her, but it still wasn't enough. He hadn't realized how much she resisted outsiders, how insecure she was, or how extreme some of her thoughts were. The pure family love and friendship she wanted, where did that exist in the world? As long as I'm here, you can treat others however you want. We don't need others to give us their all, 7/10 is enough. We'll give back 5. How about that? Jiao, as long as you're happy, that's all that matters. Let's try trusting people who won't bring us harm. Like your mother-in-law, hasn't she been good to you? You could give her a chance. Zhou Jiao snorted and whispered in his ear, silly, haven't you heard? A mother-in-law isn't the same as a mother. You have to show respect. When dealing with people, always keep a little bit of your heart guarded. Zhang Guoqing burst out laughing, remembering his colleagues' stories about mothers and daughters-in-law. All right, you do what you think is best. Late autumn in the capital had already brought a chill to the air. Strong winds swept through the city, and if you weren't careful, sand would blow right into your mouth. The streets and alleys were filled with that distinctive Beijing flavor. It was rush hour, and crowds surged everywhere. After work, people scattered in all directions. Even when acquaintances bumped into each other, their conversations were hurried before they rushed off. Cyclists pedaled hard, eager to get home. Everyone was busy preparing dinner, and those with children still had to pick them up. Near the main road, passers-by wore all sorts of clothes, some in factory uniforms, some in work unit attire, but most in patched-up coats and cotton jackets, hands tucked in as they hurried along. Occasionally, they'd greet familiar faces with a smile. Among the crowd, a couple in military uniforms stood out. It wasn't just their shiny bicycles that caught the eye. The man was tall and handsome, the woman pretty and spirited. Together, they were like a scene out of a painting. As the couple walked further away, you could still faintly hear the woman complaining, honestly, Mom is something else. She didn't even make the message clear. Isn't it just that my dad's coming back today? Why does everyone have to go home? The man tried to comfort her. Don't worry. Maybe there's something about your eldest sister's kid she wants to discuss. Aren't you curious? We haven't even seen your niece yet. Who knows how she's been after all that time in the countryside? What do you mean, how? That's her home. She's part of the Zhou family. Her family must spoil her. I bet she's doing just fine. My eldest sister sends plenty of money every month. They must treat her like a little princess. I wouldn't be so sure. In the countryside, boys are valued over girls. Who knows what's really going on? Something must have happened. Let's hurry, I bet your sister-in-law and the others are already there. The couple followed the crowd toward the military compound. So many people. If I'd known, I wouldn't have ridden my bike. Did you bring the entry pass? This couple was Lin Liying, Zhou Jiao's aunt, and her husband, Li Jianjun. They had received a message from the family matriarch at noon, telling everyone to come home today. They'd left their child at home and hurried over. At the entrance to the compound, soldiers stood guard with rifles, patrolling back and forth and keeping a close eye on everyone coming and going. After showing their passes, Lin Liying and her husband pushed their bikes inside. It was rush hour, so there were plenty of soldiers and family members on the road. The compound was spacious and well-equipped. From the gate, you could see the commissary and the clinic. Next door, separated by a wall, was a large daycare, as well as elementary and middle schools for the children of the compound. There was even a cinema and a swimming pool. Life here was so convenient, you barely needed to go outside. Liying, you're back. Your dad just got home. Here to see the old man, right? Bring your husband in quickly. An old man they passed greeted them with a smile. Lin Liying stopped and smiled back. Uncle Chin, you're not at the retirees club playing chess today? Since my dad's back, why not come over to our place for a bit? The old man waved her off. Not today. Old Lin just got back, let him rest for a night. I'll come find him tomorrow. With that, he headed home. Lin Liying and her husband turned a corner, pushing their bikes. Up ahead were about a dozen quaint little courtyards, with the Lin family's house in the middle. Unlike others, Mrs. Lin hadn't planted vegetables in their yard, just 2 flower beds in the corners, untended, with the plants inside already withered. The courtyard wasn't large, just a traditional single-entry Sihiyuan. The main house was home to old Mr. and Mrs. Lin. Lin Lishan and her sister each had a room in the right wing. The east wing, with 3 rooms, housed the eldest son Lin Aigua, his wife Qinjingru, and their 2 children. The west wing was reserved for the second son's family, who were stationed in the northwest, but had returned to Beijing. Haha, this must be Xiao's telegram. He's worried no one will pick up his mother-in-law. That family is warm and honest, with a great reputation locally. I bet they've prepared a lot for Shanshan to bring back this time. Old Mr. Lin's hearty laughter rang out from the living room. Lin Liang and her husband exchanged a smile and entered, finding that everyone who could make it home had already gathered, listening to the old man speak. Dad, you're back. Big sis will be home tomorrow. Why didn't you wait one more day so you could come back together? Lin Liang asked curiously. Old Mr. Lin waved for Li Jianjun to sit and said, I had duties to attend to, couldn't delay. She didn't mention she'd be back a day later. I guess she saw that Jiaoju was doing well and felt at ease, so she hurried home to see your brother-in-law. What? My brother-in-law? Who? Old Mr. Lin wasn't annoyed by her outburst. He smiled at his wife. We can talk about it now. Everyone who needs to know already knows. Even Zhao Jiao and her husband guessed that her father was still alive and would be coming back soon. Mrs. Lin looked at him in shock, unable to believe it. When she saw him nod, she snapped out of it and asked, You mean Zhao Jiao and her husband already guessed that Zhou Xiaozheng is alive? Did Zhou Xiaozheng secretly visit her? Or did he send someone to check on her? That can't be. Shanshan searched so hard for him, almost went crazy. If Zhou Xiaozheng had the chance, he could have at least sent Shanshan a hint. Old Mr. Lin sighed, his face turning serious. It's a long story. That child has suffered a lot. Anyway, she only found out Zhou Xiaozheng was alive a few days ago, just recently really. She's a lot like Zhou Xiaozheng, very talented, not an ordinary person. No one in our family can compare. Lin Liang glanced at her sister-in-law and the others, and from their expressions, she could tell they'd known for a while that Zhou Xiaozheng was alive. What about her eldest brother? Lin Liang cautiously asked sister-in-law, Does that mean my eldest brother is still alive too? Qin Jingru nodded. Yes, they're both alive, but no one else knows. The higher-ups said they can come home by the end of the month. Before, it was all top secret, but now it should be fine. Still, be careful, don't talk about it outside. As she spoke, a trace of worry flashed in her eyes. Seeing her daughter lower her head, she finally relaxed. Lin Liang turned to her father. Dad, tell us, how was it? How did Big Sis get along with her daughter? Was everything all right? Old Mr. Lin glanced at her, shook his head, and stayed silent. He took a sip of tea, smacked his lips, and thought regretfully that it wasn't as good as the tea Zhao Jiao had given him. He looked up to see everyone staring at him, waiting for him to speak, but he said nothing. He smiled meaningfully, wanting to see who had more patience than Zhao Jiao. If Zhao Jiao were here, she wouldn't ask, she'd just quietly think things through instead of staring at him, waiting for him to make a move. Seeing even his youngest son-in-law getting restless, old Mr. Lin rolled his eyes and started counting silently in his mind. Grandpa, just tell us already. Everyone's waiting. You haven't even said what's so special about that Zhou Jiao. You just keep saying she's outstanding. How exactly is she outstanding? She's a 17-year-old country girl who's never even seen a big city. How great could she possibly be? Huh, Grandpa, are you just teasing us? Lin Xuelin, the eldest granddaughter of the Lin family, sneered dismissively. Hearing this, Li Jianjun, who was sitting nearby, rolled his eyes repeatedly in exasperation. He hated hearing people talk about country folk and city folk, as if people from the city were somehow superior. Who could claim their ancestors didn't come from the countryside? He himself was from a rural background. Was he any worse than city people? Did they really think coming from the countryside made someone inferior? Not to mention, even his own eldest brother-in-law, Zhou Xiaozheng, was from the countryside. Who would dare claim to be better than Zhou Xiaozheng? The Lin family only had their status because of the old man. That little girl thought she was above everyone else, but even with all her heirs, she couldn't even get into high school and had to rely on connections to get a job. Old Master Lin glanced at his eldest granddaughter's unconvinced expression, then at his eldest daughter-in-law, who looked the same. His youngest daughter, though, seemed thoughtful, and as for his youngest son-in-law, well, there was no need to look. Even he didn't like what his granddaughter had just said. Old Master Lin exchanged a glance with his wife and shook his head in disappointment. The Lin family really was declining with each generation. His eldest granddaughter had grown up by her grandmother's side. How had she failed to pick up even a little bit of her wisdom? Madame Lin shot him a glare, as if to say she knew exactly what he was thinking. Wasn't he just blaming her for not raising the girl well? The granddaughter had a mother, why should she interfere? Besides, some things came down to genetics and perception. With her eldest daughter-in-law's family background, how could she expect the child to be exceptional? You old man, just tell us already. We want to hear about that child too. We've never even met her, and you can't tell much from a photo. Shanshan only has this one daughter, who knows what she's thinking. 17 years, and they've never even met once. I just hope the child doesn't get upset and come back here in tears. If Lin Lishan were here, she'd definitely be looking at Madame Lin with a face full of questions and grievance. Old Master Lin let out a cold chuckle. Worried about upsetting Shanshan? That girl is fiercely protective. When Shanshan met her, the first thing she asked was whether her father had any other children outside. If he did, she said not to bother coming to see her in the northeast. Zhao said she could accept her parents not being around, but she couldn't accept betrayal. Imagine a 17-year-old girl saying that. Would she really get Shanshan upset? Madame Lin pondered this for a moment before saying, she's got quite a backbone. Is she hot-tempered? What's her personality like? Is she as proud and aloof as Zhou Xiaozheng? She takes after Zhou Xiaozheng. She's smart, strategic, shrewd, and proud to the core, just like him. Outwardly, both father and daughter are different. He always has a cold face, she always greets people with a smile, but in how they handle things, they're very much alike. She's truly her father's daughter. She comes across as scholarly and delicate, small, seemingly weak, very quiet. But she's calm and poised, never rash or impatient. She's also extremely talented. Her only real hobby is reading. She doesn't have any close friends or sisters, just loves her books. Besides that, she's skilled at embroidery and has mastered her grandmother's family medical techniques. I heard she learned the 3-character classic and the 1,000-character classic by the age of 3. What's even more remarkable is that, apart from her grandmother and Zhang Guoqing, who grew up with her, no one really knows her background. All anyone knows is that Zhou Jiao loves to read. She's very low-key, good at hiding her abilities, and hates trouble. She'll avoid it whenever she can. She's gentle by nature, and as long as you don't cross her bottom line, she's easy to get along with. But if you do, she'll strike without hesitation. Old Master Lin sighed as he finished, feeling regret that such an exceptional child was content to live a quiet, ordinary life. Madame Lin looked at him in confusion and couldn't help but ask, with such a good child, "What are you sighing about? Did something happen?" Old Master Lin sighed again. Before we even arrived, that young couple had already guessed we'd be visiting around those days, and even predicted Zhou Xiaozheng would return before the end of the year. Do you know how they figured it out? Just because we suddenly sent more packages this year. They picked up on the tiniest clues. And there's something else. The day we arrived, something happened that caused a sensation throughout the county. As for what exactly happened, I'll tell you about it later. It's not just Jiao. Her fiancé, Zhang Guoqing, is only 18, but he's polite and well-mannered, no different from the sons of distinguished families. I took him to a meeting and all those old fellows couldn't stop praising him. What's even rarer is that he's incredibly strong. He can easily lift over 500 pounds with one hand, and he's smart too. He just watched Xiaozhou drive for half an hour, and then he could drive himself. Yet, despite all this, he refuses to join the army and insists on making his own way. He's an outstanding young man. Such a pity. Everyone in the living room had different reactions after hearing this. Old Master Lin glanced at his eldest granddaughter's disdainful face and sighed inwardly. Thank goodness she was a girl, at least he still had grandsons, so there was hope for the Lin family yet. Genetics really did matter. He'd have to discuss the choice of his grandson's wife carefully with his wife. A good woman could bring fortune to 3 generations. Lin, lying, completely absorbed, hurriedly asked, "Dad, what exactly happened? What could possibly cause such a stir in the whole county?" Thinking of Zhou Jiao, old Master Lin burst out laughing. Zhao Jiao is quite famous in the county. If you mention Zhou Jiao, people might not know her, but if you say Golden Baby, everyone knows who you mean. That's the nickname people gave her. And what does Golden Baby mean? It's what people call her because she single-handedly supports 5 families of the Zhou clan. Hold on, I'll have Zhao come and tell you about what happened that day. You all should learn something from this. Afterward, I want to hear your thoughts. Zhao, come to the living room. Zhao was tidying up the study. Hearing the call, he hurried out. Sir, did you need something? The study is all cleaned up. It's nothing, just want to talk about Jiao and Xiao Wu. Tell everyone what Jiao said that day. Let them reflect on it. Zhao looked at everyone, a bit embarrassed. I can't really capture Zhou Jiao's presence. Xiao Fei wrote down her speech. How about you read it yourselves? Madame Lin nodded. She really didn't want to make things hard for the boy. Go on, bring it over and we'll read it ourselves. Later, tell us what exactly happened that day. Old Master Lin shook his head. No, tell us first, then we'll read it. Start from when we went to the county and visited her home. Be detailed. Zhao chuckled to himself. The old man had been preparing for this day for a while. He'd even told him earlier to remember to write to the northwest. Seeing everyone waiting, he cleared his throat, sat down, and began recounting everything from their arrival in the county to their visit to Zhang village. He talked for over an hour, and when he finished, the living room was silent. Zhao quietly got up and returned to the study, bringing out the letter and handing it to old Master Lin. The old man passed it to his wife, signaling for her to read it aloud. Old Master Lin wanted to hear it again, to relive just how remarkable that child was. Watching them all so cheerful these days, he'd almost forgotten that, even in such an environment, she hadn't been led astray, but had instead grown even more open-hearted. Listening to his wife's voice, old Master Lin's mind drifted back to the image of Zhou Jiao standing tall and proud amidst the crowd, and he couldn't help but sigh. What do you all think after hearing this? This is what a 17-year-old country girl who's never seen the world is like. There's one thing she said that's true. She really doesn't care about money. When she got married, Zhang Guoqing's family gave her a hefty bride price of 800 yuan, but the Zhou family didn't give her a single cent as dowry. She used the bride price to buy a sewing machine and brought the rest of the money with her when she married into the Zhang family. When Zhang Guoqing wanted to buy her some big-ticket items, she refused, saying there was no need. The family already had a bicycle, so she preferred to keep things low-key. Her older cousin had just gotten married and received not only the 3 rounds and 1 sound, but also many other valuable gifts, but she didn't even spare them a glance. 17 years old, what girl wouldn't want a grand wedding and to marry into her husband's family with pride? But what about her? In her husband's family, she's thoughtful and considerate in everything she does. Her 2 sisters-in-law treat her like their own sister, and even her parents-in-law are biased in her favor. And that's despite her not having a local household registration, no grain rations, and no dowry. Yet the whole family protected her. Back then, when people gathered at the Zhang family's gate, every member of the Zhang family stood behind her, watching out for any trouble. Zhang Guoqing stood silently by her side the whole time, guarding her. On her other side were her 2 sisters-in-law, blocking the Zhou family girl from getting close. Zhou Jiao really knows how to handle people. I could tell right away that this was a decent family. After all, if they weren't, she wouldn't have married in. Now, as for why Zhou Jiao got married so young. Her eldest aunt wanted to marry her off to her own nephew, and Zhou Jiao found out. Poor girl, no one in the Zhou family helped her. She said she never thought about running off to the capital to find us. Just when she was troubled, Zhang Guoqing received a military enlistment spot from an acquaintance. He immediately went to Zhou Jiao and told her he didn't want to join the army, because if he did, he'd be gone like her father, and there'd be no one to stay with her and take care of her. That one sentence moved her. Zhou Jiao told him, "If you're sure you won't regret it, then come propose marriage. Think it over, get your parents' consent, and have a matchmaker come formally." She gave him 3 days to decide. After going home, Zhao Jiao was afraid the Zhou family wouldn't let her marry and would keep scheming against her, so she went to her grandmother and told her she wanted to marry Zhang Guoqing. If they didn't agree, she'd go back to the capital. As she expected, old Zhou couldn't bear to lose her, so he agreed with a cold face. What puzzled me was, these two kids had excellent grades, always first and second in the county, so why didn't they stay in school? Zhou Jiao kept her aunt scheming to herself and never told anyone, not even Zhang Guoqing, for fear he'd do something rash. It was Shanshan who finally got it out of her. Shanshan asked why she didn't tell her grandmother. Zhou Jiao just smiled and said, her grandmother had to watch everyone's mood in the family, so what good would it do to tell her? She doesn't trust anyone, is deeply guarded, and is cautious in everything she does, always planning each step. Other than Zhang Guoqing, who's protected her since childhood, she has no close friends she can talk to about everything. She's gentle and polite to everyone, but no one really matters to her. From what I can see, the only people she truly cares about are Zhang Guoqing and her father, Zhou Xiaozheng. As for Shanshan, given Zhou Jiao's personality, she's just her biological mother. But if she doesn't trust someone, she draws a line in her heart. She'll protect her mother, but she can't truly trust her. When she was 10, she couldn't take it anymore and managed to call Shanshan. Shanshan refused to let her come over. After that, for 6 whole years, she never even looked at the letters or gifts she received from her mother. In her hardest times, she never thought of us or her mother first. If it weren't for giving birth this time and being moved to open those old letters, she probably would have just smiled and carried on as if nothing happened and never reached out to Shanshan. When Shanshan gets old, she'll support her. That's just her character. Luckily, after reading the letters, she told Shanshan, "Mom, don't be sad. If I were you, I'd have gone to look for Xiaowu too. I've never blamed you. Maybe I did when I was younger, but not anymore. After reading the letters, I understand. Your only reason for living was to find my dad. The fact that you waited for him all these years is enough for me. When Dad comes back, just live well together. As long as you're happy, even if you're not by my side, I'll be happy too." So, why did she endure all those years, only to cause a scene the very next day at her son's 3rd-day celebration? Oh, I forgot to tell you, this was all a setup. I'm guessing Zhou Jiao deliberately lured Zhou Shui over to make trouble. Lin Liang thought for a moment and cautiously said, "Could it be because she knew you all were there, so she had backup?" Li Jianjun immediately objected, "No, even if Dad and the others weren't there, just what she said would be enough to pin down a lot of people. What backup does she need? A job? Didn't Dad say it? That kid doesn't want to join the army. Money doesn't mean much to a couple like them. I think the key is what Grandpa said in the capital, whose granddaughter is she? That's a line that has to be drawn, or someone could die over it. That's her bottom line. To be prepared, she had to strike first. Good chess players always look at the endgame. After such a public scene, who would dare mention her again? On the contrary, she can't let Dad and Big Sis be her backup. She wants to present herself as a pitiful girl bullied because she has no father, enduring everything for her family's sake. Those 3 kowtows at the end, who could say she's heartless? Even if she becomes successful, it'll be after she leaves the Zhou family that bullied her. She's killing 3 birds with 1 stone. Doesn't she know her dad's alive? This way, she can cut ties and keep people from dragging her dad down. There are a lot of benefits. Think about it and you'll see. The question is, did she really set a trap to lure the other side out? Old Master Lin sighed and nodded. The 3 of us were there in person. Zhang Guoqing saw us, but acted like he didn't. The couple worked together seamlessly 8 or 9 times out of 10. It was a setup. Zhou Jiao isn't the type to gossip or speak ill of the Zhou family, but that day, it just happened. If she weren't a bit calculating, she'd have been eaten alive in that family. Luckily, the two of them have good character, or they'd really be trouble. Zhang Guoqing is known for his loyalty. Even the county police chief reserved a job for him before we arrived. He's already planned his way into the militia. What backup could we possibly give them? Jiao wouldn't care for it. That's not what they want. Besides, they've already guessed Zhou Xiaozhang is back. What do they need us for? Jiao is steady. Zhang Guoqing listens to her. There are some things I can't say outright, but Zhang Guoqing is no simple country boy. It won't be long before you see for yourselves. Just look at that couple, and you'll know I'm not exaggerating. Even Zhao has praised them several times. Zhao nodded solemnly, thinking to himself, what's the point of the old man making everyone understand Zhang Guoqing and his wife's personalities? Those who get it, like Li Jianjun, already do. Those who don't are still rolling their eyes in secret. He glanced at the Lin family's eldest daughter beside the old lady. She really is a pampered princess, still not convinced, but she can't even compare to a single strand of Zhou Jiao's hair. Watching her slouch lazily, he shook his head. Out in public, who would guess that Lin Shuling, who always preaches equality, is like this in private? He came from the countryside himself and has seen plenty of people like her, saying one thing and doing another. Looks like the chief's efforts are wasted. Several times, the old lady opened her mouth but stopped herself, finally asking, old man, does Zhou Jiao really look like me? Did she really learn the 3-character classic and 1,000-character essay at age 3? Does she really have a photographic memory? Didn't you say she looked like you in the photos? She really does. But after spending more time with her, I feel she's more like Zhou Xiaozhang. As for whether she has a photographic memory, I really don't know. Even if she does, she'd keep it hidden. Hey, old woman, have you noticed you're actually quite like Zhou Xiaozhang? Anyone who didn't know would think you're mother and son. How did I never notice before? Maybe it's because Zhou Xiaozhang always has a stern face. No wonder I felt he looked familiar the first time I met him. Old Master Lin finished, looking at her in confusion. The old lady avoided his gaze, lowered her head, and fell into a daze. Lin Liang nudged Qin Jingru, looked at her curiously, and whispered, sister-in-law, why are you so quiet? Are you scared? Don't worry, even if she wanted to blame someone, it wouldn't be you. After all, Big Brother wasn't home, and there was no news of him. That child doesn't seem petty. If she were, she would have chased Big Sis out with a broom. I'm not worried anymore. When I came back just now, I thought Big Sis would be crying her way back to the capital tomorrow. Qin Jingru forced a smile, glanced at her daughter, and sighed inwardly. Looking at the absent-minded old lady, she felt even more troubled. Thinking of her soon-to-return husband, she'd been excited and happy before, but now her feelings were slowly calming down, and the joy about the future was fading. Lin Shuling rolled her eyes and slouched on the sofa board. She wondered where she should go tomorrow since she didn't have to work. Listening to the old man and her uncle chatting and laughing, she was annoyed. What's so interesting about the Northeast anyway? All this talk about Jiao and Xiao Wu, anyone who didn't know would think they were some big shots. No matter how much they praise her, she doesn't buy it. Just reading a few books makes you somebody? Who doesn't read books? She can't stand bookworms, so dull. What's the point? The top student in her class back then, where are they now? In her opinion, nothing beats family background. Which kid in the compound isn't the same? They get scolded every day, but their parents have already arranged jobs for them behind the scenes. A country girl wants to soar to the skies? She just got lucky and found her real dad. Otherwise, would her aunt have gone to that village in the Northeast? Forget it, she'll just sleep in tomorrow. See what her aunt brings back, probably some local specialties, like sweet potatoes or dried vegetables. Last time, Xiao Xiu's relatives brought a big bag of dried sweet potatoes and left with a whole sack of rice. Night fell, and the Lin family courtyard was brightly lit. The housekeeper served dinner, and old Master Lin led the family to the table. The old lady always enforced the rule of no talking at meals or bedtime. Other than a few words between her husband and son-in-law, everyone focused on eating. With the old man back, there were a few extra dishes tonight, making the meal much richer. Late at night, the old lady tossed and turned, unable to sleep, waking her husband beside her. Old Master Lin woke up groggily and mumbled, "Don't think about it. If there's something, talk about it tomorrow." He turned over and started snoring again. At his age, after a long journey, he was already exhausted and slept soundly. Listening to his snores, the old lady smiled silently. This rough man is still a rough man, even in old age. In her mind, the image of that jade-like man surfaced, and she let out a gentle sigh. Before dawn, the military compound was already echoing with shouts of 1, 2, 3, 4. 2, 2, 3, 4. And the sound of whistles, accompanied by the rhythmic thumping of running feet. As time passed and the sky gradually brightened, children from the family quarters started coming out to exercise, trailing behind the adults. In the small garden not far away, a few spirited old soldiers could be seen stretching and stomping their feet, occasionally calling out to each other and exchanging jokes. Old Master Lin had just stepped outside and hadn't yet reached the garden when he heard the voices of his old friends. Someone with sharp eyes spotted him and immediately called out, "Old Lin, you're finally out. How was your trip over there? Is everyone settled?" The others turned around and, seeing him, burst into laughter, teasing, "Old Lin used to be the boss over there. Who would dare not put on a show for him? Careful not to get him riled up, he's got quite the temper. Did they try to butter you up with sweet talk? Bet he just drank and chatted the whole time, didn't do any real work." Old Master Lin just laughed cheerfully, ignoring their teasing as he did his warm-up exercises. After a while, he said, "I met a few old subordinates this time. Everyone's doing well. Our comrades are still the best. The work down there is being handled excellently. Once you're back at work, take a look at the documents and see if there's anything that needs to be added." Grandpa Fong remembered what his grandson had told him the night before and gave old Lin a few extra glances. The old fellow didn't mention his granddaughter at all and was secretly pleased with himself. How sneaky. With his personality, let's see how long he can hold it in. With so many people around, he'd probably start bragging to his close friends soon enough. After half an hour, most people had left. Seeing that there weren't many left in the park, old Master Lin quickly stopped his in-laws, old Master Jiang and the others, as they were about to leave, complaining, "Why are you all leaving? Aren't you coming to my place for a sit-down? There's still time before work." Old Master Fong laughed and wagged his finger at him, saying, "Can't hold it in anymore, can you? We all know you've got a wonderful granddaughter and a great grandson-in-law. But we really can't today. Everyone has to get breakfast and then head to work. Tonight, we'll come over to your place and listen to you show off. You'd better prepare good food and wine." Old Master Lin grinned from ear to ear. "All right, everyone has to come tonight. Let's have a proper get-together. You all must come." After seeing them nod, he watched them leave. Old Master Chung and Old Master Jiang paused and looked at Old Master Fong. Old Master Fong waved his hand mysteriously and said, "Don't ask now, you'll find out tonight. It won't be any fun if I tell you now. Let's just go early and listen to him brag." The group didn't ask further, laughing as they each headed home. When the morning bugle sounded, Old Master Lin glanced at his eldest daughter-in-law, who was eating at the table. He hesitated, then finally asked, "Xiaoling still isn't up? Why is she still sleeping? Young people shouldn't be so lazy. And don't let Auntie prepare her breakfast, she's getting more and more out of hand." Seeing her mother-in-law put down her chopsticks and get up to wake her daughter, Old Master Lin stopped her, his face stern. "No need for elders to go wake her up. She's a grown girl now, she needs to fix her bad habits. She's not getting any younger, you should arrange some blind dates for her soon, or all the good families will be taken." Lin Lying couldn't help but snicker, winking at her mother and earning herself a slap, after which she quieted down, her eyes darting around the room. Just as everyone was finishing up breakfast, Lin Lying said, "Sister-in-law, didn't Xiaoling tell you she's seeing Director Yang's eldest son? They seem pretty close. Our colleagues at the hospital keep asking me when we'll be handing out wedding candies. The old folks all turned to look at Qinjingru. Their family hadn't heard a word about this. Marriage was a big deal, not something to be taken lightly. Qinjingru frowned. Her daughter hadn't mentioned anything to her. She asked quietly, "Director Yang's son? The one in your hospital's general affairs department, Yang Lakun?" The short, chubby one. "Yeah, I didn't notice at first either. It was only after someone else asked me that I started paying attention. You should ask her today and see what's going on. If she's not planning to marry him, she should keep her distance. Rumors are already spreading." Qinjingru frowned deeper and shook her head. Last week, a colleague wanted to introduce her to someone, but she refused. Maybe she really does have someone. I've only met Yang Lakun once, not impressive at all. Why would Xiaoling like him? Does Director Yang know about this? I'm not sure. Even if I ran into him, I wouldn't bring it up. I wanted to ask Xiaoling myself, but figured it's better if you do it. Yang Lakun only has his father's position and a bit of family money. He's not very capable. He's the only son, but he has several older sisters. If Xiaoling marries him, she'll have to live with 3 generations under one roof and deal with all those sisters-in-law. It won't be easy. Old Master Lin glared at her. You're an adult. Watch your mouth. Having siblings is normal. How can you complain about too many people? But if the guy isn't capable, then forget it. The Yang family, old Yang is a pen pusher, always smiling but full of tricks. He still has his first wife and 2 kids back in his hometown. Director Yang is decent, but the family situation is too messy. If that young kid isn't capable and is the only son, old Yang might bring his 2 sons from his first marriage to the capital. His first wife never remarried, and every year when he goes home, he only brings his son and grandson, never anyone else. The family's too complicated. There'll be plenty of trouble in the future. Even if the Yang family has money, how much can they really spare? That young kid and Xiaoling together couldn't even outsmart a child, let alone those 2 brothers from the hometown. Better to break it off early and find someone else. Qinjingru looked even more flustered, staring at the old couple. Old Madame Lin glanced at the clock. Go wake Xiaolin and tell her we want to ask her about something. Tell her to get up quickly, or her grandpa might just take a whip to her. Lying, tell us more. How close are they? Did the man have a girlfriend before? How old is he? As Qinjingru hurried out, Lin Lying regretfully slapped her own mouth and looked at her mother, aggrieved. Mom, Xiaoling's going to hate me for this. Why can't I keep my mouth shut? Old Madame Lin rolled her eyes and chuckled. It's fine. You held back for days, didn't you? Why would she hate you? The whole hospital knows, but the family doesn't have a clue. If someone asks me, I'd have to hide at home and not dare go out. Old Master Lin glared at Lin Lying, signaling her to keep talking. Lin Lying glanced helplessly at her husband and slowly said, that guy probably dated before, but he's single now. I don't really know how far things have gone between him and Xiaolin. They haven't filed a dating report yet. A few days ago, I waited outside the cafeteria and saw that when they ate, it was always him getting the food, and the 2 of them would sit together in the corner, laughing and chatting. Xiaolin is usually cold to others, but she always smiles at him, sometimes whispering together. I heard that for the past 2 weeks, he's been dropping her off at the compound gate. He even bought her gifts, and she didn't refuse. They even went to the movies together. Everyone says they're dating. No need to ask. If that's not dating, what is? A young man and woman always together. I thought she'd find someone better. The Yang family just has a bit of money. Is our family short on money or food? I don't agree with this. She didn't even consult her elders first. Old Master Lin was getting angrier as he spoke. Old Madame Lin looked at her husband helplessly. You're so hot-tempered. What's there to be angry about? Let's find out the truth first. Maybe the boy has a good character. Besides, there are grandchildren. We can't interfere too much or they'll resent us. The Yang family's background is decent. If the boy is upright, so what if he's not capable? Who do you expect Xiaoling to marry? All these years, she's neither aimed high nor low. She's already 22. If she waits any longer, she'll end up with a divorcee. Lin Liang covered her mouth, giggling, and secretly winked at Li Jianjun, thinking about how her husband always said Xiaoling's standards were too high, even though he himself wasn't much. If she doesn't find someone soon, she might end up single for life or become a stepmother, just like her mom said. Her niece really does have high standards. She claims not to care about family background, but none of the matches she introduced ever worked out. Either the guy wasn't interested or Xiaoling wasn't. Li Jianjun tugged at his wife's sleeve, enjoying the drama. He got up and said, "Dad, I'm heading to work. I'll get off early this afternoon to pick up Big Sis." Old Master Lin shook his head. "Let Xiaozhou drive over, you don't need to go. Their family is very hospitable, and they've prepared a lot. Didn't they say 500 Jean? Probably even more. You can't carry that much on your bike. Remember to come for dinner tonight, they probably have gifts for you too." Wow, even for us? That's possible, with 500 Jean, it's a lot. That's a big favor to repay, Li Jianjun said, full of surprise and delight. He wasn't after the gifts, just happy that they considered him family and hadn't forgotten their brother-in-law. Old Master Lin laughed. "What's there to repay? They're your niece and nephew-in-law. When you meet them, you'll get along for sure. Xiao Wu is a great kid. He and Xiao Fei became sworn brothers in just a few days. With Xiaozhou too, they all looked after Xiao Wu in the provincial capital. Haha, that's great, another youngster in the family. When they come to Beijing, we'll have to prepare a big red envelope as a welcome gift. Dad, Mom, I'm off. We'll talk more tonight." With that, he saw his parents nod, checked if his wife had anything else to say, and left with a smile. Grandpa. Old Madame Lin watched as her niece and daughter argued heatedly, neither willing to back down. She sighed, some things just had to be made clear, or there would only be more disputes in the future. She pulled her youngest daughter down to sit beside her, frowning as she said, "Stop shouting, you're giving me a headache. Xiaolin, you sit too. Since your aunt has already brought this up today, Grandma will tell you both something as well." Qin Jingru sat down next to the old lady with her daughter. They listened as the old lady continued. Xiaolin was too young to know back then, but Jingru and Liang, you two should remember some of this. When Zhou Xiaozheng had his accident, Shanshan was beside herself, couldn't stay in that house anymore. So I had Shanshan hand over all the savings she and her husband had for me to keep safe. She gave me 2 bank books at the time. Together, it was a substantial sum, more than our own family's savings. It was all Zhou Xiaozheng's private money, set aside specifically for Shanshan to raise Zhao Jiao. Just the interest alone would be enough to raise her well. Later, when I brought Shanshan home to live, the money stayed with me. Besides that, I also had Shanshan deposit any extra from her salary with me. Over these past 10+ years, our family's expenses have been huge, so I used some of that money. Now that Zhou Xiaozheng is back, let's not even talk about the principal. The interest alone has multiplied several times in the bank. But I can't come up with the principal all at once, and we haven't taken care of Zhou Jiao as we should have. This money can't be delayed any longer, or if word gets out, the Lin family will lose all face. By rights, when your eldest aunt went to see Zhou Jiao, she should have brought this money to her. Zhou Xiaozheng will definitely ask about it when he sees Zhou Jiao again. But I really have no way out right now. I have to gather it all together before I can return it to him, don't I? So, Xiaolin, you really can't compare yourself to Zhou Jiao. Her father left her quite a bit. You say your eldest aunt's money belongs to the Lin family, that's wrong. Zhou Jiao's dowry alone is more than she could ever spend. Even just the interest, it's all Zhou Xiaozheng's money. Even your eldest aunt's salary is kept with Grandma. And you mentioned Zhou Jiao has 2 courtyard houses? Those were passed down from her father as well. They weren't bought, they're Zhou family heirlooms, given to her by Zhou Xiaozheng. Curious how he got them? The Zhou family was originally from Beijing, but had to return to their ancestral home in the northeast during chaotic times. The smaller 2-courtyard house that's rented out now belonged to Zhou Xiaozheng's mother's family, the Huang family, who were imperial physicians in Beijing. Zhou Xiaozheng's mother was their only child, and she later gave the house to her youngest son. When Zhou Xiaozheng got his share, he received that courtyard, while the rest of the family's belongings went to his older brother. After Zhou Jiao was born, Zhou Xiaozheng, worried about accidents, transferred the ownership directly to her. The larger courtyard house is a bit more complicated. Zhou Jiao's ancestors were quite prominent in Beijing. The so-called haunted house near Hohai was the Zhou family's ancestral home. Before liberation, Zhou Xiaozheng managed to get a new property deed for it and exchanged it for this large courtyard house. Normally, after the war, properties without deeds would be confiscated, but Zhou Xiaozheng and your eldest aunt had just married then, and the Japanese hadn't even surrendered yet. But he got it done. Old Master Zhou didn't have the deed, and the house wasn't inherited by the eldest son, so there was no paperwork. That's why this courtyard ended up as Zhou Xiaozheng's private property. He even paid extra to get all the paperwork in order. To avoid future disputes, he put it under your eldest aunt's name. If he hadn't worried about trouble for Zhou Jiao in the future, he would have put it in her name from the start. Both houses were left to Zhou Jiao by Zhou Xiaozheng. Outsiders can't see how well off her family is. Don't compare yourself to Zhou Jiao, you simply can't. Even if she has younger siblings in the future, those houses will still be hers. Do you think Zhou Xiaozheng wouldn't have planned for that? You've never met Zhou Xiaozheng, so you don't know what kind of person he is. When you do, you'll understand why Grandma is so anxious to pay him back. Ask around the compound, any soldier in his 40s will know him, and you'll get an idea. He's not an ordinary man. With a daughter like Zhou Jiao, no matter what your grandfather says, I'd still believe in him. As for you, you should listen to your aunt. She's doing this for your own good. She wouldn't get angry with anyone else. But look, she's so upset she's even swearing. Grandma doesn't want you to regret things either. Money is a good thing, but you also need to consider what kind of man will be by your side for life. You're grown up now, go home and think it over. If you really want to marry him, Grandma will start preparing your dowry. It won't be much, but it'll be respectable in the compound. If you're not serious, then you need to be careful about your reputation. For a woman, reputation is everything. Lin Shuling stood there, mouth agape, unable to speak for a long time. After a while, she blinked and cautiously asked, Grandma, if Uncle Zhou is so amazing, how did he end up marrying Aunt? I don't mean to belittle her, but I've heard people say Uncle Zhou was really handsome and lots of female soldiers secretly liked him. Aunt never looked for anyone else because she met someone so outstanding. After that, no one else could compare. Some of the grandmas in the compound say it's a miracle Aunt didn't go crazy. But honestly, I don't think Aunt is that pretty. I don't see what's so special about her. Old Madame Lin looked at her granddaughter thoughtfully. She really couldn't agree with her taste. Judging people by their aura, and yet she couldn't see the temperament in her own Shanshan, only cared about looks, not inner qualities. If Shanshan didn't have her strengths, why would Zhou Xiaozheng have chosen her? Thinking of her own wardrobe full of clothes, the old lady sighed inwardly. This child really lacked cultural refinement. Old Madame Lin pointed at Lin Liang. Ask your aunt. She used to follow your eldest aunt everywhere. She knows. What's so strange about it? Your eldest aunt was a bit silly, always sneaking off to see Zhou Xiaozheng. After a while, they got close. She couldn't read faces, didn't care how stern Zhou Xiaozheng looked, she'd just smile foolishly. I guess Zhou Xiaozheng liked silly girls. With his scheming mind, always thinking so much, having a simple wife is probably a relief, no need to use his brain at home. As soon as Lin Liang finished, everyone burst out laughing. Qin Jingru said with a smile, you know, that might be true. When they filed for marriage, no one could believe that this simple girl had caught the Northeast tiger. Your big brother said everyone called it a surprise attack, one move and she got him. Remember Chu Xiaoya from the Chu family? She's almost 40 now and still looks like a young lady, beautiful, smart, well-educated. She was obsessed with Zhou Xiaozheng back then. Everyone said it was a match between a hero and a beauty, and that they were perfect for each other. Old Master Chu was a big shot in the military district, even more powerful than our dad. But in the end, eldest sister got him, and Chu Xiaoya was so heartbroken, she ran off to the south. She only came back in recent years. Old Master Chu has never liked dad since, always saying his son-in-law stole the prize. Old Madame Lin sighed. That Chu girl is pitiful too. She found someone good-looking, but he was a philanderer. The couple never had kids, and I hear they're divorced now. Your Aunt Jiang said, don't mention Zhou Xiaoyang in front of the Chu family, so the girl doesn't get hung up on him again. I'm not worried, Zhou Xiaoyang isn't that kind of man. It's a pity though. People say beauties have hard lives, and those who are too pretty rarely have happy endings. Why did Zhou Xiaoyang always avoid the Chu girl? Probably because she was too beautiful, and he was afraid he couldn't keep her. When a man looks for a lifelong partner, he doesn't just care about looks, he thinks about the consequences, about the future. Marrying a stunning beauty, you'd always be worried about trouble at home. Shanshan has finally come through her hardships. Luckily, her husband is back, and she doesn't have to drift around anymore. So many people were jealous back then, and just as many took pleasure in her misfortune. Now, let's see if they're eating their words. Mom, I heard they'll be back in a few days. You've had a tough time too, eldest. Now our family is finally together again. I wonder when your second brother and his wife will be transferred back to Beijing. Qin Jingru shook her head at that, secretly curling her lip. The old lady said the family's expenses were too high, so she used her brother-in-law's money. She was too embarrassed to ask outright. She handed over food money every month, and apart from her 2 kids spending a bit, she hadn't really taken advantage of the old lady. Her in-laws' salaries weren't low, and yet it was never enough. Her eldest sister-in-law often brought things home too. Where did all the money go? Probably all spent on the second brother's family. Every day, the old lady talked about how hard life was for them out west. Who had it harder than her? If Zhou Xiaoyang hadn't come back, when would that money ever be returned to Zhou Jiao? Sigh. She didn't want to think badly of people. They hadn't seen that child in 17 years, yet still used her money. Who knows what the girl would think if she found out? The Lin family really was in the wrong here. If the Zhou family had done anything to harm Zhou Jiao's interests, they'd have dealt with it in a snap. Honestly, the Lin family was worse than the Zhou family. Would Zhou Jiao take action? Qin Jingru glanced at the old lady and her sister-in-law chatting away, showing no sign of worry. She wondered what the old lady was planning to do about the money. She had a vague feeling, but hoped it wouldn't come to that. She looked at her sister-in-law, guessing she knew where the money had gone. She'd probably used some herself, maybe even used some of it to buy her little courtyard, and the second brother's family too. Maybe even the Gu family, who always seemed well off, had gotten help from the old lady. Watching the mother and daughter avoid mentioning where the money had gone, acting as if nothing had happened, left Qin Jingru feeling helpless. They only talked about the outcome, never the process. She sighed again. After all this, the Lin family had lost both face and substance. Who knew how Zhou Jiao and her father would see them now? Would their relationship become distant? Her eldest sister-in-law was a good person, but not very capable. She'd worried for a long time about visiting her daughter, but luckily Zhou Jiao was broad-minded and didn't hold grudges, and could still get along with Shanshan. Thankfully, her brother-in-law was back and the family could be reunited. Otherwise, with a mother like hers, who knew what would happen to her eldest sister-in-law in the future. After lunch, Qin Jingru took her daughter back to the East Wing. She planned to sit her down and explain some things clearly, so she wouldn't embarrass herself thinking she was in the right. In the main bedroom, Lin Lying helped the old lady sit up against the bed, then pulled over a stool to sit by her side. She glanced at her mother, who showed no intention of speaking. Lin Lying mulled things over for a while before asking softly, "Mom, just how much money does eldest brother-in-law have? How much are you short? You have to tell me so I can have a sense of it. The end of the month is coming soon. When brother-in-law comes back, how much longer can you stall? When I bought the courtyard house, you told me to say I bought it myself. Was that because you used this money? I'll make up the 2,000 yuan for you. My husband always said we'd pay it back. Things have been easier back home these past few years, so we have some money on hand. Don't worry, whatever you're short, we'll try to cover it first." Old Mrs. Lin shot her a look and said quietly, "What's the rush? This isn't a small sum, and your 2,000 yuan isn't enough. I need to think about it." Back then, besides Zhou Xiaoxing's bankbook, their family had quite a bit of money. That was before liberation, and your brother-in-law deposited it all in Citibank, the foreign-run one, with strict management. I had your eldest sister give me all the money, and she took me to the bank to exchange everything in the house for US dollars, then added the dollars from the bank book, and deposited it all under Zhou Jiao's name. Your sister insisted that this was what Zhou Xiaozheng left for his daughter, and it had to be in Zhou Jiao's name. Back then, the dollar was pegged to gold. I think one silver dollar was about 33 cents. It's been so long I can't remember exactly. I just remember one of Zhou Xiaozheng's bank books was for $5,000, and the interest alone was $200. All their money, converted to dollars plus interest, was nearly $9,000. We deposited $9,000 under Zhou Jiao's name, and the extra cash and Zhou Jiao's bank book your sister gave all to me. Once I had it, your sister never asked about it again. I didn't touch that money before liberation, just left it there. Later, when things looked stable, I was afraid the foreign bank would close, so I withdrew it all and moved it to another bank. Over 7 or 8 years, with interest, it grew to over $10,000. Later, our bank kept changing notes. I didn't dare touch the $10,000 principal, but I spent the odd change and interest. In '52, when you got married and your second brother needed money for things, I secretly took out $2,000 plus interest, leaving $8,000 on the bank book. That year, the exchange rate was 2.227 yuan to the dollar. I took out $2,000 and the interest from those years, and I remember it was 5,500 yuan. I used it to buy your courtyard house and gave some to your second brother's family. After that, I didn't touch the remaining $8,000. Every time I went to the bank, I had to show Zhou Jiao's household registration. It was a hassle. Now there's still $8,000 plus interest left. If that money had stayed in Citibank all these years, it'd be worth much more now, with all that compound interest over 17 years. Who knows how much? It's a messy account. I moved $2,000, and as for the interest I spent before, I can't remember. I don't even want to explain it to your brother-in-law. I plan to leave $10,000 as the principal to pay him back. Besides needing to make up $2,000, what gives me a headache is your sister's salary over all these years. I spent it all. It was me who asked her to hand it over. I told her I was afraid she'd be too extravagant, and that we should save it for Zhao Jiao's dowry when she got married. But what can I say now? Shan, your mother spent your daughter's dowry. That's even worse than the Zhou family. She'd definitely have it out with me. Lineage covered her mouth, unable to stop laughing. The Zhou family snatched her dowry, and now you're snatching it too. I bet Dad would turn against you if he found out. Old Mrs. Lin shook her head helplessly. Your father doesn't even know I have this money. Otherwise, he'd have made me send it to Zhou Jiao long ago. He only knows I've been saving your sister's salary for her. He doesn't realize that, even though it looks like everyone in our family has a salary, it's never enough. Take Xiaolin, always coming to me for money, for this and that. Look how many clothes she has in her wardrobe. Your second brother's family has 4 kids to raise, and your second sister-in-law also supports her own family. How could your second brother's salary be enough? From the time he got married, he's relied on help from the family. When they had kids, your second sister-in-law insisted on formula milk like other people, and the Jiang family lives nearby. How could I say no? Otherwise, the whole compound would gossip. Only Shengli and his brother are sensible. But those 2 sisters, each spends more than the other. Your second brother got gray hair early from worrying. Once, he fought with Xuezhen over a coat, and she was bedridden for days. Xuezhen really doesn't understand, always comparing herself to others, always chasing after trends. How can your second brother's salary cover it? Every time your second sister-in-law has Xuezhen call me for money, she thinks I don't know? I know full well, but what can I do? He's my son. Lineage rubbed her temples. Mom, have you ever thought that you don't have money yourself, but you're using brother-in-law's money to help second brother? Does that make sense? If eldest sister finds out, she'll definitely blow up. She's not easy to deal with. You'd better figure out how much you owe her besides that 2,000 yuan. As for the old messy account, just leave it for now. But you have to explain her salary to her, right? If you really can't pay it all back, maybe talk to her privately and return part of it? And what about second brother? Zhang and his brother are about to get married. Where's the money for that? If second sister-in-law runs out, she'll come to you. Where will you get the money then? If eldest sister finds out you've been secretly helping second brother all these years, what will she think? She's always given you money for food. Old Mrs. Lin frowned in distress. Your sister stopped collecting her salary as soon as she started maternity leave. Back then, she got about $1 silver a month. Later, they paid in paper notes, then in renminbi, and her salary went up every year. Plus, she was always traveling for work, so she got a lot of subsidies. Apart from the monthly remittance to Zhou Jiao, it was all in my hands. At first, I did save it for her, even opened an account at the same bank. Sometimes I'd deposit it, sometimes I'd withdraw it when we needed money. After all these years, how could I remember it all? I thought, with Zhou Xiaozhang gone and Zhou Jiao just a girl who'd marry out sooner or later, and with that big sum in her name, your sister would never lack for money. Didn't she still have 2 courtyard houses? She and Zhou Jiao didn't have the burdens your second brother's family did, so this money wouldn't affect them much. My plan was to talk to your sister privately one day and give Zhou Jiao the 2 houses and the $9,000 from back then. Zhou Jiao doesn't know the exact amount anyway. As for your sister's salary, I wasn't going to give it back. She's my daughter. I could explain it. If she disagreed, I'd make it up with some jewelry or gold. But who knew Zhou Xiaozhang would come back alive? That changes everything. He knows exactly how much money his family had. We didn't even raise his daughter, so there's no sentiment there. Besides, he never asked us to keep his family's money. If he comes back and asks for it, he'll want every penny accounted for. After 17 years, the principal alone is over $9,000. How much is that now? Even if we sold everything, it wouldn't be enough. If we don't pay Zhou Xiaozhang back soon, do we wait for him to come after me? Better to play dumb and pay him back first. Maybe he won't even want to bring it up. Who could have guessed he'd come back alive? Now all my plans are ruined. If he brings it up in front of your father, what do you think your father would do? And haven't you heard what your father said about that child? She's as sharp as Zhou Xiaoying. There's nothing more to say, just hurry up and raise the money. Lin Liang thought of her father. But you must have a rough idea, right? Old Mrs. Lin nodded. Roughly. Counting your sister's promotions, that's 17 years of salary. At first, let's say 20 yuan a month for 3 years, then 50 yuan for another 3, then about 100 yuan a month for 5 years, not counting the subsidies. That's 11 years. The rest, I collected myself, 6 years at 110 yuan, then up to 185 yuan. Let's say 3 years at 150, then 3 years at 160. The subsidies, let's just count them as the 20 yuan a month remitted to Zhou Jiao, which was deposited in the bank. When the time comes, I'll just give her a bank book. That's for your brother-in-law and Zhou Jiao to see. Lin Liang counted on her fingers for a long while, then looked up in shock. Mom, that's a lot of money, almost 20,000 yuan. And eldest sister still buys us gifts and dowries for Jiao Jiao. Where did she get the money? Old Mrs. Lin patted her. 17 years of salary isn't that much. I plan to put 20,000 in the bank and call it her salary. Honestly, I can't remember exactly how much she earned, but I have a rough idea. Her salary was about the same as mine. You forget I have my pay stubs and records. I can't cough up anymore. She spent a third of her salary on subsidies, and her food, housing, and clothes were all covered by the army. A few times when she came back from abroad, she gave me extra money to save for Jiao Jiao. So, just 20,000, take it or leave it. Your sister once said to let her know when it reached 50,000. See, she's not so foolish as to lose track of her own money. When she traveled for work, she'd make extra by helping people buy things, so she was generous with gifts. As for the dowry, she bought things cheaply locally, so it looked like a lot but didn't cost much. Some were even bartered for with army coats. If she hadn't gone to the Northeast this time, she would have gone next year. She told me privately that next year Jiao Jiao will be 18, an adult, and when the lease on the courtyard is up, Jiao Jiao will have to sign the contract herself. While she's in Beijing, she'll transfer the bank book and the big courtyard to her, along with the dowry. I asked her why not keep something for herself, and she said she planned to give Zhao Jiao the bank book with her salary too. She's earning nearly 200 a month now, enough for herself. She wants everything settled early, in case something happens to her and things aren't clear. Your sister is afraid I'll be reluctant to give it to Zhao Jiao. She's her real mother. Even if she hasn't seen her if something happened, she'd still think of her own child. All mothers are the same. Lin Liang stood up and paced around the room, thinking for a long time before returning to her mother. Mom, so your plan is to make up the $2,000 for brother-in-law and 20,000 yuan for eldest sister. That's about 25,000 yuan. I have less than 3,000 on hand. What about the rest? Maybe you should just talk to eldest sister and ask her to keep it from brother-in-law. When he comes back, he won't be short of money. He'll get 17 years of back pay, and his salary is even higher than hers. Otherwise, why do you think I'm so anxious to make up the 20,000? When your brother-in-law gets 50,000 in back pay, but your sister doesn't have 20,000, how can I face him? Don't say a word to your sister. She can't keep a secret. Her husband's in charge at home, and I bet she'd never suspect he has private savings. From what I know of Zhou Xiaojing, he's got something up his sleeve, he just hasn't shown it. Your father says Zhao Jiao doesn't trust anyone, just like her father. With those two around, your sister is lucky. You just give the 2,000 yuan for the house. Jianjun knows it was a loan, right? You won't be in trouble. As for the rest, we'll wait for your eldest brother's salary to make up the difference. If there's no other way, I'll sell the gold I have left. I was saving it for my 3 grandsons, but we'll see. Lin Liang sat on the edge of the bed, leaning back and said slowly, Mom, do you really think eldest sister is lucky? When brother-in-law comes back, will they really stay close? I'm still worried. Dad says, who knows if it's true? Will Zhao Jiao really protect eldest sister? If brother-in-law's heart isn't in it, will he still protect her? If he ignores her, I don't think she could take it. Who knows if she'll get through this? Don't worry. If Zhou Jiao is smart, she'll definitely protect your sister. Her father is still young. If he found another woman, Zhou Jiao would do everything to break them up. No hesitation. A mother is still a mother who wants a stranger with their father. What if she has a child and takes her place? And your brother-in-law, no matter how angry he gets, would never blame your sister. He's a real man. He takes everything on himself, and if he blames anyone, it'll be himself. He does keep his distance from us, though. As for the Zhou family, this time the ties are truly cut. He never got along with them anyway. Now his precious daughter has cut off the ones dragging him down. He's probably thrilled. Your sister, just by being Zhao Jiao's mother and by waiting for him all these years, has nothing to worry about. Her stubbornness is her blessing. Luckily, she didn't listen to me. If she'd remarried, Zhou Xiaozheng and Zhou Jiao wouldn't have anything to do with us, worse than strangers. They're proud people and betrayal is betrayal, they can't tolerate it. That's good. Whatever the reason, with a daughter to protect her, eldest sister can finally have some peace. Big brother is back, and once this money is sorted out, our family really has nothing to worry about. As for second brother, with second sister-in-law always supporting her family, even a mountain of gold wouldn't be enough. I just don't get why the Jiang family gives so much to their relatives. What's the point? They can't even live their own lives. Their sons and daughters-in-law don't dare go home. There's a limit to helping others, right? Mom, you have to stand firm this time. Otherwise, second sister-in-law will never stop asking for money. If Dad finds out, let's see if he'll put a stop to it. And does second brother know you used brother-in-law's money? Is that why he sent a package and a watch for Zhao Jiao? Old Mrs. Lin quickly sat up, face stern and anxious. He doesn't know. Your second sister-in-law always keeps it from him. If he found out, he'd be furious. Don't you dare let it slip. From now on, I won't listen to your second sister-in-law. Your second brother even wrote to say your sister never visits her daughter, that the child is pitiful, and told your sister not to buy expensive things for his girls. If she has anything, send it to Zhou Jiao. He said he's too far away, but wishes he could visit, otherwise he'd worry. In the end, I think he felt guilty for taking so much from your sister, so he secretly bought and sent things to Jiao. Your second sister-in-law probably doesn't even know. Lin Liang gave an awkward smile and apologized. I'm the most idle one. If I'd known Zhou Jiao had it so hard at the Zhous, I'd have visited her long ago. Jianjun mentioned it a few times. He said rural families always favor boys, so it couldn't have been easy for her. I saw eldest sister never went, so I just let it go. Now that brother-in-law is back, I feel embarrassed to see him. He's always been good to me, but I never really thought about it. Old Mrs. Lin nodded and sighed. What's done is done, there's no going back. Just leave it at that. If anyone's to blame, it's this old woman. Shanshan did say she was worried and wanted to visit, but at first it was too chaotic, and I didn't want her to go. After liberation, I told her not to take time off if she was busy. It'd take half a month just to go there and back. Otherwise, I would have just brought the child back. Besides, I didn't want your sister to go to the Zhous. Who knows what could happen there. Your father blames me, I know it. I never really felt anything for Zhou Jiao since she didn't grow up with us. Your father asked around, wrote letters, and was always told the child was fine. Her grandfather always said she didn't want to return to Beijing, that she had siblings at home, and that she was the only child of the second branch. He said when she was older, she could come back to Beijing, since she had a house and household registration here. Your father and I agreed we couldn't ignore the fact that she was the Zhou family's granddaughter. With 3 girls at home, I really didn't pay much attention to this granddaughter. Seeing her mother in low spirits, Lin Liang comforted her a bit, settled her to rest, and returned to her own room. Lying in bed, Lin Liang kept replaying her mother's words in her mind. She really hadn't known her sister's family was so well off. No wonder her brother-in-law never minded how much her sister spent. He had the confidence to. Thinking of her own in-laws, Lin Liang sighed. This year, her husband's younger brother got into college, and Li Jianjun planned to bring his 2 sisters to Beijing. They'd made all the arrangements. After repaying the 2,000 yuan, money was tight. Now, with 2 more sisters-in-law coming, so many people squeezed into the little courtyard. What a headache. She wondered if eldest sister would agree to lend her the big courtyard. She used to have the nerve to ask, but now that she knew it wasn't really eldest sister's house, but the Zhou family's, she didn't dare be sure. In a way, it depended on brother-in-law's approval, but would he agree? Lin Liang couldn't understand how things had come to this. Ever since her family had ignored their daughter for 17 years, her sisters-in-laws meant nothing to her brother-in-law. And even if they paid back the money, it was only a small part. Her mother had no choice but to swallow her pride and play dumb. As for her brother-in-law, he had even less interest in dealing with their family. Their relationship was now less than that of ordinary friends. At best, they could keep up appearances in the future. Not long after Li Jianjun left, old Master Lin gave his wife a meaningful look. When it comes to finding a partner, this is the kind you want, someone who knows when to advance or retreat, who's capable. Everything else is just empty talk. Our 2 sons-in-law may not have much family background, but they're both outstanding men. After saying this, he glanced at the time, frowned, and pointed angrily outside as he spoke to his wife. Look at that. Still not out yet. Doesn't she know the elders at home are waiting for her? Forget it. Let the young family take her if they're willing. I've run out of patience. I'm off to work. You just let her be, whatever. With that attitude, sigh, I won't say any more. Only after watching the old man get into the car with Xiao Zhou did old Lady Lin return to the living room. As soon as she entered, she saw her eldest daughter-in-law glaring angrily at her eldest granddaughter and looked questioningly at her youngest daughter. What's going on now? Lin Liang shrugged, shook her head, and gestured toward Lin Shuling. After a long while, Qin Jingru slumped into a chair, frowning at her daughter. So you've decided to marry him? At least tell me what you see in him. His family? His looks? His character? I'm doing this for your own good. I need to be sure of his character and temperament. I have to find someone to ask around. It's almost New Year's. There's plenty of time to get married next year. Why the rush? Lin Shuling kept a cold face, staring at her. I'm already 22. I have my own ideas and I know what I want. I don't want to compromise myself for money in the future. I just want a stable life. Other than being a bit short, his family background and job are both fine. I don't want to be like my friends in the compound, marrying a soldier and barely seeing him a few times a year, having to shoulder everything alone, suffering in silence, and constantly worrying about job transfers. Why should I leave Beijing and follow a husband all over the country like some army wife? Am I crazy? Yang LeCun is an only child. His father's a hospital director. His grandfather's at the Ministry of Health. Do you know how many people are eyeing a family like that? What's not to like? Qin Jingru was silent for a moment. Seeing her daughter's determined expression, she tried to persuade her. Still, there's no need to rush. Let me look into his family first. What if something goes wrong if you decide too quickly? And your father's coming back soon. He should have a say too. Lin Shuling shook her head and smiled at her grandmother and aunt. Grandma, auntie, you don't need to persuade me. When Dad comes back, I'll explain it to him. He'll support me. Grandma, just get my dowry ready, okay? I don't want to end up like Zhou Jiao, marrying off with nothing but a sewing machine. The whole compound would laugh their heads off. Old Lady Lin smiled. Let's not talk about your father's approval yet. As for the dowry, you've already got the 3 rounds and 1 sound. What more do you need? The best dowries I've seen in the compound, besides those, are just a wardrobe, new quilts, and a new coat. Lin Shuling's expression changed, but she quickly covered it up. She grinned, took her grandmother's arm, and stomped her foot playfully. I don't believe you won't give me any jewelry, Grandma. I know Auntie's secretly prepared a lot of dowry for Zhou Jiao. And Mom, she says she loves me, but hasn't prepared anything for me. Grandma, I'm counting on you. You can't let me lose out to Zhou Jiao. She's just a country girl, but she's got 2 houses in Beijing, not to mention all the things Auntie's been preparing for years. Why don't you take me to have a look, so I can see what I need to get ready myself? Old Lady Lin's smile froze for a second, and she looked down to hide it. Silly child, how can our family compare to Zhou Jiao's? You've got several siblings, who else is getting a dowry? Zhou Jiao's father left her a private inheritance, and your aunt only has 1 daughter, who else would she give it to? I've saved up a few things, but not much, and I can't give it all to you. You've got 3 younger brothers who'll be starting their own family soon. Qin Jingru's face flushed with embarrassment. She sneaked a glance at her sister-in-law, who was indeed looking coldly at Shuling. This child is so foolish. Who stares at the elder's private property like that? Most of the old lady's things go to the grandsons, not even her own daughters, let alone granddaughters. Lin Liang let out a cold laugh. When Lin Shuling glared at her, she couldn't be bothered to heed her grandmother's warning and said, "Don't look at me like that. You want to see Zhou Jiao's dowry? You think no one can see through your little schemes? Better not look. You won't be able to sleep if you do. Do you even know what kind of life you've had all these years, compared to Zhou Jiao? You call her a country girl, but now that her father's back, she's not just any ordinary golden child. You know what I mean? Zhou Xiaozhen, Zhou Jiao's father, only married your aunt after he made something of himself, unlike your little uncle, whom you look down on. He doted on his only daughter like she was his life. The day she was born, he went around telling everyone, shouting that he had a precious baby girl. He wouldn't let go of her all night, and in his eyes, no one could compare to his daughter. Even her farts smelled sweet to him. He and your aunt started preparing her dowry early on, determined she'd be a little princess no one could touch. Now that his little princess has become an orphan, who knows what he'll do when he comes back? Are you out of your mind, comparing yourself to her? Good thing you're only saying this at home. Do you know why your grandfather and aunt went to see Zhou Jiao this time? They're worried that when Zhou Xiaozheng comes back and finds out no one from our family visited her, and that your aunt abandoned her for 17 years, Zhou Jiao will resent it and Zhou Xiaozheng will hold a grudge and turn away from your aunt. No one says it, but can't you use your brain? Do you really think you're the Lin family's precious young lady? Don't be so full of yourself. Even if you glare at me, it's useless. In terms of status, Zhou Jiao isn't beneath you. When your dad and Zhou Xiaozheng went on missions together, your dad's rank was at least 2 levels lower than your aunt's husband. Now Zhou Xiaozhang is coming back with 17 years worth of achievements. How many promotions do you think that's worth? In the Lin family, aside from your grandfather, everyone else will have to call him chief. Get it? You really can't compare to Zhou Jiao. And you've got a younger brother, don't you care about him? If you want to get married, just focus on keeping up with the other girls in the compound and stop overthinking things. Lin Shuling's face turned bright red, whether from anger or shame. It was hard to tell. She bit her lip and glared at Lin Liang. Lin Liang rattled off her words, then put down her pointing finger. Tearfully and aggrieved, Lin Shuling said, "When did I ever look down on Uncle? You just have it in for me, always picking on me. What's wrong with wanting to see Zhou Jiao's dowry? It's not like I said I want some of it, and even if Aunt gave me a few things, Zhou Jiao wouldn't know. Aunt may only have one daughter, but she's got 3 nieces too. The money spent on that dowry isn't Zhou's, it's the Lin family's, it's Aunt's own salary. So what if our Lin family wants it? I can't even take a look." Lin Liang was so angry she stamped her foot, pointing at the old lady and Qin Jingru. "Mom, look at this. Sister-in-law, you listen too. This is what comes from spoiling a child. And she says she's the one who's wronged? What a load of crap. Lin Shuling, by your logic, your mom's salary and the house her work unit gave her all belong to your grandma and your cousin. So why did you object when your mom wanted to buy your cousin a watch? Isn't your mom your cousin's only aunt? You say you don't look down on your uncle, but every time you see him, you never even greet him. And what do you say to my 2 boys? Oh, your dad only got out of the sticks because he married your mom. You think you're so smart and my sons are fools? My husband didn't stay in Beijing just because he married me. And you say I'm picking on you? Don't you know how much I've done for you? You didn't want to study, wanted to work at the hospital. I had to persuade your mom, pull all kinds of strings, and put in so much effort to get you in there. You were just a little thing, and I took care of you. You little brat, you're driving me mad. I think the reasons you gave your mom just now are all made up. Is it just because the Yang family has money that you like Yang Lakun? I really ought to knock some sense into you. The Yang family has money? Nonsense. The richest families in Beijing have all been cleaned out. What money does the Yang family have? The old man was just a country landlord's son. How much could they have? Director Yang studied abroad on his own merit. You think that 5-courtyard house means they're rich? There are plenty of rich people in Beijing. Tell me honestly, if you're marrying him just for money, I'll skin you alive. Are you stupid? Why not find someone with less baggage and more ability? You have your own salary. Find someone with a good income and few burdens. What more do you need? Ugh, you little brat, still glaring at me. If I hadn't raised you myself, would I even bother saying all this? Do you see me lecturing Xiaoli or Xiaozhen? Lin Liang was so angry her hands shook as she pointed at her. Qin Jingru hurriedly poured her a glass of warm water, feeling sad inside. It was her own fault for spoiling her daughter, afraid she'd suffer without a father, and never properly teaching her. No wonder she always looked down on others. She thought her daughter was just childish, but she understood more than she let on. Lin Liang gulped down the water, eyes fixed on Lin Shuling, refusing to back down. Today, she was determined to set this child straight. Otherwise, with her sister-in-law's temperament, she'd just give in again. She really didn't like the Yang family. Their roots weren't clean. In her mother's eyes, it was like a concubine running the household. Every time Mrs. Yang came to see her son, she put on airs, trying to act like a noble lady, but all she exuded was a vulgar, seductive air, like a fox spirit, completely lacking class. Even her own mother-in-law had more dignity. And the Yang family's background? A department director at the Ministry of Health, soon to retire. What's so special about that? Nothing to be proud of. 3 elderly gentlemen entered the courtyard. As soon as they reached the living room, old Master Fong shouted, "Old Lin, where did you loot all this from? So much stuff. Hey, don't put it away yet. Let me see. Wow, it's all meat. This is wild boar, perfect for us to stew and have with some drinks." Seeing Lin Lishan greeting them, he smiled at her and said, "You must be happy this time, right? You're a lucky child, and there's even greater fortune waiting for you." Lin Lishan beamed and nodded repeatedly. "Uncle Fong, you all had time to come by today? Please have a seat." Xiaofei's back, right? My son-in-law asked me to bring him some local specialties. What, your son-in-law knows Xiaofei? Where's he from? Old Master Jiang asked curiously. Old Master Fong grinned mysteriously. You two still don't know why old Lin wanted us to come over, do you? You'll find out soon. Xiaofei and Zhou Xiaoxing's son-in-law have even become sworn brothers. How about that? He finished with a proud raise of his eyebrows. Old Master Cheng watched them chatting and smiled. He was old Lin's longtime comrade, now the second in command of the XX military district, and knew more about the Lin family than anyone. He figured this trip back from the northeast had turned out well, and old Lin just wanted to brag a bit. It was understandable. After all, ever since Lin's eldest and son-in-law had their accidents, it looked like there'd be no one to carry on the family. Now, not only had the kids all come back, but even the granddaughter had brought a pile of local specialties as a gesture of reconciliation. How could he not be overjoyed? Old Master Cheng Lishuan, was born into a prestigious family in Jiangnan, a clan that had produced many talents and still wielded considerable influence in politics. They valued moderation and steadiness in all things. His two sons were both outstanding, already lieutenant colonels at a young age, and his grandsons were all promising. His only daughter had married the son of a close friend and lived a happy life. Madame Cheng Luqinglian had a mysterious background, rumored to be the adopted daughter of a wealthy family, with no contact with her birth family. She had worked in confidential positions in her youth, and people were always a bit wary of her. When she reached marriageable age, she married Cheng Lishuan, and the couple was deeply affectionate. After liberation, she retired early to care for the younger generation. She was gentle and never quarreled with anyone, earning her the nickname Living Bodhisattva in the compound. Old Master Cheng sat in his chair, teacup in hand, occasionally glancing at everyone's expressions. Watching old Lin animatedly recount his trip to the northeast to see his granddaughter, he smiled knowingly. Seeing his old friend as excited as a child, he was genuinely happy for him. As elders, their greatest hope was for their descendants to be successful. Having such a clever granddaughter was truly a blessing. Listening to old Master Fong teasing on the side, he found it amusing. No wonder old Lin had been in such a good mood at the military district all day, now that the Lin family had Zhou Xiaozheng, and even a promising third generation. How could he not be delighted? Still, he tried to think positively. No matter what, those two kids were broad-minded, and now that they were related to the Lin family by blood, it was a boost for the Lins. Just like Zhou Xiaozheng, he never relied on the Lin family, but he always carried the Lin family's identity with him. Less than an hour later, the housekeeper began serving food and wine. In the living room, the women had all gone to Lin Lishan's bedroom to look at the furs she'd brought back and to chat about her and her husband. Old Master Lin, beaming, poured the wine. After a moment's thought, he went into the inner room and brought out a bottle of tiger bone wine he'd stashed away. He opened the iron tin, waved his hand over the mouth of the bottle, and looked at them smugly. Smell that? My grandson-in-law got me this tiger bone wine. There's only this one small bottle, must be rare, otherwise, with his personality, he wouldn't have bothered with just a little. Old Master Jiang protested, slapping the table. Well, now you bring it out? Planning to drink it all by yourself, huh? If we see it, we get a share. Come on, let me try some. Hearing this, old Master Lin put on a regretful face, sighed, and waved his hand. Fine, fine, just a taste. This wine is so strong and medicinal, you'd better be careful. Everyone burst out laughing. They each took a small cup and tasted it, praising it highly. Being older, they didn't dare drink much. There was more than just tiger bone in there, several medicinal herbs as well. This wine must be at least 80, if not 100 years old, with at least 3 precious herbs soaked in it. Old Lin, keep it safe. Once it's gone, you'll never get more. This is probably some family heirloom, old Master Cheng said, sniffing the tin carefully before handing it back. I knew it was rare. Otherwise, Xiao Wu wouldn't have insisted his mother bring it for me. That Wolf King pelt earlier, he got that for me too. The kid's thoughtful. He saw me rubbing my knee and knew I had rheumatism, so he shamelessly wrangled it from an old hunter. Old Master Jiang looked on enviously. You're enjoying your grandchildren's blessings early. Who knows what kind of husbands Xueli and her sister will find in the future. Old Lin, since we're in-laws, I'll be blunt. When are you bringing my granddaughter back? Her sister's already had a child. Isn't it time for them to find partners too? You'd better keep an eye on them, don't let them marry too far away. That's up to the second son and his wife. We're old now, can't really decide. Or, if I bring the sisters back, you find someone to introduce to them, how about it? See, you're shaking your head. You know these kids don't listen to us elders anymore. That's why I say our Zhao Jiao is truly exceptional. When she stands there, she's got that scholarly air, quiet, poised, smart, takes after her father, always keeps a low profile, hides her talents. She could recite the 3-character classic and 1,000-character classic at 3, do embroidery and practice medicine. She's always respectful to elders, the very model of a young lady from a noble family. No one taught her, she just learned on her own. She speaks gently to her mother, acts with great poise. Old Jiang, it's not that I'm putting down my own granddaughters, but there's just no comparison. I wish my kids could spend more time with Zhao Jiao. If they could pick up even a little of her skills, it'd benefit them for life. But Zhao Jiao and her husband just won't come back. They say they have to walk their own path, just like Zhou Xiaozheng, stubborn to the core. Old Master Lin shook his head as he finished. Old Master Fong snorted and pointed at him. You're just greedy. Having one outstanding granddaughter isn't enough? You want all your granddaughters to be like her? Impossible. No offense, but it's all in the blood. Zhou Xiaozheng is low-key, right? Smart, right? But who would ever mistake him for a farm boy? He's every inch a young master from a noble family. With his genes, of course his daughter is exceptional. Like they say, dragons beget dragons, phoenixes beget phoenixes, and mice have kids who dig holes. As for your granddaughter, look at old Zhang's daughter, your daughter-in-law. Was she ever low-key? Wild since she was little, running all over the compound, a total tomboy. You expect her to have a quiet, demure daughter. At this, old Master Jiang and the others burst out laughing. It really was impossible. Old Master Lin protested, who says Zhou Xiaozheng was born a farm boy. He's a proper Beijinger, from the Beijing Zhou family. Oh, now you're just arguing for the sake of it. I was speaking metaphorically, you know. You say Zhou Xiaozheng is from the Zhou family, but I doubt he's their biological son. I heard from Xiaofei that the Zhou family mistreated Zhou Xiaozheng's daughter. If she were really their own, would the second branch be so cruel to their only heir? Old Master Lin laughed, and you say I'm argumentative? Aren't you the same? But honestly, maybe he really isn't their biological son. Zhou Xiaozheng doesn't look anything like those old folks. Some even say he looks more like my wife. If you look closely, he really does. Haha, our Zhao Jiao looks like her grandma, but if you look carefully, she also resembles her dad. Maybe her dad looks like her grandma too. He meant it as a joke, but old Master Chang's ears perked up. He casually asked, didn't the entire Beijing Zhou family get wiped out by the 8-Nation Alliance? Are there any left? Old Master Lin replied offhandedly. At that time, Zhou Xiaozheng's father was rescued by the Boxers, joined the army, and after many twists and turns, ended up joining our side. Later, he retired and took his wife and 3 kids, 2 sons and a daughter, back to their ancestral home in the northeast. No wonder Zhou Xiaozheng later joined the army, following in his father's footsteps. They must have had a good relationship. So was the old man just biased toward the eldest son or what? Old Master Cheng said nonchalantly, gripping his wine cup tightly and watching old Master Lin closely. That old fool was just stupid. Didn't love his younger son, abused his granddaughter. He must regret it now. His eldest son can't compare to Zhou Xiaozheng at all. You'd think, after 15 years, finally having another son, he'd be overjoyed. The youngest was good-looking and smart, but he drove Zhou Xiaozheng to run away and join the army. My Zhao Jiao is the type to keep things to herself, but he called her dull. I've never seen such a muddle-headed fool. If the Beijing Zhou family had him in charge, no wonder they declined. Luckily, they went back home and spared their ancestors the shame. Old Master Qing was silent for a moment, then said, "The surviving Zhou must be from a collateral branch, or a less prominent one. You guys don't know the Beijing Zhou family, but in Jiangnan, anyone with a bit of culture knows them. The Zhou family everyone talks about refers to the main branch, the direct sons and grandsons. Before the fall of the Qing dynasty, the main branch withdrew from officialdom, refusing to serve the regime. The Zhou family was known for integrity, never currying favor. During the Republic, the main branch had two outstanding sons. The eldest was so talented that people begged him to take office, but he refused. He was admired by all scholars. The younger son had a photographic memory, reciting poetry at 3 or 5, later studied abroad, but also never entered government. Especially notable was that his fiancée was the only heir of the Gu family's main branch in Jiangnan. Old Lin, your wife knows about this. Let me tell you, that fiancée was a true talent, a real lady from a wealthy family, and an heiress with a terrifying fortune. People talk about talented men and beautiful women, but they were the real deal. I still remember, everything was arranged. The two families had agreed on everything, but before the wedding, disaster struck. First the groom died, then the bride's fate was unclear. Some say she ran away to escape unwanted attention, others say she committed suicide for love. Your wife and that Gu family lady were cousins within 5 generations. Your father-in-law claims to be from the Jiangnan Gu family, but he's not from the main branch, just a collateral one. The Zhou family's younger son's fiancée was from the main Gu line. They had no sons and didn't adopt, and after that generation, the main branch was in chaos, all fighting over the inheritance. In the end, except for real estate, all the gold and valuables disappeared. People speculated that the young lady wasn't dead and might come back. The properties were sealed, waiting for her to claim them, but even during the recent asset clearances, no one showed up, so they were confiscated. The Beijing Zhou family was truly scholarly. Apart from ancient books and paintings, they had little else. No wonder Zhou Xiaojing's father went back to the ancestral home. Even if he wanted to return to Beijing, the old house wasn't his. Old Master Fong sighed, such a tragic beauty, she's probably long gone. Those were chaotic times, especially for a woman. Old Master Lin was lost in thought, then said quietly, so keeping a low profile is right. Too much attention brings disaster. What a pity. Having a photographic memory is real talent. Luckily, our Zhao Jiao is smart enough to keep her abilities hidden. When Shanshan goes back to the northeast, I'll have her remind Zhao Jiao, these are lessons written in blood. Old Master Cheng's heart skipped a beat. He quickly asked, does Zhao Jiao have a photographic memory too? Old Master Lin shook his head, then thought for a moment and shook it again, smiling. I really don't know. I just know that at 3, she could recite the 3-character classic and 1,000-character classic. At 5, she could recite all the medicinal recipes passed down in her grandmother's Huang family. Before she was 10, she learned all her grandmother's skills. Even if I suspect, I never asked. Even if I did, she wouldn't tell. That child really is remarkable. You should bring her over for us to meet. Haha, she has to be at least 3 months old before she can go out. No rush. And let me tell you, don't get any ideas about my granddaughter. She just wants a peaceful life. Old Master Lin said, eyeing him warily. Old Master Cheng laughed and said to Old Master Jiang and Old Master Fong, look at him, so protective. She's already married. What, am I going to match her with my grandson? What would a little girl do in the army? Her mom's in charge of the performing arts troupe. What could she possibly want? The lights out bugles already sounded. I'm heading out. How about you? Seeing them about to leave, Old Master Lin quickly called Lin Lishan, pack up 3 portions and send them over. He glared at the others. What's the rush? At least finish the wine. Old Master Fong cheerfully downed his cup in one gulp. Seeing the 3 of them about to leave, Old Master Lin didn't insist they stay, but personally saw them out, watching as they entered their own courtyard and waited at the gate for Lin Lishan. The Cheng family's courtyard was a bit larger than the Lin family's, and its location was even deeper inside the compound. He strolled along absent-mindedly, hands clasped behind his back, looking up at the sky with a sigh. There were still things about the Zhou and Gu families he had kept hidden tonight. Some things could only be spoken with his wife's permission. Thinking of Zhou Jinyu, who died young, and the unfortunate passing of Gu Mingzhu, as well as that baby boy who hadn't even reached a month old, he quickened his pace. He suspected that Zhou Xiaozheng was that very child from back then. He had to tell his wife immediately. They needed to investigate at once. Old Master Cheng hurried into the courtyard, waved the housekeeper away, and went straight to the bedroom. There, he found his wife wearing reading glasses, working on her needlework. He rushed forward to gently take it from her and set it aside. Madame Cheng was startled, but when she saw it was her husband, she smiled and chided him. "You never make a sound when you come in, you scared me. Did you old men have a good chat tonight?" But as she finished, she noticed his expression was off and quickly sat up straight, looking at him with concern. Old Master Cheng took a deep breath and slowly let it out, then sat down beside her. "I have something important to tell you, but you must stay calm. Nothing is confirmed yet, and we can't let anything slip. We need to verify everything ourselves." Madame Cheng nodded. "I suspect Zhou Xiaozheng is that boy from back then." Tonight, Old Lin said Zhou Xiaozheng's family is the Zhou family from the capital. It seems that, besides Zhou Jinyu, the only other survivor was Zhou Xiaozheng's current father. This old Zhou had a child, then waited 15 years before having Zhou Xiaozheng, and he's always favored the eldest. Zhou Xiaozheng was forced to join the army. Their father-son relationship is terrible. Zhou Xiaozheng's only daughter was raised in the Zhou family, but she was abused and completely ignored as the only bloodline of the younger son. The timeline fits. The relationships are strained, and Zhou Xiaozheng's daughter might also have a photographic memory. As she listened, Madame Cheng burst into tears, her whole body trembling, lips quivering so much she couldn't speak. She clung tightly to her husband's arm. Old Master Cheng, alarmed, quickly lifted her onto the bed, offering her water and comforting her. "Don't panic, don't get agitated. We've searched for so many years. Heaven has finally answered us. You mustn't fall ill now. Don't you want to bring the child to your sister and brother-in-law's graves? Let them rest in peace? There's an 80% chance it's him. We'll keep investigating, step by step. We can't act rashly. If Zhou Xiaozheng really is that child, we must first ensure his safety. Times have changed, caution in all things. We'll also need to bring your sister and brother-in-law's proof to the authorities. Don't worry, I'll personally verify everything. No one else will know." Madame Cheng finally caught her breath and said, agitated, "No, it can't be. If Zhou Xiaozheng is that child, why hasn't he come to find me? Why didn't he bring the keepsake? I've met him before, and he never said a word. Where did things go wrong? My sister was trying to say something when she was shot, but I was too stupid. I just couldn't figure it out. I hate myself. I was so careless, and my sister died for me. If Zhou Xiaozheng is that child, really is that child, his eyes look exactly like my brother-in-law's. When he looks at you, it's like he can see straight into your heart. Soon, you have to find a way to meet Zhou Xiaozheng. I must see him for myself. How could I have been so blind, not recognizing him when he was right in front of me? How can I face my adoptive parents? How can I face my sister? Calm down. If you keep this up, I'll have to take you to the hospital. Breathe, steady yourself. Try to remember, did your sister ever mention sending the child to live with relatives? Besides the keepsake, was there any other clue? Zhou Xiaozheng is still around. There's no rush to find him. We need to confirm first. Think carefully, did your sister ever drop any hints? Madame Cheng shook her head anxiously. I can't remember, no matter how hard I try. My sister was always worried about the child, but she couldn't risk exposing his identity. She told me the fewer people who knew, the better. My brother-in-law was too well known, the Gu family too wealthy, everyone was a potential enemy. It wasn't that she didn't trust me, but knowing wouldn't help. Back in 1917, there were all sorts of warlords, militias, and bandits everywhere. We didn't even dare return to the Gu family home. Later, my sister donated everything our adoptive parents left behind. She said after this mission, she could finally raise the child herself, and once he was grown, they could reunite with her husband, who always said he missed her. But my sister still went to join him. She said if anything happened, someone would bring the keepsake to me. I've waited almost my whole life, but never saw that child. How could I die? How could I face them? With that, she broke down in sobs, her face growing paler, lips turning purple, her whole body curling up. In the quiet of the night, her cries alarmed the entire household. Everyone rushed to the main house. Just as they were about to enter, old Master Zhang shouted, "Get the car ready, we're taking your mother to the hospital." The eldest son, Zhang Guoqing, didn't even bother to put on his coat, rushing off to find the car keys. His wife ran to grab 2 quilts and followed old Master Zhang out, pushing aside her son's offered coat, too anxious for words. She climbed into the car, wrapping the quilts tightly around Madam and old Master Zhang. "Mom, calm down. Breathe in, breathe out, just like that. Don't worry, whatever it is, we'll figure it out. You have 2 sons, what can't we handle? If our Chung family can't do it, I'll beg Dad for help on my knees if I have to. Everything will be fine. Mom, you have to live a long life and see your grandchildren grow up." Seeing his wife's color improve, old Master Zhang slumped into his seat, wiping sweat from his brow. "Didn't I tell you not to get so worked up? Don't worry, I'll start investigating first thing in the morning and let you know as soon as I find anything. Don't try to talk, you can't right now. Once we're sure, we'll visit your sister and brother-in-law together. It won't be long now, I promise. Just breathe, don't rush. If you get too worked up, how will you face your adoptive parents? You have to see that child with your own eyes. I'll investigate personally." After waiting decades, what's one more day? Zhang Guoqing said nothing. What he needed to know, he'd find out eventually. Right now, his mother's health was the priority. He sped to the military hospital and shouted at the entrance, "Emergency. We need help." He carried Madame Zhang inside, instructing his wife as he ran, "Go find Dr. Huang, tell him to come immediately." His wife ran off to the duty room to call the doctor, glancing back to see old Master Zhang stumbling along. She called out, "Dad, sit down and rest. Mom will be fine. I'll make the call." With that, she hurried away. After a chaotic rush, Madame Zhang was finally given a sedative and drifted off to sleep. Zhang Guoqing shivered, noticing his wife was also still in her nightclothes. He turned to old Master Zhang, "Dad, don't worry. The doctor said Mom's just emotionally overwhelmed, her health is fine. You should rest too. I'll go home and let everyone know so they don't worry. Do you need me to bring anything when I come back?" Old Master Zhang waved them off. "Go home and have some ginger tea. No need to come back tonight. Have the eldest daughter-in-law come early tomorrow to take care of your mom. She'll need to stay a couple of days. Scared me half to death." Zhang Guoqing nodded, gently closed the door behind them, and let out a sigh of relief. "Thank goodness she's all right. Take the day off tomorrow and see how things go. I'll stay here tonight, you take the day shift. The kids shouldn't look after her, I'm worried they won't be careful enough." "What's the trouble?" "It's my duty. I'll do both day and night shifts, you just focus on work." "That's settled, don't try to steal my credit." When Zhang Guoqing returned to the ward, it was already 2 a.m. He quietly opened the door and saw his father sleeping soundly outside, with his orderly, Xiaochen, standing guard. Seeing him enter, Xiaochen started to salute, but Zhang Guoqing quickly gestured for him to rest as well. There was no need to stand guard in the high-end ward of the military hospital. He tiptoed inside, sat by his mother's bed, and looked at her still tear-stained face. Thinking about everything that had happened tonight and what his father had said in the car, he realized his cousin might finally have been found. What a blessing! For the sake of that missing child, his mother had cried countless times. In the early years, she would ask the gate guards every day if anyone had come looking for her. Only in recent years had she begun to lose hope. Every year on the anniversary of her sister's family's death, she would cry until she could barely breathe. Looking at the white hair on his mother's head, he remembered how, as a child, She always told him he had the world's best and most handsome older brother. He grew up thinking he was the second son, telling his friends there were 3 brothers in the family. As he got older, his mother stopped mentioning it, but she always prepared 2 sets of clothes for him, sometimes silently weeping as she touched them, blaming herself at the graveside, always talking about her sister and brother-in-law. So many years, so many tears. Thank goodness they'd finally found him. But what could have made her so emotional she lost control? Was there more to the story? Zhang Guoqing stayed up all night, quietly sitting by his mother's side, lost in thought. He rubbed his face vigorously and stood up to stretch. He heard his father getting up outside, so he quietly left the room and closed the door behind him. He saw his father already awake. "Dad, is there anything you need me to do? If it's inconvenient for you, let me handle it." Old Master Chung could tell at a glance that his son had stayed up all night with his mother. "No need, I'll look into it myself. Your rank isn't high enough to get the information. Go home and get some rest." Zhang Guoqing raised his eyebrows in surprise, but seeing his father didn't want to say more, he just nodded. "I'm fine, still young. I'll go home when my wife gets here." In Zhang Jiao village in the northeast, 2 new courtyards had sprung up at the foot of the northern mountain. The construction site bustled with people, everyone busy and organized. In contrast, the old Zhang family courtyard nearby was quiet and still. At the moment, only the bricklayer and his apprentices hadn't arrived yet. The rest were helping to tidy up the grounds. Yesterday, the bricklayer had worked until dark, finally finishing the job before the temperature dropped. Delighted, Father Zhang gave him a big bonus after settling the bill. In the next couple of days, once the doors and windows were installed, they wouldn't have to worry about the ground freezing. With the Kang heated brick bed slowly warming up, Father Zhang felt he had finally completed his last task for the children. Early this morning, Father Zhang led his 3 sons in cleaning up the new courtyards. Right now, Zhang Guoqing's carpenter master was there with his crew, installing the doors and windows for both houses. Mother Zhang, seeing the courtyards nearly finished, planned to make extra steamed cornbread. She knew that in the coming days, many villagers would come to see the new homes, and some might stay for a meal. So, she took her 2 daughters-in-law to the mill early in the morning and hadn't yet returned to prepare lunch. Zhou Jiao was home alone, just finishing up feeding and changing the baby. Suddenly, her heart began to pound uncontrollably, her heartbeat irregular. She took deep breaths, trying to calm herself, but the more she tried to suppress it, the wilder her heart raced. She had a strong premonition that something was about to happen and felt compelled to go outside and see. Her heart beating faster and faster, Zhou Jiao hurried to settle the baby, her legs feeling weak. She quickly put on her coat and hat, clutching her chest, and followed her instincts out of the room. To her surprise, the courtyard, usually lively, was empty. Even the children were gone. Dragging her heavy legs, Zhou Jiao slowly made her way to the courtyard gate. As soon as she stepped out onto the porch, she instinctively looked around. Lifting her head, she saw 2 figures in military uniforms approaching from afar, carrying bags and large sacks. In that instant, she finally understood why her heart had been racing out of control. An overwhelming urge pushed her forward. This was her father Zhou Xiaozheng, returning at last. Tears streamed down her face, and she didn't bother to wipe them away. Through her blurred vision, she stumbled forward, breaking into a run. Suddenly, Zhou Jiao hesitated, unsure how to face her father. She stopped, wiped her tears, and gazed longingly at the man running toward her. But her feet wouldn't listen. She stumbled forward again. Seeing her father open his arms from a distance, she threw herself into his embrace, feeling utterly wronged. Her mind went blank as she felt him hold her tightly, protectively. She burst into loud, unrestrained sobs. Her feelings for her father were different from those for her mother. With her father, there was a deep, innate bond, a natural sense of familiarity and trust, free of reservations. Leaning against him, she felt like a little girl again, wanting to be spoiled, to pour out her grievances, to say so much. In his arms, she felt safe, no longer needing to be on guard or fear being hurt. Zhou Jiao sobbed uncontrollably, her words tumbling out in a jumbled rush. "Dad, why did you only come back now? Dad, why didn't you take me with you? Dad, you're finally back. I have a dad now, I'm not a stray child that nobody wants anymore. Dad, why did you only come back now? Dad, please don't ever leave me again. Dad, I've suffered so much. Dad, why did you only come back now? I had no dad, no one cared about me, no one wanted me." The wild, erratic heartbeat she'd felt earlier finally calmed as she leaned in her father's arms. After crying for so long, only one thought remained in her mind. She had a father now. Her father had finally come home, joy and sorrow mingled together. Feeling the only fatherly love she'd ever known in 2 lifetimes, she was like a child eager to complain. Only now did she understand why children always ran to their parents with their troubles. Because parents care for you, they stand up for you. Her mother had never been able to give her that sense of protection. But her father was different, solid and dependable as a mountain, always standing behind her. Just being by his side, she felt at peace. It was a different kind of security from what she felt with Zhang Guoqing. Love and family were 2 distinct feelings. She could sense her father's concern and his guilt. Zhou Xiaozheng held his precious daughter as she sobbed her heart out, listening to her incoherent, desperate cries. He gently patted her back, his own heart aching so much he couldn't speak. He held her tightly, occasionally nodding or shaking his head, softly wiping away her tears. He recalled what his father-in-law had told him about their first meeting. People said she was mature and calm, cautious and steady, shrewd and resourceful, but that was just her way of defending herself against outsiders. She'd had to put on a brave face and force herself to stand strong, because there was no one to rely on, no one to stand up for her, no one to solve her problems. She had to depend on herself, step by step, always careful not to make mistakes, because there'd be no one to protect her if she did. She'd had to guard her own bottom line, facing everything with a mask of strength. His daughter, his Zhao Jiao, was only 17. She'd endured enough hardship for a lifetime, learning to read people's moods, to compromise, to endure, just to survive with composure. It was only after so many painful experiences that she'd become so guarded, unable to trust others, keeping everything bottled up inside. While other 17-year-old girls were still acting spoiled, asking their parents for money, throwing tantrums for what they wanted, his daughter had already learned to keep her distance, quietly protecting herself, planning for her own future. Who wouldn't want to grow up innocent and carefree? But at the age when she should have been blossoming, his daughter had lived cautiously, calculating every step, as if she were an orphan with no one to rely on, wishing she could escape all the troubles of the world. If only he'd been there for her, she wouldn't have had to struggle for 17 years like an orphan, living like a weed by the roadside. She was crying now, but really, she was venting. 17 years of grievances, too much pain she couldn't share with anyone else, only her father could be trusted with it. But what right did he have to ask for his precious daughter's trust? His daughter was sensible and kind, gentle and warm-hearted. Yet even so, she'd suffered so much abuse and humiliation from those so-called relatives, nearly losing her life. With her character, if Huang Zhaodi's schemes had succeeded, she wouldn't have survived. Who would have avenged her then? He'd never been so grateful to heaven for letting him live to see his Zhao Jiao again, for letting her wait safely for his return. Looking at her sallow, thin face, her frail body as light as paper, he saw how poverty had taught her to be content and obedient. She knew that without him behind her, she had to endure slights and injustices, learning to read people's faces and hide her feelings. He didn't blame his wife, he knew his own father too well. If things had gone as he'd hoped, and his wife had taken their daughter to the army base, who would have dared to bully her? But he couldn't say that out loud. He was a man. If anyone was to blame, it was himself. His wife had searched for him all over the country during his 17 years of disappearance, waiting for his return, shedding countless tears and enduring endless longing. How could he bear to blame her? And what right did he have to blame his in-laws? Even his own father had ignored his child, even making things worse. This iron-willed man had never shed a tear, not even when gravely injured, not since he was a child. Even when missing his daughter so much it hurt, he'd never cried, he just hoped to finish his mission and come home sooner. But now, holding his daughter in his arms, hearing her say, "Dad, why did you only come back now?" he couldn't hold back his tears any longer. He'd imagined countless times what it would be like to see his daughter again, how he would react, how she would react. He'd never expected to see her break down in tears. Listening to her repeated questions, why he'd only come back now, with no complaints or blame, only made his heart ache even more. He'd wondered, if he died, would his Zhao Jiao forget her father? Would she know that he'd fought to survive just to see her again, to tell her that he hoped she could live up to her name, to be cherished and spoiled, to live proudly, like a princess? In the past few days, from his father-in-law and wife, he learned how his daughter had grown up like a weed, learning to survive by watching those around her. But deep down, she'd inherited all his strengths. She truly was his daughter. His Zhao Jiao was strong and kind, calm and thoughtful, intelligent and well-mannered, quick-witted, everything except spoiled. Life had given her hardship, but she learned to be generous and composed, to keep a low profile, and to master the ways of the world. He felt both proud and heartbroken. Catching sight of people approaching from not far away, Zhou Xiaozheng quickly wiped his tears and gently patted Zhou Jiao. "Daddy's Zhao Jiao, my good girl, don't cry. Daddy's home now, and I'll never let you cry again. Someone's coming, let's go inside first." Zhou Jiao was still dazed from crying, staring blankly at her father's tears. It wasn't until Lin Lishan pulled her toward the house that she snapped out of it, hurriedly calling, "Mom, don't pull me. My dad hasn't come in yet. Dad, come in quickly." Lin Lishan, holding her hand, shot her a look, her red eyes making her look anything but charming. "Silly girl, your dad's holding your hand. You only care about your dad, huh?" Zhou Jiao didn't have time to answer. She just stared at her father, gripping his hand tightly. When she saw Zhang Guoqing running over, she cheered excitedly, "Brother, my dad's back. Brother, my dad's really back. He's alive. Look, this is my dad, my dad." As she spoke, she held up Zhou Xiaozheng's hand for everyone to see. Zhou Xiaozheng just kept looking at her, watching her clutch his hand tightly, showing him off like a child, her tear-stained eyes now clear as water, her face beaming with pride. With Zhou Jiao's excited shouts, people who heard the commotion from afar came running over, curious when they saw Zhou Xiaozheng in his military uniform. Zhou Jiao's father was Zhou Xiaozheng. Everyone in the surrounding villages knew him. He was Zhou Xiaozheng, the one who became an officer and married a general's daughter. The Zhou Xiaozheng who'd been declared dead for over a decade. Among the crowd were childhood friends who'd grown up with Zhou Xiaozheng, running over in disbelief, rubbing their eyes. Wasn't he supposed to be a martyr? 3.